But that was not all. Bang, bang, bang. Following Leylin's order, in a secret corner of the Blood Vulture's mountain, hidden spells were activated in series. One after another, shadow servants manifested themselves at lightning speed, so much so that they appeared right next to the Blood Vulture's nests. They grasped at many of the bloodline treasures, with some even clasping onto huge Blood Vulture eggs, fleeing the grounds. Basically, except for the area around the King Blood Vulture's cave, the rest of the mountain in its entirety was under attack. There were at least 50 such spells placed. Corresponding with the loud snarl of the King Blood Vulture, multiple shadows of darkness bore through to the center of it all, and immediately the whole of the Blood Vulture's mountain became a huge field of upheaval. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, The Hunt Chew. The King Blood Vulture used its wings and fanned the two blood condors in its path away, flying into the sky. A crimson beam of light struck down, and a shadow servant who could not dodge in time was shattered, scattering multiple bloodline treasures everywhere. With the commanding high-pitched squawk, the flock of blood vultures now had a leader, and their formation immediately changed. Many of them flew high into the sky and, like a web, began to circle the shadow servants, occasionally dropping down in attack. Though this method was effective at killing many shadow servants, the remaining servants' movements in looting them were much too quick. After paying the price of a large number of casualties, a portion of them still broke out. Chew! The King Blood Vulture roared, bringing with it multiple blood vultures as it gave chase. Found you! Leylin met with the person who were chasing after him. It was a ginger female Magus. Her body was curvy, a golden headband rested on her forehead, and her pair of long and narrow eyes were fixed on Leylin. My name is Leylin. May I know yours? In the face of her gaze that was ready to shoot flames, Leylin smiled slightly and performed a noble's bow, his movement so precise there was nothing to criticize. Tanasha, this female Magus, had not expected Leylin to feel so relaxed. Though her chest was bouncing in her anger, she still had a lot of self-restraint as she announced her name. Are you prepared to admit to your sins? Tanasha glanced at the handsome young man in front of her. Captives could be ransomed in the central continent. In addition, he had not caused too many casualties to her organization, and was also a human backed by the Ouroboros clan. Hence, it was not too surprising that he was still calm in this situation. Oh no, you've misunderstood. Leylin's smile was dazzling. I just want to ask you this. Do you like blood vultures? What do you mean? Tanasha's mind could not process this fast enough, but looking at the numerous crimson figures appearing on the horizon, she suddenly had a bad premonition. Leylin acted before she could do anything. Eye of petrification. His eyes turned amber, and the pupils became vertical slits, shooting out mysterious, unmeasurable rays of petrification. Though it was only a rank 1 innate spell, with the addition of his vapor, phase spiritual force, and the strength of his bloodline, its power could not be underestimated. At the same time, Leylin quickly chanted some incantations, and numerous shadows emerged from all directions, forming a giant cage that trapped her inside temporarily. Tanasha's reaction was extremely quick. Storm! Almost at the same instant the rays of petrification appeared, her eyes turned silver-white, releasing dazzling light that blocked them. Meanwhile, a giant storm appeared from behind her, forming a tremendous tornado that stirred up and created chaos in the interior of the cage. However, Leylin's sudden attack made her falter. Lance of Corrosion? A dark green lance, tip-white, appeared in Leylin's hand. It shot towards Tanasha, accompanied by a burst of air. How confident are you that a mere vapor phase Magus dares provoke a crystal phase Magus? Tanasha was expressionless, but her fury was evident. Snap! Tanasha extended her delicate, pale arms, and a translucent layer appeared on top of her smooth skin. Leylin had used all his might when he shot this lance of corrosion forth, and yet she'd caught it just like that. Boom! She viciously crushed the lance into powder, while Leylin paled as he took several steps back. However, his smile now was as if he had gotten away with something. Tanasha's brows furrowed. Only then did she notice that after the lance of corrosion had been destroyed, a white feather had appeared. Pooh! The white feather had exploded into powder and lightly stuck to Tanasha's body. This aura, and with a powerful lock-on spell formation. Tanasha's brows furrowed, and she immediately sneered. "I just need 2 minutes to," however, her expression completely changed. Leylin, who was opposite her, waved his arms towards her and activated the dark elven crown, and immediately turned invisible. Sue, 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 numerous black figures appeared. The shadow servants from before quickly pounced towards her, only to be killed by her while heading in her direction. However, with this opportunity, they threw some bloodline crystals, bones, and the like at her legs. There was an especially large egg that had been knocked so hard that it broke, revealing the egg yolk and whites within. Choo-choo! Numerous blood condors hurried over under the lead of the king, and upon seeing Tanasha, their eyes instantly turned red. This was especially so for the king blood vulture. It smelt its feather on Tanasha's body. It was a feather used specifically to protect the lamia finger bone and was extremely precious. The smell was extremely unique, and there was no way it could recognize it wrongly. It now looked like the person who had infiltrated its mountain and looted the area as they wished was also the thief who had stolen its treasure. The king blood vulture was furious, crimson lightning materializing around it. Tanasha was momentarily stunned. No matter how stupid she might be, she knew what Leylin had planned. "Wait, O king!" Tanasha was now sending spiritual force waves to the mind of the king blood vulture, her final attempt at saving herself. However, would the enraged king blood vulture listen to her explanations? Though it had the intelligence of an adult, it was now in an angered state. Usually, in its territory, it would have what it wanted. Why would it listen to the explanations of a human? Numerous bolts of crimson lightning struck down, drowning her. Meanwhile, Leylin had made use of the dark elven crown and was sneakingly heading back. Boom! Soil upended at an area, revealing numerous bloodline items within. Red gems and white bones were scattered, giving off a dazzling luster. There's even a blood vulture egg here. It looks like a pretty good harvest. Holding a giant egg in his hands, Leylin looked elated. This was a few times larger than an ostrich egg, and it even had blood-red patterns on the surface, powerful life energy radiating from within. Leylin could even feel a throbbing from the shell. Blood vulture chicks could not be tamed, but one still in its egg could. Not only did it have the ability to find bloodline treasures, it was also very popular for its ability to reach rank 3 after it had matured. Of course, Leylin had no plans of selling it off. Rather, he wanted to subdue it. The central continent was vast and boundless. There were many places that even Magi were yet to explore, and the blood vulture's ability to fly was very useful in this area. In the future, he could gain a steady flow of bloodline treasures, which was the best advantage. The harvest is quite good. Leylin quickly kept everything properly. He had long since ordered the shadow servants to place whatever they had stolen on the road here. Whatever had been flung at Tanasha's feet was just a small portion. The real treasures had long since been moved away and were all with Leylin. After checking all his gains, Leylin looked back towards the blood vulture's mountain, sinking into deep thought. The king blood vulture has brought all its main forces to annihilate Tanasha. She is a crystal phase Magus after all, and it is possible for her to hold them off for some time. Should I go back and rummage through the blood vulture's nests? Leylin immediately shook his head, throwing these enticing thoughts out of his mind. Forget it. What I now have is more than enough. I shouldn't take such a risk at the end like this. Besides, my real target is that rank 3 crystal phase Magus, not the rest of those bloodline treasures. Leylin's eyes flashed ruthlessly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I want to slaughter that wretched Magus and turn his flesh and blood into powder and feed it to a carnivorous flower. Tanasha was in a tropical rain forest, sprinting hard. However, she was evidently not in a very good condition. Not only were her clothes in tatters making her seem like a beggar, her entire right arm had disappeared. Her face was pale, with green veins visible on top. This flock of blood vultures was truly relentless. In order to break away from them, Tanasha had to employ a few secret methods that would stimulate the potential in her body in succession. She had even discarded a clone that she had nurtured for a long period of time before she could successfully draw the king blood vulture away. Tanasha was definitely fuming at the mouth, wishing she could eat Leylin alive. Tusk, Ma'es Tanasha, you don't seem to be in good health. Do you need treatment? In the quiet rainforest, a voice suddenly sounded, causing Tanasha's body to stiffen. She then looked at the young man she would never be able to forget, blocking her path. How did you get here? I already destroyed all auras and smells that would identify me." Tanasha gaped, disbelieving. "You don't need to know. Right now, you can only answer a question of mine." Leylin produced an ink-black crossblade and pointed it at her. "Submit to me or die." He had naturally used the AI chip to scan the surroundings and hunt her down. Though Tanasha had concealed her aura very well and destroyed all the localizing marks that Leylin had shot out, nothing could be hidden in the face of the AI chip. Not considering anything else, just the signs of a human passing through on the road would not be able to escape the AI chip's nanoscopic scanning, no matter how hard Tanasha tried to cover her tracks. It was only after Leylin confirmed that she was heavily injured that he chased up to her. Tanasha was at the crystal phase and was multiple levels higher than Leylin. In the past, it would have been a joke if a vapor phase Magus had announced his wish to kill a crystal phase Magus. However, a hint of fear had already appeared on Tanasha's pale face. She had no choice but to admit that Leylin had the strength and ability to kill the current her. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 432, Subjugation. Rank 3 Magi were categorized into several stages. Leylin, at the vapor phase, could compress his spiritual force into a physical, observable fog. On the other hand, Magi at the crystal phase could solidify their spiritual force, even preserving it to sell. Spiritual force at the crystal phase had an unimaginable advantage against vapor phase spiritual force. In other words, even if Leylin, Robin, and Kesha had teamed up against Lucian, they wouldn't be his match. However, Tanasha's spiritual force was exhausted long ago, including her crystal phase spiritual force crystals. He wouldn't be Leylin if he let such a good chance slip out of his hand. Not only were crystal phase Magi powerful, they were considered nobles in the central continent due to their status as the reserve forces of Morning Star Magi. Under usual circumstances, it was out of the question for Leylin to defeat Magi of this rank. Perhaps only Duke Gilbert, his mentor, would be able to, but with Tanasha as she was, it would be easy. Tanasha's pale complexion flushed in anger, her fingers trembling. "How dare a lowly vapor phase Magus talk to me like that? Looks like I'll have to help you snap back to reality." Leylin sighed in disappointment upon seeing her demeanor. His figure transformed into a ray of light and flashed in front of her. Thump, he planted a fist on Tanasha's cheek. Buzz, a barrier of light was created around Tanasha as a brilliant ruby ring shone. It was, however, too feeble to deter Leylin as he easily broke through. In the blink of an eye, Tanasha was sent flying, a large red patch on her cheek. The meteor sword has already reached her neck before she could react. "Now choose surrender or die?" There was a change in Leylin's tone. Now he demanded with utter disdain, every word pricking with a bone-chilling vibe. He had decided to kill were she to choose it. He certainly did not wish to leave behind a crystal phase opponent. Tanasha wisely chose to be silent in front of the cold-hearted Leylin. This feeling of impending death was familiar to her. She felt as if she had returned to times of frailty and weakness, as old memories surfaced, and she momentarily became distraught. What is with this woman's mental state? Leylin shook his head. Tanasha's reaction was nothing out of the ordinary since he was aware of the common psychological instability of Magi. There was also her injuries to consider. Moreover, all who entered the Forgotten Land would certainly have a dark past of own. "I'm only giving you 3 minutes. Be quick." Leylin tightened his grip on the sword and brought it closer to Tanasha's neck. Other crystal phase Magi would probably have a sense of dignity and pride, but things were different in the Forgotten Land. Those human Magi who entered here were mostly those who had reached an impasse, willing to forego everything for a means of sustenance. It was easy for the MTO capitulate. Leylin's cold voice caught Tanasha's attention. The angry flush on her face had already dissipated by then, leaving behind a canvas of ivory. "I surrender," she replied so softly Leylin could barely hear a thing. As if on cue, Tanasha fell limp to the ground, her backbone losing support the moment she agreed. Her tears were uncontrollable. The meteor sword remained on her neck in spite of everything. "Make an oath, Also, relinquish your spirit source. His voice was cold as ice. Tanasha. Hesitance crossed Tanasha's eyes as she fought an internal battle. However, she ended up choosing to surrender. A sparkling strand of spirit source was released from her forehead and landed on Leylin's palm. That was a Magus lifeline. Were it not voluntary, it would be completely impossible to offer it to another person. Rules were even stricter in the central continent, to prevent the dominance of one over another. Of course, this didn't stop people with influence and power from committing it, but similarly, it had to be done in secret, or they would be boycotted by all Magi. This was no issue at all for Leylin since he didn't plan for Tanasha to be seen by others. "Master," Tanasha called out in a deep voice and got up to her feet. She resembled a broken puppet, someone that had lost her soul. Being forced into the Forgotten Land, you must have your own dark past. But rest assured, I am not going to compel you to do things that are disgraceful to Magi. Instead, I can give you hope. A hope for revenge. There was a bewitching tone to Leylin's offer, and Tanasha's eyes lit up a little as the word revenge rang in her ears and a hint of anger rushed through her. That's right. Revenge. Leylin made eye contact with Tanasha and lowered his voice. I promise, when I'm strong enough to take revenge for you and not worry about the possible repercussions and retaliation, I will aid you in accomplishing your dream. That is, if you work for me wholeheartedly till then. I'm not trying to patronize you. You see, I've reached the vapor phase at less than 100 years of age. Moreover, there will be no problems with advancing to the Morning Star realm because of my Chem-In bloodline. Deep down, Leylin was aware that with his method, Tanasha would only be willing to become a puppet to him. To milk her for everything she was worth, Leylin needed to ignite her battle spirit by fueling her with hope. And instead of empty promises, he promoted his skills to Tanasha, proving his capability to help her in her revenge. 100 years old, vapor phase. Tanasha gazed at Leylin with a heightened intensity. 100 years of age was definitely old for humans. But for Magi, especially those who were at rank 3 and above, it wouldn't even be considered as puberty. For Leylin, who have both the talent and bloodline of the giant Chem-In serpent, his status in the Ouroboros clan could not be overlooked. All this pointed to one thing. There was a substantial chance for him to become a Morning Star Magus. Even someone with the capability to escape a rank 3 crystal phase Magus would crumble like paper in the face of a rank 4 Morning Star Magus. I am at your beck and call, Master. I, Tanasha, will be your most loyal servant as long as my revenge is assured. Tanasha knelt on a knee and gritted her teeth, a little more willing this time. Although it was a mere promise without a covenant, what more could a captive like her bargain for? Ha ha, Leylin cackled. The addition of Tanasha was definitely a reinforcement to Leylin, given her strength which was more than his. Plus, she would be hidden from the public since this assistance would be carried out in secret. That was Leylin's plan all along, to gather as much of an underground force as he could in case anything unexpected occurred. Take these potions quickly and recover. Leylin showed generosity to the newly recruited Tanasha and presented her with 3 tubes of differing colors. High-grade healing potion, high-grade spiritual force recovery potion, sacred regeneration potion. Tanasha's face was painted with surprise as she recognized these 3 potions. Apart from their heavenly price, these potions were heavily utilized by large-scale organizations as their war reserves and could not even be bought with money. This was especially true for the sacred regeneration potion, which could stimulate the regrowth of limbs that were as good as the original with absolutely no side effects. It was unfamiliar, even to a rank 3 Magus like Tanasha. Thank you, Master. Tanasha bowed and sighed in relief. Don't mention it, it's just something I made. Leylin added to his credibility. Sure enough, Tanasha's eyes widened at his sentence. She was beyond impressed. Advancing to vapor phase before the age of 100 was amazing enough. She did not at all expect that Leylin would be a potions grandmaster as well. This was genius at its best and would be considered rare even in the central continent. As long as there were no mishaps along the way, success was pretty much guaranteed. Hints of hope filled Tanasha's eyes as she watched Leylin simultaneously. In a clandestine area, Noah was staring at his dish, face drained of color. There was an indistinct bloody liver-like substance lying on the white china, emitting a chalky fog. Noah slapped a palm over his mouth, resisting the urge to gag. In his vision, the barbarian bear shaman's stomach was cut open, and a large amount of yellow grease flowed out from it. There were also visible traces of the skeleton inside. "Uncle, I can't do this any longer," Noah cried through the spaces of his fingers. Robin didn't look good either. His body was missing huge chunks of flesh, and he was covered in terrifying wounds. It was rumored that this place is dominated by the sin of gluttony. "We will be attacked if we stop partaking. We have to keep going. Success will be ours if they fail first." Robin persisted to his best abilities, whereas Noah's hand trembled as he picked his cutlery. Ultimately, he put them down again. All the food here was created from the sin of gluttony, and due to it, all spells would be rendered useless. Only their own tenacity could help them withstand the feast. Ring, ring, ring. The melodious bell rang from afar, but to the trio it seemed like it came from the depths of hell. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 433, Rescue. Noah made several attempts to reach for the knife and fork, but he gave up halfway, letting out an expression of intense suffering. He collapsed on the dining table with a bang, his teeth clenched tightly. Similarly, Robin had a pained look on his face as he endured the nausea and swallowed a bloody piece of meat. Within 30 seconds, the ringing of the bells came to an end, lasting only for a short duration. Ka-cha! Out of nowhere, it seemed as if a huge invisible mouth took a bite. At this moment, Noah let out a deep cry. A large portion of his flesh was missing on the right side of his head, his ear having completely disappeared. From the side, his ghastly white teeth could be seen. It was a horrifying sight. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across. A bloodied ear, still twitching unconsciously, appeared before a dark figure. "You!" After a few rounds, Robin and Noah had paled, now resembling corpses. However, the barbarian bear shaman on the other end had finally reached its limit and collapsed onto the table. Buzz, as if a signal was given, the barbarian bear shaman was immediately moved to the 13th chair, which was unoccupied. When this was done, numerous dark figures pounced on it. "Ah!" The barbarian bear shaman shrieked continuously. Soon after, fur and skin started disappearing piece by piece, followed by flesh, veins, and even bones. The crystal phase barbarian bear shaman no longer had any power to fight back and vanished within the dark figures. Even up till the very last moment of its life, the barbarian bear shaman was still very much conscious, as could be seen from the expression in its eyes. After they engulfed the barbarian bear shaman, the many dark figures dispersed and vanished into thin air one after another. At the same time, Noah could feel the strong imprisonment fading. "It's finally over," he sighed, plopping to the ground shortly after. He began to vomit, almost to the point of spewing out bile. "I swear, I won't be able to eat anything for at least 3 months." Despite his bitter expression, Noah's bodily wounds were in fact healing quickly. However, Robin's fervent eyes were fixed on a particular part of the void. From Noah's perspective, a presence had already arrived somewhere. "What reward do you wish for?" An inexplicable voice rang within the hearts of the two men. "I want," Robin answered. His voice was deep, but even more so, it carried his unrestrainable excitement. At this point in time, Leylin walked out of the ecological garden with Tanasha, and they returned to the illusory corridor. "Master, according to our research, we will be able to get out after passing 3 more spatial points." Tanasha's condition seemed to have improved greatly, and even her missing arm was able to grow out again with the help of the potions. "Yes," Leylin nodded. "After we get out, stay in the Forgotten Land for the time being. Wait for an opportunity to sneak out and join me. Do you have any restrictions in your organization?" "No. I am one of the leaders in the Alliance of the Exiled. I didn't agree to any sort of soul-binding contract." Tanasha responded quickly. It wasn't surprising given her crystal phase strength. "That's good," Leylin nodded. He was about to say something else, but all of a sudden, his expression changed, and he gave Tanasha a look. Tanasha acknowledged with a nod before disappearing into a wave of water. Based on the readings on the AI chip, Magus energy waves were detected ahead. Since Tanasha was a backup plan arranged by Leylin, she could not show herself easily in front of outsiders. Leylin smiled at Tanasha, who was now concealed behind the water, and walked past a corner. Then he saw a warlock dressed in a black robe, slumped on the ground. A puddle of black blood was growing beside him. Leylin knew this warlock well. He was one of Kesha's men, named Arcus. "Wake up, Arcus." Leylin flipped Arcus over and immediately noticed the crisscrossed wounds on his chest as dark blood gushed out continuously. "Curse power!" Leylin's expression hardened as he felt an enormous power from the long, narrow cuts. As a magus, Leylin was knowledgeable in curses, especially those in the Book of Giant Serpent, left behind by great Magus Surhome. They inspired him greatly and even led him to develop many new ones of his own. This knowledge helped him to a great extent when he was at the South Coast. However, the deeper his knowledge, the more he understood about the strangeness and difficulty in coping with such power. In particular, the curses from ancient times were those that Leylin was unwilling to make contact with even now. It seemed like Quicksand Castle also contained a terrifying curse power, and this power had already found its way to Kesha and her group. To the unconscious Arcus, whose face was faintly branded with a spell made of dark fumes, Leylin looked at him and said, "Today is your lucky day." He then smiled and pulled out a tube filled with a green solution from his leather pouch. Leylin applied the thick, green fluid onto Arcus' wounds drop by drop. Sizzle! The green fluid immediately went through a strange transformation as it condensed into many tiny green worms, which remained on Arcus' skin. It was a rather disgusting sight. After that, the numerous green worms aimed at the dark fumes and pounced on them. They engulfed the dark curse power as if they were having a meal. As time went by, the dark fumes on Arcus' face slowly faded away and he opened his eyes. Master Leylin, thank you for saving me." Arcus had realized the situation he was in. He struggled to bow but was stopped by Leylin. "Did something happen to Sister Kesha and the others?" Leylin's voice was calm and full of wisdom. Yes. After we entered Quicksand Castle, we were attacked." Arcus answered with his pale, dry lips, sounding a little frightened. "It's a terrifying monster in human form. Not only are spells and physical attacks ineffective, the wounds inflicted by its scissors cannot heal. It also possesses a frightening ability to enter the void and heal itself." "Sir, please save my master," Arcus pleaded sincerely. "Don't worry, we are an organization of bloodline brothers and Kesha is also my sister. I will not leave her in the lurch. Rather than that, I'm fine. I can leave by myself." Arcus knew for sure that his presence was a burden, thus he made a sensible decision. "All right, we are already near the exit. All you have to do is avoid the Magi outside, then leave this pocket dimension." Leylin nodded and watched Arcus as he limped out of the place. "Master, are you going to save them?" A wave swept past the empty space, and Tanasha, who had been concealed all these time, appeared again. "Yes," Leylin nodded. Kesha had been good to him and they were relatively close. He had to save her. Of course, more importantly, through his analysis of Arcus, Leylin had already prepared himself for said curse. At the very least, he could ensure his own safety. If it was like that, there was no reason to refuse to rescue them while he was here. "You don't have to involve yourself with this matter anymore. You may leave first," Leylin ordered Tanasha. After that, he immediately handed a large black box to her. "You have to guard the contents of this box carefully. Do not open it, return it to me when we meet again later." "Yes, master," Tanasha bowed. After receiving the box from Leylin, a bright light flashed and the item disappeared. Although rare, spatial artifacts could be found even on the South Coast and Twilight Zone, leave alone the Central Continent. Tanasha had long since entered the crystal phase. A storage artifact was no big deal. As he watched Tanasha's silhouette moving away, Leylin turned in the opposite direction and disappeared into the corridor. Huff! Kesha hid behind a large shelf, and her tall chest moved up and down unsteadily as she breathed. "How is it? Has the trap succeeded?" she asked a green-skinned barbarian beside her. Both Kesha and the green-skinned barbarian had long, narrow wounds on their bodies. A pool of dark gas circled above those wounds. These two magi were almost entirely drained of their energies, and they were at their worst condition. "The fog-bound labyrinth can only trap it for 3 minutes," the green-skinned barbarian said bitterly. "Damn it. That amount of time isn't even enough for us to recover, not to mention getting past the illusory corridor." Kesha looked despair. Being pursued by the man in black, especially after sustaining such injuries. The illusory corridor had refused to transport a cursed person like her several times. They were practically trapped in there while still alive. By now, both magi were already at their limits. They had no more strength to fight back. I'd never expected that I would die here, and with a green-skinned dwarf beside me. Kesha let out a faint sigh. What did you say, woman? Angered after being called a dwarf, the green-skinned barbarian jumped up and pointed his staff at Kesha's nose. If you guys hadn't intruded and killed many of our clan members, we wouldn't have chased after you and we wouldn't have run into that thing. You! Kesha wanted to refute further, but her expression suddenly changed. She and the green-skinned barbarian dodged in opposite directions. Kacha! A brilliant, silver-white light streaked across, and the large shelf was split into two. It exposed the silhouette of a man in a black trench coat who held a pair of scissors emitting a sharp radiance. Oh no, it broke through earlier than expected. The green-skinned barbarian turned pale, looking even greener than usual, and it began to shiver. Fuck, I knew it, you green-skinned dwarves can't be trusted. Out of her despair, Kesha burst out swearing. The man in black made an ambiguous howl. The sounds of the scissors echoed as his footsteps slowly drew near. With her sea of consciousness now dried up, a bitter smile emerged on Kesha's face. However, the man in black was evidently not one to show mercy even towards a female as he raised his hand and pierced at Kesha's eyes with the scissors. Explosive fireball. A massive explosion sounded. Numerous dark figures gathered to form a cage and bound the man in black. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434 Escape. Kesha felt giddy, her head was spinning, but she soon fell into a strong embrace. Leylin, she was taken aback and called out his name. Sister, it looks like you're in a difficult situation. Leylin rubbed his nose and gently laid Kesha down. He then tossed a potion at her. This is a purifying potion. It can eliminate the curse energy from your body. Use it as soon as possible. Thank you. Kesha's face glowed with a lovely smile. Having just escaped from death, she was especially touched. Wait up, can you also give me one? The huge green-skinned barbarian Magus rolled over like a ball, and he was eager to please. Leylin looked at Kesha. Give it to him. After all, we fought alongside each other. Kesha nodded her head. At this moment, countless black shadows exploded forth with a bang. Trenchcoat stood in the center, completely unharmed. He made eye contact with Leylin and started roaring. This kind of feeling, it isn't a common hybrid curse. It's a gene curse. Leylin's face grew absolutely serious. The so-called gene curse was a high-grade curse. It had the ability to materialize itself, which was extremely difficult to cure. Leylin himself had mastered a few curses. However, even he was not too sure about these gene curses. I'll take care of him. You two use the potions and leave as quickly as possible, he said in a deep voice. As with any curse, there were limitations on the scope of the effect. As for Trenchcoat's gene curse, it most likely prevented him from leaving the confines of Quicksand Castle. In fact, he might not even make it through the illusory corridor in the outer layer. Kesha and the green-skinned barbarian nodded their heads in agreement and opened the test tubes. Right, for such a high-grade curse to make an appearance is fortunate. I have long wanted to study them. Leylin's eyes lit up like a spark of fire. He threw out a large number of potions. Boom, a flash of jade-green flames ignited and blazed fiercely. DKJSKLGMNSKLM? Trenchcoat seemed to have some apprehensions with regards to these flames and muttered some senseless words. AI chip. Leylin ordered, compare with every language in the database. However, the AI chip had not recorded Trenchcoat's words and so was unable to find an answer. Let's go, Kesha and the green-skinned barbarian yelled. Both had the black cursed energies from their body expelled successfully by the purifying potions. As he watched Leylin and his two companions leaving, Trenchcoat standing opposite bellowed loudly and charged at them. Crackle. A copious amount of jade-green flames were blazing on his body ferociously. Big patches of black clothing were flaking off onto the ground, revealing the badly scarred skin beneath. A long, hideous wound extended all the way down from his right shoulder blade. It looked like a huge black centipede, a sinister and horrifying sight. What made Leylin frown was the fact that the profound and brutal power of the curse seemed more pronounced and vigorous on Trenchcoat's body. "Run, now!" Leylin waved the meteor sword in his hand, bringing forth horrifying poisons and the sharp, radiant sword shadows, causing the surrounding structures to collapse one by one. "Use this." The green-skinned barbarian held out a glittering crystal ball that was radiating beautiful, brilliant rays. "This is an escape crystal ball. It consists of at least 5 escape charms, enough to get us out of here." The green-skinned barbarian Magus met Leylin's eyes and explained it to him, seemingly trying to win his favor. "Good job." The blue light in his eyes sparkled, and the AI chip affirmed the authenticity of the crystal ball and its favorable functions. He immediately stimulated the crystal ball, and the 3 of them vanished in a blinding flash. A black shadow whizzed past, and Trenchcoat's pair of scissors slashed across empty space as it produced senseless, incoherent roars. Inside the illusory corridor, the surrounding walls were filled with images of many plants and flowers. Many of the plants were in a continuous loop of life, from germination to growth, then blossoming and finally withering. Bang, 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 loud thuds of heavy objects falling were heard. Leylin and the rest were in the middle of the corridor. "All right, I can no longer feel the power of the curse at this location. You are all safe." He shut his eyes and exclaimed. Hearing his words, Kesha and the green-skinned barbarian broke into smiles of relief and joy. "So, it is now time to discuss how we should handle this." Leylin pointed his finger at the green-skinned barbarian, revealing a sinister and calculative grin. "Oh, no, you can't do this to me. I saved your companion's life. And we even fought alongside in battle." The green-skinned barbarian raised both his arms, pleading innocently. It didn't adopt any form of resistance, as its spiritual force had been drained a few days ago when it was in pursuit. It even needed Leylin to stimulate the escape crystal ball, as it wasn't able to do it on its own. "But the fact is, you came here to capture us, no?" Leylin saw through his clumsy trickery. Thus, he held up the crossblade and aimed for the green-skinned barbarian's brains. "Seeing how things have turned out, you have paid the price accordingly. I will spare your life this time." At that moment, Leylin revealed his true intentions. Having heard what he said, Kesha, who was initially displeased, suddenly snapped out of her emotional state. "But I do not possess any other good stuff." The green-skinned barbarian Magus pleaded pitifully, but secretly slipped an odd bracelet out of his right hand. Leylin refused to believe that. Being a crystal phase Magus, how could it not have a few aces up its sleeve? Looking at the current situation, although both parties were seriously injured, they could have mustered up their remaining strength for another fight. Yet, Leylin only wanted compensation and did not want to test the opposite party's threshold, which would have inevitably caused them both to suffer. "Hand over the compensation. Or do you want to start a fight here?" Leylin's tone was harsh and intense. "Sister Kesha, when the compensation is presented, I'll share 50% with you." Once these words were spoken, Kesha immediately inched closer to Leylin's side, showing her support. For this exploration, Kesha had ended up losing her life savings, and there was no way she could ever step foot into Quicksand Castle again. She had also lost 3 capable assistants, who were all feared dead, so now she thirsted for compensation for her losses. Seeing how Kesha reacted, the green-skinned barbarian let out a bitter smile. "All of you human magi are shrewd and greedy, worse than the devil." It resigned itself to its fate, crouched down, and handed a black pouch to Leylin. "Go ahead and take a look. My treasures are all in there." Leylin reached out to receive the pouch that seemed to be made from animal fur. Upon further probing, many useful items of brilliant lights and vibrant colors could be seen. Crystal phase magi in the Forgotten Land were not as wealthy as crystal phase magi elsewhere, but it was enough to please the 2 vapor phase magi. There were so many precious materials inside that Kesha was dazzled by its extraordinary splendor as she let out a thrilling cry. Leylin chose some of the most precious ones, including a few copies of notes, and thereafter handed the pouch to Kesha. Kesha showered her delicate charm on Leylin in appreciation, then started choosing gems from the pouch without restraint. When she finally passed the pouch to the green-skinned barbarian, it was obvious the pouch was shriveled and light, with lots of missing items. The green-skinned barbarian was heartbroken. "All right. Since the ransom has been paid, we shall take our leave." Leylin bowed slightly, his lips curled in a slight smile as he walked quickly along the corridor with Kesha. They disappeared at the end, leaving the green-skinned barbarians speechless and bitter. A few days later, at the desert surrounding the quicksand castle, in a dim and gloomy underground area, a wave of bright red brilliant rays flashed past, and the silhouettes of the uncle-nephew pair, Robin and Noah, appeared out of thin air. "You are both finally here. Leylin and I have been waiting for a long time." Kesha stood up, a tone of dissatisfaction in her voice. Soon after, she gazed attentively at Robin. What happened?" Using her aura detection abilities, it seemed that Robin had changed greatly, yet she couldn't tell exactly what changed. "Huh." Leylin scrutinized Robin's face intently. There was no change in his outer appearance, with an unusually bewitching handsome outlook, but in the space between his eyebrows, there was an additional black symbol imprinted. Multiple blood vessel lookalikes covered his entire forehead. What amazed Leylin more was that the giant Chem-In serpent bloodline on Robin's body seemed to be strengthening continuously, with the tendency to purify gradually. If it weren't for the extremely pure and concise bloodline in Leylin's own body, together with the probing of the AI chip, he wouldn't have noticed such changes. "It's nothing. On the contrary, I have never felt better," Robin chuckled, rational as ever as he whipped out a huge foreleg and started gnawing on it. There were scales covering the whole animal foreleg, and purple-black blood was still dripping from the severed site. It was clearly a high-energy creature from the vicinity. Robin wolfed down his food with gusto and finished it up with just a few mouthfuls, meat and bones. He felt like he could be wrong, but after eating the meat, Robin's bloodline seemed to have strengthened slightly again. Noah's face turned ash-white after witnessing Robin feasting on his food. He turned away, not daring to take another look. "And what happened to you?" Leylin had a premonition. He was sure Robin had acquired some rare resources from Quicksand Castle. Of course, he had his own fortuitous encounter, and the benefits were not small. Luck wouldn't shine on only one person, and Leylin understood this theory. "No, nothing. It was just a traumatic experience. I might fast for a period. I do not even want to see anybody eating anything." Noah waved his hand weakly. The horrible memories from the previous dinner left a deep, horrifying impression on him. "Noah has experienced too little. Let him be. We need to leave the quicksand pocket dimension immediately." "Any objections?" Robin was evidently clear-headed and wise, not mentioning anything about his experiences in the castle. Leylin and Kesha, as well, were too tactful to ask. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 435 Demon Hunter, no matter the profits or losses, it is time to leave. Leylin nodded, approving of Robin's suggestion. He had gained quite a lot this time, and had long since had the inclination to leave. More importantly, his pursuer, Tanasha, had surrendered into his service. The green-skinned barbarian Magus was also heavily injured, and only after being extorted precious materials from was he released. As for the road that Robin had taken, it was evident that it had been disastrous. These were Crystal Phase Magi. The three powers outside would probably be stamping their feet in anxiety. By the time they reacted to the situation, Leylin and the others would probably be met with the joint attack from the three powers. On Leylin's end, the Black Horal snake warlocks that Robin and Roya had brought were all dead, and those following Kesha were probably in a similar situation. Arcus, who Leylin had rescued, had not met with them here. This would only have happened if he had other plans, or he had met with some unexpected situation, causing his strength to be greatly diminished. If they did not choose to escape now, were they going to wait to be killed? "All right, I agree as well." Kesha sounded helpless. Out of everyone here, she had gained the least, and it was not even enough to make up for the loss of the three warlocks from her family. When she returned, this would be a huge blow to them. Anxiety was apparent in Kesha's eyes. As for the way out, it's definitely impossible to go through the entrance of the pocket dimension. We should use our original plan and look for the weaker areas of the pocket dimension, and use escape runes to tear through the space and exit, Robin exclaimed. The entrance of the secret realm had probably been placed under heavy military guard long ago by the three organizations. Leylin and Kesha would not suggest leaving that way, and they all nodded in agreement. Under the scorching rays of the sun, the moisture in the ground evaporated, cracks appearing within. Somewhere, many cracks converged and caused a terrifying explosion. A hole opened up in the void, and a few pitiful figures dashed out of a tunnel. Based on these energy particles, it looks like we've successfully escaped and reached the Forgotten Land. Leylin commented after sensing the energy particles that were so sparse that they could be overlooked around him, as well as the desolate surroundings. That's right, this must be the Tuck-Barren lands close to the Forgotten Land, which is very close to the city of sins, Nephas. Robin checked the surroundings, and he looked elated. Leylin, I didn't expect your abilities at calculating the areas where space is weak to be so impressive. Yes, not only did you use the shortest time possible and find the place where space was weak, you also evaded space storms and chose a place that is closest to Nephas city. It was no simple task to find the weakest spatial node in a pocket dimension. For Magi, this would require a very precise and meticulous probing ability, and the requirements when it came to calculation were even more terrifying. Hee, what are you saying? That's only a coincidence. Leylin rubbed his nose. All these may seem difficult to a regular Magus, but for the AI chip, it was just a walk in the park. He had even especially chosen a spatial node closest to Nephas city, all so he could leave that place as soon as possible. He had reaped marvelous gains this time, and he had a bad feeling about this. It was this feeling that prompted him to leave without hesitation, even so going so far as to expose some of his abilities. It's best that we leave as soon as possible. Something feels off. Leylin furrowed his brows. The resources in the quicksand pocket dimension were far too plentiful, and just the highly valued pocket dimension, Quicksand Castle, was enough to arouse the interest and greed of Morning Star Magi. A Morning Star Magus was not something any of them could handle. I have a bad feeling about this too. Robin looked grim as he agreed as well. Hearing this, Noah and Kesha could feel the seriousness of the situation. The premonitions or feelings that Magi had, especially that of high-ranked Magi like Leylin and Robin, were usually accurate. It did nothing to reassure them, causing them to tremble in fear. Have the organizations in the Forgotten Land contacted the external world, or is there any supporter of theirs? Leylin asked Robin as the group of Magi hurried along lightning quick. Contact. They're a bunch of vicious criminals, or those who can no longer stay in the central continent. How could there be any communication between them? Robin scoffed at the idea. They can't even leave the Forgotten Land, and can at most conceal their identities in Nephas city. At this point, his expression changed and he immediately halted his footsteps. You mean? Leylin's expression was grim as he nodded. What's going on? Noah was baffled, while Kesha seemed to have some thoughts on this. The organizations within the Forgotten Land and Nephas city have contact with each other. Or, she did not dare speak further, but the heavy atmosphere lingered in their hearts. But what can we do if we don't go to Nephas city? The airship station, there is the most convenient way to communicate with the external world. Kesha bit her lips. Let's take the long route. Leylin let out a long breath. This will take more effort. I've seen the map, and we'll pass through a few dangerous areas with rank 3 Magi. However, as long as we're careful, there's a large possibility of us passing through, though it might take a bit more time. Robin nodded, agreeing with Leylin. Though it was very troublesome to divert their route all based on a conjecture, Kesha and Noah exchanged a few glances and did not object. The Magus World was filled with danger, and any carelessness could lead to the misfortune of death. Those who could become high-ranked Magi were very confident in their premonitions, and would prefer to avoid any trouble even if it would cause them to expend more effort. The moment this group was about to turn around, there was an unexpected situation. Ka-cha! A huge hole opened up in the sky, and countless black streaks of lightning appeared with a thunderous sound. An incredibly mighty pressure suddenly descended, causing Leylin and the others to stand in a daze. Suddenly, Leylin felt this whole region being isolated from the surroundings, and the air suddenly becoming heavier, to the point that he could not even move a finger. This is the domain of a Morning Star Magus. I've felt it before at my mentor's. I can't be wrong. Robin turned back, face so pale it was like a corpse's. Found you. A hoarse voice was transmitted from the black hole in the sky, cold, unfeeling, and condescending. It was as if Leylin and his group were a bunch of insignificant little ants. Numerous black streaks of lightning twined around each other to form a black, giant palm, grabbing at Leylin and the rest. Ah, Leylin wanted to retaliate, only to find that not only was it difficult to use the spiritual force in his body, even the sparse elemental particles in the external world had disappeared, as if they had become insulators of elemental particles. Host body affected by unknown force field, spiritual force suppressed by 80%, stats in all areas decreasing. The AI chip's voice sounded, being distorted as if it was being interfered with. In terms of Leylin's own stats, there was a large decrease in all of his abilities, and he had been suppressed to about as strong as a rank 1 Magus. The suppression from a Morning Star domain and its influence has turned us into elemental insulators. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Leylin's lips. The terror of Morning Star Magi is something I can only hope to achieve. Honestly speaking, he was still in a good condition. Kesha and Noah had already collapsed, leaving Robin and him somewhat able to stay standing. However, in front of the giant black lightning palm, they were helpless. HMPH. Cyril, it's not up to you to give my students a lesson. Just as even Leylin gave up all hope, a voice suddenly rang from beside him, a familiar sound immediately perking him up. Mentor Gilbert? Robin and Kesha exclaimed, delighted. Following that, Gilbert appeared by Robin in loose white robes, his two eyes turning into dangerous vertical pupils. Kacha, Kacha. Ash-gray stone skin extended on the black lightning hand, and it eventually collapsed in midair, turning into a pile of powder as it sprayed downwards. Po! Like a soap bubble that had been pierced through, Leylin felt his body become lighter, the region he was in returning to the world. That feeling of being shrouded in a tight membrane disappeared. The numbers on the AI chip were returning to normal, as was his contact with the elemental particles. Beep. Detected reactions from 2 unknown force fields, resulting in a neutralizing effect. The AI chip prompted, and a look of comprehension flashed in Leylin's eyes. This is Mentor's Morning Star domain, canceling out the other party's force field. He had also gained a deeper understanding of how formidable Morning Star Magi were. Without reaching the Morning Star realm, just a Morning Star domain was a torture to many low-ranked Magi. In the face of Morning Star Magi, the concept of strength in numbers was just a joke. Giant Serpent Duke Gilbert. A figure appeared in the sky suddenly, and though he was just standing there, Leylin felt that he was like a high mountain. Demon Hunter Cyril? Leylin lowered his head, taking a few secret peeks at the sky. Cyril's face was gaunt, and his lips were very thin. He had a pair of silver eyes that could inspire fear, and the Magus robes he wore, with black threads that formed demonic images, and the many chains, axes, and torture instruments along with, made him look frightening. Wait here, I'll go have a good talk with him. Gilbert placed his arms at his back. Wrapped in dense crimson rays, he floated above and, with Cyril, transformed into 2 shooting stars that disappeared into the horizon. Ha! Robin let out a long breath and dropped to the ground. He no longer cared about his image. The situation just now could be said to be extremely dangerous. If Gilbert had not reached in time, they would probably be in a terrible state. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436 Private Airship. What exactly is going on? Noah shook his head, still feeling slightly giddy. Demon Hunter Cyril tried to hinder us, but Mentor showed up in time to save us, as simple as that. Kesha laughed bitterly. The great name of Demon Hunter Cyril struck his ears like a peal of thunder. Rumor had it that this infamous, ferocious being would make even the most cunning devil burst out in tears, regretting that they were ever born into this world. Simply thinking about falling into the hands of such a person had her breaking out in cold sweat. I should have thought of it earlier. Nephas, the City of Sins, and the Forgotten Land are in close proximity, and there are frequent interactions between their people. It is impossible that the forces in the Forgotten Land are not in contact with the Demon Hunter. Robin's face was full of remorse. In actual fact, what he meant was that those forces were the other party's lackeys. When they saw that they could not handle their group, they immediately informed their master. However, there was no conclusive evidence. In addition to that, the Demon Hunter was also a Morning Star Magus, which was why Robin spoke obscurely. If Mentor Gilbert hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in grave danger. Oh yes, why did Mentor come here? Robin asked with a doubtful expression. It was me. Leylin stood out and gave a bitter laugh. Before I left, I'd already had a bad premonition. Thus, I gave Parker a letter. If I failed to return within the time limit, he would hand it over to Lucien immediately, who would then pass it on to Mentor. Thank goodness. Brother Lucien is indeed trustworthy. Mentor also didn't get caught up in a high-level experiment. His words were only partly true. As a matter of fact, it was the coin of destiny which allowed Leylin to predict the interference of a force at the Morning Star realm. However, he could not bear to give up on the Lamia hair, hence he adopted such a compromising measure. From the looks of it, it wasn't a bad result. Sorry, I acted on my own, Leylin admitted and apologized immediately. No, it's nothing, we still have to thank you for your vigilance, Robin waved. That's right, who would have known that the demon hunter was actually so treacherous? He even tried to snatch away small fries like us. Kesha spoke with a face full of indignation. Silence! Leylin and Robin shouted simultaneously to stop her. Towards Morning Star Magi, even if we are enemies, respect must be given no matter what. This is to respect the truth. Kesha flushed red from embarrassment and lowered her head. Rumble. At this time, a large wave was transmitted from afar. Leylin looked towards that direction in concern. No need to worry. The demon hunter may be famed for his strength, but you have to believe in our mentor. He is also very powerful. Robin noticed the worries on Leylin's mind and gave him a comforting smile. Let's hope things will be as such. Leylin replied a little forcefully. Getting Duke Gilbert out was already his last resort. Apart from this mentor, he could no longer think of any other ways to make the demon hunter give up. Should their mentor be defeated, the students themselves would not have a good ending as well. Strength. It still comes down to strength. Leylin could not help but clench his fists together as his yearning for the Morning Star realm grew. Whoosh! A scarlet ray of light streaked across the horizon and Gilbert's silhouette emerged before Leylin and the others. Mentor! Robin and Leylin rushed to bow. You rascals, look what trouble you've gotten yourselves into, you even provoked Cyril. Gilbert swept his eyes over before a smile surfaced on his bald, bare face. It seems that in the battle between him and the demon hunter, he was not on the losing end. After realizing that, Leylin heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least the worst-case scenario no longer had a chance of occurring. All right, you must be exhausted after the expedition. Just take a trip back on my airship. Smiling, Gilbert waved his hand and a small airship appeared on the spot. Although it was smaller in size than the public airships, it was evidently more luxurious and ornate. The spell formations drafted on it were also more intricate and powerful. This is... Leylin's mouth opened wide. Despite its small size, it was still a proper airship. With enough space to fit an airship of this size, surely Duke Gilbert's space artifacts must have been at the level of magic equipment at least. But Robin thought Leylin had lost his senses because of the airship. This is the Black Scale, Mentor's ship. When he advanced to become a Morning Star Magus, the Fail clan sent it as a gift. It can use any network of channels and will be treated as an honored guest at maintenance and rest stops. He explained with a smile. What a lavish clan, Leylin gasped. The family, which had control over the central continent's airship channels, had a lot of inside information, as expected. Will they send a gift for every Morning Star Magus after they are promoted? Leylin suddenly remembered and asked. That's right. Basically, after a Magus is promoted, the Fail clan will definitely send a private airship as a gift. Robin nodded. What a great scale of spending. Of course, Leylin knew very well that it was probably not the intention of the Fails. Instead, the Monarch of the Skies was using the chance to get on the good sides of the Morning Star Magi. The Black Scale's interior was very luxurious. Comprising a master room, guest room, kitchen, meditation room, and a customized living room, the airship was big enough to accommodate dozens of people without seeming crowded. For a private airship, this was enough. Gilbert sat on a sofa in the middle of the living room, while Leylin and the other three stood respectfully at one side. A few clear-winged elves carried the teapot and cups and swiftly poured a cup of red tea for everyone. Sit, Gilbert chuckled. I am also rather interested in your experiences this time round. Leylin's heart stirred. He knew that whatever was to come could not be avoided, but he showed no dissatisfaction about it. By the sole fact that Gilbert saved him, it was only right to share a large portion of the reward. Tiny energy waves are detected, identified as bloodline artifacts detection technology. Space artifacts are unable to cut them off. By this time, the prompting sounds of the AI chip had reached Leylin's mind. In his vision, he distinctly saw a scanning wave sweep past the four of them, not even sparing Noah. The wave was so obscure that even Robin could not feel it scanning his body. It even went on to scan Leylin's spatial pouch and ring. Despite that, Leylin's face remained unchanged. The few people remained silent for a while before Robin took the lead and spoke up. "Mentor, it's like this." After listening to his narration, Gilbert looked at the imprint of the spell on Robin's forehead and took a deep sigh. "I didn't expect that you would ultimately choose this path. This is my choice," Robin bowed and replied. "If not for this, I'm afraid I wouldn't even get the chance to look at the realm of the morning star." He spoke resolutely. "As your mentor, I can only guide and advise you in your pursuit of the truth and the power of the bloodline. As for your final choice, I will not interfere any further." Gilbert shook his head and said, "Since you are insistent on doing this, then so be it." "Mentor." On the other side, Kesha was acting like a little girl, on the verge of crying. She spoke about her encounter extremely miserably. "Arcus and the other two are all dead. That's half the strength of my clan, Mentor." Towards the end, Kesha's eyes flushed red and she started crying. Tears flowed out like a waterfall. She spoke nothing about her earnings from the extortion of the green-skinned barbarian, which was done in collaboration with Leylin. All right," Gilbert said helplessly. "After this, I will give orders for your clan to be taken care of." "Thank you, Mentor." Kesha's face brightened up instantaneously, with such speed that it created a pang of admiration in Leylin. "Leylin, how about you?" Gilbert finally directed his attention to Leylin with a slight smile of interest in his eyes. "What the hell? Amongst you, one is his former student, while the other is a woman. I, the newcomer, am at the greatest disadvantage." In his mind, Leylin rolled his eyes, but he kept a calm expression on his face. He patted the space pouch respectfully, and a few items appeared on the desk. "A bloodline crystal." Kesha covered her mouth and let out a gasp as she saw the blood-red stone. However, Robin's focus was on the longroot fruit and a few pieces of large, milky white bones. As for Gilbert, he looked engrossingly at a large egg which sat in the middle of the desk. As he looked at the blood-red runes on it, he appeared to be deep in thought. "Leylin, you've struck it big this time in the pocket dimensions." Kesha leaned forward, almost squeezing her whole body into Leylin's embrace. "This sister's clan is already so pitiful. Shouldn't you help me out?" "Ha." Gilbert, however, made a carefree laugh. "This is the egg of a blood vulture. Blood vultures in the ancient times were originally well known for searching for bloodline artifacts. Leylin, I suppose you got lucky and found a nest of blood vultures." "Yes." Leylin scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. "After I found the nest, I hid there for a few days before I finally seized the chance and snuck these things out." Upon hearing that, a hint of jealousy appeared on everyone's face, even Robin's. Why didn't such good luck descend on him? "These items, I'm willing to offer them all to Mentor." What Leylin said thereafter turned Robin and Kesha's minds blank. "It's not even possible not to offer." Leylin gave a sincere look, but he was utterly bitter inside. After discovering that Leylin possessed these items and did not hand them over, Gilbert would not feel good about it. If that was the case, Leylin's future life in the Ouroboros clan would be difficult. "Haha, good." Gilbert laughed out loud. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 437, Completing the project. Upon hearing Leylin's words, Gilbert stared blankly at him for a while, and then started laughing heartily. "I will accept your gift then." "Thank you, Mentor." Gratitude was apparent on Leylin's face as he bowed. "Sure, of course, I wouldn't simply just want to have your things for no reason. After all, blood vulture eggs from the ancient times are still very precious." Gilbert lowered his head in thought. "How about this? Aren't you currently accumulating contribution points to buy the scroll that can inject life into constructs? I'll make an exchange with you directly then. A sealed 4th grade magic scroll would be sufficient to make up for these items." Gilbert swept his hand across the tabletop. The numerous bloodline treasures vanished, and a gray scroll covered in simple floral designs appeared. "Thank you, mentor." Leylin received the scroll and expressed his thanks again, this time with more sincerity. "Besides," Gilbert glanced at Leylin's ring and smiled. Leylin scratched his head and displayed his embarrassment, knowing that Gilbert had discovered the items he had hidden in his spatial ring. After nightfall, Leylin lay on his bed and examined the scroll in his hands, satisfaction written on his face. "Exchanging those items for a fourth-grade scroll is indeed a fair trade. I didn't suffer." He then looked at the ring on his hand and collapsed onto the bed, looking as though he would fall into deep sleep soon enough. In actual fact, he was sneering secretly. What Gilbert had discovered was actually what Leylin purposely wanted him to. Inside the ring, there was only a single bloodline crystal and a few remains from ancient times. Gilbert did not value them exactly because there were only a few items, thus he silently agreed to Leylin's secret stash. In actual fact, what Leylin had handed over today was not even 10% of his real loot, much less the finger bone left behind by the fifth-grade lamia from ancient times. The temptation of such an item was too huge, and even Leylin was not willing to take it out. If not, it would be hard to pass Gilbert's checkpoint. No matter what happened then, it would not be a situation that he would want to see. After all, Gilbert was rather nice to him, and he didn't want to fall out with his mentor and the Ouroboros clan. Benefits are the greatest reason why people are divided, and Leylin did not want to use the finger bone to put the bond between master and disciple to the test. Might as well avoid it for the better good. Yes, the real loot, including the lamia's finger bone, were not on Leylin himself. Therefore, no matter how strict Gilbert was with his inspection, there was no use at all. However, although this journey was dangerous, I finally attained the items I wanted, and the other loot is not bad. Leylin thought as he lay in bed, quickly falling into deep sleep for real. The black scale traveled at high speeds. Initially, Leylin and company took more than a month to travel from the Ouroboros clan to Neph's city, but the return journey only required about 10 days or so. After returning to headquarters, Leylin, his mentor and a few seniors gathered together and returned to Onyx Castle to check on the Magus Tower in his territory. "Welcome, Lord Leylin." Parker stood in front of the Black Magus Tower and saluted respectfully to Leylin. His voice still sounded old as usual, and was strangely mismatched with his youthful face. "How is the construction of my Magus Tower going?" Leylin stepped forth and gently caressed the black tower, admiring the exquisite runes on it and the faint but powerful energy waves it emitted. A smile spread across his face. "The entire structure of the Magus Tower has been completed. We're just left with a few cores and, most importantly, the activation of the spirit of the tower. These are awaiting your completion, Master." Parker's response made Leylin satisfactory. He was serious when working too. The previous task that Leylin had given him was performed well. He had successfully delivered a letter to Duke Gilbert and helped Leylin avert his misfortune. "Excellent," Leylin nodded. "Bring Snoopy to my lab someday. I haven't taught him anything new in a long while too." He, of course, knew that age was catching up to Parker and he had no ambition, so he placed all his hopes on his grandson Snoopy, whose importance surpassed any reward. Of course, after hearing what Leylin said, Parker was slightly excited and his bow almost reached a right angle. "Thank you on his behalf, Master." "On my way back from this trip, I obtained the Scroll of Life. Under my orders, prepare to begin work. I would like my Magus Tower to be completed immediately." Leylin gave his orders indifferently. "Your wish will be executed," Parker replied. All the preparations for construction were already complete, and the other core materials had already been prepared too. All was left was to wait for Leylin to return and take the lead. Wandering in his own Magus Tower, Leylin examined every corner carefully. The interior of the Magus Tower was very spacious. Leylin created all of it according to the highest standards, with a complete set of facilities that looked refined and luxurious. Leylin looked at level after level, especially the positive and negative energy reactive pools, along with other places such as the laboratory, the binding room, and the ecological garden. AI chip. What are the results of the scan? While looking around his tower, Leylin did not forget to let the AI chip fully scan and record the decorations and spell formations that he saw before conducting an inspection. 1. The AI chip sent feedback faithfully. As the blueprint of the structure was originally done by Leylin himself, using the AI chip's perfect deductions, the decorations of the entire Magus Tower were perfect, almost to the point that no fault could be found. The remaining areas that could be further optimized were only small problems that resulted from improper construction and other reasons. No matter how perfect his plan was, as long as it was executed by humans, accidents were bound to happen. Leylin had long prepared for this. The rest is all right, but the previous ecological garden can be altered a little by adding in the data I collected about the environment in the ancient times while at Quicksand Castle. Leylin stroked his chin. Since the Magus Tower was yet to be completed, he could still take the chance to amend it now. If he waited until the defensive spell formations were activated, especially after the tower genie had been awakened, then he wouldn't be able to amend anything even if he wanted to. AI chip, design an improved version of the blueprint according to what I said earlier. Leylin had always liked to put the AI chip in charge of the nitty-gritty things, while he himself was responsible for directing the big picture. Task established, adjusting original blueprint. Adding in simulated environment parameters from ancient times, beginning formation of the blueprint. The AI chip operated swiftly and projected a new blueprint in front of Leylin within a few minutes. Leylin scanned the blueprint many times, satisfied with the blueprint made by the AI chip. Yes, to maximize the use of the original resources and setup, I just have to add a few items and spell formations. This will do. He now had numerous subordinates and a huge number of stone tribe slaves. Once he handed down the task of amending the place, it would only take a small number of people working in shifts day and night for 10 days to complete it. Leylin stood at the side of the negative energy reactive pool on the lowest level and examined the complicated spell designs. At the radiance of the pure gold, silver, and other precious materials, his face showed no signs of sadness or joy, maintaining tranquility. Simulation of the spell formations of the entire Magus Tower complete, 341 dummy runs, number of malfunctions. 0. The blue glow of the AI chip flashed in the depths of Leylin's eyes. Begin, Leylin exhaled gently and placed a piece of compressed energy crystal that was emitting immense light rays and heat, much like a miniature sun, into a groove at the heart of the spell formation. BRR. The entire spell formation started to shake, and ring after ring of runes appeared out of thin air. Traces of light circulated on the spell formation. Start! Leylin's spiritual force extended and connected with the spell formation. In the instant when the spiritual force came into contact with the spell formation, Leylin felt as though he had opened a valve, causing a multitude of energy particles to be frantically absorbed by the spell formation, before passing through a complex conversion channel and flowing into the negative energy reactive pool. Meanwhile, outside the Magus Tower, Parker, Kubler, Snoopy, and Leylin's other subordinates had all gathered to watch this scene, their eyes all brightly lit. A huge elemental wave seemed to form a vortex that was absorbed by the Black Magus Tower. One by one, the magical runes on the body of the tower lit up, bringing about frightening and yet stable waves, firmly connecting to one another. Only Leylin was in the Magus Tower at that moment. He ran to the top of the Magus Tower at the speed of lightning and saw that the external appearance was almost the same. But the spell formation and storage pool gave off an entirely different vibe. Next, the positive energy reactive pool. Leylin pushed the same high-energy crystal into the groove, and the same activation spell appeared from Leylin's hands, merging into the four walls. Boom! At the top of the Magus Tower, a huge elemental wave practically condensed into a physical substance, energy particles of various colors emitting brilliant lights and vibrant colors. They quickly subsided into two rainbows, one bright and one dark. Soon after, the bright rainbow was absorbed by the peak of the tower, while the rainbow with a hint of gold submerged into the ground. The positive energy reactive pool buzzed continuously, the elemental liquids within accumulating further and further until it finally reached the middle mark. Two spheres of light that resembled stars emitted from the peak and underground of the tower, spreading continually across the structure. Numerous runes lit up one by one and finally converged at its center. Magus Tower spell formation fully activated, currently operating well. the AI chip pointed out. At that point, Leylin was standing on the point of intersection of the positive and negative energy reactive pools. An unadorned scroll covered in bizarre floral designs appeared in his hands. Fourth grade magic, the scroll of life. AI chip, prepare to inject knowledge into the being. Leylin ripped open the gray scroll, and rays of light burst out. Suddenly, a terrifying attractive force was transmitted from the scroll. The vapor phase spiritual force of his consciousness was consumed in huge quantities, and the process only came to a gradual stop when it was close to being exhausted. 8% of the main structure of the Magus Tower has been scanned. Defense spell formation operation intact, areas that can still be further optimized. 2. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438, Tower Genie Number 1. Tower Genie Number 1. Of course, with how much of his wealth Leylin had expended on this, the power of the activation spell was not to be belittled. A circle of sparkling starlight shrouded the tower. Numerous runes flickered in sync and breathed at the same rate, as if having lives of their own. A faint blue figure began to form in front of Leylin. Master, this Tower Genie is here to serve you. This Tower Genie had been branded by Leylin's spiritual force upon its birth. In addition, it was one with the Magus Tower, and could help Leylin take care of any minute details that might be difficult to find. All right, here's my first mission. Accept this and fuse with it. A blue seed shot out from between Leylin's eyebrows and quickly entered the blue Tower Genie's figure. A multitude of data flowed across the Tower Genie's eyes, and a tremendous amount of complicated information even caused the newly formed Tower Genie's figure to flicker, as it eventually turned into a ball of light. By the time everything had stabilized, the AI chip's robotic voice was produced from within the blue ball of light, digitization complete. The AI chip system is now serving you. Please choose the exterior appearance. A tree elf. Leylin had never had anything against humanoid managers. The blue ball of light shook and eventually formed a blue elf the size of a human head with a pair of wings formed of starlight. I'll call you number 1 in the future. Leylin nodded, very satisfied with this intellectual body's external appearance. Understood. Number 1 greets master, the blue elf bowed, though its facial expression looked mechanical. Beginning networking. Such an expression actually pleased Leylin more. What he needed was an absolutely rational manager, and from the very beginning, he had not built in any emotional functions. With this command, a data interface connected Leylin's AI chip with the elf using a stream of spiritual force, beginning synchronizing of data. In the midst of tidying up, the AI chip's voice sounded. Discovery of inharmonious spiritual force waves at 3 areas, beginning elimination. Fusion with Tower Genie completed. Activation of anti-probing spell formation at full force. One after another, these prompts popped up, and the smile at the corner of Leylin's mouth grew wider. Regular Tower Genies definitely lacked the terrifying calculation abilities of the AI chip. The area that it could manage would only include the interior of the Magus Tower. However, with what he was doing, not only could he control the interior of the Magus Tower from a distance away, he could even completely eliminate any damages that would otherwise have been hidden. After fusing with the program that the AI chip had duplicated, the Tower Genie had now become more intelligent, able to autonomously search for holes and repair them, and even take care of a few flaws or defects that had originally been there. It could be said that even if Grand Duke Gilbert had done anything to the rank 4 scroll, it would have been pointless. This was because Leylin had already modified the Tower Genie's structure with things of his own. Leylin took in a long breath. The construction of the Magus Tower, particularly the completion of the positive and negative energy reactive pools, now allowed the interior of the Magus Tower to have 10 times the elemental particle concentration as outside. The concentrated energy particles could even be seen with the naked eye, and for Magus eyes, this was even more apparent. Leylin felt like he was surrounded by an elemental ocean. The particle concentration in the central continent had already been very high, and that of this Magus Tower far surpassed that. It could be said that in this environment, Leylin's progress in his meditation technique would not be too slow even if he did not use any potions. What was more frightening was that even trashy acolytes with a level 1 or 2 aptitude could break through their own limits and become official magi if they studied and meditated here. After recognizing this, Leylin immediately made a choice. Unless there was anything terribly important, he would stay and settle down in the Magus Tower. Outside the tower, Parker and the others could not feel all this as keenly as Leylin, but after there was a rumble from the entire Magus Tower and it started emanating faint light, everyone still began to cheer. Even Kubler had shining tears at the corner of his eye. A Magus Tower was a representation of strength in the central continent. With a Magus Tower, and a Magus like Leylin, who was viewed highly, regular magi with crystal phase spiritual force would not dare trespass in this area. In addition, with the large-scaled monitoring abilities of the Magus Tower, the rate of crime would definitely be lowered. This signified that Leylin's power was secured, whether among mortals or magi. As a result, all the vassals who depended on Leylin were extremely moved. Boom! At this moment, with the sound from a power switch, the entrance to the Magus Tower opened up, revealing Leylin's figure. It's finally done. Come in and take a look. Many thanks, Master. A few warlocks immediately bowed. They had contributed to the construction of the Magus Tower and naturally wished to take a look at it. Ah, the concentration of the particles. Upon entering through the entrance, they were immediately shocked by the terrifying concentration of particles in the Magus Tower. As expected of the Magus Tower that my lord personally constructed. If I had studied in this place from my youth, I might have been able to break through to the Hydro Phase spiritual force stage by this time. Parker caressed the cold and rigid walls, almost feeling like sobbing. Based on your contributions, I will give you different amounts of authority within the Magus Tower, as well as assign you your own bedrooms, laboratory, and the like. Seeing all his subordinates, Leylin immediately made a promise to reward them. Many thanks, Master. Numerous warlocks were immediately touched. They had never even dreamed of having a place in such a high-grade Magus Tower. This was especially so for Parker. Though he had little hope of advancing, all he wanted was to pave the way for Snoopy. He had never expected this treatment at any point in his life and was immensely grateful. Leylin thought nothing of it. These warlocks were all his subordinates and ought to be given rewards. With the tower genie supervising, they wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. He would only open up the guest rooms, living areas, and a few laboratories to them. The core areas, the positive and negative energy reactive pool as well as control room were safely in his control. As it was very likely that they would live and perform research here, Kubler and the others had a different reaction and emotion to this. Leylin brought them to look at the few levels in the middle, passing by the living room, bedrooms, library, and all the way to the Magus Garden. Leylin had set up this Magus Garden like those of ancient times. Though he had yet to transplant any plants here, some vegetation and precious plants were already growing lushly. A green light shone down. All this was the accumulated life energy that had come from activating the Magus Tower, giving the vegetation a huge boost in nutrition and vitality. With the positive energy pool, the entire Magus Tower's water circulation uses the purest water elemental particles and turns them into water that is purified to the highest degree. The yield from this Magus Garden would be enough to provide for thousands of people if the incoming energy stays at its peak, Leylin introduced, sounding a little proud. With the bonus from the Magus Tower, he could obtain a strength comparable to a Magus with crystal phase spiritual force, and even provide for over 5,000 people in the tower. With this ability and self-sufficiency, it would be considered an extremely frightful large fort in times of war. The Magus Tower was a terrifying war machine, and its amazing strength was enough to obstruct any attempts at spying on them. This is my future base, Leylin sighed in his heart, but a smile then appeared on his face. To celebrate the completion of the Magus Tower, I will hold a feast in Onyx Castle tonight. Let us all revel. An intoxicating clamor spread throughout the room. Night fell and Onyx Castle was filled with scenes of jubilation, with many female singers, dancers and entertainers presenting their art with all the energy they could muster. Waves of delicacies and fine liquor were constantly sent to the feast like running water. As this was in the form of a family banquet, the rules were lax, and even regular nobles were invited. Though the Warlocks had formed a circle of their own, they were not repelled by the clamor outside. All faces were brimming with smiles, full of hope for the future of their territory. With Leylin's status, nobody dared disturb him. He drank a few glasses and encouraged his subordinates with a few words, and then secretly left the castle. The moon hung high in the sky, silver moonlight spilling down. The night air held a chill to it and was just right for those who had consumed alcohol. Of course, with Leylin's body, there were few wines that could get him drunk. He came to the side of the Magus Tower. Here, due to the superb detection abilities of the tower genie, the original guards had all been transferred out. A ring-shaped rune suddenly brightened on Leylin's hand. "I'm here. Come over," Leylin said, his tone holding within a command that was difficult to ignore. A black figure appeared from the air and came to stand silently beside Leylin. "Come with me." The entrance to the Magus Tower opened up with a rumble, welcoming its master. They went all the way to the reception room, and only then did Leylin's facial muscles relax as he took a seat on the sofa. "Sit. You don't need to conceal yourself anymore here. My Magus Tower has powerful detection spell formations. Even the spying of Morning Star Magi can be recognized." The person in black robes hesitated and then threw back her hood, revealing a pretty female face with a golden headband on her forehead. "Master," she exclaimed in a low voice. This female Magus was the fugitive Magus leader that Leylin had subdued, Tanasha. Watching Tanasha taking a seat, Leylin asked slowly, "I hope there weren't any troubles on the way here. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 439, Deceit seen through the Forgotten Land, was very infertile and could be said to be a desert of the Magus World. Magi who traveled there were all fugitives who had been driven to desperation in the central continent. Of course, Tanasha was no different. If her identity was exposed, it was not just her, but also Leylin who would be in deep trouble. "No, I have been very careful so far. I didn't leave behind any information about my appearance or scent, and I did not use an airship," she stated. "Very well," Leylin nodded. "Where are my things?" "Right here." A large black box appeared on the table with a swish of her hand. Seeing the seal still perfectly untouched, Leylin gave a look of satisfaction. He opened the box, in which was a thick layer of soft white fur. This was the king blood vulture's feathers. It contained the miraculous ability to conceal a bloodline's aura, and it had even fooled Leylin previously. After brushing these white feathers aside, the energy waves of many bloodline treasures radiated out, surprising Tanasha. A mountain of bloodline crystals and many strange bones, as well as fruits, rhizomes, and such containing the power of bloodlines, were piled up messily, as if they were not of any monetary worth. However, deep inside, Tanasha knew that once these items were revealed, it would greatly impact the Ouroboros clan. Every single item in there could make a high-ranked warlock go crazy. Although she brought them over as per Leylin's orders, it was also by his order that she did not open the box. It was only then that she became aware of the contents of the box. This was obviously Leylin's plan. When he acquired the loot in the pocket dimensions, he had already considered ways to get them past Gilbert. After all, as the person who had sent out the information, he had already known long ago about Gilbert's arrival. How could he not have prepared for it? Morning Star Warlock's ability in detecting bloodline treasures was far exceeded Leylin's expectations. He had no confidence in hiding them at all. Hence, Leylin chose not to bring them with him. Even if Gilbert monitored Leylin's spatial pouch and ring, he could only find some of the things that Leylin left behind intentionally. The real loot was all moved away by Tanasha. With regards to this setup, it certainly was a decision that Leylin had made with determination. Firstly, Tanasha had not only sworn her loyalty to him, but also allowed a part of her spirit source to be held by Leylin. For a Magus, this kind of restriction was practically fatal. If Leylin destroyed that part of her spirit source, Tanasha would lose her mind even if she did not lose her life. On top of that, he deliberately won her over previously and agreed to take revenge for her. The assigned mission was just to transport an item. Leylin had some confidence in her. For safety's sake, not only did he cast a sealing spell on the black box, but he also used the king blood vulture's feathers as a cover in order to conceal the bloodline energy waves of the treasures. It seemed like the plan had succeeded. Leylin looked at the pile of bloodline treasures, nearly laughing. Among the many bloodline energy waves, a finger bone lay there quietly, yet majestically like a king. It made the other treasures seem less appealing. Tanasha stared at the finger bone as if she had seen her enemy. What is this thing? Evidently, the aura of the finger bone made her uncomfortable. This was unfathomable for a crystal phase Magus. Even though it was just the remains of a creature, it had the power to make her so uncomfortable. How powerful could the living creature have been? Tanasha fixed her eyes on Leylin. Now she began to find this young Magus increasingly unpredictable. The Lamia fingerbone. Surprisingly, Leylin answered the question directly. Tower Genie, keep these items safely. Leylin picked up the fingerbone and ordered the small blue elf beside him. Yes, my master. The small elf held its chest and bowed. After that, a mechanical puppet walked over and took the black box to be stored in the treasury. Tanasha, come with me. I might need you later on. Leylin called out to Tanasha with a downcast face. Subsequently, he brought Tanasha all the way down to the binding room before he came to a stop. Powerful binding runes, energy-isolating runes, the power of corrosion, the weeping of vengeful spirits, gravity runes. Tanasha looked at the runes on the walls as her expression darkened. With so many binding spells, even Tanasha, a crystal phase Magus, would have difficulties struggling her way out. This led to an even deeper understanding of Leylin's financial capabilities. You set up such strict bindings. Do you intend to summon the Great Devil? Tanasha asked, with a slightly provocative tone. No, this is only set up in case of an emergency. You know it, the astral plane is filled with all kinds of strange creatures. A little more preparation never hurts. Leylin's face carried an odd smile, but never did I expect that the first subject that it would be used on would actually be this. As a light shone from his right hand, the Lamia finger bone in Leylin's hand immediately appeared at the center of the bindings. A strong sluice gate made of reinforced glass dropped, and the many runes began to flicker. The Lamia fingerbone lay there silently like a dead creature. Tanasha held her breath. She knew that Leylin was probably going to show her something unusual. Tower Genie, begin first-level operations of the bindings. Following Leylin's orders, the circle of lights in the binding room lit up all at once. An invisible power lifted the Lamia fingerbone. Start purification. As per the Tower Genie's emotionless command, 2 small lightning clouds grew above the bone, streaks of lightning crackling as they burst towards it. I know you're still there. There's no need for the pretense. Come out. Under the lightning, the white fingerbone appeared to be unaffected. However, Leylin had a straight face, with an expression as cold as ice. After a few minutes, there was still no sign of any anomaly, causing Leylin to sigh deeply. Begin the next level of purification. Authorization verified. Inputting energy. Upon hearing the Tower Genie's voice, the original 2 clouds began to transform immediately. Dark, black clouds suddenly soared above the area, and the lightning acquired a subtle red hue. Thick bolts swept across the bone mercilessly, causing narrow cracks to surface on it. If you continue doing that, you'll destroy the finger bone. Tanasha looked at Leylin, but his expression did not stop, indicating he had no intentions of stopping. Under the lightning that had been strengthened tens of times, the bone began to vibrate, as if it was going to explode into dust any time. Ring. Just when Tanasha thought the finger bone was about to explode, a strange scene suddenly appeared. A ring of green light burst out violently, with such a strong power radiating that it split the dark clouds apart in a second. Hiss! A touch of green light emerged. It then transformed into a phantom of a young, green-haired woman, now lunging towards Leylin. Compared to what Leylin had seen previously, the image of the young woman was not only more illusory, but her face had also become a lot more complex, with rhomboidal scales. Her eyes were a sea of green, and her pupils had become vertical slits. As the Lamia's phantom swept her glance across with her pupils, Leylin's entire body became a little sluggish. Begin binding. This time, the Tower Genie responded swiftly and gave an order. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the young woman's phantom crashed into the clear reinforced glass, causing the runes to flash. Soon after, an enormous gravitational strength emerged and pinned the woman to the ground. Ka-cha, ka-cha, a chain of runes appeared one after another, binding the green-haired Lamia's phantom. After coming back to his senses, Leylin, who had broken out in cold sweat, could not help but draw a deep breath. That was really close. Although he tried his best to overestimate the opponent, the terrifying feeling of having his mind being snatched had given him a fright all of a sudden. This was the definite control that a high-ranked bloodline had over a low-ranked one. In face of the great gap between the ranks, all efforts were to no avail. "You dare oppose me. The Grand Matriarch will not let you off, bloodline traitor." The green tongue of the Lamia's phantom forked as she spoke. "Sorry, I don't have the habit of obeying orders that'll cause me to lose my life." Though Leylin apologized, he showed no sign of remorse on his face. The giant Chem-En serpent is a rank 4 creature. It needs to obey the Lamia's bloodline, which is of a higher rank. This is branded deep into the inheritance of the bloodline and is not able to be changed. The Lamia's phantom glared at Leylin and asked, "How did you escape?" "How would I know?" Leylin swished his hands. In actual fact, he had guessed that it might have a connection with his bloodline. Not only was the giant Chem-En serpent's bloodline in him extremely pure, there was a great possibility that through the AI chip's purification, his bloodline differed from the original. "What is this?" Tanasha stared at the Lamia with a look of curiosity surfaced on her face. "The owner of the fingerbone, just a projection of a destroyed, shattered, and unwanted memory fragment." Leylin spoke with disdain. "When did you find out?" After seeing Leylin like that, the Lamia calmed down. "I knew from the beginning," Leylin said calmly. "I am not someone who would sit and wait for rewards. I only believe in achieving things through my own efforts. Seeing how you took the initiative to come to me, there's no way I could let my guard down." Frankly speaking, Leylin basically believed the part about the other party being tired of staying in the King Blood Vulture's nest, but he could not believe that it would be so boring and despair-inducing that one would seek death. Ancient Magi had strong mental endurance, and on top of that, she was an extremely powerful warlock. How could she possibly be cowed by a long period of solitude? Perhaps her true intention was to get out, or to seize a corporeal body with the help of Leylin. A giant Chem-En serpent warlock, which is suppressed by the ancient Lamia, was definitely a first-rate target to seize control of. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440, Destroy the moment Leylin used the Lamia fingerbone and fused with it. Her remaining memory fragments would also fuse into his giant Chem-En serpent bloodline, secretly lurking within. When the time was right, the Lamia's sea of consciousness would burst forth. How could Leylin be a match for her? It was not just the large gap between them in terms of their knowledge and experience. The inborn control in terms of his bloodline, as well as issues of how she would try to gain dominance over him, would definitely put Leylin at death's door. Having thought this through, Leylin's murderous intent towards the Lamia was at its boiling point. However, he had not flared up but instead pretended that he knew nothing. He waited till the Magus Tower was built, and once his most capable subordinate, Tanasha, was at his side and increased his power to the maximum, he then lashed out on his home ground. It looked like it had been a good idea to be so meticulous. If not, his opponent could have easily taken care of him. "Shall we make a trade?" The scales on the Lamia phantom's face faded, returning her face to that of a young girl. Her delicate and pretty face even enchanted Tanasha, who was also female. "What trade?" Leylin's voice was low. "Help me find a flesh body. Anything is fine as long as they have the giant Chem-En serpent bloodline, and it's best if it's a female warlock. In return, I can give you all my knowledge. Though you'll only obtain a portion of the knowledge that my main body possesses, she is a rank 5 pure-blooded warlock. Just a small bit of her memories is enough to make you strike gold." Calm words rang from the mouth of the phantom Lamia, causing Tanasha's breath to become rough. Inheritance from an ancient rank 5 warlock. Perhaps even Morningstar Magi would go crazy in want over this. The price he had to pay was a mere female warlock, and with just a bit of effort, he could find them easily in the Ouroboros clan. Clap, 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 Leylin applauded, a slight smile on his face. "Good suggestion, what a great suggestion, even I am tempted." "Good, you can first." The Lamia Phantom's words stopped halfway, and a look of fury suddenly appeared on her face. You, countless chains tightened, binding her to the spot. Tower Genie, use all stored energy and prioritize the bindings. The aim is to exterminate this person. Tanasha, help me. Leylin's face suddenly changed, and he made to deal the fatal blow. Great amounts of thunder clouds were produced, lightning washing over the phantom time after time, causing her figure to become even more illusory. Tanasha obeyed Leylin's order subconsciously, and her crystal phase spiritual force emanated, reinforcing the runes of binding. Traitor, the Grand Matriarch will not let you off. Hiss! The phantom image eventually turned into a half-human, half-snake and hissed, her expression incomparably fierce. Let's talk about it when she finds me. Leylin's expression was resolute, constantly urging on the runes and spell formation of binding. The inheritance from an ancient rank 5 Warlock was indeed very tempting, but Leylin had his own considerations. The other party was merely a remnant spirit, and might even be the combination of a few memory fragments. How much could she remember? And just for this, he would bring her around and let her scheme against him. Though he was somewhat confident in his scheming abilities, Leylin was not certain that he could win over this ancient freak, especially when she could suppress his bloodline and was so enticing. The ancient Lamia had started out enticing various giant serpent species, and Leylin did not want to unknowingly let her suggestions affect his mind. For him, it was most practical to be able to take in harmless things. Everything else was an illusion. If you don't die, I can never be at peace. Leylin stared at the Lamia Phantom behind the glass, a determined look in his eyes. Maximize power, runes of binding operating at excess of 120% capacity. This is the most powerful attack. Along with the Tower Genie's voice, a streak of thick red lightning struck the phantom. Rumble, the Magus Tower began to tremble, and fine cracks began to appear in the binding area. The phantom image of the Lamia seemed to have given up all hope as she dissipated to nothingness under the red lightning. Pack. A finger bone with cracks all over its surface fell to the ground. It's over. Tanasha heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Leylin as if she was looking at a freak. That's inheritance from an ancient rank 5 Warlock. You actually... I was, of course, tempted. Leylin shook his head, but it wasn't to the point that I would become muddle-headed in the face of it. Ancient Magi have too many methods. I wouldn't dare bring a disaster waiting to happen along with me at all times. As he spoke, the Tower Genie constantly scanned the finger bone in the binding room, streams of electric light moving across its surface. Level 1 scanning complete. No remnant spiritual force found. Level 2 scanning complete. No abnormal reactions found. Level 3 scanning complete. Confirmed total extermination of remnant spirit of Lamia. Red, green, and blue rays shot out and scanned the finger bone to and fro, not missing any spots. A streak of blue flashed in Leylin's eyes, and he waited till the AI chip gave the final confirmation before he issued the command. Open up the protective layer. Shoo! The tempered glass split apart. Bathed in milky white light, the slightly cracked finger bone floated to Leylin's hand. Though it looked like a mere fragmented bone, the rejoicing of his giant Chem-En serpent bloodline told Leylin that the moment he digested this bone, his bloodline would become so pure it would be unimaginable, and might even be able to help him advance. If Mentor Gilbert were to know about this, he would immediately fall out with me in order to obtain it. What ties we have as part of the same clan, our mentor-student relationship, or ethics would mean nothing at all. Leylin sighed inside. If not for the isolation by his Magus Tower, he would not dare take it out now. Though it's best if I use it right now, it has too much research value. Besides, Leylin glanced at the data recorded by the AI chip. Activity of host body's bloodline increasing. Maturation period of bloodline estimated to be in 124 years, 4 months. Though it was just some physical contact with his skin and the waves and energy radiation from the finger bone, it had the legendary effect of Lamia hair, allowing Leylin's bloodline to mature by a large amount. Based on the situation, I don't even need to absorb the bone. I can make use of the radiation to increase the rate of my bloodline's maturation by nearly tenfold. Looks like I'll need to stay in the Magus Tower as much as possible from now on. Leylin touched his chin and ordered the Tower Genie, keep the Lamia finger bone well. Store it based on all procedures for special grade 1 materials. Understood, master. The little elf quickly took the lamia finger bone and vanished. There was no other way around it. Bloodline warlocks were extremely sensitive to this type of item. If Leylin brought it with him, not counting Lucian and the others, Gilbert would definitely sense it. The only way was to make use of the powerful energy isolation abilities of the Magus Tower and conceal the undulations from its aura. After taking care of all these matters, Leylin looked back and revealed a kind smile to Tanasha. All right. Tanasha, welcome. After going through such a secret matter together, he evidently had a better relationship with Tanasha. Making use of this opportunity, Leylin invited Tanasha to have a look around his Magus Tower. Glancing at Tanasha, who was immersed while glancing at the Magus Tower constructed with top-grade materials, the corner of Leylin's lips quirked up in a smile. Can I know more about your past? Leylin asked after the tour of the living room, where the tower genie had a few puppets deliver hot cocoa and desserts to them. Since I am now with Master, I have nothing to hide. Tanasha held her mug with both hands and looked pained, as if immersed in some memory. I am of the Made lands, in the dark lunar forest at the western region of the central continent. Leylin listened closely. It was just another story about prophets, women, and other things that gave rise to blood and hatred, which he was familiar with. He learned the name of Tanasha's enemy. Some large family in the Crescent Moon's Zither Alliance? Yes, if Master could take revenge on my behalf and extinguish the Swain family, my body, spirit, and everything will belong to Master. Tanasha promised, looking determined as she delivered her oath. After hearing Tanasha's story, Leylin did not agree immediately, but sank into deep thought. Crescent Moon Zither Alliance was a small organization in the central continent, but since he had heard of it before, there was definitely a Morning Star Magus in charge. However, that Magus was not of the Swain family, so there was a way to interfere in this. I can agree to this, but it might be a long time till then. You need to be prepared. Leylin watched Tanasha's eyes attentively and spoke slowly. Tanasha ran her fingers through her hair behind her ear, a wry smile about her lips. I understand. I am already very happy that Master agreed. Leylin was surprised. It looked like this was her only wish. All right. As for your identity, I have no way to solve that issue yet. I'm afraid you'll need to stay out of sight or return to the Forgotten Land. Do you have any plans? He asked. She lowered her head and pondered over it. I still have a few things to take care of in the Forgotten Land. All right, Leylin nodded. One more thing. In the Forgotten Land, there is a kobold tribe. I'll need the blood essence from the stronger ones, meaning rank 3 or above. The kobolds were rumored to have the great giant dragon bloodline, and Leylin was very interested in this. That's not a problem. There are many powers with conflicts amongst each other within the Forgotten Land. Battles are common. Tanasha nodded and agreed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441. Guest Leylin holed himself inside the Magus Tower after its completion. This was because the elemental particle concentration here far surpassed that of the outside, allowing his spiritual force to grow much. Furthermore, there were many high-level experiments that could only be done in the Magus Tower. Many of his previous theories could finally be put to the test. More importantly, the Magus Tower could block out the probing of high-ranked magi, turning into an elusive location which could hide Leylin's many secrets. With those factors coming into play, it was natural that Leylin almost never left the tower, and had neglected both sleep and food to focus on his meditation practice and research. Many top-notch results had been actualized with the AI chip's assistance, which had increased Leylin's own knowledge reserves. In the gigantic library, Snoopy was trying his best to chain up a hysterical, screaming copper-colored book that had pages filled with fangs, and properly settled it on a bookshelf made of black pine wood. The library of a Magus was naturally extremely enriching, and represented the accumulation of its owner's knowledge. Even though Leylin had the AI chip, he had previously collected many books from the South Coast and Twilight Zone. The books were so plentiful that all the space was practically filled up. Now, they would have to tidy the books up and sort them out according to their different genres. Other than that, the central continent was vast as well. Its accumulated knowledge was even more shocking. Leylin had always been actively purchasing books related to magic, and a steady flow of such books were sent to the Magus Tower, which further enriched his collection. His apprentice Snoopy was sent here to sort out and manage the conservation of the books. Even if it was tough, he cherished this opportunity. Not to mention the stiflingly high concentration of energy particles in the tower, the chance to read so many books freely made him so happy that he could die. Even if he had his head buried in books day in and day out, he would only have covered an insignificant portion of Leylin's collection. Only now did he realize the depth of his mentor's knowledge. Just the terrifying accumulation of information was enough for him to look up to Leylin. At this time, in a room within the library, Leylin was sitting before a giant study desk, quill in hand, as he wrote with lightning speed. Every second, tens of characters were jotted down, one after the other. His astonishing speed, as well as the coordination of spells, allowed Leylin to perform a miracle unthinkable in his previous life. A blue light glowed in his eyes as rows of words appeared unceasingly. He was actually trying to replicate all the information the AI chip had recorded. All done, Leylin looked at the messy yet seemingly organized documents on his desk, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. The entirety of the ecological garden's experimental data has been replicated. As for these, within the quicksand castle, Leylin's biggest gains were what he'd appropriated from the blood vultures. However, he had also found large amounts of miscellaneous data in the laboratory. Due to the lack of the core information and the receptor model, the data could not be replicated at all. But the other gains thereafter had allowed Leylin to see a glimmer of hope. In the spatial pouch of the green-skinned barbarian Magus, whom Leylin had saved from a curse, Leylin had found some flawed research data and notes. From the looks of it, the forces in the outer circle had also obtained some data from their explorations. Even though the other party had not managed to analyze any information, Leylin's deductive ability was very strong with the support of the AI chip. He had instantly realized the connections between the data and the experimental information he had collected. If he was not wrong, the torn and tattered journal he obtained from the green-skinned barbarian Magus was the core data that was missing in the laboratory. Even though the green-skinned barbarian's collections were not complete, as long as Leylin had some form of data, albeit flawed, he would be able to derive the other information through deductions and simulations. It was only a matter of time. After interactions with Tanasha, he had further improved the core data. With his research, he gradually deciphered the experiments that were conducted in the gigantic laboratory. Studies on transferring and combining bloodlines. Leylin held out a part of the deciphered content and muttered to himself. Quicksand was undoubtedly an alliance of various Warlock organizations, and their research on bloodlines had never ceased. Their experimental data was actually more in-depth and concrete than the research of the Ouroboros clan, which had allowed Leylin to reach a whole new level. I have a premonition that if I finish analyzing the experimental results and add them into my own AI chip system, my research in bloodlines would advance to an unimaginable stage, even to the extent that I can directly extract genes from rank 1 and 2 bloodline creatures and assemble them into an ancient bloodline. Excitement flashed across Leylin's eyes. Bloodline shackles were the greatest pains to a warlock. Those that had advanced to the peak of what their bloodlines would allow and reached a dead end would normally choose to turn their attention to research on bloodline modulation and combination. That was also the main direction of the research of the Ouroboros clan. While the three elders were looking for the purgatory world, they were also trying to manufacture an even stronger bloodline by building upon the foundations of the giant Chem-In serpent's bloodline, and from there onwards, break their own bloodline shackles. Of course, until now, the experiments had made no progress to speak of, not to mention any hopes for success. From the looks of it, in this area, the ancient warlocks have greatly surpassed us. Leylin sighed as he held the data tighter in his hands. If he did not experience a breakthrough after being promoted to a Morning Star Magus, or if his search for the purgatory world were to fail, this would perhaps be his last hope. Tower Genie. Store the bloodline research data well at level 1 confidentiality. Leylin issued the command. Nowadays, he felt that it had been extremely worth it to construct the Magus Tower. If he didn't have one, let alone experimentation and information storage, How would he hide such a valuable object? Just after Leylin had consumed some food and was about to start research, the tower genie suddenly appeared before him. Master, a strong radiation has been sensed southeast of the Magus Tower, about 200 kilometers away. Estimated to be a Magus of rank 3 or above. In terms of range of detection, the Magus Tower far surpassed the AI chip. That was also one of the reasons why many Magi liked to construct a Magus Tower in their territory. The feeling one got when in complete control of their territory and that nothing could escape their eyes was extremely desirable. More importantly, they were able to protect their own interests. Of course, in terms of accuracy, the Magus Tower could not measure up to the AI chip. Currently, it could only scan for energy spikes and could not concretely tell him how many people there were or even their genders. Leylin was not too worried about that. Even when compared to all other Morning Star Magi, his Magus Tower was one of the best in the entire central continent. As the enemies inched closer, the accuracy of the Magus Tower's scans would increase until it could project a proper image. It's them, I'm afraid I'll have to go out for a while. Leylin looked at the two silhouettes in the image and stood up, feeling a headache coming on. At the same time, Kesha had arrived at Onyx Castle with another female warlock. Kubler, who was in a butler uniform, lowered his head. Distinguished Marquis Kesha, my master is currently conducting experiments in the Magus Tower. If you could rest here for a while, I'll inform him immediately. As a Manchester bloodline warlock, his position in the Ouroboros clan was very low, and he could only admire the highly ranked Magi like Kesha. If he wasn't Leylin's vassal, he would not even have a chance to speak to her. There's no need for that, he's already here. Kesha waved her hands, and a shadow from afar waved back. Hee, how did Senior find the time to visit me here? Leylin landed on the floor, his robes flowing in the wind. He nodded to Kesha as a form of respect and looked at the other female warlock. The warlock had jet-black hair that gushed like a waterfall until her waist. This was an effect of the darkness elemental energy particles in the giant Chem-In serpent bloodline, but it matched Leylin's standard of beauty very well. Her fair skin, gentle facial features, and voluptuous body were what made many men find her unforgettable. But what left a deep impression on Leylin was her wild and reckless personality. Welcome to my castle as well, Marquis Freya. Leylin's smile was a bit forced. Kesha, however, disregarded all societal expectations and came forward, giving Leylin a passionate hug. Leylin, I haven't thanked you for saving my life the other time. Originally, I had wanted to subsidize the construction of your Magus Tower, but from the looks of it now, you are so much richer than I am. She remotely sighed, and appeared to be jealous as she stared at the splendor of the Magus Tower not far away. Keek, that's only some savings from a lifetime of risks. Leylin touched his nose and said unabashedly. All right, Freya and I came here today specifically to see you. Aren't you going to show us around? Kesha curled her mouth. In front of close friends, she behaved in a feminine manner and was sometimes even childish. Of course, it'll be my pleasure. Please. Leylin wryly stretched out his hands and locked arms with Kesha. Inviting close Magi to take a look at one's Magus Tower, or even to reside and perform research there, was something many Magi used to strengthen their bonds with them. Leylin, of course, was not an exception. Thanks to the manipulation abilities of his tower genie, things that he did not want found would be hard to discover while inside the tower, even for Morning Star Magi. Hence, there was no need to fear his secrets being exposed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442, The Trade. Leylin led Kesha and Freya around his Magus Tower. Kesha oohed and awed at everything, while Freya was much quieter, as though there was something on her mind. Hugh, Junior Leylin, I take back what I said earlier. You're not only much richer than me, you're a lot richer than even Senior Lucian? Kesha said, pleased. She was half lying on the sofa in the living room without the slightest care about her wardrobe malfunction. In my opinion, even Lucian's Magus Tower might not be as luxurious as yours, Leylin. I'm afraid that only a handful in the entire central continent would be as fancy. Senior, don't say such things. Leylin laughed wryly as he raised his arms in defeat. Why are you here today? Seeing his mentor conversing with guests, Snoopy served refreshments and quickly retreated, behaving like a waiter that had been groomed with utmost care. "We are here to thank you, Junior, for your care in the pocket dimension. We'd initially planned to compensate you with resources, but by the looks of it, you aren't short on them, so we'll have to make it up to you through other means." Kesha licked her lips. "How about letting me keep you company for a few nights? Any position works?" Let's talk about this another time." Leylin laughed and changed the topic. "HMPH, you're still as boring as ever." Kesha shook her head regretfully. "On Freya's end, she's here to ask a favor of you, hoping to make a trade with you." "A trade?" Leylin had his doubts and instantly recalled the previous incident at the trading hall. "Not that kind of trade. Of course, if Lord Leylin is willing to sell his seed, I will offer a high price." Freya giggled with her hand over her mouth. "I don't have any plans in this area just yet," Leylin said with a straight face, realizing that speaking to these women was indeed very tiring. As though afraid to anger Leylin and cause the trade to fall through later, Freya was very obedient and didn't dare tease him. "Actually, I'm offering a high price for a certain material that you possess." "Which material?" Leylin put his guard up in a split second. "Bloodline crystals." Freya took a deep breath and looked at Leylin expectantly. "Oh, that!" A look of understanding flashed in Leylin's eyes. Bloodline crystals had the potential to strengthen bloodlines and even had the powerful effect of purifying them, although they did not have much effect on Leylin. A warlock whose bloodline was already purified to its limit, it was a priceless treasure to Freya, whose family's bloodline was showing signs of degradation. "But how did you know about them?" Although the question was posed to Freya, Leylin's eyes were fixated on Kesha. Under Leylin's gaze, Kesha couldn't help but feel uncomfortable before sitting up and saying arrogantly, "That's right. I told her. You still have leftover bloodline crystals from the time when you performed the exchange with Mentor, right? You don't have any family, so you don't need them urgently. On the other hand, Freya is a good friend of mine, and the price she's willing to pay will definitely satisfy you." Leylin stroked his chin. What he handed out on the black scale previously was only a portion of his possessions. He still had a secret stash of a few pieces in his spatial ring. Of course, this was done on purpose for Gilbert to see. Otherwise, even a regular human would be suspicious of such a generous student. There was no way sly old Duke Gilbert would believe him to be without a trace of selfishness, especially as a magus. Thankfully, everything went as Leylin had expected. Although Gilbert knew that Leylin had a stash in his spatial ring, he didn't pursue the matter and instead was more assured. Leylin's secret stash was not tempting enough for Gilbert. From the looks of it, Gilbert didn't care about it, but that didn't mean that other high-rank warlocks didn't. He must have been spreading the news, or else Kesha would not have known either. "Bloodline crystals, I still have one remaining piece, but you should be very clear of its value. How much can you pay for it?" Leylin muttered, tapping his finger on the table rhythmically as though struggling with the thought. In actual fact, he had already decided to sell off all the materials he had shown, or else many people would have their eye on these items. This time, it was Kesha and Freya who were close to him. In the future, however, if crazier people like Miranda or Senior Lucian came over, what should he do? Freya and Kesha exchanged looks of joy. As long as they were willing to offer a price, everything would be settled. Their families had profound backgrounds and possessed much that was enticing to Leylin. Since Freya had made special preparations before coming, the items must be even more tempting. A set of the hydro and crystal phase spell formations that have been passed down the generations in our family. They can increase the success rate when compressing your spiritual force by 10%. Freya's first sentence made Leylin's eyes light up. The compression spell formations, inherited by such high-ranked warlocks, could not be compared to the normal goods exchanged in the trading hall of the Ouroboros clan. Furthermore, the other party was also a giant Chem-In serpent warlock, so the spell formations developed would be even more appropriate for bloodline warlocks. "That's not enough," Leylin kept a straight face. "And this," Freya pushed a red box before Leylin. The box was small and had a grainy wooden texture, likely made from some bark. A loop of fiery red energy particles surfaced on the box, forming multiple seal patterns. "What?" Leylin furrowed his brows and blew lightly on the box. Whoosh! Powerful yet fine black darkness elemental energy particles whizzed by, and the seal on the box started to disintegrate, tearing apart inch by inch. As strong as a crystal phase Magus. Kesha gasped in awe. The amplification from your Magus tower is really terrifying. Freya was also shocked. She had purposely left the seal on the box as it was, with the intention of testing the waters, but it looked like Leylin's abilities in his Magus tower were far beyond her expectations. As a matter of fact, within the amplification boundaries of the Magus tower, Leylin could not only display strength comparable to a crystal phase Magus, but could even manipulate the energy particles in the positive and negative energy reactive pools to replenish what had been depleted. His magic power was endless. If any average crystal phase Magus were to enter, they would waste all their spiritual force against him. It could be said that within the range of his own Magus tower, the only ones that struck fear in Leylin were Morningstar Magi. In response to the exclamations made by the two women, Leylin's expression did not change as he opened the box. At the bottom of the box was a thick layer of soft, pure white velvet, and right in the center of the velvet cloth was a red octagonal gemstone. A few intricate gold runes were swirling around in the jewel, much like tadpoles. Hall's jewel. Rarity, one of the 3 ancient wondrous items, has the ability to greatly boost the compression of a bloodline warlock's spiritual force, and can increase the success rate of advancement to the hydro phase by 50%. The AI chip swiftly transmitted the corresponding information to Leylin's brain. It's actually Hall's jewel. Leylin was unable to mask his excitement. Haven't these materials been lost since ancient times? With this gemstone, coupled with the hydro phase spell formation, his spiritual force would naturally enter the hydro phase without a bottleneck once he had sufficient spiritual force. It was obvious how important this object would be to him. Leylin took a glance at his condition that was presented in his consciousness. Leylin Farlier, rank 3 Warlock Vapor Phase, Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent, Strength, 23.6 Agility, 20.1 Vitality, 39.1 Spiritual Force, 251.7 Magic Power, 251 Magic Power synchronized with Spiritual Force. The minimum spiritual force required to enter the hydro phase is estimated to be around 300. Leylin recalled the statistics he had obtained from many simulated experiments through the AI chip, and with the Lamia fingerbone, if I artificially strengthen my bloodline, the rate of increase of my spiritual force wouldn't be too slow either, and I may attain it in a few decades. The 2 obstacles in a Magus progress would be accumulating spiritual force and breaking through the bottleneck. Now that the problem of a bottleneck had already been solved by Freya, what's left was to slowly accumulate spiritual force. How could this not be a cause for joy? Although Leylin tried to keep a straight face, Freya managed to catch a glimpse of happiness flicker across his face. It seems that Sir Leylin has taken a great liking to this item. She smiled sweetly. Yes, the Hall's jewel is enough to make any vapor phase Magus go crazy. Leylin nodded. If it's appropriate to ask, may I know where you found it? The Hall's jewel should have been wiped out with the extinction of the Sea of Gemstones. Leylin stated his doubts. The Sea of Gemstones did vanish a long time ago, but it still existed in ancient times. Freya smiled in response. As long as you find more ruins from ancient times, it is still possible to find these gemstones. So this was the aim of their previous expedition, thinking about how they returned full of severe injuries previously, and how even the second elder was forced to take action. Leylin felt his scalp go numb, and the gemstone even heated up. I initially wanted to give it to you without any conditions, but... Freya expressed her regret, but Leylin was secretly afraid. Thankfully, he owned something that she wanted, or else he would have a hard time deciding if he should accept the Hall's jewel should she have really sent it over as a present. Once he took the bait, the other party would tempt him with more benefits in the future, landing him in a trap until he willingly married into her family. Sadly, in the history of Magi, many with shockingly excellent inherent skills, but yet without a background or much status, were enticed into marrying into other families in this manner. Although both parties would be satisfied in the end, Leylin was different from them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443, Living in seclusion compared to those warlocks who were talented but had no background, Leylin was much more extravagant. With the AI chip in his hands, his learning and operating abilities were far better than other common magi. These in turn resulted in increased productivity, allowing him to earn sufficient resources for his practice and research. Hence, he did not need to look for support from a large clan like other magi did in order to obtain the required supplies, academic knowledge, and so on. However, due to the many secrets he had no choice but to stay alone as much as possible and conceal his secrets in the darkness. As such, until now, he had never once thought of finding a partner. Those times when he slept with women were only to have fun or to satiate his needs. If Freya used the Hall's jewel to seduce him, that would be a headache for him. Luckily, he now had in his hands something that she needed urgently, and things would not get so complicated. Moreover, although the bloodline crystal could not eradicate the issue of the other clan's bloodline weakening, there was still hope to delay it for a period of time. This would give Leylin some time. How is it? Are you satisfied with the exchange? Kesha curled her lips out of what seemed to be injustice and said, "If this is still not enough, then count the two of us in. In order to obtain the bloodline crystal, Freya is ready to put everything at stake anyway." "That's enough," Leylin nodded, pretending that he had not heard the other part of Kesha's words. "The two of you, please wait a moment." He rose and turned into another corridor. After Leylin left, the two female magi relaxed at once. They knew that the entire Magus Tower, and especially the interior, was all under Leylin's control. However, it felt different when he wasn't around. The two women even seemed to have a faint hope that their words would reach Leylin through the tower genie. "How is it? Are you reassured now?" Kesha fell lazily onto the soft couch, the slit in the lower part of her gown vaguely exposing her snow-white thighs. "Yes," Freya heaved a sigh of relief, but it seemed as if she was disappointed. "Actually, the bloodline crystal can only relieve the deterioration of the bloodline for at most a century. When the time comes, what is to happen is inevitable. Moreover, using the bloodline crystal repeatedly will cause its effects to weaken sharply, ultimately making it completely ineffective." It seemed as if Kesha was bewitching Freya, hence, the safest method is still to absorb fresh blood. With the degree of pureness of Leylin's bloodline, your clan will not have to worry about this for the next few centuries. Then, why aren't you doing that? Freya blushed slightly as she threw a question back at Kesha without backing down. "Of course I want to, but it's not like you haven't seen it. This method doesn't work on him. What else can I do?" Kesha sighed, took a few steps forward and raised Freya's chin with her finger. "Such a beautiful and pure female Magus, and that guy isn't even tempted. Is he really made of stone? Sister Kesha isn't lacking either." An indistinct smile flashed across Freya's eyes as she clasped both hands around Kesha's waist. "It seems that I've got to teach you a lesson this time." Kesha grinned and gave Freya a kiss on the lips. Leylin, who saw the scene through the tower genie, could not help but be a little dumbstruck. These women were indeed wild and playful, and were even completely unscrupulous in trying to tempt him. Unfortunately, Leylin could see but could not touch them. He had to control his bloodline, which made him feel slightly depressed. However, Leylin smirked slyly, previously he did not dare to sleep with women because he was afraid that they would use techniques and spells to steal his bloodline. However, ever since he'd obtained the research data regarding the composition of bloodlines from Quicksand Castle, his knowledge of bloodlines had deepened. If he was given a little more time, he could definitely develop a technique that would not leak out his seed and keep the source of his bloodline. If it were to be combined with the AI chip, even if those women coveted his bloodline, they would not have a chance of getting anything out of him. When that time came, the expressions of those women who had suffered a loss in order to obtain the bloodline would surely be very interesting. As for now, watching the sexy scene on the screen made a faint anger rise in Leylin. It seemed that he would have to order Kubler to buy some beautiful female slaves to extinguish the fire within him. Leylin was always unwilling to make things unfair for himself. Everything he had must be the best, regardless of the aspect. After all, what's the point in having eternal life if he could not enjoy the pleasures of the world? Although he wanted to join in, Leylin still waited in a gentlemanly manner for more than 10 minutes before entering the living room. The living room had already been tidied and cleaned, and the clothes on the two women were extremely neat without a speck of dust. Their expressions were very calm, as if they had done nothing but wait for him during this entire time. Leylin smiled as his nose twitched slightly. He noticed a very special scent in the air, which carried a slight aroma and an even more unique flavor he was familiar with. While watching his movements, Kesha and Freya could not help but blush. It was only when Leylin saw Kesha almost jumping in anger that he laughed, putting an end to his silent provocation. He then placed a silver tray on the round table. This bloodline crystal is the last in my inventory. If I had a family, I would never have brought it out to exchange. As he spoke, the two women's gazes were attracted to the rich, scarlet radiance that was emitted from the bloodline crystal. We are very grateful for your generosity. Hopefully, our friendship will be able to continue on forever. When it came to business, Freya's face no longer had the shyness from before. What replaced it was an extremely solemn expression. Yes, yes. Kesha nodded in agreement beside her, along with a hopeful gaze towards Leylin. I heard from Mentor Gilbert that you were very dishonest that time and even hid some of the precious remains of ancient creatures. Come on, share them with us too. As Leylin watched this senior of his whose eyes were almost sparkling with radiance, he could not help but shake his head and laugh wryly. Leylin, Mentor told me to inform you to be more cautious these days. If there's nothing going on, do not exit the Ouroboros clan's boundaries. At the time of parting, Kesha whispered into Leylin's ear. What? Leylin was startled, but he swiftly gathered his thoughts and asked, Is it because of demon hunter Cyril? That's right. He's a Morning Star Magus after all, and just by revealing his intentions of attacking, many Magi wanting to get into his good books would do all the work on his behalf without him even lifting a finger. This is especially so for Magi of Nephis. They are rather insane. A wry smile emerged on the corner of Kesha's lips. It's not just you. Robin and I were also given the same order by Mentor. After a long silence, Leylin nodded with a smile. I understand. It just so happens that I've been wanting to take a break for a while now. The Magus Tower has also just been built, and I have yet to begin any experiments as of yet. For the next few decades, I can't leave this place. That's good then. What Kesha was most afraid of was that this junior of hers, with his youthful vigor, would get himself in trouble outside. However, it seemed like Leylin was acting very rationally. She could not help but feel gratified. She hugged Leylin before leaving with Freya. As he watched the silhouette of the two women disappear before his eyes, Leylin's smile slowly faded into a dark, gloomy expression. Morning Star Magus, Cyril? He was already an adult before he crossed over to his world, and his experiences were far richer than any other Magus. Naturally, he would not venture out and land himself in danger due to momentary rage. That was something only a fool would do. When it was time to withdraw, Leylin did not mind hiding in a tortoise shell. As for his reputation, honor, and such, with his life in jeopardy, none of those mattered. However, Leylin was still unhappy about the Morning Star Magus' pettiness and grudge-holding attitude, especially when he recalled the time when the other party attacked without considering his reputation. If he had not prepared in advance and gotten Mentor Gilbert's reinforcements, Leylin would have died there. The great Morning Star Magus is just like a star in the sky, bright and radiant, as if everlasting. Leylin glanced in the direction of Nephis as a sneer emerged on his face. However, even if it is a star, it's bound to be extinguished one day. What more demon hunter Cyril? I look forward to the moment you fall from the sky. In his heart, Leylin had already decided that when his skills surpassed the other party, he would definitely fulfill Cyril's destiny of death. Of course, on the surface, Leylin had not exposed his intentions at all. After Kesha's warning, Leylin had been keeping a low profile and hid in his Magus Tower. He even avoided going to the headquarters as much as possible. On one hand, there were a lot of experiments and tasks to work on, but a larger reason was that he actually had problems with the materials. The Magi who coveted what he had numbered far more than just Freya. Fortunately, he was now a vapor phase Magus and was considered a high-level Magus in the organization. Furthermore, after building the Magus Tower, he was comparable to a crystal phase Magus in his territory and could not be trifled with. In addition, many Magi would reconsider and wonder if it was worth it to offend a promising young man like him just for material items of lesser significance than Leylin's potential. As such, his days went by relatively peacefully. Of course, this was all possible since the fact that he had secretly ordered Tanasha to carry the resources had not been divulged. If not, there was no need to think about the effects this would have on the Magi's relationship with Leylin. Even Morningstar Magi would get involved. He obviously hoped to sell those items as soon as possible to avoid others having their eye on them. After all, this bit of his harvest was only a drop in the ocean for him. However, if he sold them too easily, it would very likely attract suspicion. This was why the whole process had been delayed. After a year of waiting, Leylin finally had the opportunity to sell off the rest of the remains of high-energy creatures in his possession at a high price by commissioning the Ouroboros clan to auction it. These items were ultimately bought by Lucian. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 444 Century. After settling the troublesome matters, Leylin's life sank into complete serenity. Every day, other than meditating at fixed times and using the Lamia fingerbone's radiation to mature his own bloodline, he was cooped up in the laboratory. He had already completely recovered the information on bloodline combinations. Besides that, he would patrol his territory and mentor Snoopy on occasion. Such peaceful days were hard to come by. With the passage of time, his strength was slowly increasing and was something worthy of rejoicing over. Before anyone knew it, Leylin's authority had been firmly set in place in his territory. The gigantic onyx castle towered on this piece of land, becoming the nucleus of power in this world. With the years rolling by, it left its mark on history. Apart from being indestructible, the castle now had some history to it, which was something only the castles of true nobility could accumulate. The only constant was the huge Magus tower nearby, its everlasting glow seemingly eternal. Inside the tower, Leylin lay on a huge experimental desk half-naked, his firm muscles visible. A few robotic arms were holding a translucent crystal ball above him, releasing blood-red rays that swept across his body. His eyes were closed, as if trying to sense something. If one looked through the surface of the crystal ball, they could faintly see a milky white fingerbone suspended at the center of the crystal ball, emanating a mysterious light. The entire process lasted for a total of 2 hours before the robotic arms retreated back into their valves. Leylin then opened his eyes. However, his pupils had now turned amber, still containing an ominous glint. The moment he opened his eyes, the tools in front of him all became ash-gray, turning into stone. The alarms from various apparatus began to ring unceasingly. Leylin lowered his head, deep in thought. The bloodline is too rich, that can be a problem as well. When he raised his head once more, the amber in his eyes had faded, instead replaced by a pair of bottomless black pupils. Yellow skin rustled as he tore a layer of his body and threw it aside. The skin still had fluids and traces left behind by the scales. Leylin continued to tear off his dead skin as though he was molting like a snake. This is already the 3rd time I'm undergoing molting. Leylin looked at the molted skin as helplessness flashed across his face. Warlock's advancement was done through meditation and transforming the body, progressing towards becoming ancient creatures. It could be said that the higher ranked the Warlock was, the less human they would be. The same held true for Warlocks of the Ouroboros clan. Since Leylin's bloodline was that of a giant chem-in serpent, he naturally would undergo molting periods in his growth. However, under the radiation of the Lamia fingerbone, the molting process had been greatly expedited. Tower Genie, prepare warm water for my bath. The Tower Genie acted quickly under Leylin's order. Before he'd even reached the designated bathroom, steaming hot water had been prepared. Water elemental particles had been condensed into a pure liquid and had been made extremely suitable for the bodies and skin of Warlocks through specialized proportions. Leylin lay contentedly in the bathing pool made of black marble. As he looked at his fair and smooth skin, his eyes faintly phased out. Every single time he molted, his strength would see a rapid increase. The rate of his advancements recently had been truly terrifying. Leylin looked at his palm. Who would have thought that these ordinary slender hands could hide such extraordinary power? How time flies. This leisurely life of mine has gone on for a century now. Leylin sank into deep thought. Indeed, nearly 100 years had passed since his foray into the Forgotten Land. Such a long period of time was enough for commoner families to have passed between 4 to 5 generations. Yet all this did for Leylin was make him look more mature. Given his life expectancy as a high-ranked warlock, he could be said to still be in his teens. In this last century, Leylin had maintained a low-profile lifestyle, immersing himself in research and drawing links between his own knowledge base and that of the central continent. He had even reached the boundary in multiple areas. The AI chip's data had also been updated several times. Leylin Farlier, rank 3, Hydrophase Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent. Strength, 30 Agility. 30 Vitality. 45.5 Spiritual Force. 315.6 Magic Power. 315 Magic Power in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Through the Lamia Fingerbones maturation of his bloodline, even without the consumption of spiritual force potions, Leylin's spiritual force increased day by day, up to the point where he fulfilled the requirements to advance to the Hydro phase. 20 years ago, Leylin had used the Hall's Jewel and Hydro phase spell formation to finally condense his spiritual force, breaking out of Hydro phase. There were, even more, merits to the maturation of his bloodline. His strength and agility, which had stagnated for a long time, experienced an exponential growth, while his vitality steadily increased as well. Once both strength and agility reached 30, Leylin knew that even the Chem-In giant serpent bloodline could not lead to an indefinite increase in these areas. This was probably his current limit. Similarly, the increase in vitality from every consecutive molting was diminishing. It seemed like it, too, would slow to a crawl. Leylin clenched his fists, feeling the surge of strength within. Just the radiation from the Lamia fingerbone could bring about so many benefits. He muttered to himself as he felt the increase in power from the molting, his blood bursting with vitality. Outside the bathroom, two pleasant voices similar to that of an oriole sounded. "Master, it's time for lunch." Leylin smiled and exited the bathroom. Two teenage girls in maid costumes were kneeling on the two sides of the bathroom. They showed not a tinge of bashfulness when he walked out stark naked, using a large white towel to dry him and dressing him in a loose robe. It was clear that these two emitted energy waves unique to rank 1 Magi, and they possessed a special charm. They were actually warlocks. Even though they were only rank 1 and did not have a pure bloodline, they were still hard to come by. They were warlocks under Leylin's guidance. The two were actually sisters, who came from the same family tribe of giant Manchester snake warlocks. Due to the restrictions of their bloodlines, their position in the Ouroboros clan was very low. Once Leylin had released news that he was hiring, the family had immediately sent these two sisters to serve him in his tower. The Magus Tower was extremely dangerous. Even its living quarters had large amounts of radiation, and commoners would not be able to live on the premises. Only Magi were suited to stay within. Leylin's Magus Tower was naturally only open to a few of his acolytes and subordinates. Even though they were only given access to the living areas and a few laboratories, it was more than enough for them to be moved to tiers. Mentor. In the dining hall, Leylin saw Snoopy. That kid had already advanced to become a rank 2 warlock. For his black Horal snake bloodline and meager natural aptitude, it was considered a great feat. Leylin nodded his head lightly and sat at the head of the table. The two twin sisters immediately served delicious food. "How's the cleanup of the library going?" Leylin asked Snoopy while eating. During the organization and influx of books into the library, Leylin had noticed Snoopy's passion for them and decided to just hand the entire place over for him to manage. "It's going well. Only Area B-3 has experienced some mild oxidation, but I've already asked the Tower Genie to isolate the region and deal with it," he humbly answered. "Also, the captives locked up in the experimental areas have become more irritable, and the rate of energy consumption of the binding rooms has risen by 1.9%. This next bit caught Leylin's attention. After lunch, he went to the basement of the Magus Tower. Boom, pow, the intermittent noises he heard after entering the area caused him to frown. He came to the area outside the binding room. Through the reinforced glass, he could see a large red-eyed kobold. Large amounts of drool were dripping from his mouth as he rammed his head into the walls repeatedly. Every time he did that, a thick blue electric current would shoot at the kobold's body, burning its reddish-beige scaly exterior to a charred black. Leylin frowned and ordered, "Retrieve its information." The tower genie projected a screen in front of Leylin's eyes. The densely packed words and figures of the surgical journal and surveillance footage were laid out in front of him. After the initial bloodline-strengthening experiment, symptoms of hysteria appeared on the 8th day. Leylin stroked his chin. "This kobold has no more observational value. Get rid of it and send its carcass to the dissection room." Authority verified. Getting rid of the kobold. The tower genie answered without emotion. After all, it had been programmed to put Leylin's orders as the first priority. Swish! A black light streaked across the sky, and the hysterical kobold that was confined immediately fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying kobold, who had been so close to reaching rank 3, completely perished without being able to put up a fight at all. The prison gates then opened, and a few adamantine puppets carried the lifeless kobold carcass out on a stretcher. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445 Precipitation and Strength. Precipitation and Strength. After seeing what happened, the kobolds bound in the center huddled up together, fearful of the demonic Leylin. Looking at the fear in their eyes, Leylin nodded his head. "The rest of the experiments look all right?" The fear represented sanity, which meant they were still worth keeping alive. These kobolds being here was naturally Tanasha's handiwork. After receiving Leylin's order, not only had she collected a large amount of high-grade kobold blood, she had even captured a group of captives and sent them to Leylin. In the midst of working on Quicksand's bloodline experiments, Leylin gladly accepted these gifts with pleasure and used them in his research. Right now, the results were rather positive. Leylin looked at the rest who were bound in the center. Their general was well built at over 2 meters of solid muscle covered with a dense layer of scales. The horn on his head was also thick and bulky. I did not expect the rumors about the kobolds possessing the giant dragon bloodline to be true after all. Leylin took out a tube of golden blood from his pouch. The tube of blood carried a powerful aura. Even the cowering kobolds who were covering their heads in the corner raised their head unanimously and looked at the tube in his hands, their eyes filled with desire. "The quintessential bloodline of the ancient red dragon?" Leylin gasped. As long as he was willing to give up this ancient bloodline, with the high-grade meditation technique of Dragon King's mystic might that he'd obtained in the subterranean world, he could have turned any of the kobolds into a terrifying first-generation dragon bloodline warlock in a flash. But before he'd conducted more research on methods of restriction, such a thing would be equivalent to Leylin creating unnecessary trouble for himself, which he didn't want. Even though his bloodline was already finalized, the experiments of the ancient Quicksand organization did inspire him tremendously. For instance, one of the fields he was interested in was the ignition of another bloodline to strengthen himself. He had constantly paid attention to that area of research. Upon confirming that all the hubbub was raised by that one crazed kobold, Leylin soon left the place and reached the experimental area for spells. After molting, he urgently needed to train his control of his powers. The Magus Tower's spell experimental area was built with the strongest alloy and had specialized registers and targets for testing. The strength and durability was high enough to withstand any spell at rank 3 or below. Beginning with rank 1 innate spell, Chem in Scales, Leylin's entire body was soon covered with exquisite black scales, this time slightly differing from before. Multiple decorative designs extended across them to form a symbol. The outer layer had another bright membrane on top, forming a second layer of defense. This was the advantage of an innate spell. When a magus attained enough power, their innate spell would improve with them and become stronger, displaying the power and effects of higher-grade spells. The same went for the bloodline-inherited spells of Warlocks. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the amplification of the innate spell's power. Initiation of test. The Tower Genie hovered next to Leylin ever since he had the Tower Genie. Leylin had allocated most of the AI chip's tasks to the Tower Genie instead. The freed-up processing power of the AI chip were then accumulated and used by Leylin to be spent on deducing more important tasks. The elemental rays dazzled. Numerous elemental particles appeared and coagulated, ready for attack. It started with the commonly seen earth, fire, and water elemental attacks. After which, there were attacks by special light and darkness elemental particles, followed by various fused spells. Lightning, hail, blades of wind, and balls of fire all burst onto Leylin's body, their power unceasingly rising. Buzz, buzz. A black radiance emitted from the chem-in scales and formed a layer of defense around Leylin's body, which had repelled those frightening attacks. The violent energy particles had a sustained attack of 10 minutes or so. After which, the Tower Genie's voice intonated once again, spell resistance test completed. Physical defense test initiated. The moment the words were spoken, the attacking spells vanished and the ground crackled as it split apart to reveal an entry valve. Adamantine puppets appeared from within, wielding huge steel swords, hatchets, heavy hammers, and other large weapons. They started attacking Leylin. For the next half hour, an unceasing rumbling could be heard. The Tower Genie flapped its invisible wings as it flew towards Leylin and reported, Chem-In Scales defense test completed. A numerical report was then clearly projected forth. Giant Chem-In Serpent Warlock rank 1 innate spell, Chem-In Scales augmented. Rank 3 spell resistance, 160 degrees. Physical resistance, 175 degrees. With this sort of resistance, I'm basically immune to the common rank 2 spells. Leylin nodded with extreme pleasure. Next was the testing for the Eye of Petrification and Toxic Bile. After comparison, the degree of power of the Eye of Petrification had reached the apex of rank 2, although there wasn't any other strengthening of the foundation. On the other hand, Toxic Bile's terrifying poison attack had quietly crept past its boundary and reached the rank 3 realm. This bloodline strengthening has benefited me so much. Witnessing his own innate spells getting more powerful, Leylin couldn't help but sigh in pleasure. For an average warlock, they depended on their own bloodline to spur on their advancements to the next level, whereas for him, he had advanced too soon in the past, and his giant Chem-In Serpent bloodline couldn't keep pace with his strength. This had resulted in a lack of advancements in his rank 1 and 2 spells. And now, he had finally caught up with the other warlocks who had progressed over many years, enabling his innate spells to match, if not exceed, theirs. After testing several of his own innate spells, Leylin asked in silence, AI Chip, how did the simulation go? Rank 3 spell derivation progress currently at 98.9%, the AI. Chip's response was swift and got Leylin smiling. It's almost done. At the current rate of progress, it'll only take a short while to completely derive the spell. Although rank 3 spell models were very valuable, Leylin had gotten his hands on quite a few. As he recalled his previous battles, he realized the same problem recurring. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, the majority of his battles had him dependent on a combination of potions, spells, and the meteor sword to successfully defeat his opponent. It may have seemed straightforward, but in reality, if the other party had surpassed him in any one of those factors, he would have found it difficult to succeed. To put it simply, he lacked a surefire killing move. Such a strategy could arise from a huge demonic weapon, an earth-shatteringly powerful spell, or a deadly potion. However, Leylin realized he had no such thing on hand. Manufacturing a huge demonic weapon would be way too troublesome. The same went for a deadly potion. There were material costs and they had limitations to them. As such, after much deliberation, he decided to bring forward the AI, Chip's derivation of a powerful spell, which was tailored for him. In order to see this matter to completion, Leylin gave his full attention and had stopped himself from many other missions. He even had the Tower Genie share the burden of the AI chip. He wanted to maximize the use of the AI chip's processing power. As such, everything had progressed smoothly. According to the latest estimates, this new spell will have at least 300 degrees of power. Common crystal phase, Mage will not dare underestimate me, and it'll be useful enough below the morning star realm. At this juncture, the light faded from Leylin's eyes and was replaced by a hint of gloom. In his previous expedition to the Forgotten Land, they had offended the morning star Magus, demon hunter Cyril. Although Cyril didn't declare any intentions to seek revenge, there were many rank 3 magi who wanted to get in his good books, and quite a few of them were at the hydro and even crystal phases. Therefore, under such tremendous pressure, Leylin had withdrawn and holed himself in his territory for a long time, coming out only when necessary. Every once in a while, there would be a few ignorant trespassers who would gallantly cross the border. They were almost always discovered immediately and brought to Leylin. Under the amplification of his strength by the Magi Tower, Leylin had powers parallel to that of rank 3 Magi. As a result, he managed to defeat the few trespassing Magi easily, the deaths of those Magi affording him some bit of reputation. Over time, fewer and fewer Magi tried to trespass. Additionally, with the ability to deduce spells, Leylin's confidence soared. Relying on those trump cards, he could fight on par with Crystal Phase Magi without relying on the tower. He felt that the time was right. Truth be told, it was frustrating for Leylin to be cooped up for close to 100 years in a single territory. Before this, I'm afraid I would still have to make a trip to the Ouroboros clan to see if there's anything profitable for me. Few astral stones, Leylin plotted in his mind, and could not help but sigh again. Normally, once one had their own Magus Tower and had been promoted to Hydro Phase, they would have the ability to conduct early-stage experiments on the astral gates independently. Unfortunately, Leylin had not taken any actions for a long time to come. The only reason behind that was because he lacked the key ingredient, the astral stone. It was the base material for the construction of an astral gate, and at the same time, a core battling resource held by Morning Star Magi. They were rarely circulated in public and required a trade with other rare or valuable items. At the moment, Leylin did not have the connections to carry out such exchanges. In fact, Leylin could not even make up his mind, even for the trading of mundane objects. It was not due to the fact that he did not have enough enticing treasures to put forth, but that many of the objects he possessed were better off not being exposed to others. For instance, the essence of the ancient red dragon bloodline and the yield from the blood vulture's nest. He could have easily exchanged any of these objects for astral stones. However, he could also have attracted unnecessary attention from other Morning Star Magi. Leylin had enough trouble from provoking the demon hunter. He certainly did not want any more eyes on him. On the other hand, Kesha had secretly been in touch with Leylin and had informed him on an arrangement for astral stones. He looked forward to it eagerly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 446 Azure Mountain Auction. Sister Kesha, you've grown prettier again. Within Phosphorescent Swamp, the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan was bustling as usual, with many bloodline warlocks shuttling to and fro. Below the giant Chem-In snake statue, Leylin had recognized Kesha instantly. He walked up to her with a big smile and hugged her tightly as both his hands groped Kesha's body impolitely. All right. We're still on the way, let's talk when we get back. Kesha's breathing became heavy, but she had a depressed look on her face. You got me there. Ha. Seeing the sister who made him concede defeat repeatedly become like that, Leylin could not help but laugh out loud. His face carried an unconcealable smugness. After going through the restoration of Quicksand's bloodline experiment, Leylin's knowledge in this area had advanced greatly, reaching the peak of the central continent. Under his control and with the help of the AI chip, the spell to protect his own bloodline had already been developed a long time ago. After numerous, real-life combat tests, with Kesha, this female Magus had no choice but to admit that even if the female warlocks from the Ouroboros clan were to come forth all at once, exposing all of their secret techniques, they would not obtain Leylin's seed. Leylin, who had now let go of this matter, enjoyed himself without any apprehension. However, Kesha and the others were growing a little intolerant of him. The pink cotton quilt was covered in traces of their lovemaking, as a strong fragrance wrapped the entire room. Leylin flexed his upper body, exposing his firm but sleek muscles. He was half reclined on the couch, listening attentively to Kesha's accounts. Kesha looked more miserable, with her body full of scars from the havoc, but she had a look of satisfaction. The cotton clothes could not conceal her delicate body at all. It even exposed more than what others could bargain for. Despite her miserable look, this was actually nothing but child's play for female Magi. It could only be considered as a more intense game as they would be able to recover within minutes. For instance, the current Kesha's breathing did not have the slightest heaviness from before. It even seemed calm. Leylin, the speed at which you're improving, you're one of the best talents in the Ouroboros clan. Only Robin can surpass you. With serious matters being brought up, Leylin no longer had the cavalier attitude from before and was now listening optimistically. Brother Robin's success is due to him being well prepared. How can I compare to him? Opposed to Kesha's flattery, Leylin shook his head with a faint smile instead. He had advanced to the hydro phase very quickly, and it was supposed to create a big fuss in the Ouroboros clan. After all, only an extreme talent could perform so well. But Robin had stolen his thunder. Just around when Leylin had advanced to the hydro phase, news had spread that Robin had actually become a crystal phase magus. Hydro phase magi were not very rare in the central continent, but it was a different scenario with crystal phase magi. Be it their individual strengths or the difficulty of the breakthrough, the two levels were not on the same platform. Naturally, Leylin's limelight was stolen by Robin. Deep in his heart, Leylin was a little glad that Robin attracted a lot of attention to himself. He had always enjoyed reaping his rewards in the dark and did not want to show off like that. At the same time, he remembered the trace of the black mark on Robin's forehead. It seems that the other party's breakthrough was deeply connected to his encounter in the quicksand pocket dimension. Duke Gilbert seemed to know some of this information, but of course, he would not tell Leylin about it. Leylin could only guess. Both of you are perverts. Kesha's expression was a little gloomy, and she seemed to be full of indignance. Leylin and Robin had obviously benefited a lot from the previous expedition, and only she ended up empty-handed. She even lost many of the powerful members of her clan. What was worse was that when they were hunted down as fugitives, the responsibility was on all three of them. Chivalrously, Leylin wrapped his arm around Kesha's slim waist and began to comfort her in a soft voice. All right, all right. It's already been over 100 years. Those people must have already lost their patience. After a while of tenderness, Leylin finally asked the question regarding his main purpose of this journey. By the way, you'd mentioned an astral stone previously. What's that about? He had always drawn a clear line between work and pleasure. Of course, Kesha knew that her relationship with this talented brother was just an insignificant link, and only the entanglement of benefits would allow her to bind him into her clan's war chariot, making him at least a part of their camp. Hence, she quickly gave an account of the whole story. Auction? Leylin's eyebrows knitted when he heard the news. Yes. Kesha did not brush away Leylin's unconsciously playful hands, she only glared. An auction hosted by a Morningstar Magus in Azure Mountain City. As if she knew that Leylin had not understood her, Kesha began explaining to Leylin again in detail. It turned out that after Magi entered the Morningstar realm, ordinary materials and resources were already far from sufficient to satisfy them. What Morningstar Magi needed had always been items that were highly cherished in ancient times, and even those that had long since been lost. These treasures were evidently not purchasable by magic crystals. Thus, organizing some exchanges in private and barter trade became mainstream. The founder of Azure Mountain City, the Azure Mountain King, was a neutral Morningstar Magus. His clan controlled of almost half of the auctions that took place in the region. Every 10 or so years, a grand auction would be held in the headquarters of Azure Mountain City. When that time came, many rare treasures would appear, attracting numerous magi who intended to pursue them. And behind the auction, the distinguished Azure Mountain King would also organize a small-scaled private exchange meeting. This secret meeting had a very high bar for attendance. Ordinary rank 3 magi could not enter, and even Morning Star magi of all sides snuck in to see if they could get things they needed. The next Azure Mountain auction is commencing soon. I have received information that there is someone there who wishes to sell an astral stone the size of a fist. Kesha explained the matter thoroughly. Also, Leylin, even if you come back from the auction empty-handed, you can still try your luck at the exchange meeting later on. With so many highly ranked magi there, surely there will be those who have astral stones on hand. Of course, the prerequisite will be for you to have an item that is attractive enough for the other party. What time does the exchange meeting start? How do I obtain the authority to enter? What restrictions are there? Evidently, Leylin's interest in the exchange meeting was piqued. And he had indeed accumulated a large quantity of items, which he had intended to sell in exchange for magic crystals or other raw materials. The exchange meeting will commence after the auction ends. As long as you are located within the borders of Azure Mountain City, highly ranked magi who have fulfilled the requirements will be invited. Besides, rest assured that the entire exchange meeting will be conducted in anonymity. The distinguished Azure Mountain King is willing to vouch that there will be no trouble in the future. A neutral morning star Magus World had a definite reputation in the entire central continent, putting Leylin at ease. It seemed that the issue of materials that was perplexing him had a very high chance of being resolved in Azure Mountain City. Moreover, after being low profile and living in seclusion for such a long time, it was about time he went out to roam around. Leylin, who was in high spirits, pulled Kesha into a new round of war once again. "Marquis Leylin?" "Good afternoon, Marquis Leylin." On the way to the headquarters, a smile hung on the corner of Leylin's lips as he greeted the surrounding royal warlocks who passed by from time to time. Occasionally, he nodded in response, which got the low-ranked warlocks overwhelmed. As of now, he was considered slightly famous in the Ouroboros clan. On the contrary, being Gilbert's disciple and having the talent to break through to becoming a hydrophase magus was secondary. The primary reason he became famous was still the technique of protecting his seed. Ever since the test with Kesha and Warlock Miranda, the crazy women in the Ouroboros clan rarely bothered Leylin anymore. If they solely wanted pleasure, there were many boy toys in their clans. There were all sorts of males, rough ones, weak ones, and also uniquely delicate boys. They did not have to bother Leylin. Furthermore, there were also many male warlocks who came to Leylin with attractive conditions in hope of acquiring the results of his research. Undoubtedly, these were all rejected by Leylin. The mere consequence of offending the warlocks in the Ouroboros clan made Leylin somewhat eager to avoid it. Not to mention the possibility of his bloodline research results being spied on through those techniques. He could use it for himself, but once he spread it, he would be provoking all the women in the Ouroboros clan. Leylin was not such a fool. From afar, Leylin spotted someone familiar and he immediately went up to greet her. "Good day, Miss Miranda." "It's Sir Leylin." "Haha, today's weather is great. Oh, I just remembered that I still have an experiment to conduct. Please excuse me." Miranda laughed casually and left quickly with an excuse. Watching her enticing back, Leylin rubbed his fingers as if he remembered the alluring scent she had while in bed. He could not help but let out a smirk. Previously, he had left her in an extremely miserable state. Now, it seems, Miranda had developed a slight fear of him. Leylin came before Gilbert's villa along his stroll. He was about to knock when the door suddenly swung open and a figure walked out of the villa, almost bumping into Leylin. "Brother Robin?" Leylin scrutinized the current Robin carefully. The crystal phase energy waves on his body were very obvious. It seemed that he had completely stabilized at that level. In addition, the veins on Robin's forehead seemed thicker and more distinct, and the black mark flashed with a strange luster. "Leylin," Robin smiled. His facial muscles seemed rather stiff, as if he had not smiled for a long time. "I still have some matters. I'll be leaving first. Mentor is inside." Robin exchanged a few words with Leylin and left in a hurry. As he watched Robin leave, Leylin's entered a moment of deep thought. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 447, Arm of Vengeance. Arm of Vengeance. In the past, Robin, being one of Gilbert's students, was very popular. He was very patient, meticulous, and was capable of making people feel comfortable with his presence alone. Hence, he was able to hold a high position, somewhat alike to a supervisor, in the clan. He had changed ever since he entered the crystal phase, though. His temper went foul and he lost his position and did nothing but idle all day long. Upon recalling this matter, Leylin couldn't help but feel saddened at the thought. Leylin entered the villa and met Duke Gilbert in the study. Gilbert's face did not change at all, not a strange of facial hair nor visible pores, which made him look as smart as ever. With all these combined with his shiny and smooth head, he did look a little sly and terrifying. Yet to Leylin, Gilbert was a good mentor who strived his hardest to teach him. Hence, he bowed to the man respectfully and told him the reason for his arrival. "It'll be nice to take a trip outside." Gilbert leaned against the couch, beverage in hand. Leylin could occasionally spot little mermaid-like creatures appearing in the drink. "With the passing of a century, I'm sure Cyril has forgotten all about you. Even those fugitives aren't that patient. You really ought to travel outside." "But," Gilbert paused for a while, "if Mentor needs anything, feel free to ask." Leylin felt excited as he knew that Gilbert might have some tasks for him to carry out. "Since you're leaving, why not just take up this task?" Gilbert flung out a scroll. "The Warlocks of the Ouroboros clan have to periodically finish tasks for the organization as a form of contribution. Even though you are my disciple, you can't keep idling around. While you're traveling, you should just finish this task." "Yes, Mentor." Leylin bowed as he obediently agreed and left. He unfurled the scroll in his hand after he walked out of the villa. "Spiritual force data interface detected. Accept." A prompt immediately popped up from the AI chip. "Yes." Following Leylin's order, a string of messages immediately entered his brain and were imprinted directly into his memory so that he wouldn't forget them easily. "This is actually an extermination task." Phosphorescent green flames lit up in Leylin's hand, burning the scroll to ashes. Yet, he was expressionless. The task was actually very simple. He had to go and exterminate a base of people rebelling against the Ouroboros clan. Even though they reigned supreme in this area, they had eliminated many influential clans and even commoners when they first set foot here. The surviving members of those clans held the desire to conquer. Additionally, as with all regimes, there were also clashes with the interests of the indigenous population, creating friction. All these led to the rise of opposition parties. Even though such organizations were weak, having not a single morning star magus, they often concealed themselves well, and it was difficult to identify their locations. Yet, once they were found, they couldn't escape their destiny of extermination. Gilbert's task for Leylin was simply to eliminate the most recently found base. "This is basically a dirt job," Leylin sighed, but he knew that this was inevitable. Having joined the Ouroboros clan, he knew that it was necessary for him to do some of the things he did in order for him to gain trust from the organization. Furthermore, through applying such pressure, they would be able to keep the new Warlocks involved in the war. In reality, one of the advantages of being Gilbert's student was that he was given such a simple task. Leylin was considered to have been given preferential treatment to have been assigned tasks of just moderate difficulty level. "The location of the mission is Doré Forest, en route to Azure Mountain City." "Just as well. I'll take care of them en route, then head to the auction," Leylin decided. Their limestone pavement was dotted with litter, creating a messy and chaotic environment. From time to time, one would be able to see, on the streets, traces of the domesticated livestock, such as cows and horses that had been moving about on the pavement. A strong odor emanated from the overflowing groundwater, which had formed water puddles on the roads. This was a quite normal scene in a city of commoners. The advancements of the Magus World did not spill over into the world of mortals. The only improvements on that front were that one could now earn enough food to feed their whole family. Leylin was strolling along. As soon as he'd accepted the task, he left the general headquarters without hesitation and headed to his current location. If the directions weren't wrong, this was where the Ouroboros clan had set up a secret division, and also where their agent had found the rebels. After using a transfiguration spell, Leylin's aura was equivalent to that of a rank 1 or 2 magus. Despite Gilbert mentioning that Cyril would not care about him, Leylin still wanted to be as cautious as he could. After all, Cyril's subordinates were crystal phase magi who may be keeping an eye on them. Leylin had to make some preparations to butter him up. According to the house number, Leylin came to a house that looked like a normal bar and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock." After 10 minutes or so, an impatient voice called out. "Who is it? We don't open in the day." "I'm looking for Tamancy." Leylin's voice was deep and low. "You're looking for our boss? What's the matter?" A golden-haired, brawny man opened the door as he stared at Leylin with caution. Yet, Leylin could only feel a weak wave of energy going through the man, marking him an acolyte. "Look at this." Leylin let out a small smile as he took out a badge. The ancient symbol of a black serpent eating its own tail contrasted greatly with the golden background. To others, This symbol made of runes might appear to form a mere odd circle at the base of the badge. However, since this man was an acolyte of theirs, he would definitely recognize the symbol of the Ouroboros clan. As expected, the man's eyes widened. He relaxed, lowering his precaution towards Leylin. "I'll go and ask." This time, the man's reaction became quicker, and within a minute he brought out a light brown-haired man of a smaller build. It was obvious to Leylin that this man was a mere rank 2 Magus. These were the lowest level of warlocks found in the Ouroboros clan. Due to the fact that their skills were low and their families were in decline, they could only do miscellaneous jobs and silently accumulate credit, hoping that one day a bloodline genius would be born into their family or even a chance for them return to the general headquarters. "My lord," with just one look, Tamansi recognized Leylin. As far as warlocks were concerned, the aura of bloodlines that couldn't be faked. The intimate and dreadful feeling it exuded was etched deeply in Tamansi's memory. This concentration of the bloodline seems to be that of a particular bloodline regal, the dwarf thought as he respectfully bowed. "My name is Tamansi, my lord." "I see," Leylin nodded as he made his way into the bar. As he walked past the counter, he came to a room located underground that was even more concealed and complex. "Tell me everything that you have found out, and don't withhold any information from me." Leylin took off his cloak, inadvertently emitting an imposing aura in his every move, which had caused Tamansi to regard him with more revere. Upon seeing the documents that Leylin produced, Tamansi did not dare to hide the truth and immediately reported to Leylin, "That was 3 days ago. At that time, I was here." Numerous days later in the gloomy dark forest, the chirps of the cicada drowned out the hushed conversation between the two magi. That was Dore Forest, a large prehistoric forest where Tamansi had found the enemy base. "Are you sure it's here?" Leylin wore a black Magus cloak with golden rims. Ironically, his appropriate dressing, together with his slender build, as well as his pure bloodline temperament, made it seem like he wasn't here to kill, but instead to travel. "Yes, my lord." At this point, Tamansi felt nothing but respect for Leylin. As a royal warlock of the organization, Leylin held a high position and was in control of the life and death of the expatriates. After a few months of investigation, we finally found out that the Arm of Vengeance has been hiding here. According to the traces nearby, there are indeed hidden spell formations set up around here as well as trails of warlocks in this area. Leylin nodded his head. "These rascals sure can hide. Rest assured, my lord, my subordinates have already rounded them up. Once my lord gives his command, we will definitely be able to break through their spells, along with the men you brought along." The dwarfish Magus slapped his chest and guaranteed. To Tamansi, it seemed that Leylin, who was dispatched by headquarters, only had the weak aura of a rank 1 or 2 Magus and seemed especially amicable. Thus, he probably wasn't particularly powerful. However, since he was already out on a mission, there would definitely be numerous people to make up for his evident weakness. For such royal bloodlines, wouldn't his family have dispatched a huge number of people to protect him whenever he was out? "Whoever said that I brought manpower?" Leylin turned back to look at Tamansi. "No, no one." Tamansi wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. "My lord, please don't make such a joke. Inside this camp is Toram from the Arm of Vengeance. Apart from their leader, she is the strongest in their organization, having reached the Hydro phase 2 centuries ago." "Oh, so Toram is the most capable member here. That's a rather good chance." Leylin clapped his hands as he looked through the prompts given by the AI chip. Rank 3 spell complete. Number of simulation runs, 42,912. Number of errors, 0. Looks like I can test this spell on site, Leylin muttered to himself. One of Leylin's plan to create commonly used formidable rank 3 spells had came from heavy utilization of the AI chip's operational capabilities. It had customized a rank 3 spell for Leylin and had just finished its simulation. Moreover, this new enemy was perfect for Leylin to test his new spell. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448 Toram, Master. You may have overestimated my ability. Even with all of my men added up, we wouldn't be a match for Toram. Tamansi forced a smile. He believed it necessary to clear things up with Leylin. Even if he was a royal and a special agent from the clan, he couldn't just sacrifice himself for him. "Your men," Leylin was rendered speechless. With such weak magi and acolytes, they wouldn't even be able to break through the spell formation. It was of no consequence, though. Tamancy was in charge of intelligence. He did not have high hopes regarding their fighting strength. "Just look after your men, I'll take care of the rest," he replied coldly before floating up. Suddenly, a powerful and chilling surge of mountainous energy filled the entire place. "Th this." Tamancy stared hard at Leylin, eyes bulging. The energy he'd felt from Leylin before was similar to his own, but he had suddenly burst forth like a ferocious creature. The terrifying undulations of Leylin's energy rose endlessly. In the blink of an eye, it broke through rank 3 and skyrocketed to an unpredictable level. "My lord, it seems like you're not one of those royals who only fool around, but instead a person with influence." Tamancy's eyes lit up. If he were to be affiliated to Leylin, he'd have an unimaginable future and could even fulfill his dream of revitalizing his family. "Marquis, my lord, you must be a marquis that holds authority in the clan." Tamancy balled up his fists, his face flushed. The moment Leylin stopped repressing his aura, he'd actually felt a desire to kneel. Tamancy had never felt such a sense of majesty from other marquis similar to Leylin. Leylin, on the other hand, did not care about how others felt about him. Because he had given up suppressing his aura, he had been discovered by Tamancy. Presently, he was suddenly engulfed by a sudden fog that had appeared in the forest, which evidently was the work of Tamancy. "Which Magus is out there? We are a secret guild that rejects all visitors and transactions." A large quantity of light was emitted, forming a giant defense shield covered in flickering runes. By the looks of it, the Magus isn't someone to be trifled with. Additionally, with the decisive tone of the Magus, most people would have backed off if they had stumbled upon this Magus by accident. Still, Leylin was not like most people. Besides, his mission here was to exterminate them. "Is it the arm of vengeance?" Leylin towered over the spell formation, his voice piercing through. He had wanted to make a final confirmation in order to prevent any unwanted mishaps. "A warlock from the Ouroboros clan?" A probing light shone down, and the tone turned menacing. The pure hatred dripping in that voice had even Leylin shuddering. Nevertheless, it gave Leylin the confirmation he needed. Things would now be a lot easier. Leylin's pupils reflected his indifference. To him, the war for resources and benefits was never a question of right or wrong. It was the mere determination of a winner and a loser. Meanwhile, at the top of a group of buildings inside the spell formation, the face of the female Magus who had spoken earlier was distorted as she stared at a crimson crystal in her hand. A female Magus who looked to be in her teens, cheeks still chubby, arrived at the side of her mentor and asked, "Mentor, what's wrong?" "It's the Ouroboros clan. Those damned warlocks have managed to track us here." The woman appeared to be in her 30s with a voluptuous body. She would be a stunning beauty were it not for the huge cross-shaped scar across her face. "Ouroboros clan?" The youth inhaled sharply. That name brought about images of demons, of a monster dens and other terrifying creatures. To her, warlocks from the Ouroboros clan were menacing demons that could swallow someone whole in a matter of seconds. "I'm afraid the situation is borderline threatening now that they've managed to track this place down. When the inevitable arrives, you have to run off while I try my best to delay their path." The scar-faced Magus turned and ordered with a wistful expression. "You want me to run? What about Hulk and Fanny? What about the rest?" The teen Magus was startled upon hearing those words from her mentor. "This is a life or death situation. We can't afford to care about them." The scar-faced Magus smiled bitterly as she watched the chaotic situation of the crowd below. "I can't believe they're here," a white-headed elder male Magus exclaimed as he floated up along with a few other magi. "We'll go all out then. There's nothing to be afraid of," a muscular middle-aged Magus said. He had an eye missing, and his head was adorned with a tiger skull. Boom! The spell formation trembled, and the defensive shield vibrated vigorously. It was a sight akin to that of the heaven and earth cracking apart. It swept across the small encampment almost immediately, causing the faces of many magi to darken. Outside the shield, Leylin was looking at the powerful defensive spell formation from a vantage point. The spiritual force of a magus could also represent the limitations of their abilities. With a spell formation like this, given his previous level of strength, he would have taken some time to completely demolish it. If it's less than 20 degrees, it would be at an acolyte's level. Rank 1 Magi if it's between 20 to 80 degrees, rank 2 if it's between 80 to 200 degrees, and rank 3 if it's more than 200. But once the spell surpasses 300 degrees, even Crystal Phase Magi will have to be careful. Leylin mumbled to himself and played around with the complicated spell model that was sent to his Sea of Consciousness by the AI. Chip, the many individual runes came together perfectly in this model and gave off an exquisite feel. Leylin had practiced the manipulation of this spell very well through his AI chip previously. The way he was using it now was as if he's tried it umpteen times, and it was beyond just proficient. Boom! Numerous elemental tides were formed, and due to the impressive strength of this spell, the darkness and fire elemental particles of this region were instantaneously sucked away, as if encountering an elemental black hole. The energy exhaustion of a rank 3 spell was, of course, not something rank 1 or rank 2 spells could compare to. But the current situation was one that even Leylin felt uncomfortable in. The terrifying energy did not in the least dissipate, but instead agglomerated in Leylin's palm, forming black rays. The space caved in and was seemingly absorbed by the black rays. Fatality's tip. Leylin flicked his finger, and a black ray met the defensive spell formation with a loud bang. Fatality's tip, rank 3 spell. Elements, darkness, and fire. Concentrates all energy into one piercing point. Side effects, corrosion and burns. Power, 330-360 degrees. Leylin had named this spell himself. By giving up on area of effect and condensing all of his power into one finger, it could grant death to any creature below the Morning Star realm, hence the name. Of course, there was a tinge of self-mockery at the fragility of his previous life. Pop. Just like a soap bubble that was pricked, the powerful defense shield fell short in the face of the deadly attack and lost all of its strength before instantly shattering apart. The fog faded, revealing the buildings behind and the Magi whose faces were drained of color. Toram, Leylin looked at his target. The scar on her face left an exceptional impression. Her scar was left behind during the massacre, and as a woman, she could obviously remove the scar for vanity's sake. But for the memory of her hatred, she had kept it on her face as a reminder. More often than not, people like these were extremely heartless and were people whom Leylin had to pay more attention to. Only one, a rank 3 Hydro Phase Chem-In Warlock. Seeing Leylin coming to them alone, Toram's expression differed from those of her happy peers. She turned even more gloomy and gave off a sense of hopelessness. In the Magus World, someone who dared to move alone was a lot stronger than a collective. And if Leylin dared to arrive single-handedly, he must have had the utmost confidence in killing them all right here. This is life or death. We don't have to hold back any longer. Ensuring the escape of our seeds is the highest priority, Toram commanded. Of course, I've been wanting to take the lives of Chem-In Warlock since long ago. I'll skin him alive and use him as a carpet. The Tiger Skull Magus remarked with hate, shooting a dirty glance at Leylin. Other than Toram, who is a Hydro Phase, there are still 2 other rank 3 Magi. Leylin's eyes glistened as the AI chip began collecting the data on his enemies and predicting the possible outcomes. As for those acolytes, they were like specks of dust to him. Since you're a Chem-In Warlock, if you lose your life here, I'm sure those higher-ups would mourn this loss. Toram's eyes turned bloodshot, and she covered herself in a liquid-like armor. Similarly, after all of you perish, the arm of vengeance won't be any trouble for a period of time, Leylin retorted. But before I finish you, I should do some cleanup. Cleanup? Oh no. He is planning to. Toram's expression fell instantly, but it was too late. A horrifying projection of the giant Chem-In serpent emerged behind Leylin, toxic bile. With the maturation of his bloodline, this innate spell of his had also grown exponentially, and it had even exceeded 200 degrees of power, reaching the strength of a rank 3 spell. Even with preventive measures, it would be difficult for the rank 1 and rank 2 Magi to survive it. On top of that, the effect of the spell would be even more amplified now that the defensive shield was down. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 449, A Test, an incorporeal death god, had solemnly descended on the rebel camp. On the ground, innumerable rank 1 and 2 Magi started collapsing with their acolytes in tow, dying despite multiple layers of protection, potions, magic artifacts, and other defenses. Even the surrounding buildings were not spared. They creaked and swayed as they crumbled down like sand faced with water. Formless, toxic ripples took aim at the 3-rank 3 Magi in the air and started attacking them, leaving them helpless as they watched their apprentices and the other members of their organizations fall. With a single attack, except for a handful of Magi who managed to escape using their secret treasures, the rest had been turned into corpses that decayed rapidly. "You!" Torem roared as she rushed ahead. The terrifying power of a Chem-In Warlock's toxic attacks was common knowledge. However, Leylin's ability had reached a level that allowed him to exterminate nearly everything on the ground, which was abnormal. This attack of his was sudden and unexpected, which resulted in huge losses. Witnessing the deaths of their own apprentices, friends, and even families at Leylin's hands, the 2 other rank 3 Magi hardened their gazes and dashed forward with tearful eyes. Phantom hologram. Multiple phantoms of gigantic creatures started appearing from behind an old rank 3 Magus. They surrounded Leylin and opened their huge, ferocious, and menacing mouths to trap him in their midst. Crimson Throne, an illusory image of a bloody red throne appeared behind Torem, emanating a strong stench of blood. The throne was simple and unadorned dull gold with marks on it from various swords and hatchets. It seemed as if it had gone through a lot of trials and tribulations, giving it an almost lifelike appearance of cruelty. Under the illusory throne, the 3 of them donned a red armor, their auras having been raised to a level. Aura amplification and removal of suppression, so such spell models exist. Leylin's blue eyes sparkled with excitement. He diligently recorded the opposite party's domain into the AI chip, intending to research it further. This was the characteristic of the incomplete domain of a rank 3 Magus. Once Torem completely comprehended the strength of this domain, she would step into the Morning Star realm. Of course, the current Crimson Throne only provided a limited amplification to Torem and the rest. It could not compare to Leylin's own intimidating gaze. However, under the brilliant glow of the throne, the eyes of the huge phantoms became bloodshot, and they dashed towards Leylin with full force, not an ounce of hesitation in them. Such a weak retaliation. Torem, I'll be utterly disappointed if this is all you have, Leylin sighed. The terrifying energy undulations from his body overflowed as the terrifying innate spell of a rank 3 Chem-In Warlock, intimidating gaze, enveloped the region. Hiss hiss, it seemed as though an ancient giant Chem-In serpent had been reborn in all its savagery. A tyrannical surge of dark energy descended on the ground, bringing with it a rather unusual and wild aura. The force field immediately took over the territory previously under the Crimson Throne, almost instantly countering its effects. Even though Leylin had suppressed the energy on his body, his abilities had been exposed to the huge phantoms, and they went absolutely crazy, as if they had seen something horrifyingly bizarre. They roared in confusion, brutally attacking one another and even sprinting towards their original owner. Oh, a nice chance to witness the effects of the confusion. Watching the opposing Magi fumbling about, Leylin smiled indifferently. His innate domain had been steadily strengthened by the Lamia fingerbone, something that extended to the regions of energy amplification and suppression. If not for the fact that he'd experienced the bending of rules by a true Morning Star Magus domain, he would have thought that his had already been formed. Still, even if it was a mere force field, its effects were already unimaginable. The phantom image of the Crimson Throne started to retreat in defeat, as if stripped of its previous glory. And before the 2 other rank 3 Magi could retaliate, their force fields had been suppressed and defeated. Torem was the only one who qualified to match Leylin in a collision of force fields. As for those lower-level force fields used by the others, they could certainly not match those of these hydro-phase Magi. Due to the differing depth of understanding of a domain at different levels, there was a vast difference in their strengths. Thus, the force fields of Magi below the hydro phase were considered effectively useless. The Magus with the tiger skull wore a look of defeat. He understood and admitted the huge disparity between Leylin and himself. Yet he roared ferociously, the muscles in his body tensing and swelling up as his gorgeous fur shone with a colorful radiance. The joints on his bones popped loudly, and soon his body swelled and expanded from a normal figure to a hulking 3 meters. "You punk, I'm going to kill you. I will break your bones one by one, inch by inch without mercy." He roared thunderously and delivered a high-intensity punch as strong gusts of wind hit him right in his face. The surrounding air seemed to have been so compressed by this punch that it became a substantial crystal body which surged towards Leylin like a projectile. A human Magus with a reinforced body, what a rare sight! Leylin became serious, growing cautious of the man. Magi with reinforced bodies were known to belong to the barbarian beast clan. As for other types of Magi, they would generally be glad to use spells for the destructions of enemies. As such, seeing how the tiger skull Magus transformed himself into such a powerful creature, he was sure there were some in the central continent that could do it, although it would be rare. Generally speaking, Magi did not place much emphasis on strength and agility. Instead, valuing the quality of the physical form more, as the corporeal body was the part that bore the foundations of any magic power. Also, different warlocks inherited different abilities from their elders, hence it highly depended on which area each ancestor placed their emphasis on. Leylin understood this and strived to polish all factors of strength and agility in himself to the maximum. In a rush of excitement, Leylin drew his meteor sword and skillfully exhibited his cross-blade techniques. Cross-blade slash. A big black cross shone and sliced through the sky, carrying with it terrifying chem-in toxins. The projectile shattered to tiny bits in the air, even as the aftermath traveled towards the enraged tiger skull Magus. Ow! The tiger skull Magus covered his head with both hands and dashed forward. Crackle. The sound of breaking glass could be heard as the gorgeous colorful shine from the tiger skull Magus burst forth in a flash and collided head-on with the black cruciform, smashing it into a million pieces. Zzz. A slight tear appeared on his arm, and from it one could hear faint sounds of something decaying as white smoke arose. Without hesitation, the tiger skull Magus dashed towards Leylin in a moment. Very high vitality indeed. To be able to withstand the giant chem-in serpent's poison, other than possessing excellent spell resistance, one's vitality needed to be at least 100 points and above. In addition, the opposite side's strength and agility had exceeded his own value of 30 by leaps and bounds. Seeing how he was able to use simple techniques to deal deadly blows, Leylin's eyes brightened. Now, the right arm of the tiger skull Magus had morphed into a huge tiger claw, striking down on Leylin. The huge tiger claw looked like a small millstone. The shiny sharp claw was glossy and menacing, with spell runes visible in the brilliant light it emitted. Bang! The tiger claw was stopped abruptly midair by a palm. Although Leylin's build was tall and lanky, when compared to the tiger-headed creature, he was rather petite and his palm was equivalent to that of a baby. Yet it was this insignificant palm which had managed to tame the sharp tiger claw, disabling his ability to advance forward. How can that be? The old man yelped in surprise. He had just defeated his phantoms a distance away. He was absolutely certain of his friend's strength. The tiger skull Magus had mercilessly killed a rank 3 creature in this beastly state. Even when he recalled it now, it had been shocking. Yet a full attack from his friend had been blocked by a single palm, something that made no sense. What's more, looking at the opposite party, it seemed to be effortless. Even for a warlock, it is not possible to possess such terrifying power unless you are also a Magus who practices body reinforcement techniques. The old man scrutinized Leylin, trying to analyze but unable to read him. How is that possible? Other than the shocked old man, the tiger skull Magus was speechless himself. He had been extremely confident in his ability. Even in the face of several magic alloys put up by other Magi, he only needed to use his claw and they would have cracked and crumbled like soft sand. But now, there is nothing that is not possible. Leylin tightened his grip, and cracking sounds rang out as the tiger skull Magus arm twisted abruptly into an odd, distorted curve. The difference between humans and animals lies in the usage of your strengths, be it for exploitation or as a tool. If you do not even know this, regardless of how strong you are, You are just a fool." Leylin looked at the whimpering tiger skull Magus, and he felt a tinge of pity. Behind him, the black shadows of two arms appeared, attaching to his right hand and injecting a steady flow of energy into it. Although Leylin's strength was only 30 degrees of power, he could use his spells to break through that limit and massively increase his strength for a short period of time. After all, his innate character was that of a magus, not a competitive knight. "Those who cannot keep up with the times, you will be abandoned like trash." Leylin heaved a sigh, grabbed the tiger skull magus arms, and raised him up. "This is bad, we have to save Borgen." The clash had happened too quickly. After all, both Leylin and the tiger skull magus were agile, with at least 30 degrees of ability in that respect. From the initial assault, to Leylin drawing his sword, to the retaliation and counterattack, everything had happened in a matter of seconds. Even Torem did not have the chance to react, nor would she have expected Leylin to so easily defeat a rank 3 magus. Shadowflame Plague? Leylin was not going to show any mercy. He was completely ready to take everyone out. A scarlet-black wall of fire appeared, and in a flash, the two rank 3 magi that had charged forward were drowned in its blaze. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450, Seal of the Dark Corrosion. Seal of the Dark Corrosion, the corrosive black flames were like a chasm which separated Torem from the rest. As for the other rank 3 magus, the flames had inflicted him with heavy injuries, and he had escaped to the side while letting out blood-curdling screams. What are you trying to do?" At that moment, the tiger skull magus was truly terrified. He felt the increasingly horrifying strength emitting from both of Leylin's hands, and the savage spiritual force which had sealed his sea of consciousness. For the first time, he felt terror from the bottom of his heart. He began to regret not escaping immediately upon Leylin's arrival. Because of that, he had landed himself in his current circumstances. "What I'm trying to do?" Leylin's lips curled up. Shadow arms emerged from his back in rapid succession. Enormous muscles emerged indistinctively and fused onto both of Leylin's hands. Creak, creak. First, the skin ruptured, then the muscles, then the bones. The tiger skull magus had a twisted expression and was in so much pain that he could not even make a sound. His entire being seemed to have been stretched apart by Leylin. "Let him go. Wait." "No." Amidst Torem's blood-curdling screams, the tiger skull magus was ripped into two. Large amounts of bloodshed could be seen everywhere. "Don't you think it's too late to say these things only now?" Leylin expertly avoided the blood, a skill he'd acquired from experience. His body had not even been tainted by a smidgen of it. As if tossing out the garbage, he threw away the two segments of the corpse before turning towards Torem, his face emotionless. "You should have come to your senses before you decided to rebel against the Ouroboros clan. You'll perish here today. This is my promise to Borgen." Torem's face instantly calmed down. Still, Leylin could very distinctively see the desire for vengeance in her eyes. This was not a hot-blooded vengeance that arose merely from this one incident. It was rather a collective response to the extended period during which they were hunted down like prey. Many of Torem's friends and family presumably died amidst the massacres conducted by the Ouroboros clan, and Leylin's actions earlier had fully evoked her wrath. "Even now, you refuse to learn." Leylin shook his head. "Currently, you don't seem to be fit to be my opponent. Let me give you a hand." Just as he finished these words, a magus dressed in a black robe, who looked identical to Leylin, suddenly emerged before the rank 3 magus who had been seriously injured by the arm of vengeance. A few multicolored potions were thrown out by Leylin as he kept a straight face. They collided in midair and emitted terrifying energy ripples. Rank 3 potion combination spell, Divine Prairie Flames. The endless flames instantly swallowed the rank 3 magus, even spreading so far as to include the Leylin in the area of effect. Leylin, who was surrounded by the many flames, suddenly laughed hysterically and morphed into many shadow chains that confined the rank 3 magus in the flames. "Master Torem, save me!" The rank 3 magus face was full of dejection. He did all he could to seek help, and him looking to Torem for help was his last hope. But Leylin had blocked Torem's path and mercilessly dashed that last hope. "You must be the only high-ranked magus left in the stronghold now?" Leylin looked to Torem after the rank 3 Magus life aura had completely dissipated in the sea of fire. If you don't use your remaining time to make me happy during our battle, I'm afraid I'll continue to hunt down and kill all the other magi below. That female Magus must be your apprentice. The two of you might even be related by blood. Don't even think about lying to me. Both the bloodline ripples on your bodies and the spiritual force frequency have revealed your relationship. Leylin shot a glance at one of the corpses lying around, and what he said caused Torem's facial expression to change. Just when Leylin's gaze shot across the area, the female Magus with a childlike face, who had been lying behind the remains, felt as if she was stared at by a fierce ancient creature. Her limbs began to shake uncontrollably. It's too terrifying. Upon realizing that she had been discovered, the female Magus tried to escape. A light green wind dissipated from her body and carried her to the depths of Dore Forest. Other than Nina, even Master Borgin has. As she started to sprint, tears streamed down her face. At the instant when Leylin had released his deadly attack, the low-ranked magi were all exterminated. Other than the 3 rank 3 magi, almost everyone else had instantly perished. No antidotes or defensive runes had any effect on the attack. Before the terrifying toxins of the giant chem-in serpent, everyone else was feeble and weak. Torem's innate defensive spells had not in the least bit affected Leylin's attack. If not for the protective charm she'd obtained from her mentor, she would have perished as well. The female Magus that was lucky enough to survive had hidden herself behind a wall, witnessing Leylin's cruelty and terror. The 2 powerful rank 3 magi had perished at his hands one by one, and from the looks of it, Leylin had not even unleashed his full power. Now, he was even using her life to threaten her mentor. After hearing her mentor's hurried whisper, the female Magus could not take it anymore and started sobbing out loud. Even so, the energy particles below her feet had not once stopped shining, as if escaping from that area was instinctive. In the depths of her subconscious, she did not want to return to face the horrifying monster anymore. That's not too bad of a suggestion. Looks like you care for her a lot. Leylin watched as the rank 1 Magus escaped, with no intentions of giving chase. On the contrary, he turned to Torem, who was ahead of him, and a taunting expression flashed across his face. However, I'm afraid you'll have to try to buy time. If not, she won't be able to make much headway. Lunatic, monster, Torem cursed. A majority of Warlocks had anger management issues, something that was only exacerbated by battle. Compared to Magi, Warlocks preferred to ruin their opponents or even vent their desires upon them. Torem had previously witnessed similar scenarios. It was painful to see dead Magi, and many female Magi subjected to horrible violations. And now, she thought of Leylin in the same light as those crazy Warlocks. Even if I have to put everything on the line, I will stop you at all costs, Torem announced as she ripped the silver necklace off her neck with eyes full of determination. Haha, excellent, that's the mindset. At that instant, Leylin felt like the big villain from the movies of his previous life. Seal of Dark Corrosion, release! Torem performed some gestures, and in that instant, the silver necklace exploded. In a flash, the energy waves on her body strengthened significantly. Drops of blood even started seeping out of her pores. The detailed black runes instantly crawled all over her body. Coupled with the scar on her face, she looked even more terrifying. Leylin could sense that she'd already reached the peak of the hydro phase. In fact, some of her spiritual force had already formed traces of crystals from repeated attempts at compression. Once completely solidified, Torem would reach the crystal phase. Of course, her rash actions put her in grave danger. However, right before her body completely fell apart, she'd stepped 1 foot into the crystal phase realm. This was definitely her trump card, some sort of mysterious spell that would put everything at stake. Strangely, Leylin did not try to stop Torem's actions, instead allowing the aura on her body to rise slowly as he let out a hearty laugh. Haha, good. Indeed, with this sort of mysterious spell, you won't disappoint me. From the very beginning, the entire reason why Leylin had adopted such abusive methods was to force Torem to use a spell that would exhaust her vitality and allow her to temporarily increase her strength. Although he'd accepted it as a task from the organization, he also intended to experiment with his newly developed rank 3 spell, Fatality's Tip. Even though its ability to break through the defensive spell formation spoke volumes of its formidability, he ultimately lacked the physical data to affirm its full capability, especially with regards to its ability to clash with crystal phase magi, something that engendered his resentment. He had discovered that with his strength, he was the best of the best among hydro phase magi, and even a peak hydro phase magus like Torem could do nothing to him. Only a crystal phase opponent would cause him trouble, and the AI chip lacked data specifically regarding crystal phase magi. Given the fact that Leylin would have to deal with magi of that rank, he desperately needed a standard to measure his own capabilities. And now, Torem had become such a standard. When he'd probed her during the previous battle, the AI chip had detected that not only had her strength become feeble, she had even seemed to be injured, something that resulted in her not performing to her fullest potential. And so Leylin took such drastic measures to compel his opponent, to incite her will to live on so as to battle him. And from the looks of it, he'd achieved his goal. Originally a peak hydro phase magus, Torem indeed possessed the formidable ability to partially crystallize her spiritual force using this mysterious spell, even if she'd pay for it with her life. It was rare to experience a fight against a crystal phase magus. After all, the crystal phase magi he'd previously come across were mostly his seniors, and he could not fight them. Magi like Torem, who had a probability of losing control when they forcefully entered the crystal phase, were even more scarce. Leylin immediately ordered, "AI chip, record this battle in detail." Orders received. Scan scheduled, the AI chip intoned. A pale blue screen was projected ahead of Leylin's eyes, and Torem, who was in the screen, was engulfed by strong radiation. The mysteries of crystal phase spiritual force were also slowly being uncovered by the AI chip and presented to Leylin. The madmen of the Ouroboros clan should not even exist in this world. Having advanced to the crystal phase, Torem's strength now was a far cry from what it was before. Just the suppression of the aura in the atmosphere caused Leylin to feel discomfort. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 451, Fatalities tip. Fatalities tip. Rumor has it that after a rank 3 magus enters the crystal phase, they undergo a phenomenal change and experience an exponential increase in strength. From the looks of it, that might just be true. Leylin stared at the crimson throne behind Torem, a solemn expression on his face. Originally, his own force field had enveloped hers and suppressed it to the point of near destruction. Now, though, it had expanded greatly, especially the huge crimson throne. It seemed almost corporeal, and the power it was emitting had somewhat exceeded that of his terrifying force field. Haha, this is great. Just the kind of opponent I wanted. This was the first time Leylin had felt pressure on the battlefield, yet he was smiling, evidently pleased. The opponent he'd wanted to go up against was precisely Torem, who'd experienced a huge increase in her spiritual force and had broken through to the crystal phase. All right, let's see the real strength of a magus in the crystal phase. Leylin felt feverish as a layer of fine black scales formed on his body. Multiple runes appeared on the surface that formed a black membrane, an additional layer of defense. In the face of a crystal phase magus, he did not dare hold back any longer. "If that's what you wish," Torem said. 2 streaks of red liquid flowed down from the corners of her eyes like tears of blood. It gave her a sinister aura. Swish. The 2 human silhouettes morphed into black shadows that collided with each other. A loud ear-piercing boom was heard, and a frightfully huge amount of energy rippled out in all directions. Lord Leylin is actually this strong? Tamansi saw the entire horrifying scenario play out from outside the camp, and his jaw dropped. Torem was indeed the second strongest in the Arm of Vengeance, a rumored peak hydro phase magus. Not only had she been a strong opponent for years, there had even been rumors that this person, who was wanted by the Ouroboros clan, had advanced to the crystal phase. What's more surprising was that Leylin actually had the upper hand in this fight and could fight her to a standstill. What kind of strength was that? Only one thought was left in Tamansi's mind. He would grasp at Leylin's coattails without hesitation. Crystal phase force field record completed, beginning analyzing opponent's perimeter of attack. At this juncture, Leylin, who had been battling with Torem, did not look like he had it easy. Although she'd used a secret technique to enter the crystal phase, Torem's strength far surpassed Leylin's expectations. Not only had she formed an armor of spiritual force that had fully advanced to the crystal phase, on her body, the rest of her spells had been greatly amplified as well. From the looks of it, the rumors regarding the massive transformations after advancing the crystal phase were true. Besides, Torem had steeled her will and was fighting like a madman to end up in mutual destruction with Leylin. She cared not one whit about herself, which gave him a lot of trouble. Whatever the case may be, there were still limits imposed on someone who entered the crystal phase using a secret technique. The blood dripping from Torem's body dyed the ground a bright crimson. Nearly half the blood present in the human body had already flowed out, and a normal person would have already died from such a serious injury. Even if she were a magus, she was not in a good state either. How could there be no price to pay when one forcibly compressed their spiritual force to enter the crystal phase, akin to cheating? Leylin would not be surprised even if she suddenly burst into pieces. Shadowflame Plague. Dark red flames blazed, and Leylin used the opportunity to get a head start from her opponent. Leylin smiled as he scrutinized the data recorded by the AI. Chip, he turned to look at Torem while still dripping blood. His face pale, he muttered, "You were a worthy opponent." It's a pity, feeling Torem's life force ebbing away and that she was about to drop down from the crystal phase, Leylin did not continue to hold back. Initiate the experiment and gather the data. The AI chip strictly carried out Leylin's command. The horrifying spell that had breached the defensive spell formation, that the Arm of Vengeance had been unable to react to in time, had once again begun forming at Leylin's hand. Horrifying amounts of energy particles condensed and formed a black spot that rested on Leylin's fingertip. Leylin sighed gently and pointed at Torem. Rank 3 spell Fatalities tip, secret technique, crystal shield. Even though Torem knew of Leylin's plans, her survival instincts and hatred towards the Ouroboros clan urged her to accept the battle. Many sparkling spiritual force shields appeared before her, glowing with runes. Bang! The black ray of death arrived before Torem in a near instant and collided with the first crystal phase spiritual force shield. Crack! A hole about the size of a finger immediately formed on the shield. Many cracks extended from the hole like a spider web. The shields rippled as they were torn apart by the ray of death, as if they were sheets of paper on its way to Torem. Is this the taste of death? A momentary distraction emerged in Torem's eyes, but it was replaced almost instantly by the ever more terrifying flames of hatred. Even if I die, I will not die in such a humiliating way without even causing damage to my opponent, she roared as blood-red flames started burning her body. Soul sacrifice. The flames of hatred have indeed clouded her judgment. Leylin's face sank. Mage, I knew that death was not an end. The souls of many departed high-ranking magi would return to the astral plane, awaiting reincarnation. A soul sacrifice was a secret technique that traded away their soul. To obtain temporary strength, the very soul was burnt away. What a great idea! She had basically destroyed her last hope. From the looks of it, the Magus who was called Torem had an immense hatred towards the Ouroboros clan. A strange aura spread across the whole venue in the amount of time it took for the blood-red flames to combust. A crimson gem appeared on Torem's forehead and exploded, bringing with it a shower of blood. It was at this moment that Fatality's tip appeared in front of her. The two collided. Space suddenly shook, after which it seemed like nothing had happened. Leylin was startled for a while before his face changed. He realized that things were not right and swiftly escaped. Like the sound of glass being smashed, in the area where the blood-red gem and Fatality's tip came into contact, a black hole had seemingly appeared, which had sucked in all of the objects in the area. In an instant, even the air looked distorted. After a sudden contraction, a terrifying eruption occurred. Boom! A large mushroom cloud rose to the sky with the point of impact as the core. Large waves swept across the floor and swept away everything. Tamansi, who was watching outside, was engulfed by the giant waves before he even had time to scream. After the explosion, the sky itself started to crack apart. Anything that came into contact with these rifts suddenly disappeared from its original position. At that moment, the sky was roaring, the ground trembling. It was only after 10 minutes or so that the remaining radiation from the explosion dissipated. Boom, a light shone in the void as Leylin appeared again. Currently, Leylin did not look too good. Even he was affected by the aftermath of that terrifying collision, and the injuries he'd suffered were not mild. As for his opponent Torem, being in the middle of the eruption, she had been torn to pieces. Let alone the soul sacrifice, just because of the secret technique Torem had used to step into the crystal phase, combined with the damage at the end. Even if she hadn't used a soul sacrifice, she would not have much longer to live. What a pity, Leylin sighed, but yet his face did not register depression. To him, he had already accomplished his objectives this time round. Even though the ending was a bit abrupt, everything was still within his control. He landed on the ground, his feet stepping on a rock that had been burnt black. Tamancy, come out. Master, do you have any commands? The soil became looser, and Tamancy crawled out from underground. During the explosion, coupled with luck and his abilities as a magus, he had managed to keep his life. However, he had still suffered severe injuries. From Leylin's point of view, Tamancy looked terrifying, with his clothes tattered and his skin scorched. For what happened this time round, write a report to be sent in. I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't be returning to the headquarters for now, he ordered. Since they had accomplished the task, they would need another set of people to validate it. As you wish, Master. Those were originally matters Tamancy had to do as an intelligence officer, and he swiftly replied. Also, for that female magus, how should we handle her? That small fry? Send out a warrant for her. Leylin thought of Torem's apprentice, and yet did not pay too much attention to it. It would take 500 years for a mere low-ranked magus like that to cause a threat to the current him. Needless to say, after that amount of time, Leylin would have advanced to a more powerful state. It would be hard to say whether the other party would even survive to that period. All right then. Even though Tamancy wanted to seek refuge from Leylin, he actually started trembling when he came face to face with Leylin and was unable to speak his mind. Currently, Leylin's aura was immensely strong after killing Torem, and even an ordinary rank 3 magus would feel uncomfortable in his presence. Moreover, even though his injuries weren't serious, they were still a hassle and had to be resolved as soon as possible. I'll leave it to you to tie up the loose ends. Leylin faintly thought about it, before he disappeared into thin air, only leaving behind Tamancy, who looked glum and regretful. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 452, Azure Mountain and the Couple Azure Mountain and the Couple Azure Mountain City, situated beside the Andeus Mountains, was the ancestral territory of the Oakheart clan. The Andeus Mountains were rich in natural minerals, something that made the alloy produced by Azure Mountain City, with its superior quality, one of the most desirable in the entire continent. In fact, Leylin had even visited this place himself once to source the materials for his own Magus Tower. With excellent smelting techniques coupled with rich and plentiful natural resources, the Oakheart clan had superior control over auctions, accumulating an outrageous amount of wealth. The original name of the progenitor of the Oakheart clan had long fallen out of the public mind, but his title still remained to this date. He was the powerful and brilliant Azure Mountain King. Indeed, the progenitor of the Oakheart clan was the well-known Azure Mountain King, the famed and almighty Morning Star Magus. The intimidating nature of this Morning Star Magus served as a warning to other vicious and hateful magi not to have any designs on the Oakheart clan. Otherwise, it would have long been overtaken and ruled by those fugitive human magicians. And now, the time had come for the decennial large-scale auction. As the event venue of the auction was in Azure Mountain City, the entire place was filled to the brim with people. The prices of the airship tickets heading there had also risen sharply due to this event. However, it was not a deterrent, as magi from everywhere continued to flow into the city. Some among them were powerful and well-known. Others had masked themselves, cherishing anonymity. Regardless of their varying powers, all the magi present would generally be disciplined enough to control and maintain themselves. After all, they would lose as well if the auction were to not proceed smoothly. In fact, they would risk losing much-needed materials to an archenemy, as well as materials that were hard to obtain through normal means. With the auction event approaching, the crime rates in the neighboring areas also increased substantially. Many fugitive magi on the wanted list came forth to the event sneakily and had daringly looted many people. But as long as they weren't caught red-handed, the Oakhart clan, the main organizer, would not excessively pursue the matter. The otherwise orderly Azure Mountain City had suddenly turned chaotic. A small group of magi were pushing forward with their own secretive agendas behind the scenes. As such, even under the watchful eyes of the Morning Star Magus, the clan had to face a mounting number of incidents hindering their move forward. They were kept busy and anxious. Such a bustling scene! Leylin was at a local inn along a stretch of shops, viewing the hurried crowd through a transparent glass flooring. In front of him were served colorful glasses of juices, along with some freshly baked cookies and snacks. He had been in Azure Mountain City for 3 days. The wounds from the clash with Torem had already mostly healed with his liberal use of potions. As he had arrived early, Leylin was able to find lodging at an inn in the city, unlike the situation now where many magi were struggling to find a room and had to search throughout the city and risk getting into conflicts with one another. Leylin stroked his chin, looking at the busy street that was bustling with activity. Many of the commoners wore gray, black, and white apparel. Among the crowd, there were many magi and some other races discreetly mingling about. In the central continent, humans were not the only race. Many different species of humans had mingled together, producing offspring of mixed bloodlines. Leylin had personally met some of them on the streets and had witnessed their odd characteristics. Walking among the pedestrians were patrol knights from the host city. Many of these knights wore barbed armor. Under the guidance of senior knights and acolytes, they regularly combed through every corner of the city. Although their abilities were insignificant to magi, the fact that their uniforms bore the emblem of the Oakhart clan was enough to deter any impetuous magi. "It's him!" At this moment, cries from a skylark sounded near Leylin. It perched itself outside the inn. He found the tone of the cries familiar and smiled and walked towards the entrance of the inn. At this moment, a young couple stepped foot into the inn. The lady took one look at Leylin and was shocked. "Oh, it's been a long time, Nalin, Jesha." Leylin noticed that Jesha wore the look of a young woman instead of a young girl and exclaimed, "Also, a blissful marriage to you." This couple from the Raleigh family had left a deep impression on Leylin, especially the defiant young girl. Sir Leylin," Nalin whined bitterly in his heart. He had heard about the delicious treats being served here and hence brought his wife along. Little did he expect he would bump into Leylin. Nalin's knees grew weak thinking about how he was chided and taught a lesson mercilessly by this rank 3 Magus in the past. As for Jesha, she looked as if she relied heavily on Nalin and had her arms around him. Leylin couldn't help but sense the hatred and detestation deep in her eyes. It made him speechless. "Just because I had the ability to, but did not save you, you hate me so much?" Leylin stroked his chin. Coincidences happened all the time in this world. Maybe a word, an action, or even an exchange of glances, it might all result in an inexplicable hatred against someone else. It was something unfathomable. He had not expected such matters to happen to him. "Both of you look happily married now, although it does gives me a troubled heart." Leylin was rather amused and called out to them to take a seat. "Shall we sit together? The food here is decent. I found this place after a long search." "Oh, no need. We do not want to impose on you, sir." Nalin gave a bitter smile and bowed politely. He grabbed Jesha's hand and left the place hastily. Dining with Leylin, Nalin could feel immense pressure. In fact, the aura he felt this time was much more powerful than during their previous meeting. He certainly do not want to cross paths with Leylin again. "What are you doing?" Jesha blurted out in anger after crossing a few streets with Nalin pulling her along. "He is just a rank 3 Magus. What is the big deal? Your grandfather is also a famed hydrophase Magus. Furthermore, as long as we can gather sufficient materials this time, he can also attempt to enter the crystal phase." Jesha pouted her lips with displeasure, profound resentment in her eyes. After the wedding, Nalin had been good to Jesha, and she too had gradually accepted her fate. However, her hatred towards Leylin from their initial meeting had not ceased one bit. She hated how Leylin had disrupted her plans and how he had treated her, even till the end. There was no hint of nobility and no demeanor of a gentleman at all. That was after all a rank 3 lord. Even if he hasn't reached the vapor phase, we cannot afford to offend him. Moreover, he had the support of the Ouroboros clan. Nolan smiled bitterly. Sadly, he was not up to date with the latest information. He was unaware of Leylin's true position and abilities in the Ouroboros clan. Plus, Leylin himself had been low-key all this while. I do not care, you have to take revenge on my behalf. Jesha tugged at Nolan's arm with a look of dissatisfaction. All right, all right, all right. Nolan tamed her with verbal promises. However, from the bottom of his heart, he had zero intentions of doing so. Of course, he couldn't speak his mind freely. Otherwise, knowing Jesha, she wouldn't let him have her when the night fell, and he would certainly dread it. HMPH, Leylin, since you are here, you will definitely not miss the auction. We'll see. Her scheming plans were reflected in her eyes as they shined brightly. Inside the inn, watching Nolan and Jesha leave, Leylin was deep in thought. The hatred in the past was apparent and obvious to him, and up till now, she certainly had not given it up. The only difference was her attempt to conceal her feelings. Leylin could have crushed such insignificant characters easily in the past, but he did not do so then. Other than his fear of offending someone who had a strong family as support, there was another reason. After the couple left the inn, Leylin went back to his seat and sat down. In his palm, a dull gold coin appeared and he toyed with it. I can feel it. Looks like they can present something valuable to me this time. Leylin grinned as he slid the coin of destiny back into his pocket, his eyes twinkling a deep black. The river of destiny could not be fathomed. It would constantly drift about without a permanent resting place. However, at some specific times and places, minute details of it would intersect, something that a few magi could sense. It had happened to Leylin previously. He had, with the help of the coin of destiny, felt that there were some unresolved matters. In the near future, he knew he would cross paths with the couple again. And that time, they would voluntarily present him with an item of importance. This current location seemed to be the confluence point where their destinies met. Boss, bill please. Leylin smiled and stood up. The owner sprang up from behind the counter and stepped forward. The Azure Mountain Auction Company was situated at the center of Azure Mountain City. Its land was extensive, surrounded by an encampment of the Oakheart clan. Standing there, a simple and unadorned majestic Magus tower could be seen radiating horrifying levels of energy. It seemed to have an unknown connection with the skies and the entire region. This Magus tower built by a Morningstar Magus was Leylin's current destination, as well as something he looked up to. It was the symbol of the Oakheart clan's power and a guarantee. Once he stepped foot into the auction hall, a female servant in uniforms stepped up swiftly and greeted him warmly, clearly well-trained. Welcome, how can I be of service to you? I would like to sell some things in this auction. The present Leylin was unrecognizable. He had altered his facial features and worn a hood over his head. He'd also added another outer layer of cotton shawl that draped down from the top, covering his face. Fortunately, at this point of time, there were countless magi in Azure Mountain City dressed exactly like Leylin, hence the servant was not baffled at all. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453, The Auction House and Serene. The Auction House and Serene. As long as it is verified by our appraiser, any items estimated to be worth over 100,000 magic crystals can be sold in the auction. May I ask if you need appraisal services? The servant blurted out, almost as if by reflex. It was obvious that she'd said this multiple times before. It seemed like he was not the first person coming up to host something for auction. Bring me there, Leylin answered concisely. Soon after, he followed the servant and came before a few customized cubicles. As he was passing through, he even sensed the spell formation that was buried under the ground, as well as the concealed runes on the wall. The security in here was much tighter than the outside, with even a rank 3 Magus keeping watch. They came up to a room that was a reception area, and the servant respectfully invited Leylin to take a seat. Customer, please wait a moment. I will get the appraiser here immediately to serve you. All right, Leylin nodded, his eyes following the young woman as she exited. After a short period of time, the door opened and an elderly man with a head full of silver hair and a face that had seen the vicissitudes of life entered. Honorable guest, I am a rank 2 appraiser, Norta, the old man bowed. Hello, Leylin smiled faintly in response. He pointed to the seat in front of him and invited the appraiser to sit. In the central continent, appraisers also had ranks. This rank 2 appraiser was already a rank 2 magus as well and still maintained such respectful conduct. This was considered rare. Furthermore, his hands were covered with all sorts of scars, making him seem extremely experienced. After Norda sat down, he looked at Leylin with a hint of amazement. Now that Azure Mountain City's auction was about to begin, it was not odd that various kinds of customers had shown up. However, just by the smell and appearance, he was able to judge that the magus before him was very young. Yet his body carried a dense fog that even he could not see through, which seldom occurred. It was hard to say, maybe this customer had in his possession unique treasures that were hard to come by. The appraiser stroked a ring on his hand as he was unable to repress the slight anticipation that flashed in his heart. I am a potions master. I'm thinking of selling some potions here. Leylin spoke straightforwardly. Of course, he had with him many more items that were more valuable than potions, but those were to be saved as exchange items for the barter later on. Only these potions that were made during his free time happened to be available to be offered for sale. With his potioneering talents, in the span of 100 years, which was about half of Leylin's age, Leylin had amassed a large number of completed potions as a potions grandmaster. How unexpected for you to be a potions master as well? Norta's eyes sparkled. No matter where, proficient potions masters and alchemists always enjoyed preferential treatment. After some thought, Norta still informed him beforehand about the matters that needed to be taken note of. However, I would like to explain the rules of the auction to you first. In our auction, only high-grade potions and above are sold. If it is a middle-grade potion that is not very valuable, it will have to meet a certain quantity. Don't worry, I know that. Leylin smiled, reaching his hand out and sweeping it across the table. A silver radiance shone. After spatial energy waves passed, the red table was filled with test tubes of all kinds of color. So many. Norta's eyes widened instantly in surprise. He then lost that last bit of calmness in his expression of his after he recognized a few of the potions. And they are all high-grade potions. Ho ho! As he watched the old man lose his composure, Leylin smiled kindly. In fact, these were only a small portion of his achievements over the last few centuries, but it was enough to scare the other party. This is already all my gains over hundreds of years. On the surface, Leylin laughed proudly, but he still sighed. Sir, you are actually a potions grandmaster. This time, Norta's voice contained a slight tremor. Potions grandmasters were always given special treatment even among strong organizations. The scarcity of such masters in the central continent was actually very scary. This was clearly evident from the sole fact that even in the Ouroboros clan, which had 3 Morning Star Magi and was regarded as one of the top forces of the central continent, there were not more than 5. These drops of cold sweat slid down the appraiser's forehead, and even more so, he had an embarrassed look on his face. My apologies, honorable guest. This deal is beyond my abilities. Please wait a moment. Even if he was at the Azure Mountain auction house, an ordinary appraiser like him did not stand a chance to serve such a potions grandmaster. Then I hope you can hurry. Leylin spoke indifferently with a straight face, concealing his discontentment. Yes, sir. Towards a potions grandmaster of unknown origins, this appraiser dared not be tardy, and he immediately withdrew. It seems that the identity of a potions grandmaster is pretty useful in the central continent. Leylin smiled while stroking his chin. This time, the other party did not make him wait for long. Almost within a minute after the old man left, a polite knock sounded again. Honorable guest, may I enter? Please do, Leylin smiled, and shortly after he saw the previous appraiser pulling open the door respectfully, inviting a middle-aged Western lady in. Let me introduce myself. My name is Serene Oakhart. The administrative matters of the Azure Mountain Auction House, as well as Mister's business, will be fully handled by me. This beautiful lady named Serene was like a ripe peach. There was not a part of her body that did not emit an alluring scent. Furthermore, her surname made Leylin raise his eyebrow. Not only that, although she had used some sort of technique to cover up her aura, The AI chip was still able to detect that she was actually a strong magus who had attained rank 3 as well. Kacha, Norda made a bow and exited the room respectfully. Before he left, he even shut the door as if he was only a doorman. "Sir, how may I address you?" Serene looked at Leylin, whose face was covered, especially curious at the deeply concealed aura of the other party. "Just Blood Rogue will do." Leylin immodestly used one of his old names. "Ho ho, Lord Blood Rogue, how are you planning to sell these potions?" Serene swayed her slender waist, waving her sleeves as she sat down in front of Leylin languidly. Every single movement of hers seemed to be of the highest quality, with a polite scent that yet stirred up men's burning desires even more. "This woman is a temptress, comparable to Selene from Twilight Zone." Leylin sighed in his heart, but he spoke without a tremor. "Tell me about your plans." Serene's eyebrows furrowed, but they relaxed shortly after. "Since Sir is interested, Serene will first explain the rules of our auction. For ordinary customers, we have 2 methods of auctioning. Firstly," Serene stretched out a spotless jade-white finger, "these potions can all be auctioned here. No matter what price they are dealt for, our Azure Mountain auction house will have to take out a part of it as a commission fee. Of course, if the auction fails, you will have to pay us a guarantee fee as well. Secondly, our auction house can purchase these potions from you directly. Price-wise, it will be calculated according to the market price. What we do with them afterwards will not be of your concern anymore. If you need magic crystals urgently, you may opt for this method." Leylin nodded. This second method was evidently prepared for those magi who were planning to accumulate large funds to bid for certain items during the auction. The only thing was that the auction house would definitely buy items priced lower than market price. Unfortunately, the other party was willing to purchase at market prices, not only because these potions were rare, but even more so because of their interest in a potion's grandmaster's identity. "I certainly hope that I can get my hands off these items as soon as possible, so that I can obtain enough magic crystals to use during the auction. Since you are so sincere, of course I'll go with the second method," Leylin said. Although he might be able to gain more by auctioning them, it was definite that he could only receive the payment after the auction. He did not want that. "That's great. Purchasing so many high-grade potions is also very helpful for my sales record. Thank you, sir." Serene chuckled, as if she could not see the many precious potions piled up in front of her. "I estimate the total price of the potions to be around 98 million magic crystals. Sir, do you have any objections?" The words that Serene said after that slightly shocked Leylin. However, his shock immediately relieved. He was in the other party's territory, and the potions had already been piled up on the table for a long time. Estimating their worth based on detecting techniques was not something hard. No wonder she did not look much at the table after entering. This was why. "A very reasonable price?" Leylin nodded. Of course, he already had an estimate of the value of his items. This price was obviously based on the current market rate, and might even have a little bit higher. Ordinary customers automatically become VIPs once their transactions involve a total of over 50 million magic crystals in our Azure Mountain auction house, making things much more convenient for them. But for someone to enter the VIP rank in the first transaction like you, sir, is very rare. Serene smiled. Her blue eyes gleamed with a charming radiance. It was as if she wanted to see through the veil and take a look at Leylin's real face. She clapped, and the door opened for a moment before a servant walked in, holding a tray. On the red tray lay a purple gold card as well as a black pouch. "This is the payment and the VIP certificate. Please verify and accept this, customer." When it came down to business, Serene regained her serious expression. Without any trace of politeness, Leylin walked up to check on the items, especially the magic crystals. Using the AI chip, he scanned continuously to check for their purity and quantity, before giving a nod upon confirming that nothing was overlooked. When the transaction ended, Leylin did not leave immediately. Serene also accompanied him, beaming with a smile without a trace of annoyance. The two beat about the bush for a long time before Leylin spoke up. "Actually, I still have 2 more matters to ask for your help. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 454, The Commencement of the Auction. The commencement of the auction? What does Sir need? Serene beamed while asking. A potions grandmaster was hard to come by, and even the Azure Mountain auction house would spare no effort to entice him. If the other party had any requests, that would be easy to handle. In the central continent, there were few things a morning star Magus could not do. The reason why I came to the Azure Mountain auction this time round was because I want to acquire a precious resource. My sources tell me that said resource is going to be sold here, Leylin said without a hurry. Is Sir trying to ask about the details of the seller before completing the transactions? Serene's face revealed her dilemma. What is it? If it's about the few rare items, we, the Azure Mountain Auction Committee, is unable to make any decisions. Leylin laughed and whispered a few words into Serene's ears. You actually want? Serene's pupils widened before she instantly smiled wryly. Those things are too hard to come by. Even my grandfather would not sell it. I'll not keep it from you. Previously, a few batches of people have came to me wanting to obtain some information, but we have not revealed any of the information because the high-ranked masters have already noticed the auction pieces. Ah, I see. Leylin seemed slightly disappointed. From the looks of it, the astral stone was indeed very precious. Just its appearance here had already aroused attention. For Serene to call them masters, they had to be morning star magi. There was no other possibility. At the same time, Serene also looked at Leylin with astonishment. Astral Gate research and experiments could only be conducted and hosted by morning star magi. Even preliminary research had a high requirement, needing one to be a hydrophase magus with a high-ranked magus tower. This customer's strengths seemed to be very robust. Let's put this matter aside and talk about another matter, the private gathering after the auction. What are the prerequisites to entering the venue? Leylin asked casually after quickly collecting his feelings when he was not able to obtain a reply from Serene. This question, Serene lightly let out a sigh of relief. This was within her purview. If it hadn't been, she would have failed at satisfying either of her guests' questions, which was equivalent to stepping on his feet. The private gathering will be held within 3 days of the closure of the auction. We will announce the actual venue later. With regards to entrance requirements, Sir is already a VIP of the Azure Mountain auction, and hence you fully qualify for the private gathering. I'll send someone to inform you closer to the event date. Excellent. Despite a few flirtatious invites from Serene urging him to stay, Leylin left behind a few methods of contact and got up to leave for the auction. Even though she was rejected, Serene did not feel an ounce of anger. She smiled until Leylin had left before returning to the auction. How was it? Did you verify his identity? In her office quarters, a golden-haired middle-aged man with a walking stick asked casually and seemed to be very aware of Leylin's actions. Nope. He was very cautious. Serene smiled wryly. I looked through the details of all the potions grandmasters in the vicinity, and none of them match his personality. Is he from a different region? Even though the Azure Mountains auction had a great reputation, but they only attracted magi below the Morning Star realm. Moreover, the list only contained magi residing in this region. Perhaps he's someone with a lot of experience, someone worth recruiting. After all, we can involve him in the matter that we are currently plotting, which would fit grandfather's requests. The middle-aged man's tone was very neutral, but having heard his words, Serene's eyes lit up. Do you mean? With growing anticipation and the many conspiracies in the shadows, time ticked by until it was finally the first day of the auction. This was a festival for Azure Mountain City. Not only did the residents carry lit lanterns and played with fireworks, but the streets were also bustling with activities. It wasn't uncommon for magi to make underground exchanges and interactions. And the Oakheart clan, as the regional power, had sent out many elite units to suppress the situation and maintain order. Speaking of which, this is a festive event for many of us magi who are below the Morning Star rank. Leylin snuck into the crowd and walked along, occasionally glancing from side to side. The AI chip gave out warning after warning. The crowd that Leylin was in mainly consisted of magi. Ranks 1 and 2 were common, and even rank 3 magi were not rare, with some who were on par with Leylin himself. Those magi were all like Leylin. They were in disguise, and had concealed themselves further with thick cloaks or veils, appearing to be very cautious. Whether major powers or fugitives, no vengeance can be had here. This rule has been carried down from previous auctions. A. Leylin smiled and pressed his cap down further, as his continued to inconspicuously scan through the dangerous people identified by the AI chip. At that moment, the Azure Mountain auctions gates were opened at the city center. Numerous hosts and magi came forth, welcoming the incoming magi in the most glamorous gowns. The normal entrance had already been filled to the brim with magi, and the rest had no choice but to line up behind them. Why were they so obedient? The welcoming committee was the greatest deterrent. They were elite magi of the Oakheart clan. Not only did many of them possess powerful spells, they even had some methods of combined attacks. Even Crystal Phase magi would be hard-pressed to even flee were they to attack in large numbers. The VIP entrance, on the other hand, was vastly different. Magi entered from time to time, and they would immediately be given looks of respect. VIP membership in the Azure Mountain auction represented not only identity, but also status. To take out 50 million magic crystals for a business deal was not just a matter of being wealthy. This was the Magus World. Were they to not have enough power to keep their wealth, all the riches in the world would not prevent their being robbed. As a result, the status of a VIP represented a certain amount of power. Of course, Leylin would not choose to queue with those low-ranked magi for a seat, and so he took a turn and walked towards the VIP entrance. After Leylin left the crowd, he realized that a huge bunch of people had the same intentions as him, and he even knew them. "I'm sorry, but according to our regulations, a VIP card can only allow for the entrance of 2 more magi." Serene bowed in apology, but the young married woman in front of her still refused to budge. "Who do you think you are? We are the Raleigh family." Jesha became red in the face, but Leylin pulled her to the side, face plastered with a bitter smile. The 2 bodyguards at the side had a solemn look on their faces and did not seem to be intimidated by the reputation of the Raleigh family. The other party was a small clan without even a Morning Star Magus. If they were to give in to them, the Oakheart clan would be treated as a joke. Leylin obviously knew this point, and he muttered a few words to Jesha. Beside them were 2 magi, both at rank 3. One caught his eye. "That old man?" Leylin looked at the Magus standing at the front. His face was sunken, and he wore on his ear a red ruby pendant that seemed to have some symbolic meaning. He must be the clan leader of the Raleigh family, the one who is rumored to have reached the peak of the Hydro phase. Leylin calmly walked over. He had managed to subdue Torem, who used a secret technique to break through to the crystal phase. He naturally didn't consider the old man a threat. "Jesha, I thought you didn't want to take part in auctions like these," Leylin helplessly persuaded. This wife of his had originally said that she wanted to come here just for fun and would not partake in the auction. However, something had come over her today, and she had insisted on coming. However, their family still had an elder at rank 3 who'd come along this time as well, and hence the quota had already been filled. With their feeble strength as a small family clan, the Oakheart clan would not make a special exception for them and allow them to exceed the quota for the VIP entrance. Leylin could not help but notice that after marriage, Leylin had indeed matured a lot. "I just want to go in to have a look. Grandpa Vance, can't you just let me in?" Jesha tugged at the old Magus' arms and started to act coquettishly. Vance, who was bothered to no end by her, could only smile wryly as he glanced at Serene. "Look, I'm extremely sorry, Mr. Vance. Even though I'm an old friend of yours, rules are rules. If this lady would really like to enter, she can only enter through the normal passageway." Serene had a professional smile on her face. Even though her tone sounded sincere, it seemed to have a tinge of hypocrisy within. It's only a small family clan, and she need not put in so much effort. "No, I refuse to walk through that passageway." This turn of events had attracted the attention of many magi. Jesha's refusal to agree had caused them much embarrassment. "Excuse me, please make way. There are other VIPs on the way." At that time, Serene's eyes lit up as she quickly walked to welcome the incoming VIP, Lord Bloodrogue. "It's been a long time since we met." As compared to the response before, Serene seemed much more enthusiastic. Having seen such an attitude, Jesha and even Leylin looked dispirited. "What's the matter?" Leylin asked, even though he already knew the answer. "Oh, there's nothing much. The guest quota of this customer is already full, but this lady insists on entering." Serene summarized the event. "Put it on my quota then. I'm not bringing anyone anyway." Leylin shook his head. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, The Watcher and the Ladybird. The Watcher and the Ladybird. Since that is what Sir Blood Rogue wants, of course it's possible. This was a small matter, and the rules were flexible enough to accommodate it. Furthermore, Serene wanted to attempt roping in Leylin, so naturally she would give him due respect. In actual fact, even if Leylin's quota was full but he still wanted to bring more people, Serene would agree to it. After all, in her eyes, a potions grandmaster was of a much higher status than the Raleigh family, which only had a single hydro-phase Magus. Really? Thank you so much, sir. Nolan immediately expressed his delight. He, of course, did not recognize Leylin, who had changed his disguise and bowed with Jesha. Many thanks. Jesha was slightly reluctant, but she bowed anyway, still feeling wronged. All right. Leylin nodded in a reserved manner and was about to enter the auction venue. Hold on. Dear friend, my name is Vance Raleigh. Thank you so much for this. The old man by the name of Vance had been standing by the side, waiting for Leylin to start walking so that he could enter the auction venue with him side by side. The wine-red carpet extended continuously under their feet. Nothing much, just a bit of help while I'm here, Leylin replied, but God knew what expression he had under his hood. He reached out and stroked the round coin on his chest. The reaction is getting stronger. Perhaps what I need is with the other party, hee. Jesha, you've given me a large present. Leylin shot a glance at Jesha, who was walking with her head held low. This woman still seemed rather fiery. The scene outside the auction venue had completely stripped her of her vanity, making her aware of how inferior and helpless she really was. She did not show the slightest amount of gratitude to Leylin, who had given her a hand earlier. Of course, she didn't recognize Leylin as well, and was instead cursing and grumbling inside. Wretched Leylin. If not for you, I wouldn't be here and suffer such humiliation, you'll see. Don't let me bump into you tonight, or else. A sinister look flashed across Jesha's eyes, but was quickly masked. As her head was partially lowered, her expression was not discovered by anyone. That's right. The main reason for her being here was Leylin. Ever since she saw Leylin at Azure Mountain City, revenge was all that was on her mind. Plus, according to the elder that had seen Leylin with them, he was only in the initial phase of a rank 3 back then and hadn't even entered the vapor phase. As long as they could find him, grandfather, whose strength had already reached the peak of the hydro phase, would definitely be able to help them seek revenge. But what disappointed Jesha was that no matter how hard she searched Azure Mountain City, even going so far as to stand guard at the pastry shop they had met in, he was nowhere to be found. Leylin had long since changed his identity to Blood Rogue, and even if they were to meet face to face on the streets, Jesha would definitely be unable to recognize him. After countless futile attempts, Jesha could only grudgingly give up further plans to continue the search. Instead, she turned to other ideas. She would strike at the auction. She was extremely certain that Leylin would appear here, attracted by the auction. Therefore, even if she hadn't found him for the time being, she would find him at the venue. As such, her trip here was to relieve her of her troubles. It was why Jesha, who didn't have even the slightest bit of interest in the auction, had pestered Nolan to bring her here. However, she seemed to have forgotten something. Not only would there be a huge number of Magi attending the auction, making it impossible to comb through everyone, there was also another problem that would be highly difficult to solve. As long as he was an official Magus, he would definitely have the ability to change his appearance. Once Leylin was in disguise, even if she wandered around the entire venue, it would be impossible to find him. Jesha might have thought about this were she not filled with rage and fueled by hatred, making her lose her ability to think rationally. At this moment, Leylin and Vance had reached a crossroad. Haha, it has been a pleasant conversation with you, Blood Rogue. I shall head to my room. Maybe we can each leave our secret imprints behind and meet again to chat another time. Vance was deliberately trying to get close to Leylin. After all, he evidently was holding a high position at the Azure Mountain auction. The more people of high standing that they knew, the more benefits their family stood to gain. Sure. From under the hood came a laugh that had been altered by the AI. Chip. At the same time, a secret imprint emerged. After saying their goodbyes, Leylin followed the maid to his room. The room was decorated very luxuriously, but it was rather small and could only accommodate a maximum of 3 chairs placed side by side without squeezing them close to each other. No wonder they only allowed 2 other people to enter. I'm afraid that Jesha will have to stand at the side. Oh no, maybe Leylin will stand at the side, while Jesha takes his seat. Leylin let his thoughts run wild. At the same time, he was sizing up the whole cubicle. The most captivating part of the entire room was the huge screen in the center, where numerous auction items would appear. Leylin fiddled with the bidding machine and communication equipment for a while and quickly got the hang of it. The quality of the soundproofing between cubicles was excellent, and the entire booth immediately went quiet when the maid left. Something doesn't feel right. Chip, scan. Leylin leaned against the top of the chair and stroked his chin, seemingly meditating out of boredom or deep in thought, but yet a faint blue glow flashed across under his eyes. Starting scan, no abnormalities. A few moments later, the AI chip's conclusion alarmed Leylin. What? That can't be true. As an owner of the auction, how is it possible that a basic intelligence-gathering spell formation has not even been set up? Scan again, activate combined tri-unit operation, mobilize atomic microscope. Leylin immediately realized the root of the problem. How could such magi be at ease at an auction? Even though on the surface they said it was for protection, the necessary surveillance was still required. Perhaps some Morning Star magi could avoid such treatment, but Leylin clearly did not qualify. Beep, orders received. Mobilizing atomic microscope, starting in-depth scan. The AI chip immediately began operating again. This time, a discovery was made within 3 seconds. Beep. Discovered traces of microscopic beings, no similar image found in database. The AI chip sent the report loyally and projected an image into Leylin's brain. The image was clearly a magnified version of the image from the atomic microscope. In an environment made up of numerous cell-like objects, living creatures similar to ladybirds that were the size of fine particles were patrolling around the cracks. Together, they even formed a spell rune. This is, Leylin's pupils contracted, Mandler's eavesdropping rune, and what is this creature? It is actually so tiny that an atomic microscope is needed to examine it. A chill ran down his spine as he ordered the AI chip to scan himself. After confirming that these ladybirds only stayed on the floor of the room and that there were none in contact with his body, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what other purpose this creature serves, its mere ability to spy by forming runes is extremely hard to deal with and dreadful. Leylin's heart was heavy, but he maintained a drowsy appearance, so no one thought that something was wrong. Looks like the entire auction venue has been covered with these tiny bugs. Also, someone is using their characteristics to build a spell formation. Such a thing can only be done by the Azure Mountain King. Leylin was very certain. Although he was well equipped with knowledge and experience, he had never heard about such a ladybird before, so it was likely to be a creature from a different world that had been captured and made use of by the Azure Mountain King to form a strange spell formation. A spell formation deployed with utmost care by a Morning Star Magus would not be discovered even by a rank 3 Crystal Phase Magus. Leylin even suspected that even other rank 4 magi would not find out easily. This would also explain why this secret had never been revealed, and why the Azure Mountain auction had been having such good business void of any nasty incidents. Under the watch of the ladybirds, no matter what plans one had, they would be hard to implement. He is indeed worthy of being a Morning Star Magus. Leylin gasped without saying anything else, acting as though he hadn't discovered anything. However, this also explained why VIPs were given such tiny rooms. Judging by the strength of the Oakheart clan, even if they built a spacious and luxurious cubicle for every single VIP, they wouldn't face any financial pressure. The only possibility why they didn't was because of such a spell formation. A surveillance spell formation that was able to cover the entire auction venue was incredibly expensive. After all, the entire venue accommodated a huge number of magi. The current surface area that it occupied was the maximum and could not be expanded further. As the boundaries of the spell formation ended there, if the compound was further expanded, there would be blind spots in the surveillance, which would obviously not be permitted by the Azure Mountain King. At this moment, a voice sounded, as though it came from right in front of Leylin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Azure Mountain City. We thank you for being here at this distinguished event. I am honored to be your humble host, Leo Oakhart. Soon after, many images appeared on 3 of the walls, revealing a humongous platform on which a gold-haired middle-aged nobleman wearing a swallow-tailed coat was making a speech. A 3D hologram technique? Leylin almost yelled, but immediately came to his senses. It was only an effect achieved by spells. It seemed as though Leylin was sitting in the best spot, directly facing the host of the auction. Certainly, the Magi in the other cubicles felt the same. A row of words appeared on the screen in the center of the room. The first auction item will now be presented, a fiery gemstone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, Wing of the Sun, Wing of the Sun. Behind the introductions were several other rows, each describing the items following the first. Now, please allow me to present the first item of this year's auction. A treasure produced from the fiery world, the fiery gemstone, the host announced loudly, lifting the gauze from the tray behind him at the same time. Boom! In a flash, 3 pieces of translucent crystal emerged before Leylin's eyes. An unceasing flame seemed to be burning in the cores of the crystals. Treasures from another plane? Numerous Magi gasped. In order to start off the auction successfully, the Azure Mountain Auction House had indeed put in much effort. Evidently, the first auction item was unexpected for many of them. The fiery gemstone is rumored to be a treasure of the central blazing world. Containing heavily compressed fire elemental particles, it can help break through and upgrade a fire-attributed Magus spiritual endowments, and is even an essential item, the advancements of many high-grade fire elemental meditation techniques. The host continued. However, very few spared the attention to listen to him anymore. They had all averted their rapacious gazes to the fiery gemstone on stage. Even Leylin was slightly tempted by this item, leave alone the other Magi. Resources from other planes could only be obtained by Morning Star Magi due to the requirement for an astral gate. For rank 2 and rank 3 Magi like them, they were an inaccessible existence. Its small degree spiritual endowment enhancing effects especially drove many of them crazy. All right. Now we will begin the auction for the compressed blazing gemstones, with the starting bid at 5 million magic crystals. The host reported a figure, which was soon drowned amongst a cacophony of bids. Huge figures appeared on the screen, which was refreshed again and again with the highest quoted price. Leylin speechlessly watched the numbers spike on the corner of the screen, exceeding 10 million in a flash and going all the way up to around 50 million before slowing down. He could not help but smile bitterly. I originally thought that the more than 90 million magic crystals from the Azure Mountain Auction House was already a large fund. Now it seems it will be really difficult to win the bid for the Astral Stone. Leylin extinguished all thoughts of pressing the bid button. Although he had many items that he could use as payment, and winning the bid for the compressed blazing gemstone was not hard, it was too ostentatious. Furthermore, his funds were limited. They had to be saved for later and were not to be wasted on this. Because he had already decided to give up, Leylin was able to relax and engrossedly watch the group of high-ranked Magi fight furiously over these treasures. The value of otherworldly treasures still exceeded Leylin's expectations. Not only were the VIPs in the VIP lounge going all out, even Magi seated at the regular auditorium began quoting prices to fight for the items as well. Possessing the financial ability to compete for the fiery gemstone, yet withdrawn within the regular auditorium crammed with all those low-ranked Magi, he is also a rascal pretending to be weak. Leylin looked at a red-haired youth and assessed monotonously. Bidding closed, the 3 people who quoted the highest price will obtain the rights of attribution to the fiery gemstone. The host, who stood on the central elevated platform with a slightly flushed face, spoke with an obvious excitement. Now, on the screen, the large figures stopped in a moment. The highest bid had reached a shocking 85 million magic crystals. The second and third highest bid merely differed from the first by not more than 1 million magic crystals. This is crazy, Leylin shook his head. Clearly, the quoted price this time had been overshot by a lot, even exceeding the original expectations of the auction house. The host calmed down and began introducing the next auction item, magic equipment, Aphopes, scepter. Starting bid, 38 million magic crystals or resources of equivalent worth. An entirely golden, magnificently crafted scepter instantly appeared within Leylin's sight. At the head of the scepter, many gold tassels and decorations formed the shape of a sun's corona, emitting light and heat continuously. 40 million magic crystals, 50 million magic crystals, and 3 moonstones on top of that. Evidently, this piece of magic equipment was already renowned among this group of magi. Even before the host finished speaking, the magi below had already begun quoting prices. Leylin rested his chin on his hands, and as he watched, he suddenly felt that he was actually considered poor. Compared to these central continent magi who took possession of rich resources and had long-spanning inheritances, even if he plundered the entire Twilight Zone, he would still only be considered slightly rich. If not for those few incidents of huge profit, and if he was not a potions grandmaster, he definitely would not have dared to participate in the auction for the Astral Stone. Shortly after, the piece of magic equipment, Aphopes' scepter, was bought by a Magus in the VIP lounge at a high price of 90 million magic crystals. Many magi could not help but take note of the VIP lounge number. The Azure Mountain auction was no doubt the top power in this area. What followed next was a large quantity of rare Magus treasures, information on high-grade meditation techniques, and also a great amount of valuable resources appearing on the stage one after another, something which many magi pursued. The high-grade potions that Leylin initially sold were in there too. Although they were only a part of it, they were still sold at sky-high prices. The desires of magi for high-grade potions could never be satisfied. This made Leylin rather happy, but at the same time, he secretly rolled his eyes. He originally thought that the Azure Mountain auction house undertook a definite loss when they purchased his potions, but now it seems this transaction greatly profited the other party instead. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction is approaching an end. Our Azure Mountain auction house has specially decided that the biggest treasures of this time's auction will be up for auction at the last moment. The host's words piqued Leylin's interest uncontrollably as he fixed his gleaming eyes on the stage. This time's auction will continue on for 3 days, which means to say there are 3 extremely valuable items to auction. There are few opportunities. The host's voice carried a hint of temptation. Next, please allow me to grandly introduce the first treasure, the ancient advanced meditation technique, Wing of the Sun. Following his words, the curtains on both ends of the stage were drawn, exposing the precious object behind it. It looked no different from the common large swords. Its model was full of antiquity, and the middle section of its blade had obvious cracks on it, with the tip of the sword missing. Even more so, what caused Leylin to slightly lose his spirit was the drop of golden blood on the blade of the broken sword, which looked as if it contained a life of its own. It took the form of a spiral and shone with radiance continuously. As you all know, once a Magus surpasses the morning star realm, reaching an even scarier and more unpredictable state, their lives will begin to sublime. Even the smallest cell of their blood will contain a deep secret about themselves, so much so that they may achieve blood reincarnation. The host's voice carried a slight excitement, and this broken sword had once been in contact with a little bit of the blood of the ancient sun's child. Through our appraiser's verification, although the blood on the broken sword has completely lost its life energy, this sole drop of blood holds the information about the meditation technique of the sun's child from that time. Sun's child. As soon as the host spoke, Leylin somewhat lost his cool. It wasn't rare for the relic of such a powerful person from ancient times to contain some fragments of information. Even the Lamia fingerbone could forcibly catalyze the formation of a soul by the means of its own radiation. But to contain the complete information about the meditation technique was extremely rare. Based on Leylin's conjecture, the sun's child must have had a premonition about his death when he was facing his enemy and thus deliberately left a legacy behind. Only, what amazed Leylin was that he had never expected to see a relic of that sun's child, who was amongst the ranks of quicksand, in this place. Somewhere, he had a feeling that maybe his fate with the ancient bloodline Warlocks, the quicksand organization, was not so short-lived. We can guarantee that the meditation technique, Wing of the Sun, is absolutely complete. The ancient top meditation technique is still a great reference for us even if we are unable to practice it. Moreover, although the bloodline of the sun's child on the sword has completely lost its life energy, you never know, there may still be certain spells that can restore its vitality. If it's like that, I'm afraid the warlock structure of the entire central continent will be revised. The host was trying his best to delude them. For this auction item, the starting bid, 200 million magic crystals or other equivalent resources. After the host finished his sentence, the scene became calm and actually fell into a short, temporary, awkward silence. The numerous magi all stared at the broken sword and its golden spiral which was on the elevated platform with unknown thoughts. Huff! Leylin gave a long sigh. If Mentor Gilbert was here, he'd buy this at all costs. Of course, Leylin was sure of one thing. The auction would be conducted for 3 days, and a valuable item would be revealed every day at the last moment. This advanced meditation technique was only the cheapest among the 3 precious treasures. The advanced meditation technique, Wing of the Sun, was similar to Kem-In's pupil, a technique specially customized for individual warlocks. The criteria to practice it was to possess the bloodline of the ancient sun's child. According to Leylin's intelligence and knowledge, ever since the ancient sun's child of quicksand died, there had not been any news of the birth of similar bloodlines in the entire central continent. Hence, the Wing of the Sun meditation technique was at most useful for Magi as a reference, causing its worth to plummet. Also, the blood on the sword had lost its life energy and could not be used as a bloodline to be introduced into Magus bodies and passed down. Even though it looked very precious, its real worth was in fact not much. Of course, the relatively low worth of this item was only when compared to the other 2 treasures. To Leylin, the price of this treasure was still too high to afford. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, Despicable, what a pity, Leylin sighed. If he was willing to use up all of his magic crystals and sell a few more precious materials on top of that, he would stand a chance in bidding for the Wing of the Sun. Even though that was good, it did not quite fit his requirements as his main intentions were still to obtain the Astral Stone. However, if Duke Gilbert was here, he would be willing to offer a sky-high price for the Wing of the Sun, even if it was only going to be useful for research. A higher-ranked bloodline as well as a top-notch meditation technique. These were temptations that a warlock would easily succumb to. Upon getting hold of this precious object, they must have exhausted all possible methods until it was no longer possible to exploit the bloodline of the sun's child, before reluctantly putting it up for auction. If not, they would never have minded transforming into a warlock family. As far as Leylin was aware, there wasn't a single warlock family on the central continent that could reach rank 6. In other words, if one was really able to combine the blood of the sun's child together with the meditation technique, a Breaking Dawn bloodline warlock would be able to gradually rise to power in the central continent. A loss in such a bloodline is totally impossible to recreate in the present central continent. Leylin remembered that he had received data on fusion and modification of bloodlines from Quicksand Castle. If I were to make use of the modification technique, together with the genetic reformation function of my AI chip, there might just be a possibility of success. However, even if it succeeded, this would only produce yet another ancient bloodline treasure for Leylin. He already had a pure ancient red dragon bloodline on hand. However, it was a pity that after a long period of research, he had realized that he was still unable to transform his own bloodline. All the research on synthesizing and modifying bloodlines had gone down the drain. A warlock's bloodline did not only exist within his body, it was also merged with his spirit. Even Leylin was at a loss for how to deal with this. Ultimately, it is only when one has advanced to the morning star realm, and when their spiritual force has undergone continuous advancements, then can they come into contact with the spirit itself. As a result, even if Leylin was able to restore the bloodline of the sun's child, he would not have the desire to bid for this treasure. As a matter of fact, his interest in Wing of the Sun far exceeded his interest in the sun's child bloodline. It's an advanced ancient meditation technique. It was indeed a higher-level bloodline meditation technique as compared to Kem-In's pupil. Even though they were both bloodline meditation techniques, the Wing of the Sun was evidently at a much higher level. Kem-In's pupil only had a total of 4 levels due to the origin of the giant Kem-In serpent bloodline. The giant Kem-In serpent was originally a rank 4 creature, limiting the progress of a warlock who would partake in this technique. Since no Kem-In warlock could cross rank 4, there was no method to attain a higher-ranked meditation technique. On the other hand, the Sun's child was different. It was originally a rank 6 creature, hence allowing a warlock of its bloodline to reach rank 6 as well, thus engendering the highest level of meditation techniques. Customarily, in the central continent, a meditation technique with 4 levels that could let its practitioner attain the morning star realm, to be called a high-grade meditation technique. Furthermore, an advanced meditation technique of at least level 6 was needed for a Magus to peak at the path to the breaking dawn realm. Naturally, Leylin would not be contented with just a mere rank 4 Kem-In's pupil. His ultimate goal was to reach breaking dawn and higher levels to reach immortality. Hence, the Wing of the Sun was attractive. At least it could serve as a model upon which the Kem-In's pupil could be improved on. Yet, would it really be worth it to pay such a high price for a meditation technique that would merely work as a reference? Leylin shook his head, attempting to erase the thought from his mind. Meditation techniques are not tangible, but only information made up of words and pictures. Since the Azure Mountain clan is certain that the meditation technique is complete, they're bound to have a copy of the information as well as the bloodline of the Sun's child. Perhaps I can start working from that area. Leylin placed his hand on his chin as his thoughts wandered away. After moments of silence, the Magi below finally responded. 210 million magic crystals. An aged voice called out from the VIP lounge. As if it was a signal, the crowd immediately quoted their prices, practically flooding the screen. This was after all an advanced meditation technique coupled with an ancient bloodline, thus it was priceless. Even though there was not much use for it, the value of this precious object for collection purposes had way exceeded its base price. In addition, the vastness and mystery of spells were not something that current Magi could explore completely. Perhaps, in one of the hidden corners of the central continent, there lay a powerful technique that was capable of activating the Sun's child bloodline. If that was the case, by buying this precious object at a low price today, one could earn a fortune in the future. This was clearly what the majority of the Magi here thought. This definitely included those Morning Star Magi who were rich and imposing, willing to buy this just for their own research. Even though the Azure Mountain auction house was unlikely to attract Magi of such levels, there were bound to be some exceptions. One such exception was within a VIP lounge that was distinctly larger than the room that Leylin was in. The Magus inside had an emaciated face and silver eyes. He was wearing the Devil's Cry robe and smiled. I didn't expect to come across such a precious object. He didn't use the device to quote his price and instead said softly, 1 billion magic stones. Strangely, even though his voice was soft, his comment was heard by the Magi in the entire auction venue, leading to a halt in the quoting of prices. Alas, one that could quote such a high price was obviously a Morning Star Magus. Who else would dare to compete with him? On the other hand, when Leylin heard this voice, his entire body suddenly stiffened. Demon Hunter Cyril? Even though the tone of the voice was different, Cyril had left a deep impression in Leylin's mind. His voice was recorded in his AI chip, and hence he recognized the other party immediately. I can't believe that even he is here. After calming himself, Leylin placed his hand on his chin and smiled bitterly. In order to get such cheap auction prices, you can even scare the Magi in this venue. Demon Hunter Cyril, you are still as braven as before. Even so, he did not intend to stand out to make a complaint. Leylin understood that he should keep a low profile when he was at a disadvantage. A Morning Star Magi was indeed a great deterrent. Once Cyril quoted his price, the entire auction house became silent. Okay, since no one is increasing the price, I'll announce that this top-notch meditation technique will belong to the Lord in the first VIP lounge. The host laughed dryly as he started to mediate the scene. In reality, his heart ached. According to him, this precious object should not only be worth 1 billion magic crystals, but instead, it should at least worth more than 2 billion magic crystals. It was definitely possible to sell it at such a high price, judging from the attendance of high-level magi in this venue. Now, even the Oakhart clan was willing to offer more than 1 billion magic crystals for this meditation technique. This was definitely a loss. "My dear lord, your loot is here. Please follow me to make the transaction. Also, the guardian of our clan would like to see you." At this moment, in the first lounge, Serene bowed respectfully and even her voice became a little shaky. "Okay, I will go." Cyril waved his hand. Even a Morning Star Magi was required to follow the rules. His rash behavior would only lead to the Morning Star Magi of the Oakhart clan warning him. In actual fact, he only had this one chance to do such a thing. If he dared to do it again, the Azure Mountain King would definitely become hostile. But it was clear that deep in his heart, he did not feel remorseful at all. What was reputation worth to him? Tangible benefits were the most important. Once he complied and guaranteed that he would not do such a thing again, he could easily obtain such top-notch meditation technique. So why not do it? Demon Hunter Cyril was originally more crafty and despicable than demons. This was also the exact reason why other magi feared him. As a result of Cyril's actions, the day's auction ended on a bad note, adding on that the attendance of Demon Hunter Cyril spread like wildfire. If the Azure Mountain Auction House did not guarantee that such a thing would not happen again, they would even incur more losses. After all, who dared to compete with a Morning Star Magus? If such a thing happened in each auction, then the Azure Mountain Auction House should just sell the items off to them instead. As a result of the guarantee of the Azure Mountain clan, the second day of auction went on as usual. Leylin, too, came to the venue and watched emotionlessly as each precious object was bought by others. The day before, Serene had hinted at the appearance of the astral stone. This was the exact reason why Leylin merely watched in silence throughout the entire auction. Towards the end of the auction, the host then announced, "This is today's most precious item. Astral stone?" Finally, Leylin was able to see his ultimate goal at this auction on stage, the astral stone. The existence of the astral stone was widely known in the Magus World, but not many had laid eyes on it. A shiny black stone that resembled any other was brought on stage. Upon close inspection, the surface of the stone reflected soft rays of blue light as if it was starlight. The astral stone is a necessity for interplanar experiments. This stone weighs 1582 grams, and its density is very high. This is known to be the highest quality stone within this century. It has an abundance of energy and is definitely the best choice for astral gate experiments. The host rambled on about the astral stone nonstop. While the astral stone was indeed worth less than the top-notch meditation technique from the day before, the application of this stone was widely known, hence the popular demand. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, Blood Duchess, Blood Duchess. This is an astral stone. The base price is set at 200 million magic crystals, and every increment set at a minimum of 1 million. You may use resources of equal value to make up any difference. Let the auction begin. The presenter waved his hand, and the huge screen in front of Leylin lit up immediately in bright colors. Watching the numbers on the screen clambering up bit by bit, Leylin's mouth curved into a bitter smile. His guess had come true. This astral stone was one of the 3 most valuable items up for auction. The price had soared to an outrageous amount. It looked like he did not have enough magic crystals at the moment and would need to sell some of his resources. Leylin was glad that he had no lack of good materials on him. Were he to sell them all, he would still qualify to join the bid. 1 billion magic crystals. Leylin immediately yelled his bid with an announcement device in the hopes of scaring off the rest. 11 billion magic crystals. Another bid was heard immediately. It came from VIP Lounge 1. Although no other announcements were made after the first, who didn't know that the occupant of the VIP lounge was the Morning Star Magus Demon Hunter Cyril. Leylin stroked his chin and his eyes gleamed with traces of caution. "Ha ha, Cyril, aren't you embarrassed to bid so low?" Another voice was heard from VIP Lounge 2. Soon after, the screen refreshed to reflect a new price, 20 billion magic crystals. "Huh, this conduct, another Morning Star Magus?" Leylin's mouth twitched in a bitter smile. trouble is brewing. Even though he was confident in his wealth, he was not egotistical enough to compare himself to someone at the Morning Star realm. Moreover, with these two Morning Star Magi nipping at each other, wouldn't he be courting death if he were to get involved any further? Yes, the astral stone was truly valuable, and losing the opportunity of acquiring it was extremely unfortunate. But compared to his own mortal life, Leylin knew exactly which was more important. He sensibly gave up on contending for it. On the other hand, Leylin did not lose all hope. There was still the anonymous barter that he was looking forward to after the auction was completed. In VIP Lounge 1, Cyril's face hardened the moment he heard the voice of the other party. This voice, it must be Emma, that bitch. He may have been swearing at her, but his face was actually filled with endless fear. Blood Duchess Emma was well known for her crazy and savage ways. The other party was a Morning Star Magus. How could she not show him respect? 30 billion magic crystals. The astral stone was an important element in the current stage of his astral gate experiments. In the near future, there was a possibility that he could uncover the coordinates of the devils, hence his dire need for it. He knew he had to bid successfully for it, even if it meant paying a sky-high price. As such, Cyril yelled his bid reluctantly, as if his heart was bleeding. "Haha, Cyril, your pocket is as poor as your city of sins. I bid 40 billion. Emma, who was seated at the opposite side, had clearly received some unknown information, hence she was determined to not give in. The price for this astral stone clearly surpassed its actual value, which made him reluctant to bid. Yet, he was evidently embarrassed by Emma's mockery a moment ago. 45 billion magic crystals. Cyril immediately shouted out. Deep in his heart, he made up his mind that if the opposite party dared to bid further, he would give up. He would let her pay the unnecessary magic crystals for it. Haha, Cyril, do you think I am going to bid further? Wrong, this astral stone is not such a special item after all. It is no big deal if I were to let go and let you have it. Unexpectedly, Emma withdrew and stopped bidding, causing him to feel a rush of anger. Honestly, to spend 45 billion magic crystals on an astral stone, Cyril, where has your astuteness gone to? She ridiculed sarcastically, adding salt into his wound. This bitch, one day. Cyril clenched his teeth in rage, wisps of blood clouding his silver pupils. The horrifying ripples had caused the other guests in other VIP lounges to feel uneasy. Emma, just you wait and see. After tossing these last words at her, Cyril stood up and left in a hurry, not wanting to linger for another second. Leylin, on the other hand, upon hearing the name, was slightly taken aback. Blood Duchess. Isn't that Freya's mentor? Blood Duchess Emma was a Morning Star Warlock, the second elder of the Ouroboros clan. If it's her, it's no wonder she couldn't see eye to eye with Cyril. Leylin drew a deep breath. I didn't expect someone of such status to be present here. I am sure she has just arrived. Otherwise, the son's child bloodline would not have been acquired by him. After the favorable harvest from the quicksand pocket dimension some time back, Leylin and company had immediately relayed all specific details to Duke Gilbert, especially Leylin. With the presence of Cyril, they were sure they would never have the chance to step foot in the Forgotten Land again. Therefore, he laid out the route map clearly and specifically, paying special attention to the possibility that Quicksand Castle was the core of the pocket dimension. His scheme was for the Ouroboros clan to hanker after the Quicksand pocket dimension. In fact, if they were to successfully seize it from the hands of Cyril, Leylin would then have the opportunity to conduct deeper exploration. One single pocket dimension would fail to stir the greed of the Ouroboros clan. However, what if the location in question was an ancient pocket dimension with another pocket dimension in within? Especially since this pocket dimension was built by ancient warlocks at a time where rare natural resources were scarce. Other than the useful information, Leylin's bloodline crystals and blood vulture egg, as well as Robin's own harvest, had left Duke Gilbert delighted. As such, upon his return, Gilbert immediately invited the other two elders in the hope of joining together to go up against Cyril. According to rumors, after the showing of Ouroboros clan's power, not only had they shamed Cyril thoroughly, they also managed to be allocated a share of the pocket dimension, as well as priority purchasing power, amongst other benefits. Hence, from here on, the relationship between Cyril and the three giant Chem-In serpent warlocks would naturally deteriorate. In the past, When the three allied against Cyril, they almost defeated him. Due to this same reason, Cyril had never forgotten about Leylin or the other two warlocks. In fact, he had even covertly issued warrants for their arrest. This was one reason why Leylin had holed up in his territory bitterly for almost a century. Learning of the positive outcome of the situation at the higher level, Leylin was truly relieved that he could attend the auction held the next day, plus the anonymous barter thereafter. Otherwise, he would have given up on the idea of attending the exchange. The frightening probing abilities of a Morning Star Magus could not be underestimated. If Cyril had been present throughout, there was no way Leylin could stay anonymous for long. And once he was discovered by Cyril, he knew his life would be as insignificant as an ant, being crushed by with just a single finger. Now, armed with the knowledge that Emma was here, Leylin did not have the slightest amount of intentions of acknowledging her. If it were Duke Gilbert, he would have stepped up with warm greetings, in the hopes that he might, in a way or two, help Leylin to acquire some astral stones or such, but Emma, forget it. She might have been an elder of the Ouroboros clan, but they were from different factions, which might make the meeting awkward. His thoughts of Emma naturally led to those of Freya. This female warlock was indeed lucky. After the positive transaction of bloodline crystals with Leylin, she had successfully managed to save her family. And thereafter, there were rumors of her research in seclusion. It was as if she was attempting to break through the bottleneck to advance. It was known that, once a giant Chem-En serpent warlock was promoted to the rank of the Morning Star realm, their bloodlines would be purified. This method was naturally preferred compared to that of obtaining it through the easier method of having a pure-blooded warlock join the family. What was worth mentioning was the fact that, among the female warlocks of the Ouroboros clan, Freya was considered to be one with discipline and self-respect. The only negative characteristic was her eagerness to be first. Leylin stroked his jaw and pondered over the rumors about her decision to enter seclusion. It was as if she was trying to stimulate and break through the hydro phase. Due to this reason, Leylin was even more adamant about not revealing himself to Emma. He dreaded thinking about the possibilities of her forcing him to become a part of the family for the purpose of her advancement. How awful would that be? On the other hand, if he had been discovered by Cyril first, by hook or by crook, he would definitely seek Emma out and ask for help. Any terms and conditions then would have been agreed upon, as it was all worth keeping his life. You could only have one life. Once that was lost, nothing else mattered. In such cases, Leylin's integrity was relegated to the back seat. With such misgivings, Leylin went low profile once again. He made sure his spiritual force compression technique and transfiguration spells were in full operation, and made sure his energies were not discovered by the other two magi. Luckily, that fateful night, Leylin felt enormous energy undulations transmitted from far beyond Azure Mountain City. It was not only him, many magi were distracted by it. Although they were very far away, the energy undulations were frightening and caused Leylin to feel somewhat suffocated. The lower-ranked magi felt nothing. Only those who were close to the Morning Star realm could notice and be mindful of that terror. Soon after, Leylin received news of Demon Hunter Cyril and Blood Duchess Emma's departure from Azure Mountain City. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With such volatile elements, the fewer there were in his life, the better. This was probably the similar mindset of the other magi. Under such circumstances, in the presence of multiple Morning Star magi, there was no way they could have acquired their desired treasures with their limited magic crystals. What were they to do if one of the two eyed what they wanted? A stifled atmosphere had hung over the auction these past 2 days. The most dissatisfied of them all was the Oakhart clan. With the intrusion of the law-breaking Cyril, their revenue had suffered a steep decline. The third day, the auction erupted in full force, as if finally free of suppression and mounting pressures. The degree of liveliness far exceeded Leylin's expectations. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459. Peeping. The third day of the auction commenced with much flair. The lower-ranked magi had been suppressing their enthusiasm and saving their magic crystals to the best extent of their abilities. Hence, once the pressure was diffused, they had exploded into action. Every item was sold for a high price, so much so that Leylin was quite surprised by the number of wealthy magi that had emerged. Some were in the VIP lounges, but there were others amongst the crowd. It seemed like, although he was very rich, he did not belong to the group of the most wealthy. Leylin witnessed one of the magi in the crowd buy a treasure for more than 100 million magic crystals nonchalantly. And the cause for this transaction was the ever-so-common jealousy of a love rival. And when he began socializing with others, Leylin learnt that this young kid was the direct descendant of a morning star Magus, who possessed a lot of resources and influence. It was naturally for there to be a lot of magic crystals at his disposal. However, he hadn't dared to be arrogant in the face of the two morning star magi present, and had hence only revealed himself now. Leylin also saw Vance, the patriarch of the Raleigh family, successfully buy a spell formation that was optimized to increase the chance of advancing to the crystal phase by 20%. At the same time, he'd also bought a lot of other supplementary materials for the process. It seemed like he'd reached the bottleneck and was ready to advance. Leylin stole a glance at their party. According to the Coin of Destiny's guidance, the item he needed to acquire now was probably in the possession of their possession. The last great treasure up for auction was top-grade magic equipment, the Tri-Python Ring. It was rumored that the bodies and souls of 3 ancient cold pythons were extracted to cast this piece of magic equipment. Not only was its spatial storage boundless, it could even withstand 3 full attacks of a morning star Magus. A full-power attack from an ancient morning star Magus was known to be able to kill anything under that level. Such spells had the ability to blot out all light. They could crush mountains and destroy rivers. To possess the ability to withstand up to 3 such attacks, this Tri-Python Ring was undoubtedly the most precious treasure up for auction this time. Even morning star magi would be envious of its ability. This piece of top-grade magic equipment would be a great advantage in a battle between magi of the same rank. It could flip the heavens and the earth for its user's sake. Its value climbed up steadily up to the last bid of 860 million by a Magus from a VIP lounge. According to Leylin's estimates, that party could be a morning star Magus. In fact, it could even turn out to be the Azure Mountain King. In spite of the hiccups along the way, this Azure Mountain auction had concluded successfully. The emergence of the Tri-Python Ring had created strong waves that continuously spread, even to the surrounding areas. Some lower-ranked magi began to leave the city, heading back home to continue with their own research or embarking on another journey. With the decreasing number of magi, the city seemed to have regained some order. The original chaos had considerably eased up, and the situation became peaceful. Leylin and some other high-ranked magi, on the other hand, were waiting in silence. To them, this auction was similar to an appetizer. The actual main course was yet to be presented. On the surface, it looked like the Oakheart clan had recalled their elite patrol. However, the actual fact was that the level of caution had increased threefold. It was only that the security concerns were now internal. Everything was set up for the anonymous barter. The anonymity of the event meant that many magi were now disposing of stolen goods. Hence, there were going to be many precious high-quality treasures offered for an attractively low price. The Oakheart clan would guarantee safety and confidentiality of both parties. On the other hand, they would not be held responsible for the consequences and disputes that would arise after a successful transaction. In a room in a small hotel, Leylin, who was in the midst of meditation, opened his eyes. A flower-shaped secret imprint emerged from his contact book, bringing with it the voice of Serene. "Sir Blood Rogue, the anonymous barter will take place tonight. As for the venue..." This woman had been attempting to rope Leylin into the Oakheart clan and had kept a close tab on his whereabouts. Still, Leylin would not let her have her way. Not only had his past been hidden flawlessly, his attitude towards her left him neither close nor distant, causing her great distress. Finally, he had even changed his accommodations. The only way to contact him now was via secret imprint, which left her helpless. When night fell, Leylin changed his outward appearance once again. Following the directions he was given, he arrived at a spot outside Azure Mountain City. Unexpected incidences were not rare at such private events. Even under the watchful eyes of the Azure Mountain King, the Oakheart clan did not dare to hold the event within the city, choosing an outside venue instead. As such, even if anything were to happen, the damages would be reduced to a minimum. Huh, there are other magi too. After his descent, Leylin noticed another magus who had also just arrived a step ahead of him, walking towards an unremarkable cave. Welcome, two old men wearing the Oakhart clan uniform emerged. Without any questions, they handed over a black mask. The magus nodded his head without replying, accepted the mask, and headed in. Without the need for a number, command, or even an invitation card, as long as any magus knew of this entrance, they would be granted access. In addition, they would be given items to help conceal their identities. It was this persistent and tight secrecy that allowed the anonymous barter to be successful for so long. According to Serene, the entire location had been masked by a cover-up spell formation. With these matching face masks and their own identity concealment, even their genders were difficult to make out. Even Morningstar Magi could not see through these disguises. Leylin's mouth curved into a bitter smile. In reality, he stopped mid-sentence and stepped over to take the mask from the old man before proceeding to head inside. Both these old men were at the crystal phase and yet were stationed to guard the entrance. The Oakhart clan indeed had invested heavily into this event. Chip, mobilize the atomic microscope and begin scanning, Leylin commanded in silence. Beginning scanning, microscope engaged, beep. Abnormality detected? The reply from the AI chip was swift. Leylin noticed within his line of sight that on the black mask were innumerable ladybugs flooding the surface. These were the same creatures that he'd seen at the auction. In fact, their numbers far exceeded what he had seen previously. They were even cautiously entering Leylin's body. This is the true Oakhart clan? Leylin shook his head. The spell formation enveloping the entire barter was genuine. The concealment runes on the mask were also genuine. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bypassed the inspection of the many magi. However, the Oakhart clan had secretly planted these ladybugs all over the event area, including on all the masks. They hadn't dared to tamper with the spell formation for fear of being discovered by Morningstar Magi. However, with these ladybug spies, which were 10,000 times smaller than a speck of dust, everything that every magus did, and all other matters regardless of import would ultimately be known by them. I'm afraid even Morningstar Magi won't be able to detect these, Leylin sighed, and a layer of fine black powder appeared on his hand. As if drawn by some unknown attractive force, the ladybugs advanced in the direction of the powder, and soon lumped together into a ball. AI chip, begin imitation of the organism's energy signature, issuing misleading information. The AI chip's feedback was immediate. Mission received. Beginning, Leylin had been low-key for these past 3 days and hadn't bought anything at the auction. He had held back due to fear of the espionage of these bugs. However, he hadn't been idle at all. He'd made use of the AI chip's abilities to continuously scan and collate data about these bugs, learning all there was to know. Knowing the tendencies of large organizations, if they'd rigged the auction to their advantage, there was no chance they wouldn't do the same with the anonymous barter. In fact, the surveillance would even be much stricter. Therefore, Leylin had prepared well with his own customized potion on top of his disguise. After the powder took effect, Leylin could see through the microscopes that the ladybugs had slowed to a languid crawl. Soon, they all moved back to the mask. Leylin was pleased and smiled. Walking in, he slid the mask on. At the same time, a mysterious current and fine undulations emitted from his body. At the huge barter event, in the center of a hidden area. Reporting to Grandfather, according to feedback from the Stardust bugs, everything is working normally. The present chief of Oakhart reported respectfully to a middle-aged magus with blue hair. There are rumors about some convicts from the north heading towards us here. They had stolen some local treasure with intentions to trade and dispose of their stash. Be alert and pay special attention. The blue-haired magus spoke indifferently, without the slightest degree of power and influence, yet it made the chief of Oakhart nod his head ceremoniously. Do not worry, under the strict surveillance of the Stardust bugs, nothing can stay hidden, regardless of the methods they use. There was a reason for the chief's confidence. This species of Stardust bug was a unique find from another plane. The Azure Mountain King had stumbled upon it during one of his interplanar experiments. Thereafter, through intensive research, Not only had he successfully tamed this organism, he had also given it the ability to work as a probe, becoming the secret trump card of the Oakheart clan. In the entire clan, only the Azure Mountain King and the current elders knew of this. Given their minuscule size, their energy undulations could not be detected without a special instrument. Thus, even Morningstar Magi couldn't find out about them as they were spread everywhere undetected. The knowledge that these presumptuous Morningstar Magi had the impression that their concealment skill was flawless, not knowing that everything was being exposed, made the chief smile heartily. Of course, armed with such stardust bugs, he had even used them for his own benefits, to peek into the naked body of female Magi and even kept the images. However, he was careful not to reveal such details for risk of angering the other Morningstar Magi, and having them turn on the Oakheart clan and razing the entire clan to the ground. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, Assassin, you're in charge of this. The opponent is merely a Magus at the crystal phase. With your secret guards, you must take him down, the Azure Mountain King spoke nonchalantly. Understood, grandfather, the chieftain nodded before bowing and leaving. After acquiring all the information, he would first let these fugitives dispose of their goods before he went forth to hunt them down and receive the bounty. This method of taking advantage of both parties was not a foreign concept to him. If wealth was being accumulated quickly, it would usually involve bloodshed. Even if the Azure Mountain King was a Morningstar Magus, the Oakheart clan would not have been able to develop so quickly without these methods. The Oakheart chieftain's heart was aflame as he impatiently arrived at a control room, rubbing his fingers. How many Morningstar Magi will come to the anonymous barter this time? I am looking forward to it. This is the central control room, commanding all daughter elements to transmit gathered images. He pressed a crystal and ordered. Quickly enough, numerous fragmented projections formed a screen with many little squares on it. On the surface were the outer appearances of the Magi participating in the barter, as well as their true appearances. Beside the images of some of the exceptionally beautiful female Magi were even full-body images. Of course, they were without clothing. The chieftain's eyes widened, and he looked excited. What he did not notice was that in one of the parts in the corner, Leylin's character had a completely foreign face. The barter was held in a large karst cave underground. The ground was filled with powerful runes and brands, emanating formidable energy waves. The mask Leylin had on gave off a black layer of light that resonated with the spell formation on the ground, hiding his body in darkness. From the outside, all the Magi who entered were black blobs of light, and it was difficult to even distinguish their sexes. In addition, the strength of the spell formation was something Leylin had never seen before. He could not help but order the AI chip to record the pattern down. It was evident that this was a spell formation that only Morningstar Magi were able to set up. It was even able to ward off the probing of other similarly ranked Magi. This had been verified by the many Magi who had participated in such events in the past. It was a pity, though. Even if the Oakheart clan hadn't tampered with the spell formation, they had surreptitiously placed a deadly spy on all their bodies. Bugs that were 10,000 times smaller than specks of dust would not be discovered even if on someone's body. On top of that, these stardust bugs had the innate skill of concealing themselves. With the Oakheart clan's nurture and specialized training, these stardust bugs had already turned into dreadful spies that could tell the identities of every single Magus in the trading event. So sad, Leylin strolled along with the numerous black blobs of light, feeling regretful. He had yet to do much research on this type of bug. He could only achieve the effect of hiding himself, but it would require a lot of time to trace the origin and even steal the others' footage from the central control room. Perhaps he might need to even develop his own stardust bugs and sneak them in to achieve that goal. All this required time. However, he only had 3 days at the auction. It was already amazing to be able to accomplish what he had done. Wasn't that obvious from how the many Morningstar Magi here had yet to realize the secret of the stardust bugs and how their identities were completely exposed. When the black blobs of light in the cave increased in number, a crisp bell sounded, attracting the attention of multiple magi to a circular stage at the center. Light began to flicker there, revealing a blonde, middle-aged Magus. The many of you may or may not know me. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Leo Oakhart, the host of the Azure Mountain Auction. I shall also be the host of this anonymous barter. Leo's expression was brimming with a warm smile. ILL cut to the chase. As the anonymous barter only takes place for one night, I shall not waste any more of your precious time. There are two parts to this event. First, the magi who need to trade items can come onto the stage in order to show the item you wish to sell and declare what you hope to obtain in exchange. Each person is limited to 3 items. When the time for the public exhibition is over, next will be the trade. Everyone may communicate privately, but this place does not permit any fights, and once you are out of range of this cave, our Oakhart clan will not be held responsible for any of the items you have traded. Nearing the end, Leo's voice became stern. As if to complement his words, a large pressure emanated from within the spell formation on the ground like a huge mountain. Please do not worry. All of us are aware of the Oakhart clan's rules. A low voice sounded from within the surrounding magi. It was evident that some of these magi had been here a few times. Good. Leo nodded and yielded his position on the platform. Swish! The moment he left the stage, 3 streaks of black darted forth. It was obvious that these magi were all experienced. They knew that it was most advantageous to go up first, since what they needed might very well be in the hands of the next Magus. The sooner they went up, the easier it would be to obtain the items, and their own items would not be traded off so quickly as well. My apologies. The black streak in the middle was lightning quick and reached the platform a moment before the other 2. A robotic voice sounded from the black streak, and it was difficult to identify the gender of this person. Upon seeing this, the other 2 streaks of black light hesitated and could only retreat. They knew the rules of the Oakhart clan, and that if they did not obey, they would be in trouble. Hence, they did not have any plans of doing things by force or arguing. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have brought to exchange here is an ornament, the forbidden ancient clock. In exchange, I require— The moment he spoke, the audience was in an uproar. The forbidden clock, isn't that the inheritance of the Luca clan in the north? Why is it here? Rumors have been circulating recently that a few fearless magi snuck into the clan and stole it, and then scattered till they were near the Azure Mountain. He can't be one of them, can he? Leo, who was watching on, was also slightly surprised. He had not expected the other party to make their move so quickly. With a thought, countless stardust bugs crawled all over the Magus, body in secret. With them on his body, that Magus would definitely be unable to escape from the Oakhart clan. The forbidden ancient clock? Chip. Leylin, who was under the stage, was similarly startled and quietly issued a command. The forbidden ancient clock, one of the mysteries inherited from ancient times, said to hold the power of time and is the treasure of the northern Luca clan. The AI chip quickly came up with a paragraph and a picture. It was a vivid image from a piece of parchment paper, within which was a giant black wall clock. The clock hand was twisted and gave a strange sense of confusion. The power of time? Leylin's eyes widened. This is an extremely advanced power. How can low-ranked magi control it? There were many who knew about the rumors surrounding the forbidden ancient clock. Many magi stared at the black blob of light on stage with fiery gazes. Or to be precise, they were staring at the item the Magus was displaying. It was a round ornament. It looked exactly the same as the picture of the ancient clock that the AI chip had shown. The surface was the color of dark copper and did not seem the least bit special. AI chip, scan. Knowing something was off, Leylin commanded the AI chip to perform a scan. Mission established. Beginning scanning. Beep. Interrupted by an unknown force field. Scanning unable to proceed. On the interface of the AI chip, Leylin saw a strange blank region at the sides of the black item, preventing the AI chip from scanning. After advancing to become a rank 3 Warlock, the AI chip had also been upgraded. Issues like this, where there was interference from a force field that prevented it from scanning, hardly happened anymore. The only possibility was that this forbidden ancient clock was the real deal. The AI chip was still unable to draw data on the power of time. However, what the AI chip might be unable to probe might not be the clock, but some other mysterious item that causes a similar reaction. Leylin touched his chin and continued watching the platform. As expected, that Magus continued to demonstrate a few tricks, proving the authenticity of what he held. A unique treasure, especially one that was related to the domain of time, was more than enough to be highly sought after by Magi, even if it was merely a small component. On top of that, this Magus had not quoted a very high price. Not only could it be exchanged with some precious materials, he even accepted magic crystals. This immediately caused the eyes of all the Magi present to go red in desire. This was an anonymous barter event. Even if they obtained the item, the Luca clan might not be able to find them. The number of Magi who had this thought in mind was definitely not small. At the end, another Magus shrouded in black light used an astronomical price of 15 billion magic crystals, as well as numerous precious materials, and put pressure on the other competitors, finally obtaining this item. After obtaining this item, the Magus knew that he could not stay for much longer and quickly left in a hurry. The Magus on stage did the same. In order to protect customers, the Oakhart clan had even set up a random teleportation formation. Customers leaving would be transported to any area near the Azure Mountain, which even the Oakhart clan would not know. Hence, there was no need to worry about being followed. However, these things were all just to prevent any attention. Leo had long since planted stardust bugs on their bodies. Not just the seller, even the Magus who had obtained the item was now under his eye. This feeling of being in control of another's fate was truly intoxicating. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Trade Leylin noticed that after those two Magi left, a few others in the cave had secretly followed along. Under the enormous temptation, it was evident that Magi did not mind being robbers every once in a while. It's a pity that compared to the Oakhart clan, your methods are too cheap. Leylin sighed and glanced up at the stage once more. When the Magus left the stage, another black ball of light streaked over to the position. A friendly male voice sounded, "Ladies and gentlemen, what I shall now display is..." Leylin watched on detachedly. The items on display were on a whole other level compared to the auction, and there were many precious items, some of which could even be said to have already been lost to time. The prices of these medicines were lower. Most Magi demanded that their items be exchanged for other items, and they were even willing to trade for lower-leveled materials. There were few Magi who were like the one before, agreeing to trade for any item and even agreeing to take magic crystals. Most clearly indicated what resources they required. If nobody had the item, they would not make the trade no matter how many magic crystals were offered up and might leave regretfully. In general, though the items here were top grade, so the chances of success were not very high. Halfway through the event, it was finally Leylin's turn. He muttered to himself as he headed onto the stage, already sure of which items he was going to exhibit. An ancient black female crown, as well as a few multicolored potions, floated above his hands. A piece of magic equipment, the dark elven crown, extremely effective in concealing large groups. There's also a blood-igniting potion, divine potions, and other top-grade potions. With a push, these items all began to float, undulating with tempting luster. I wish to obtain an astral stone in exchange for all these, or a means to obtain astral stones. He had produced these items after careful deliberation. The blood-igniting potion and the many others were top-grade potions, and with his knowledge as a potions grandmaster, it was not difficult to brew them again as long as he had all the ingredients. The dark elven crown was not of much use to him, and it did not quite match his own strength. It belonged to Twilight Zone, and Magi of the Central Continent would definitely be unable to tell its origins, which made it perfect for sale. Bloodline treasures or refined bloodlines held very obvious markings that could very well expose him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Leylin had no wish to sell them. It had to be said that the items Leylin had displayed were all very practical. The dark elven crown was a piece magic equipment after all, and was definitely valuable. However, with all of the items together, he would probably only be able to obtain an astral stone the size of a little finger. If he obtained information on how to acquire them, that would be quite generous. Leylin watched the Magi downstairs expectantly. To construct an astral gate, it might not even be enough to sell himself away to gather enough astral stones. He had no high hopes, however, as constructing astral gates was something only Morning Star Magi were capable of. All he wished now was to obtain resources to proceed with the preliminary research. For this reason, he merely needed a few of astral stones. However, the rarity of astral stones exceeded Leylin's expectations. Though the items he was exhibiting caused a commotion amongst the Magi, nobody was willing to make this trade. If they planned to use information, they lacked real news. One could not underestimate Magi. They were extremely sensitive to the authenticity of this sort of information. The Magi below were also unable to bring any news that would be able to cheat Leylin. Leylin sighed inside. All of a sudden, he saw one of the black blobs of light flickering at the corner of his eye. Elated, he immediately commanded the AI chip to use its scanning abilities at full power, even emanating tempting ripples that lured the stardust bugs on the other party's body to cooperate. In the AI chip's field of vision, the figure of an old man vaguely appeared. The image from the stardust bugs that Leylin had coerced might have been blurry, but it was enough for Leylin to recognize who he was. This man was someone he had seen before. It's Vance, the head of the Rawlythe family. Leylin immediately let go of his hesitation and turned to leave the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what I wish to trade is... The moment he left, another Magus came up in a hurry, producing materials gained from high-energy creatures. He went on, introducing the item. When everyone Magus had gone up once, Leo immediately announced that the event would now continue to the free exchange segment. This free exchange meant that all the Magi present would have a place to display the items they wished to sell. It was just like a street stall. This was also the last chance for Magi who had not profited at all from before. Even if they could not obtain resources they were in urgent need of, they could also sell things here and exchange for more regular items, such as magic crystals. However, there were Magi who were already content or had no interest in magic crystals, who left the anonymous barter after the first segment by the teleportation spell formation. Leylin unhurriedly came before an area and displayed the dark elven crown and top-grade potions he had exhibited previously. He mentioned that he would only accept astral stones and had no intentions of obtaining magic crystals. He caught a glimpse of Vance, who was hesitating not far away, and grinned. He was now fishing. The other party had not come forward for some unknown reason, but he definitely had an astral stone or might have some information about it. All this meant hope to Leylin. "Sire, may I see what you have?" Unexpectedly enough, before Vance came over, another person had been attracted to his stall. This person had blonde hair and a very amiable smile. In the entire floor, the only person not using magic to conceal himself would be Leo. "So it's Lord Leo." "Of course, but I will only accept astral stones." Leylin waved his arms, his voice already changed using the AI chip. He was thus not recognized. Tusk. This magic equipment's design is very ancient, and even holds the style of the ancient gloomy forest region. Leo evidently had no eyes for the top-grade potions at Leylin's stall, but was evidently unwilling to part with this dark elven magic equipment. "My apologies." After staring at it for a long while, Leo finally put down the crown regretfully. "I have a female cousin who really likes things of this style. On top of that, this is even magic equipment. I hope to buy it, so just tell me a price in terms of magic crystals." Leo's expression showed his sincerity. With his status, it was very rare that he would speak so amicably. "I'm sorry, but I'm not lacking in magic crystals. I only want astral stones, no matter how small." Leylin politely rejected him. "I'm sorry, but you're in the way." There were a few Magi waiting to watch a good show here with Leo around, but the blob of light that signified Vance seemed to be shrinking back. "Sire, if you are willing to sell it, you shall gain a good relationship with our Oakhart clan." Leo focused on the black bundle of light in front of him, eyes seeming to look past the concealing formation at Leylin's face. "What, is the Oakhart clan threatening me?" Leylin's voice went higher, attracting the attention of many Magi. "Of course not, you're misunderstanding. I was just impatient. My apologies." This had not gone the way Leo had expected. It was the first time a Magus had not taken his clan into account. The prestige of his clan was the foundation of this very auction. He bowed in apology, but a sinister trace glinted in his eyes. You dare treat me this way." He silently sent down a command, and Leylin quickly found that the stardust bugs that he had hypnotized into submission had received a command. They would reveal information about his looks and ranking, as well as crawl over his body so that he could be tracked. If this were a regular Magus, they would be in trouble, but to deal with me? Leylin sneered inside. AI. Chip, send fake fluctuations. Mission established. Beginning task. Soon enough, false information was transmitted to Leo through formless undulations, and successfully sent information on his location. Sire, here is a portion of an astral stone as compensation. Already thinking of Leylin as a dead man, Leo magnanimously produced a purple embroidered case and placed it before Leylin. "Oh, I'm unexpectedly profiting." Leylin was delighted and opened the case, finding an astral stone the size of a quail egg. "I only wanted to try purchasing with magic crystals. Since you are unwilling to accept it, I can only resign myself and part with this treasure." Leo's words were elegant, and he had even given up this astral stone that was even more valuable than anything Leylin had on display. He successfully reversed the image of his clan. "Oh, I was much too hurried just now. My apologies." Leylin knew when to stop and place the cosmic stone back properly. "All these items are now yours." He pointed at the potions and crown at his stall. With what he had, he could at most only obtain an astral stone the size of a pinky, but Leo had given him one the size of a quail egg. This meant Leylin had obviously gotten the better end of the deal. Leo kept everything from the stall properly while observing Leylin. He was especially careful with the dark elven crown, though he was snickering inside. "You must be proud, huh?" Excited. "It's a pity, but you'll only be taking care of that astral stone for a short period of time before you'll have to spit it out obediently, and even give me your life while you're at it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 462, Rob and Kill Leylin had long guessed what Leo was thinking. Since they had already dispatched stardust bugs to find out the background of all the guests, the Oakhart family had probably done their fair share of killing and seizing treasure. They hadn't been discovered only because they had concealed it well, and the targets they chose were mostly those without power and support. What interested him more was the other party's obvious desire for the dark elven crown. The concealing effect of this magical device has a large range. Although it is sufficiently extensive, for a Magus, a range that is too large might become a burden to them, making the concealing function less favorable. Leylin stroked his chin and squinted. The only reason why this could attract Leo would be its use in war. Only a sneak attack in such a wide area would be the place for this piece of magic equipment to be put to use. Therefore, whatever purpose the other party had purchased this magic equipment for would be revealed soon. Leylin absolutely did not believe what he said about giving it to his cousin or any rubbish of the sort anyway. However, having gained something here, Vance, Leylin looked over at his empty stall and glanced outside at the corner of his eye. Indeed, the sphere of light that represented Vance had left together with the Magi who were crowding around to watch the scene earlier on. Although Leylin still did have items of a higher value, it would evidently be inappropriate to put them up. However, merely letting him go was clearly not Leylin's style of doing things. He had now completely understood the rarity and scarcity of astral stones. If he had the chance to obtain one more, he definitely wouldn't mind. As time passed, the anonymous barter had come to an end. Groups of Magi left on the teleportation spell formation one after another, rays of light flashing repeatedly. The entire cave quickly became quiet. At this moment, Leo appeared, along with 7 or 8 Magi behind him. There seemed to be both old and young Magi, but what remained the same across all of them were their frightful energy waves and astonishing murderous aura. "I will personally handle the Magus that sold the forbidden ancient clock. Number 6 and 7 will be in charge of the buyer. The other party is only a small fry with little power. As long as we kill him and destroy the evidence, there wouldn't be any consequences." Leo swiftly delegated missions, occasionally throwing out a locating crystal. "As for number 5, you'll go after the fellow that took the astral stone and kill him. That is his actual appearance, don't worry. He only has the strength of an initial hydro phase Magus. They were the secret elite force of the Oakheart clan, and every Magus was in the crystal phase. To Leo, dispatching even one of them to deal with Leylin was already thinking too highly of him. Number 5 was a bulky middle-aged Caucasian. Upon receiving an image, he discovered that Leylin was a young man with brown curly hair and nodded. Also, if possible, try to catch him alive. Our clan's underwater prison has been short of prisoners of a sufficiently high rank. Leo laughed coldly, sending shivers down the spines of the other Magi. The Oakheart clan's underwater prison naturally would not be any average place. Even rank 3 Magi in the crystal phase that entered would surely face death, and would even be sentenced to the cruelest penalty before dying. Even their corpses would be an unbearable sight to behold. Looks like this youngster has greatly offended sire, Number 5 secretly thought. He slapped his chest and guaranteed, "Rest assured, Chief. I will definitely arrest him for you to punish." "All right, excellent," Leo nodded. "Is everyone clear about the rules of our clan? If something goes wrong, immediately destroy all evidence. I'd rather you commit suicide than divulge any information about the clan, or else." He watched the Magi indifferently. The icy cold look in his eyes made them sweat profusely. Although they had already risen to crystal phase, as long as they were human, there was bound to be something or someone that they cared about or was their weakness. And all of this was secretly controlled by Leo and the clan. While every single one of them was strong rank 3 crystal phase Magi, they did not dare to disobey Leo's orders because they were deterred by the morning star Magus. "Great, let's set off." With a wave of his hand, the numerous Magi instantly transformed into rays of light, launching in all directions. At this moment, Leylin was following closely behind Vance. He had already set his eyes on the other party at the auction venue. There would only be one outcome when a scheming Leylin and a clueless Vance come together, an easy target. With the aid of the AI chip, he immediately marked Vance. He wasn't far from where Vance's transmitted location was and had promptly followed him. Leylin then discovered that the stardust bugs on him had sent him information. "Someone is chasing after me, and he's just a mere crystal phase Magus. What a pity Leo didn't come himself, or else I might be able to take the dark elven crown back." After the experience with Torim, Leylin now had confidence in his combat capabilities. If an average rank 3 Magus in the crystal phase tried all the tactics possible, there still might be a possibility of defeating the enemy. However, if the other party had more than 3 people, then his only option would be to ditch the plan and run. If Leo alone came for him, he thought of making him stay here forever. But since it was just a Magus in the crystal phase, "Since I can't kill you, I'll annoy you." A rank 3 Magus in the crystal phase probably wasn't easy to nurture. Leylin stroked his chin, and an evil look flashed in his eyes. "However, I will first have to settle with Vance, or it will be an unexpected factor that could easily result in consequences I can't have thought of." After much thought, Leylin used the transfiguration spell to transform into the image of Blood Rogue that he had used in the auction venue, and stopped Vance in his tracks. "Who is it? Oh, Mr. Blood Rogue?" Vance examined the Magus in his way, stunned. Even after recognizing that he was Blood Rogue, he did not seem relaxed, but instead became more alert. "I wonder why Sire is blocking my way?" Vance stared at Blood Rogue in fear. His ability to randomly transmit spell formations and find out his whereabouts was definitely something worth being cautious about. Vance's heart beat rapidly, and he had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. "I am the Magus that was selling the crown of the Dark Elves previously. It seems that you, sir, seem to have information about astral stones, so I followed you with hopes of obtaining it." Leylin spoke politely. "Oh, it's you." Having made a great realization, Vance patted his head, but his expression suddenly changed. "But how did you recognize me?" At that time, he had been using the concealment spell formation and had even put on a few layers of disguise. "About this, of course," Leylin smiled, keeping an enigmatic expression. But before he could complete his sentence, he turned behind and his face changed. There, number 5 had hidden his face and was swiftly coming after him. Using up to them. "Such waves, it's a Magus in crystal phase. You went so far as to provoke someone of this level?" The old man's eyes widened and deployed a few layers of defense in succession. He came too quickly, what a waste. With a bit more time, I could lower Vance's defense levels and attack in one go. Leylin glanced at Vance. I'll have to get this done and over with. Whoosh. Both of his hands abruptly turned blood red, and huge claws grabbed at Vance, making loud sounds. I knew you were up to no good. Vance hollered, as layers of soil made their way onto his body, forming a humongous clay giant that was more than 10 meters tall. Kill! Leylin's face was expressionless, his eyes filled with a piercing look that was sharp enough to kill. His spiritual force, which was already in hydro phase, flowed into the claws of blood without end. The massive clay giant roared, raising his fist to greet the strange, bloody claws flying towards him. Bam! The blood-red claws were sharp beyond comparison, and instantly scratched the other party's fist, even leaving a deep groove in his chest. HMPH. Vance's stifled snort came from within the clay giant, his voice filled with dismay. Such strength? Aren't you a Magus in hydro phase? Boom. With that, the clay giant immediately turned and hurriedly escaped. But why would Leylin let him run off? Numerous potions flew in midair, and terrifying elemental particles converged, taking the shape of a jet black sickle. Rank 3 potion combinations spell, Death's Blade. Gigantic black sickles slashed through the giant silently, without a single wave. The clay giant's entire body trembled, and he suddenly came to a standstill. Soon after, along with the loud rumble, the clay giant disintegrated in all directions, revealing Vance within. It was just that Vance now had a more pitiful appearance. Both legs were broken at the knees, and blood was gushing profusely, but no matter what spells or healing potions he used, it was still useless. No, don't come over. I can give you anything you want. I still have some clues about astral stones. You'll definitely need it. Seeing Leylin inch closer step by step, Vance started to panic, promising a whole heap of things. He didn't wish to die. He treasured his life, even more now that he had already collected sufficient materials and was about to advance to the crystal phase. Blame Jesha if you wish. Leylin was apathetic. He had never believed in intelligence that was revealed in the face of death, and the crystal phase waves that were getting closer also meant that he was running out of time. I have enough astral stones, the intelligence means nothing to me. If you don't have any on you, at most I'll think of it as doing all of this for nothing. Leylin had thought this through clearly. He had gone on the trip with the intention of giving it a try. He didn't need the intelligence, because with a piece of astral stone with him, there wasn't a need to risk his life for another imaginary desire. Therefore, Vance's fate had actually been set from then. Jesha, Vance paused, recalling his grandson's cheeky wife. What has anything got to do with her? But he didn't have to think any further, as a blood-red ray of light threw him into darkness. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, The Hecata Beast. The Hecata Beast. Leylin searched the other party's body at the speed of light. His eyes lit up as he tugged the red gemstone off the other party's ear. Using his spiritual force to swiftly explore the inside of the pendant, an astral stone the size of a fingernail immediately came into view. Brilliant! As expected, Vance had indeed lied about the intelligence that he had gathered before he died. He had always been carrying the astral stone around. Not only that, there were certain materials that were kept inside the earrings that surprised Leylin. The diamond jellyfish. Leylin couldn't help but smile as he glanced upon something that seemed like a crystal figure. This is indeed a genuine first-rate material that is capable of increasing the chances of breaking through to the crystal phase by 35%. No wonder the other party was so confident in advancing. He couldn't help but take a look at his own condition. Leylin Farlier, rank 3 Warlock hydro phase, bloodline, giant chem and serpent, strength, 30 agility, 30 vitality, 45.5 spiritual force, 315.6 magic power, 315 magic power in synchronization with spiritual force. It had been a while since Leylin had advanced to the hydro phase. In recent times, he had always used the power of his bloodline to increase his spiritual force, instead of using spiritual force potions. After a century of disuse, His body's resistance to potions had almost completely worn out. As long as he used this potion once more, he should be able to fulfill the requirements of crystal phase. Vance has indeed given me many good things. Not only that, most of the things that Vance had painstakingly prepared to break through to the crystal phase were also useful for Leylin. This had indeed saved Leylin a lot of trouble to search for them. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. The coin of destiny had indeed guided him well. Vance was practically his lucky star, although the man himself would not think that way. Found you, number 5 descended in front of Leylin, emitting terrifying crystal phase energy waves. Leo didn't follow you. This is indeed disappointing. Leylin looked at number 5 and shook his head as his face showed regret. How dare you? Even though you've just killed a hydro phase Magus, you can't belittle the dignity of a crystal phase Magus. Number 5's face hardened as he gathered and concentrated the spiritual force all over his body. I should inform you that I didn't just kill a rank 3 hydro phase Magus. I also killed a Magus that just broke through to the crystal phase not long ago. Just in time, the specimen that I had gained previously seemed a little weak. Maybe I should gather another one. Upon hearing Leylin's words, number 5's expression darkened. Number 5 looked at Leylin, who laughed indifferently, and suddenly felt like what he'd done was ridiculously dumb. Yet, it was too late, as there was a black ray of light concentrating on Leylin's finger. I'll remember this, Oakheart clan. On the other hand, a hawk-nosed Magus, with terrible wounds and even scars that were created from spell formations, was currently fleeing in disarray. Even though he has already reached a high level of the crystal phase, and his spiritual force is only a few steps away from peaking the crystal phase, he was still unable to defend himself from the combined attacks of 3 crystal phase Magi. He lost tragically and even suffered serious injuries. In particular, the leader Leo could be said to be this Magus nightmare. He brought along a high-energy creature, which was the main cause of his injuries. What made him even angrier was that he was unable to escape Leo's clutches even when he changed his aura. This meant that the other party had left a mark on him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to find out what exactly the other party had done. The fact that even his communications equipment was restricted made him realize the disparity between the two parties, driving him insane. Oakheart clan, I will definitely expose your dirty tricks to the entire world. The hawk-nosed Magus howled in desperation as he soon found himself cornered by the 3. You'll never get the chance. Leo showed a ruthless expression as he concentrated a terrifying amount of energy fluctuations on his body. In that instant, the shadow of a beast that appeared behind him gradually took form as it stood in front of the hawk-nosed Magus. That creature howled, making an unpleasant sound. This creature seemed to be a combination of a wolf and a squid. It has the head and the body of a wolf, and yet its lower body was equipped with white tentacles, complete with suction pads, that sent shivers down one's spine. The creature, which had eyes that looked like green light bulbs, stared intensely at the Magus. At the same time, there were traces of dark green gases being emitted from the suction pads. The gas then concentrated on the hawk-nosed Magus body, forming a thick layer of adhesive that caused him to slow down. Roar! The tentacles, located at the lower body of the creature, bloomed like a flower as they headed towards the hawk-nosed Magus. Leo watched in pleasure as the creature swallowed the hopeless fellow into its stomach. The creature's stomach didn't stop squirming as if it was digesting the entire body. It was always the same cycle. Those he pursued would first curse him, then fear him and his creature, and ultimately they wouldn't be able to escape their fate of death. Witnessing these Magi eventually die was always a heartfelt pleasure for him. Even though this current target was not a beautiful and skilled female Magus, the fact that he was from an affluent family was enough to make up for his loss. This Hakata beast? Suddenly, the creature wrapped itself with its uncountable hands, forming a humongous meat lump and even breathing like a human being. It's almost reached the stage of evolution. Once it evolves, I'm afraid, Leo's expression darkened. This unique Hakata beast originally belonged to his Morning Star Magus grandfather, who found it among the debris of another plane. The creature was now merely in its infancy, and could still swallow terrifying crystal phase Magi. Once it was fully grown and its ability increased, Only his master grandfather would be capable of subduing it. Snap. A sharp and clear sound could be heard from Leo's chest as he stared blankly. He couldn't believe it as he took out a rhombus-shaped crystal from his embrace and saw the surface being filled with cracks, and at the same time, it wasn't shining. Number 1 and Number 2 couldn't help but narrowed their eyes. This is the crystal that seals the spirit source. Which comrade perished? Number 5. But how is that possible? The other party is only a hydro phase. Leo hated this feeling as it meant that things went beyond his control. Exactly what happened? Which Magus concealed his capability, or was it merely sheer luck that a high-ranked Magus helped him? Drat, there are so many possibilities. Leo's expression turned ferocious. Number 1, Number 2, I want you. Buzz. Just at this time, a subtle energy wave was transmitted from Leo's ring in the form of a blue ray of light as an image was projected in the sky. In this image was a blue-haired Magus with eyes, more brilliant than the stars. Master Grandfather. Leo bowed respectfully while Number 1 and Number 2 knelt on the ground as they shivered. The dignity of a Morning Star Magus could not be violated even if you were at the crystal phase. The expression of the Magus in the image was awful. I felt a portion of the dispatched Stardust bugs being destroyed. Leo narrowed his eyes. The fact that the Oakhart clan made use of Stardust bugs to spy on each and every move of the Magi was a top secret, and the consequences would be dire if this secret was to be exposed. Even the Azure Mountain King, who was also a Morning Star Magus, would not be able to appease the anger of the numerous Magi. Adding on, once the female Morning Star Magi found out that their conduct and deeds were, Leo didn't dare to even think about it anymore. No matter what, this has to be resolved immediately. Luckily, the last information that was sent through the Stardust bugs is that the other party is not of a high rank, not even to the extent of nearing the Morning Star realm. Go to the location with these coordinates first, I'll arrive soon. The Azure Mountain King's tone was pressing and commanding. He'd emphasized on the matter at hand when he hung up. These coordinates? Leo looked at the information that the Azure Mountain King had sent him as his eyes narrowed into a line. He remembered very clearly that these coordinates located the direction that the Magus who had killed Number 5 fled to. The scene of his confrontation with the other party flashed in his head. He remembered the other party's calm voice and realized how foolish he was back then. Maybe back then, the other party had already seen through his tricks and found a way to free himself as he awaited Leo's arrival. Once he thought about it, he'd truly been inane. Leo's expression dropped instantly, now as gloomy as rain. Follow me. Leo's voice was very dry, as if he was dying of thirst in the desert. Number 1 and Number 2 looked at each other and helplessly forced a smile. Based on the conversation just now, they had already guessed that something serious had happened, and they were aware of the consequences of knowing too much. This was the sad part of being controlled by someone else. Even if they knew they were at a disadvantage, they would not dare to rebel. Humph! Leo turned his head away coldly as Number 1 and Number 2 followed closely behind him. The Stardust bugs were top secret. In past history, only the leader of the Oakhart clan and the Azure Mountain King knew of them. Since these two heard the name, they were already destined for death. Maybe the Azure Mountain King had already thought of this. He was only delaying their deaths because he had a use for them. It was important to clean all evidence once the deed was done. After all, no one could know of the clan's biggest secret. Thump. Number 5's body fell on the floor with a small black hole in his forehead. Not bad. Leylin's breathing was unstable. After all, it was not an easy task to deal with a rank 3 crystal phase Magus. Yet, as he looked at Number 5's ring, his expression brightened. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, Counting Spoils. Only after finishing with the plunder of Number 5's body did Leylin turn his gaze upon the black mask, his expression grave. The coercion of the AI chip cannot last a long time. Once it fades, the controller of these bugs will get the news right away. The powder he'd used on these Stardust bugs would only work once. Moreover, once the effect was gone, he was afraid that these bugs would still leak out all the information to the central control room. Leylin could not allow this. Once he thought of the Morning Star Magus behind the scenes, he felt a chill. Fortunately, the other side still did not know his identity, so as long as the proof could be wiped out clearly, chances were that he could escape notice. Once he thought of that, a green flame fell on the mask, growing larger. Explosions could be heard from the mask, so soft that one couldn't hear them without the help of the AI chip. After confirming that the stardust bugs had all perished, Leylin burned the entire area to ashes, laughing grimly before leaving. With his timely retreat, Leylin did not get to see Leo's crazed look as he arrived. Leylin had been very careful to avoid places that could be monitored by Magi, even choosing to forego travel by airship in favor of making his way on land. He hadn't even hesitated to pass through some dangerous zones. By the time he'd arrived at a safe zone outside the region of influence of Azure Mountain City, he'd even gotten news about the great changes there. Watching the news that Azure Mountain City had imposed a curfew and sealed off the airship network, even starting to hunt for him without restraint, Leylin could not help but feel glad at his early departure. He did not care about how crazy the Oakhart family was and didn't even plan on spreading the news. Although announcing the secret of the Stardust bug would hurt the Oakhart clan badly, there were few benefits for himself. On the other hand, this secret would make for a good bargaining chip in the future. Leylin looked forward to the day he advanced to become a Morning Star Magus and the hush money the Azure Mountain King would provide. Of course, having such dreams before advancing to the Morning Star realm would be nothing but courting death. Since he didn't choose to use an airship, Leylin's return trip seemed to take a long time. For the sake of caution, he'd even taken a big detour and only then snuck back into his own territory. Only after entering his Magus tower and being greeted by the mechanical voice of the tower genie did he relax completely. A cup of hot coffee was placed on top of the table, emanating a rich and sweet aroma. Yet, Leylin only sat there without any facial expression, rapping his fingers on the table. Leylin reflected on his actions after returning to his safe haven and listed out his weakness and gains in detail. He has always been doing that, and it is because of this that he could survive without much mishaps in this sinister Magus world. He had gained a lot on this trip, enough to shock any crystal phase Magus. But at the same time, he'd provoked a power that was very troublesome. Just a little bit of thoughtlessness could have ended up with him dead. The rage of a Morning Star Magus was awful. Once he was discovered, forget Leylin himself, not even his family and friends would meet a good end. I've cut off all the clues. To the auction house I was just blood rogue, and at the anonymous barter I disguised myself as well. I even destroyed the evidence afterwards. To think to look for me from all this is nearly impossible. Leylin was very confident in his own methods and the AI chip's cover-up. As for prophetic spells, they're very inaccurate on their own, and they work much worse against high-ranked Magi. Adding on the cover from my Magus Tower, this aspect was what worried Leylin the most. There may be no normal clues, but if any mysterious spells were added into the mix, the thought scared him. Especially prophetic spells. Those were extremely troublesome. Unless you were much higher in rank than the other party, as long as they paid a certain price, they could find out everything about you. Fortunately, there are very few prophetic Magi on the continent, and to correctly trace it back to me with my strength being at the Hydro phase and the cover of my Magus Tower, it'll be impossible for those normal ones. And to employ a Morning Star Magus that specialized in prophecy for the task would entail a huge price. With the database of the AI chip and his personal experience with the Coin of Destiny, Leylin understood the workings of prophecy magic much better than any ordinary Magus at his level. And the Azure Mountain King is not a prophetic Magus, and to pay the huge price of a Morning Star Realm prophet is impossible within a short period of time. I must take advantage of this opportunity and immediately advance to the crystal phase. If things drag out until then, it'll be much better. It took much more to predict the location of a crystal phase Magus to 1 at the Hydro phase. What Leylin needed to do the most now was to improve his own strength so predictions would fail. Strong radiation would be enough to interfere with such things. Once Leylin advanced to the Morning Star realm, all this would count as a minor matter. Nobody would offend one Morning Star Magus for the sake of another. Once Leylin advanced to the Morning Star realm, he could use this matter of the Stardust bugs to extort the other party. At that time, the Azure Mountain kin would only be able to swallow that bitter pill obediently. And there's no need to worry much about Vance and the Rawlythe family. Leylin remembered the patriarch of the Rawlythe family that died at his hands. Because of Jesha's entanglement and having been detected by Leylin's coin of destiny, he will always be at the losing end. How miserable is that? He didn't even know who killed him. As for the Rawlythe family, for them to find out would be even harder. Diamond jellyfish, astral stone, Leylin touches his chin, muttering, for such precious treasures to appear in such a small family at the same time is abnormal. Perhaps I should have Parker go watch them. For the current Leylin, a family with only a hydrophase Magus was no matter. Even were Vance not dead, with all the subordinates Leylin had amassed in over a century, he didn't even need to move himself to crush them. However, for the patriarch of a small family to suddenly advance by leaps and bounds, and at the same time to possess such precious treasures, made Leylin unable to help, but suspect that he had found some great treasure or inheritance. In the central continent, there were plenty of Magi. As a result, there was an abundance of inheritance and historical remains. Almost every day in the Magi world, there would be lucky Magi who would ride on the coattails of their ancestors and have high possibilities of promotion. No, the Rawlythe family does not know right now that I'm the murderer. It would be too obvious to let Parker go. Leylin was not afraid of their vengeance, but he was worried that the Oakhart family would also associate him with the killer, which would be terrible. Leylin thought for a bit and opened up a secret imprint. Tanasha, go to the Black River domain and secretly watch the Rawlythe family. Report to me their every move. Understood, Master, came her respectful voice in return. After slowly separating from the inner circle of the Forgotten Land, this lady had wholeheartedly joined Leylin and become his most powerful subordinate. For a crystal phase Magus, even eliminating the entire Rawlythe family would be no problem, leave alone simply monitoring them. Now that the annoyances are out of the way, let's take a look at the spoils. After closing the secret imprint, Leylin spat out a breath and waved his hand, causing a few objects to appear on the table. Inside a purple box were 2 black stones, one big and one small, each flickering in a weak blue light. These were Leylin's main purpose in making the trip, astral stones. The big one was from Leo and was the size of a quail egg, and the small one was what he'd plundered from Vance. It was only the size of a fingernail. In fact, the one he'd gotten from Vance was enough to conduct preliminary research on astral gates, but to Leylin, there would never be enough. He wasn't losing money anyway, and one could never have too much of these high-class resources, especially after he reached the Morning Star realm. At that point, the number of astral stones he'd need to build an astral gate already made Leylin worry, so even though he had enough for now, the more the better. With all these things, this trip was worth it. Leylin touched his chin, looking at the other things on the table. The most eye-catching of them all was a crystal statue, bright and pink, that seemed indestructible as if made of diamond. This was a diamond jellyfish, a valuable natural resource that had been lost to time. It could greatly increase the probability of a hydrophase Magus advancing to the crystal phase. Although the rest couldn't compare to the diamond jellyfish, they were still very precious treasures, altogether useful enough to increase the probability of a breakthrough further by 1 or 2 levels. Adding the optimized spell formation, it seemed like Vance's chances of promotion this time were quite big. Unfortunately, all of this had now become Leylin's fortune. The goods from Vance and Number 5 had swelled Leylin's pockets once more. No wonder the atmosphere felt strange lately. I better just stay within my tower and break through the crystal phase bottleneck. Thinking of what he'd heard and seen on the trip, Leylin's face became gloomy. Whether it was the Ouroboros clan or Azure Mountain City, everyone seemed tense and depressed, as if war was on the horizon. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465 Preparations. Sly old Leylin was definitely able to recognize the stifling feeling when a huge war was approaching. It was not just the mood. The bustling activity in the trading hall, the bloody missions, what had happened when Leylin had last been dispatched, as well as the appearance of the ancient forbidden clock at the Azure Mountain auction event, all alluded to Leylin's premonitions being correct. The military strength of the central continent far exceeded Leylin's experience in the South Coast and Twilight Zone. The moment Morningstar Magi began using their final techniques, the damages were devastating. With such terrifying attacks, it was no longer just about harming innocent commoners. Even lower-ranked Magi were nothing but cannon fodder. As such, Leylin could no longer distance himself from the whirlpool of events. The volcano that was connected to the Twilight Zone was currently filled with lava, and he was unwilling to abandon the Ouroboros clan now. After all, he was happier with the lifestyle here. For a morning star to rise, many choose to pave their way with bloody murder. What I lack now is precisely that, a tempering in fire and blood. Leylin's pupils blazed with ambition. In the Magus World, the central continent is the highest layer, the place where all the high-ranking Magi reside. If there is disorder here, it's likely to spill over into the other regions as well. I cannot have too many considerations that will distract me. The most crucial issue right now is to strengthen myself as soon as possible. With that thought, Leylin immediately sent out an order. Tower Genie, close off my bedroom and the main laboratory. Announce that I'm going to be conducting a very important experiment and do not wish to be interrupted in any way. Move all the items from Warehouse 1 to my lab. As you wish, Master. The tiny green genie flapped her wings and bowed midair, disappearing in a flash about 3 months later. In a quiet room in his Magus Tower, Leylin was seated with a head of messy hair and wrinkled clothes that had picked up dirt. In contrast to his ragged clothing, his eyes were bright, their blackness glorious and intimidating as they sparkled. Beside him were innumerable test tubes piled up, making the whole room look like a messy dump. AI chip, investigate my current status. He ordered, and it faithfully reported back, Leylin Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock Hydro Phase. Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent, Strength, 30 Agility, 30 Physique, 45.5 Spiritual Force, 349.9 Magic Power. 349 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. This tremendous increase in spiritual force was the harvest Leylin had been looking forward to for the past few months. It was mainly due to the consumption of extremely powerful potions. These potions, if offered to the Ouroboros clan, would be enough to last their warlocks an entire year. Such was the frightening results of piling up his resources. For the past century while he lived in seclusion, Leylin had resisted the constant temptation of using spiritual force potions. He'd even concocted many himself, saving and sealing them up. Relying only on his bloodline to advance, he had slowly eliminated his body's resistance to them. The continuous use of potions would have been harmful to his personal growth. Now, however, with his foundations solid, raising his strength to the peak of the hydro phase would be as smooth as liquid flowing, with no obstructions whatsoever. 3 phases to the 3rd rank, Leylin muttered under his breath. The vapor, hydro, and crystal phases. Spiritual force needs to reach 250 for the first, 300 for the second, and a whopping 350 for the third. Well, now I've achieved it. I can attempt to hit the bottleneck to the crystal phase. The data computation of the spiritual force in the 3rd rank was split into 3 subranks, and their corresponding abilities had significant disparities. After all, 100 kilograms of cotton and 100 kilograms of steel might weigh the same, yet their density and durability were completely different. The spiritual force statistic varied widely between the different phases of the 3rd rank. Between the vapor phase and hydro phase, a huge difference existed, and with the crystal phase, the disparity was even more terrifying. Magi with such abilities could already be considered as reserve duty for Morningstar Magi. Spiritual force in crystal phase was the exact base material for the construction of point mass. Once one advanced to the crystal phase, they would experience a revolutionary change in their body. Leylin had vague experiences of this change through Torem and Number 5. The AI Chip 2 had been in the midst of diligently exploring such changes. Warlocks are different from regular Magi after all. We even need to meet bloodline requirements. He beamed. Prior to this, his personal progress had far exceeded that of his bloodline. When he was promoted to a rank 3 warlock, the giant Chem-In Serpent bloodline in him had still been stuck in its infancy. Were it not for the purity of his bloodline, Every breakthrough would have had him requiring a ton of help. And now, with constant exposure to the lamia fingerbone, his bloodline had matured, finally catching up to and synchronizing with the progress of his body. The bottlenecks that had been holding him back vanished without a trace. With the addition of Vance's gift of the precious diamond jellyfish, Leylin was exceptionally confident in his breaking through to the crystal phase. Probability of host breaking through to the crystal phase, 89.6%. The AI chip, too, agreed with his expectations. Leylin nodded, evidently pleased. He took out his book of secret imprints and flipped to a particular page. Tanasha, any recent news about the Rolythe family? He noticed Tanasha had tried several times to contact him, but he had missed it in the midst of his personal advancement. It's extremely strange. This family was in a complete mess a while ago. I heard their chief left without notice 3 days ago, and between all this chaos, they all suddenly disappeared without a trace. Although her voice was steady, Leylin could tell Tanasha's suppressed fear. "Who's the person responsible?" he asked in a low voice. "I do not know. I cannot find any traces of a high-level Magus on site." Tanasha smiled bitterly. No crystal phase Magus would be able to hide all traces from another at the same rank. The attacker must have been higher ranked than Tanasha. Leylin furrowed his brows and fell silent. After some thought, he remarked, "You are no longer needed there. Make your way back, paying attention to hide yourself well." He closed the book. The blood had drained from his face, and he'd turned solemn. The entire Rolythe family had disappeared overnight. This was much more alarming than if they'd all just been massacred. He could sense an ever-growing spiral enveloping the whole continent. The Ouroboros clan, Lucian, Freya, Robin, Kesha, and everyone else he knew, none would be able to escape. In fact, even he might not be able to escape the same fate as them. At least that was what he'd found out from the Coin of Destiny. Each time Leylin tried to see further into the future, the coin automatically alerted him that it was exceeding its capabilities. It was obvious that it couldn't see past that boundary. "If it is so, I will go ahead and break through now. The more dangerous it is, the more I can prove my ability." Leylin's steely gaze burned with determination. For Magi at his level, refraining from food and water for months would still cause no harm. In fact, there were even some more ambitious Magi who, in a bid to devote themselves further to research, chose to conduct necrosis on themselves to separate themselves from common needs. It was a bitter price to pay. Leylin had no desire to do such a thing. If he couldn't find joy in the search for truth, whatever he obtained, be it absolute knowledge or control of the entire world, would not be worth it. However, although he couldn't be compared to those necromancers and spirit body types, he relied on his vitality potions and showed no signs of exhaustion himself. On the contrary, his spiritual force had advanced to a state of perfection. Leylin had a hunch that, were he not to be successful this time, the next attempt was going to be an uphill task. Leylin had always been one to put a lot of faith into his own premonitions. With a wave of his hand, the test tubes lying on the ground disappeared. What replaced them was a mysterious spell formation. Crystal Phase Spell Formation, improved version, an essential spiritual force item for all Hydro Phase Magi to advance, capable of enhancing the crystallization of the spiritual force and eliminating spiritual force impurities. On the surface of the spell formation was a blood-red rune that resembled a spiraling snake. The crystal phase spell formations used by Warlocks were not the same as those used by regular Magi. Leylin was not impressed by the kind Vance had bought at the auction, and hence decided to use the one Freya had given him. Some time ago, Freya had used an enormous amount of precious materials, as well as a set of Hydro Phase and Crystal Phase spell formations to exchange for a single item from Leylin, a bloodline crystal. To her family's relief, it had assuaged their bloodline deterioration, and by using the resources he had acquired, he had been able to advance quickly. Now, the time had come for this Crystal Phase spell formation to work its magic. The AI chip had used the original formation from Freya's family, but had made some improvements. The effect of purifying of the spiritual force, though, was something Leylin had prepared himself. Spiritual force that had been amassed using potions meant that it needed to be purified and altered. Leylin had always placed a load of importance on his personal foundation. "Begin!" Leylin made up his mind. He pulled out the diamond jellyfish from his cosmos pouch and bit down on it. The transparent crystal cracked as it was crushed under his teeth. He ruthlessly bit into the thing. This was a diamond jellyfish, an ancient, precious material. It had the ability to enhance the spiritual force and advancements of Magi. He had no idea how Vance had gotten his hands on such a treasure. The diamond jellyfish melted in Leylin's mouth, becoming a rush of warmth that flowed throughout his body. It made him extremely comfortable, and he finished it up in a few mouthfuls. After the last of it was swallowed down, Leylin felt a terrifying heat emerging from his abdomen. Slowly, he began to feel like he was burning up. Consumption of essence by host concluded as diamond jellyfish. Spiritual force increasing? The AI chip responded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466 Astral Experiment, numerous heat waves congregated within his sea of consciousness. Leylin saw the silvery stream of hydro-phase spiritual force circulate wildly. Even the core nucleus body glowed with strange crimson runes. It had only lacked just that little bit in the center that would render it complete. Activate crystal phase spell formation. The crystal phase spell formation, set up at the center of the room, immediately rumbled, the crimson runes on it lighting up one after the other. Leylin began to shiver uncontrollably. Compared to the previous few spell formations, the feeling that came from this crystal phase spell formation included a terrifying compressive force, as well as a chill that dug deep into his bones. Streams of icy air flowed into Leylin's sea of consciousness, combining with the boiling spiritual force. On one end, there were waves of heat, but on the other end, streams of cold. Leylin felt like his brain had expanded and seemed on the verge of exploding. With the alternating cold and heat, a huge transformation happened in his sea of consciousness, the boundaries constantly stretching outwards. Much of the liquid spiritual force shrunk under the immense compressive force, and was refined further by the constant waves of heat and cold, glimmering with sparkles. This led to the formation of crystals, marking a shift from the hydro phase to the crystal phase. Crystal phase spiritual force was unique to each Magus, and Leylin paid attention to his own. It was made of dark, nearly black crystals that held a hint of the crimson of fire inside them, denoting his affinity with these elements. The liquid spiritual force turned to crystals and decreased in size by several folds. The warm rush of the diamond jellyfish stimulated the generation of even more spiritual force, filling up the gaps. Beep, host body breaking through current gene limitations, stats in all areas increasing. The AI chip's voice rang. It had been monitoring him as per usual. After entering the crystal phase, the entire body would experience a complete transformation as a foundation for advancing to the morning star realm, and this was only one of the changes. As expected, it's an advancement that affects even the genes. Leylin's expression revealed his elation. Amongst lower-ranked Magi, there were few opportunities to break through the limits of one's genes, and it was thus very precious. Beep. Host body's spiritual force has exceeded threshold, advancing to crystal phase Magus. Recalculating stats. The AI chip's prompts came one after the other, and by this point, the waves of heat and cold had calmed and gradually disappeared. Within Leylin's sea of consciousness, a black crystallized spiritual force covered the area, seemingly indestructible. His stats had been refreshed once more. Leylin Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock crystal phase. Bloodline. Giant chem-in serpent. Strength, 35 agility, 35 vitality, 50 spiritual force, 351.7 magic power, 351.7 magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Leylin observed the newly refreshed stats that the AI chip had come up with and nodded in satisfaction. Strength and agility have both increased by 5 points in one go, which is already pretty good. As for my vitality, if not for finding precious materials such as the blood dragon fruit, I wouldn't be able to achieve these numbers. His spiritual force had completely broken through the threshold of 350, allowing him to enter the crystal phase. Leylin raised his arms. He could sense the modifications crystal phase spiritual force would grant his body. This was just the beginning, and though the effects had slowed and were not as obvious as when he had broken through, these imperceptible changes would result in a terrifying accumulation of strength over time. Senior Lucian advanced to the crystal phase when he was 500, and that speed is already considered rather quick in the Ouroboros clan. Senior Robin is now only 300, and his advancement had shocked the clan, earning him a reputation as the most powerful bloodline talent in the last 300 years. Leylin tidied up the room while forcing a smile. I'm only 200 and am much too young. If my speed of advancement is let out, it will definitely cause another huge ruckus. A Magus who had advanced to the crystal phase 100 years before Robin did, without the help of external influences, would definitely shock even Gilbert. But what Leylin urgently needed now was strength, and he had no choice but to break through. I need to wait for a while longer. When the war begins, everyone will be focused on the battles. Though my speed will still cause a commotion, it will definitely be smaller than if news were to leak now. With his mind made up, Leylin decided on not leaving for a while, holing himself up in his tower. With the concealing spell formation he had set up, as well as the amplification from his Magus tower, nobody would know that he had secretly advanced to the crystal phase unless Gilbert himself came and checked. This hidden strength would definitely cause enemies who had misjudged his abilities to be in for a huge shock. At this thought, a smirk rose about Leylin's lips. I really am quite curious as to who will be the first to barge in. The underground of the Magus Tower was separated into many little rooms, forming many laboratories. The facilities were first-rate even in the central continent, and Leylin had only been able to achieve this by spending many magic crystals and resources. He even owed quite a few favors. In the past, a few less important laboratories were open to a few high-ranked warlocks that were under Leylin. Now, however, this layer was empty. The Magi who usually remained in the Magus Tower had followed Leylin's command and left for a while. Even his disciple, Snoopy, had been chased out. In the innermost, largest, and most advanced laboratory, Leylin stood silently, drawing a rune on the floor. Though he had simulated this activity a great many times with the AI chip, he was still extremely focused while he drew, concentrating on the rune and lines on the ground. Compared to the other spell runes used in the central continent, what he was now carving evidently held the style of another dimension. Some parts were even a mess of disorganized figures and lines, but closer inspection revealed that they were strangely three-dimensional. Only when the last stroke was done did Leylin sigh slightly, looking at the spell formation that had no mistakes. It's finally done. The long time he'd spent on carving had resulted in a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. With his current vitality, this should have been almost impossible. Scanning completed, confirmation that there are no errors. The AI chip's voice sounded at this moment. Then, the preparations for interplanar experiments are complete, Leylin thought as he stroked his chin. He had gone out and went through the trouble of finding an astral stone. Was it all not for the purpose of preliminary astral experiments? Hence, after he advanced to the crystal phase, he had been impatient to begin his research. All experiments related to the astral plane were dangerous, and this held true even for preliminary ones. Hence, Leylin had no choice but to disperse all the Magi in the tower. This was to eliminate all external influences so that he could concentrate on the experiments here. Interplanar experiments were a high-level research that only Morningstar Magi could conduct. They were connected to the glory of the ancient era, and Leylin ambitiously hoped to make use of this research. Hence, this preparatory research work was vital. Even this research had very stringent requirements. A high-grade Magus Tower, hydrophase strength, and astral stones were the most basic requirements. Though the requirement for the Magus was merely to have reached the hydrophase, Leylin wanted to be on the safe side. He waited till he had advanced to the crystal phase before he began the research. The more powerful he was, the safer he would be. This was indisputable. The information for the preparatory work regarding the astral gate obviously came from Duke Gilbert. By aiding him in many experiments, Leylin had gained valuable experience. At the heart of this giant interplanar spell formation was the smaller astral stone that he had gained from Vance. The blue luster on its surface seemed more powerful. Leylin took in a deep breath and checked everything once more. Only after ensuring was fine did he issue the command. Tower Genie, begin charging, confirming authority. Magus Tower preserving 10% of energy as base reserve. Remaining energy will be used on the spell formation. The Tower Genie rapidly reported. The Magi outside watched this marvelous scene. The runes on the giant black Magus Tower dimmed one after the other. Besides a very dim glow, it had basically stopped operating. After its construction over 100 years ago, this was the first time that this had happened. It immediately gave rise to the panic of residents who knew nothing. This Magus Tower was a safeguard to them, and was the thing that could preserve their lives and safety. Kubler, who had stayed behind in Onyx Castle, had no choice but to dispatch patrolling officers to put down these worries. Grandfather, will Mentor's experiments be successful? Snoopy seemed to know more and asked Parker, how can the mysteries of the astral plane be something we can pry into? As long as we successfully activate the spell formation, the Lord's experiment can be counted as a success. Parker forced a smile. The energy required to probe into the astral plane is much too terrifying. Regular Magus towers cannot withstand it, but don't worry about that. The Lord's Magus Tower uses a top-grade setup of positive and negative energy pools, and there shouldn't be much of a problem in terms of resources. Buzz. The giant Magus Tower trembled, and terrifying elemental tides formed two large rainbows, one dark and one light. One disappeared into the crest, the other into the base. Tower beginning charging, and positive and negative energy pools are revolving, the genie reported. Snoopy was no stranger to this scene, but now he could only silently pray, hoping that his mentor's experiment would be a success. He felt a hint of pride at this. Out of the entire continent, there were few Magi who could do even some of the preparatory experiments into probing through the astral plane alone as a rank 3 Magus. His mentor was one of them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, Power of Destiny within the Magus Tower. Leylin gazed steadily at the giant interplanar spell formation. With the positive and negative energy pools working at full strength, the runes atop the spell formation lit up one after the other, causing terrifying waves of spatial undulations to converge on the spot. Spell formation working as per normal. 67% activated. Gaia Cuvatures stabilized. The AI chip constantly monitored the spell formation, reporting to Leylin occasionally. With the spell formation slowly activating, the blue rays from the astral stone right in the middle condensed, giving off a resplendent light. The spatial undulations that had been on the verge of going berserk fused with the blue light and quickly stabilized, surging in a single direction. At the same time, Leylin sensed that a frightening energy was surging out of the astral stone, supporting the operation of the entire spell formation. Spell formation activation increasing in speed. Progress at 75%, 80%, 85%, 90%, 100%. The AI chip rapidly intoned. When all the runes within the spell formation lit up, the spatial energy followed a channel and converged before Leylin, forming a silver mirror the size of a fist. At the heart of the mirror was a small vortex, its destination unknown. Leylin had seen this situation multiple times at Gilbert's. This meant that he had now made contact with the astral plane. However, this spiritual force channel of his was much smaller than Gilbert's. Furthermore, he could not open a few simultaneously, and could only allow the entry of spiritual force seeds to find coordinates. Physical beings could not pass through. It was naturally impossible for there to be a similar situation as the first time at Gilbert's, where a creature of the astral plane had passed through the mirror and attacked them. Though he had lost the chance to fish for benefits, it was good that his safety was not compromised. In a way, the gains balanced the losses. Leylin carefully appreciated this feeling. There was large difference between helping with someone else's experiments and performing one alone. For instance, Leylin now sensed that with the assistance from the spell formation, especially with the energy from the astral stone in the middle, his own spiritual force seemed to be able to peep at the edges of a frightening dimension. This was a confluence of time and space, the peak of the universe. A higher dimension which had an unexplainable existence. Even just the aura that was given off was dazzling and glorious, going on for eternity and stimulating his desires to explore. Just becoming aware of all this is enough payoff from this experiment, Leylin sighed. The opportunity to see the astral plane was a very rare opportunity for Magi. They might not even need other advantages. Just observing the astral plane every day would bring about indescribable benefits. Of course, this was impossible. Experiments on the astral plane every day, even morning star Magi would go bankrupt. Beginning projection of spiritual force onto the astral plane. Recording data. The AI chip instantly intoned under Leylin's guidance. A thread of crystal phased spiritual force, with the gleam of actual crystals, appeared from Leylin's forehead and formed a spiritual force seed before quickly disappearing into the silver mirror and into the vortex. Begin localization support, activate navigation mode, Leylin commanded. Immediately after, his spiritual force seed seemed to find its way in the chaotic space and went head-on dauntlessly, even going against the current. The AI chip quickly began to calculate, and numbers began flashing before Leylin's eyes. Spatial turbulence estimated to happen in 0.34s. Suggested directional change is 34 degrees to the left. This spiritual communication happened in an instant, and Leylin's spiritual force seed immediately moved in a different direction, accurately avoiding the spatial turbulence. It even joined an undercurrent that headed east, floating further away. Compared to Gilbert's experiments where he depended on luck, Leylin's method was evidently more effective, and he would find it easier to obtain results. It was a pity that Leylin was the only one with support from the AI chip, and it was not as if he could expose his secret. Hence, while he was at Gilbert's, Leylin tried to familiarize himself with the AI chip's functions but did not dare use it at will. He could only go through with his plans when he was conducting his own experiments. As expected, with help from the AI chip, chances of my spiritual force seed being destroyed are much lesser than average. A hint of excitement appeared on Leylin's face. Warning, warning, spatial storm generated ahead. Time to impact is 0.00000001s. Retreat is suggested. The AI chip's voice sounded once more. However, it was much too late. Though Leylin's spiritual force seed tried its best to retreat, its struggle was like that of an ant's against the flow of time. Besides, time was scarce, and the horrifying spatial storm was generated instantly in front, whirling the seed within. Leylin fell 2 steps back, feeling dizzy, but he quickly recovered. He was no longer a newly advanced rank 3 Magus, and was now at the crystal phase, preparing to enter the morning star realm. Injuries that could harm his spiritual force then were now nothing to him. Even condensing 10 or so spiritual force seeds at one go was not a problem. The support system of the AI chip also has its limits. At most, it will allow me to go further than other Magi can. A wry smile appeared about Leylin's lips. The dangerous spatial turbulences were extremely terrifying and unpredictable. Even with the frightening calculation abilities of the AI chip, it was difficult to completely establish a pattern and understand them. In addition, even when knowing there was danger ahead, once held by the spatial turbulence, Leylin's spiritual force might not be able to escape. However, even so, Leylin was already content. The AI chip can increase my chances of success from 1 in a million to 1 in 10,000, he thought. 1 in 10,000. As long as he persevered and continued trying, he would definitely gain benefits. In actuality, these odds were enough for Morning Star Magi to go green in envy, not considering the other methods Leylin had as well. In matters like these that depend on probability, the coin of destiny might be useful. Leylin flipped over his palm, and a dim golden coin appeared in the middle of it. As this was his own experiment and nobody was around, he could use all of his methods. A spiritual force seed was formed once again. Leylin rubbed the coin on the seed, and a layer of dim golden luster appeared on its surface. Ka-cha, meanwhile, a huge crack appeared on the surface of the coin of destiny once more, almost breaking it in half. Seeing the coin of destiny on the brink of complete destruction, Leylin felt piteous before he stored it carefully. The coin of destiny was able to predict anything as long as it did not deal with the morning star realm. However, the moment it did, there would be frightful repercussions. As for the turbulence in the astral plane, this was even more dangerous than morning star Magi. Based on the situation, the coin of destiny would probably be completely destroyed after being used like this a few more times. For the period of time that Leylin had been in the central continent, he had not seen any children of destiny, such as Balin and Longbottom. His instincts also told him that it would be a long time till he could make another coin of destiny. What happened the last time was merely a coincidence. If he wanted to do it again, things would not be so simple. I hope the power of destiny will be able to help me proceed forward, Leylin sighed and sent the dark golden spiritual force seed in. Monitoring, vortex estimated to appear on left, recommendation to move far away. Leylin's eyes were now emanating blue light. The AI chip's abilities were being utilized to the fullest as large amounts of data appeared before him. He was like a helmsman who had gone through gales and waves. Amidst the storms, he continued to guide the seed forward, dodging in impossible ways and avoiding spatial turbulences. Within the gigantic spatial crack, the golden ray was like a little boat passing through gaps in the turbulence, its movements unbelievably agile and smooth. Ow! At this moment, a giant black figure suddenly appeared in the air, pouncing towards the golden spiritual force seed. A creature of the void? I didn't notice it. Leylin was extremely annoyed. Creatures that lived in these spatial cracks usually had terrifying spatial abilities, and the AI chip was much too far away to scan and notice it. Dodge it immediately. The dim golden spiritual force seed quickly evaded, but the black figure roared, refusing to let up. A sharp, giant mouth formed on its stomach, hot on the seed's heels. Beep! Warning, warning. Spatial turbulence estimated to happen in 0.00023s. The AI chip's prompt sounded again. Shit! Leylin's eyes were now slightly bloodshot, and he was doing all he could to avoid that region. Rumble, berserk spatial undulations swept through, and Leylin's spiritual force seed was caught within. Ow! That creature noticed that its delicacy had been swept into the spatial turbulence, and could only roar at the boundaries before disappearing into the darkness. Is it going to die out again? Leylin was full of agony. At this moment, the golden rays on the seed flickered. Rumble, an even more powerful spatial turbulence formed at the side. The two spatial storms collided, wreaking havoc on space itself. Ka-cha, ka-cha, countless bolts of silver lightning crashed into each other, tearing open numerous spatial cracks. Leylin's spiritual force seed actually followed along a crack, and despite the alarm it had caused, fell in without harm. The power of destiny. Leylin, who had seen this scene, suddenly sighed, holding more reverence for the mysterious, unmeasurable power of destiny. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, Blackrain World in a wasteland where little red grass with serrated edges filled the seams of rocks, which were decorated with strange images of humanoid faces. Droplets of black rainwater generated within the cracks in the ground, quickly rose and rained into the horizon. The rain here was actually black and moved in the opposite direction. A dim golden spiritual force seed lay atop a blade of red sawtooth grass, giving off spiritual force undulations and scanning the surroundings. Leylin admired the sight. In that case, I'll name this place the Blackrain World. I never thought I'd be so lucky and find a plane without a protector, and I wasn't even discovered. If Duke Gilbert found this place, he'd definitely go crazy in elation, right? However, it's much too extravagant for me. A complete different plane represented boundless top-grade resources, as well as much information regarding different dimensions. It was more than sufficient to make a Morningstar Magus go insane in envy. When it came to places like this which held traces of life, and were possible to reside in, Leylin believed that Duke Gilbert would immediately hold no qualms and open the astral gate to arrive here, no matter the cost. However, all this was much too early to Leylin. What he had opened up was merely a spiritual force channel that could not transport physical objects, much less his own body. That was a function of an astral gate, and still in the remote future for him. If not for this seed being formed from crystal phase spiritual force, it might long since have dissipated. However, at this rate, this merely slows down the process. The rays from the golden spiritual force seed were very weak. In this environment, it seemed on the verge of being extinguished. I can only transmit information here, so what's most valuable to me here would be the coordinates of this world, high-grade meditation techniques, or information regarding the path to power, and the likes. Leylin now urgently wished for a high-energy creature to take him away. This was merely a spiritual force seed, and if it dissipated, then so be it. However, if he could make a trade with another party, that would be a frightful profit. Even if it was just the simple exchange of information, that would be the most beneficial for him. Ancient Magi had walked the path of glory through studying and imitating the paths of other worlds. If Leylin wished to restore the glory of the ancient era, he would definitely need to go along this road. Unable to determine world's location, Leylin frowned. With the connection to his spell formation, he could feel that his spiritual force seed had reached a very remote area, and this connection was only faintly discernible and seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. One way of sending out the coordinates is to project a localizing mark there. As long as it isn't destroyed, it can send out waves of information infinitely, and then allow me to infer the coordinates. However, that's impossible for now. Leylin furrowed his brows. How many benefits could be obtained from a new world? It was enough to cause Morning Star Magi to go crazy. Even Breaking Dawn Magi would go green in envy and work to obtain it. Before all that, what was needed were the coordinates. This method of calculating the coordinates was very complicated. It could not be obtained so easily just by sending a spiritual force seed over. A series of meticulous, complicated calculations had to take place, as well as coordinating with the seed in that world. However, the seed was now unable to hold on for long. Being able to reach the Blackrain world was completely coincidental, and a repeat was impossible. There's another method. I can bewitch the intelligent inhabitants here and get them to set up some sort of altar, which in actuality would be a coordinate projecting device. I'll then determine, as long as the coordinates were confirmed, the Blackrain world would not be able to escape his grasp. Leylin had never heard of the terrifying ability to teleport himself into different worlds, even in legends. In addition, without a protector, Leylin's spiritual force seed was not destroyed at the outer layer of the world. This meant that the Blackrain world lacked Magi who were at or above the radiant moon realm. At most, their highest battle might would be at the Morning Star realm, and therefore they lacked any defense. What I lack now is time. Leylin gave a wry smile. His spiritual force seed could not be replenished in the Blackrain world and was on the verge of dissipating. The moment it dissipated, it would be a complete loss. How could he take it lying down? A 1 in 10,000 chance of finding a world was not so easily found. The coin of destiny had already been damaged to this point and could no longer be used unless it was crucial. At this moment, Leylin's brows twitched. There's something there. Meanwhile, in the Blackrain world, Leylin's spiritual force seed lay in the plains, while two dark green humanoid beings approached. These two creatures could somehow be said to look human. They had human torsos and 2 legs, but their bodies were filled with scales, and their eyes held blood-red pupils. The arms were rather terrifying. On one side they had 4, and on the other 3. There was even a horn sticking out from their heads. Since they have so many arms, let's call them the multi-armed race. Leylin did not hesitate as he named this race, looking as if he was the conqueror of the place. The 2 members of the multi-armed race gathered a type of green fruit while they conversed in a language that Leylin could not understand. Their language was not sounded with their throats, but information was relayed through something like electrical currents projected from their horns. Even if he identified that information, Leylin still did not understand. Discovery of information regarding language of a different plane. Recording. The AI chip loyally intoned. All methods of communication were definitely practical and universal. With enough samples, simulating them would merely be a question of time. At this moment, Leylin noticed how frightful their physical strength was. It even exceeded that of a few rank 1 high-energy creatures. If this isn't the usual standard in this world, then their strength must be exceptionally high, Leylin sighed, ordering the spiritual force seed to make a move. Hello, information in the ancient Byron language through spiritual force was transmitted into the minds of these 2 multi-armed beings. These 2 were obviously scared by the sound and immediately retreated, on their guard. The ancient Byron language is a language governed by rules, and also one that is common to many worlds. I didn't expect it not to work here, Leylin sighed. Though Magi of the ancient era seemed to have taken over many dimensions and forcefully implemented their language and words, the number of different worlds out there were like the countless stars in the sky. It was very possible for some to have been overlooked. It's going to dissipate anyway. Any changes in the situation are better than none at all. Buzz. With Leylin's control, the dark golden spiritual force seed began to vibrate, giving off a dim radiance. This strange situation immediately attracted the attention of two other multi-armed beings. They gathered in front of the seed and began to gesticulate at it. When they realized the dark golden seed posed no threat, they began to argue. At the end, one of them seemed to have persuaded their comrade and used a white animal skin to carefully pick up the spiritual force seed that was already looking weak and darting in a direction. The wind whooshed on both sides, the scenery blurring, and Leylin had to recalculate the strength of this race. Tens of minutes later, these two multi-armed beings brought Leylin to a large tribe. In terms of its appearance, it looked very primal. There were few houses, all built of bulky rocks that had been piled up, seeming very boorish. Many beings of the multi-armed race moved around the tribe every once in a while, even greeting these two after seeing them. Leylin obviously did not let this chance slip by and carefully observed everything in the tribe. He immediately made a discovery. Not considering the elderly and children, there seems to be only two types of looks for the multi-armed race. The multi-armed beings had two types of looks. One was 3 arms on the right and 4 on the left, while the other was the exact opposite, with 4 on the right and 3 on the left. The latter was usually larger, and their scales were more firm. Leylin inferred that this could be a difference that indicated their genders. The two multi-armed beings did not seem to have a low status in the tribe. They proceeded forth with Leylin and came before a giant cave. This place, Leylin was immediately wary. From within the cave, he could feel energy particles converging. This meant there was an existence that dealt with magic, and there were even undulations similar to those of spell formations. However, compared to the Magus World, it had a different style. Outside the cave were hung all sorts of materials. Some were from animals and plants, such as the roots and fruits. Looks like I've been brought to the place where offerings are made, or where the tribe leader resides. That's good too, since these people are usually more open. The two multi-armed beings first kowtowed outside the cave devoutly, and then yelled. SKNGLK? An answer resounded from within the cave. The two multi-armed beings immediately placed the hide that carried Leylin within on the ground. Respectfully bowing, they then left. The moment a sound entered Leylin's ears, he was instantly shocked. Morning Star? There's actually a Morning Star ranked being here? Talk, talk, talk. Giant footsteps were heard, and immediately after, a being that was 2 times larger than others of its race appeared before Leylin. It stared at Leylin's seed, giant blood-red eyes shining as it immediately grabbed it before its figure disappeared into the cave. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, Multi-Armed Race, Multi-Armed Race. This was the result of the natural radiation of a creature which had achieved the Morning Star realm. The space in the hillside was even larger, and many creatures' remains were casually abandoned at one side. The remaining energy waves on them made Leylin feel suffocated. In the middle of the platform, the livers of all kinds of animals were casually laid out at one side. An entirely black boiler foamed with white bubbles, making Leylin feel as if he was seeing a shaman of his old world. Be it the insignia on one side or the totem, they were all decorated with bloody brown symbols. This was Leylin's evaluation. The entire hillside seemed just like an unsophisticated laboratory, but it already possessed a certain ability for research. In a flash, the large multi-armed race being threw Leylin's seed onto an altar in the middle, as the surrounding blood-red emblems immediately emitted a faint radiance. Leylin suddenly felt as if he was isolated from his surroundings, and even if he wanted to explode, he could do nothing at all. Spell formation of a different tribe. Pretty interesting. With the seed in their hands, the worst thing that could happen was just to lose it, hence Leylin was not especially afraid. The other, world's spiritual force seed. At this time, the multi-limb clan member spoke. Using the ancient Byron language, he stuttered slightly, but Leylin managed to understand his words. "Yes, honorable sir, I am a space traveler and I accidentally ended up here." Leylin's heart soared. Being able to communicate meant that there was hope for a transaction. "Do you know the ancient Byron language?" "Yes. Although we of the Quark tribe have already experienced 3 extinctions, our civilization's legacy has never been gone." The large, multi-armed race being seemed very proud. Leylin nodded. In such a brutal tribe, the clan leader, witch doctors, and leaders always had deep knowledge. This was a rule that held true in almost every world. "As you have seen, I am currently only a spiritual force seed, which has nearly dissipated and poses no threat. May I know if it is possible to make a deal with you?" Leylin told him his requirements. The spiritual force seed needed the person's own spiritual force to work, and now it could be said that time was counting down to its annihilation. Even if the other party had a way, they could only delay it at most, without being able to solve the root of the problem. Moreover, the journey to the Blackrain world this time was entirely accidental. It was impossible to create a space passageway, even if he wanted to. Thus, he needed to obtain some valuable items immediately. From Leylin's point of view, the multi-armed race member who had already achieved the strength of the Morning Star realm largely fulfilled the requirements. "Are you really doing this just for a deal?" The multi-armed race member's eyes were full of distrust and even more of cautiousness. The blood-red runes on the insignia twinkled, and it actually emitted energy waves similar to that of a lie detector. "Of course," Leylin answered without hesitation, almost believing his own lie. "You are only left with a little bit of spiritual force. I'm afraid we have not much to discuss. Moreover, the previous disasters were all brought about by you all." The large, multi-armed race member evidently showed distrust towards Leylin. The entire altar began to rotate, almost wanting to destroy Leylin's spiritual force seed completely. "Bitch, which bastard came first? They're making things hard for those of us who came later," Leylin scolded in his heart. Still, he immediately shouted, "Wait, you don't need my things, but I'm sure your clan members do. I have a lot of remarkable information from different planes, including lots on organizational systems, planting, smelting, ally making, even potion making and alchemy. I believe they will definitely be helpful to you and your clan. I can obtain these items directly from you." The large, multi-armed race member laughed coldly. Streaks of blood-red lines emerged on the altar, even scheming to penetrate the spiritual force seed. "So it's this kind of soul-searching method." Leylin's spiritual force seed suddenly shook, emitting a great dark gold radiance. The streaks of blood-red spiritual force were drowned in the bronze radiance in a flash. Right after that, Leylin's spiritual force seed seemed to be more illusory, as if it would be forcibly destroyed in the next moment. "As you have seen, this method is ineffective on me. Even more forced methods will not benefit us both in the end." Leylin was secretly relieved. This multi-armed Morning Star being only broke through to the Morning Star realm based on his body strength. Similar to that male scorpion in the icy world, it was a representation of power. Hence, its experience with regards to the spiritual world was still very feeble. Such a creature could use its strong strength to beat up Leylin, but its power was inadequate to carry out a complicated job like soul-searching. Should Leylin's spiritual force seed end up in the hands of a similar Morning Star Magus who concentrated on spiritual force, he would only be left with the road to annihilation, even having many of his memories opened up for the other to see. But with Leylin being at the crystal phase, it was still possible to somewhat confront a barbarian with Morning Star strength. In the worst case, he could order the spiritual force seed to self-destruct, leaving the other party with nothing to gain. "What exactly do you want?" The multi-armed race member's expression turned sour. "Simple. An equal exchange. Both parties will provide valuable information, and as the outsider, I am willing to offer a portion first." Leylin's spiritual force seed vibrated and sent a few books of information written in the ancient Byron language over shortly after. In those were some primitive introductions of systems and simple agriculture and alchemy techniques. Although it was not of much help to a matured, multi-armed race member who was at least rank 1, it was still enough to use as reference. Furthermore, at the end of the information, Leylin specially attached some information on methods of setting up spell formations to refine their physical bodies, as well as night training manuals that were commonly seen in the central continent. Although it was just a starter, it was still valuable. The multi-armed race, a bunch which concentrated on physical strength, would definitely be more interested in items in this aspect. Indeed, towards the agricultural techniques and other information that Leylin sent earlier, the large multi-armed race member did not show any interest. Instead, he appeared very intrigued by the proposed killing techniques. An interesting item? The large multi-armed race member nodded. The body refinement spell formations in here is enough to strengthen our children slightly. As for the last part about the killing techniques, although the structure is different, it can still provide some insights. I need the last part. Then may I ask what you have in exchange? Leylin was no longer anxious now that he had proven his worth. All that was left was for the other party to make his offer. You, the large multi-armed race member growled, but Leylin was not the least bit bothered. If he were in his original body, he would naturally be very polite to the other party to protect his life. However, the worst-case scenario was only losing a spiritual force seed. It was not a big deal, and hence, he was not anxious. What do you want? Evidently, this multi-armed race member also knew that now, Leylin was not afraid of him at all and would not succumb to threats. If he still wanted that information, he could only give in. I am very interested in your training methods. Maybe, Leylin tried asking. He was there to search for a way to increase his strength. Anything in that regard would definitely be very valuable. A person such as this multi-armed race member seemed to show hope for his own body to break through. We Quark tribe people are born warriors. Our strength is not trained, instead, we are born with it. The large multi-armed race member proclaimed proudly. Leylin rolled his eyes. Then why is there still a great difference between you and your clan members? Creatures that had achieved Morning Star level in their adulthood were all abnormally terrifying species. This multi-armed race was not worthy to claim itself as the Quark tribe. At the very most, they were only capable creatures with hopes of breakthrough to the Morning Star level. This piqued Leylin's interest, and he wanted to conduct research on it. In fact, the multi-armed race were also bloodline creatures. However, they were able to advance continuously, to a point that such monsters with Morning Star strength existed. This lifted Leylin's spirits. If he studied their ways of obtaining strength, would he be able to find a method to break through the bloodline shackles? That is a top secret of our Quark tribe. How can we reveal that? The large, multi-armed race member rejected straight away without hesitation. I don't need it to be in-depth. Just the simplest and most basic explanations will be enough. What do you think of that? As long as you give me this information, I can give you all of the missing parts about the spell formation, as well as the next chapter of the killing techniques from before. Leylin tempted enthusiastically. To the AI. Chip, these most basic things were the most important, because they represented the foundation of the system. As long as the foundation was complete, based on the deductive ability of the AI, Chip, there would be a day when this multi-armed race's hidden secrets would be laid bare before Leylin. You give it to me first, the large multi-armed race member said. Leylin pondered for a while before giving a proposition. From the current situation, none of us will trust the other side. How about each of us hand over the information to the other party at the same time? All right, the large multi-armed race member agreed helplessly. A huge wave of energy was emitted from its horns and entered Leylin's spiritual force seed. Detected influx of spiritual force, except. Following Leylin's order, the curtains to the path for evolution was slowly unveiled. Leylin did not go against his words as well. While receiving the information, he transmitted a large amount of information simultaneously. When the transaction was over, both parties were relatively satisfied with their gains. Very well, visitor from the other world, you didn't deceive me. The large multi-armed race member was evidently delighted. Of course, this transaction marks the beginning of our trust, and hopefully in the future, we will still, oh damn. Leylin spoke halfway and his tones suddenly became exasperated. The spiritual force seed that represented his existence suddenly became illusory, exploding into a ball of light shortly after and vanishing without any trace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, Danger Danger when spiritual force coagulated, it formed a spiritual force seed. However, when this seed entered another world, it would be unable to supplement itself. Regardless of whether it was the previous experiment or the method of transmitting and receiving messages, they required a huge amount of spiritual force. Naturally, once this spiritual force was drained completely, it signaled the end of the seed. In the Magus World, the huge interior of the Magus Tower, the terrifying interplanar spell formation shook as the rays of light gradually darkened. Damn, just when I managed to build a connection, Leylin's eyes were bloodshot as he went berserk. That's a world, an entire independent world. Exactly how many times will I have to experiment before I can find another world that is not controlled by any outsider? He stroked his forehead as he groaned. Interplanar spell formation shut down. Spell formation damage 0.19%. Astral stone energy depletion 37.98%. At the same time, the AI chip transmitted the information to Leylin. Astral stone? Leylin waved his hand, and immediately, the astral stone that was in the center of the interplanar spell formation returned to his hand. However, the astral stone had already shrunk a little. Its radiance had dimmed as well. Originally, one such astral stone was able to support the interplanar spell formation for a long time. However, Leylin realized that in order to merely connect both sides' spiritual force, the formation had drained a huge amount of energy from it. What a pity! Leylin remained emotionless for a good while before he recovered as his eyes brightened. It was indeed a coincidence to discover the Blackrain world without a space route or coordinates. Luckily, I managed to acquire at least some information before our link got cut off. Leylin's expression then darkened. Multi-armed race techniques have been collated, the AI chip reported in the meanwhile. Even though that race, with the Morning Star being called itself the Quark tribe, Leylin was persistent in calling it the multi-armed race. Naturally, the AI chip followed his own scheme. The foundational skills of the multi-armed race were very fragmented, and most of it was vague. While it was just the basic foundation of their skills, it was obvious that the clan head had done some modifications to conceal some parts of their skills. However, it was definitely an easy task for the AI chip to collate the different bits of data sent over and derive further information from that. From the looks of it, it seems similar to the way branded swordsmen and steel knights are nurtured. Leylin had much experience, which made it easy for him to spot this fact. In the Magus world, most of the ancient branches followed closely the path to strength of the other worlds, hence it was absolutely normal for things to be similar. AI chip, collate these three datas together and research on them, Leylin ordered. Task established, proceeding with data enumeration. The AI chip immediately sent back. Leylin definitely had little interest in the data on how to nurture branded swordsmen, since the data in his possession was incomplete. With this incomplete data, the most he could nurture was a rank 1 Magus, which was definitely of no use to him. Needless to say, even a veritable flood of rank 1 Magi would be no match for someone at the Morning Star realm. However, it was definitely useful to have many subordinates. If he could nurture rank 2 or even rank 3 branded swordsmen, then Leylin would have the upper hand in many engagements. For Leylin, who was the lord of a territory, such a plan would always be worthwhile and profitable. Moreover, the training method of the multi-armed race, together with their special methods of breaking through, seemed to be valuable for his research into removing his bloodline shackles. Even though he wasn't yet at the bottleneck to the Morning Star realm, the fact that Chem-In Warlocks could never advance to rank 5 and beyond had been weighing heavily on his heart. The isolation of the Magus Tower extended to a period of a few months. Those who were waiting outside, such as Parker, witnessed the tower absorbing huge amounts of elemental particles, a phenomenon caused by the spell formation operating the positive and negative energy pools to supply the interplanar experiment. Apart from shock, all they felt was admiration for Leylin's wealth. It was definitely a rare sight in the central continent for a rank 3 Magus to conduct such research for extended periods of time. The weight of astral stones he had in reserve alone would cause any other to go bankrupt. Marquis Leylin, this is seriously. If even the subordinates of Leylin were amazed, outsiders would definitely be surprised. Take, for example, the Warlock currently standing in front. This Warlock had a fine appearance, which was common for Warlocks. This made him seem to be as ordinary as any other magi out there. But the fact that this warlock had a pure giant chem-en serpent bloodline within his veins created a sense of inferiority within Parker and the rest, which also heightened their alertness as they did not dare to take this warlock lightly. Just the amount of astral stones used must be enough to drive a rank 3 Magus to desperation, right? The subordinates stared at the huge Magus tower as they couldn't help but express their shock when they saw this man. Count Timmy, Parker respectfully stood aside. Even though Timmy was a mere rank 2 warlock and a count, his regal bloodline made it easy for him to advance to rank 3 or even become a Morning Star Magus. Timmy definitely surpassed Parker, who was older than him and also a rank 3 Black Horal Snake Warlock, in potential. Besides, Timmy was originally from the Ouroboros clan, and his network within the clan ensured that he was an individual that one could not take lightly. I came here to hand him this invitation. However, it seems like I came at the wrong time. Timmy couldn't help but express his helplessness. Please do not worry. The Lord still returns once every month. It has almost been that amount of time since he last came out, so I presume the Count will only have to wait patiently for a short period of time, Parker answered. Timmy nodded his head. He himself was aware that, without prior notice, these high-ranking magi would definitely not tolerate any interruptions when they were going through very important research. He wasn't willing to risk it, as even a slight disturbance from the outside world could have resulted in the murderous intent of the warlock being aimed at him. I would like to explore the prosperous Onyx Castle that I heard Marquis Leylin used less than 10 years to build. That would be our honor. Parker nodded his head as he called another warlock who was dressed like a butler. This is Kubler, the butler of the castle. He'll bring you around afterwards. Governing their territories was just a small matter to a warlock, yet, due to Timmy's age, he would definitely hold some interest in exploring such territories. Another reason was for him to pass the time while waiting. Count Timmy, this is Kubler at your service. Kubler let out his most sincere, smiling expression as he bowed respectfully. The warlocks who were outside joking and talking heartily were definitely ignorant towards the situation of Leylin, who was inside the Magus Tower, perspiring madly. At this point in time, in front of him stood a creature which had a sheep's head but the body of a crocodile. This creature appeared to be wise, questioning him on various topics. Do you know how the Cape Jasmine blooms? What is 1 + 1? How many tails does the infinite loop of snakes have? The creature wore a black windbreaker and was talking in a foreign language, yet surprisingly, Leylin was able to understand him. Leylin's forehead was still perspiring madly, and he couldn't help but mentally let out a bellow of rage. This is impossible. In this frail mirror of dimension, how is it possible for a creature to cross over? As a high-ranking warlock and a long-time assistant of Duke Gilbert, Leylin naturally understood that such interplanar experiments were very dangerous. Many Morning Star Magi had led themselves to death as a result of coming in contact with too many strange and powerful existences, or even just by listening to the sounds of these existences. This curse could even extend to one's descendants. Yet, what he'd been doing today was not nearly as reckless. The minute his spiritual force seed entered the astral plane, this creature had found him and even immediately appeared directly within the interplanar spell formation. Abnormal energy source found, engaging countermeasures. The AI chip sounded. During the construction of this interplanar spell formation, he had naturally considered the problem of other creatures, especially with the deaths of many Morning Star Magi serving as a warning. Following the AI chip statement, the symbols on the ground lit up to form a cage of crimson lightning that bound the creature firmly. The lightning, as red as blood, crashed down onto the creature with the formidable strength of Leylin's Magus Tower. Crack, blood-red electricity arced along the creature's body as its clothing turned to ash. It developed sarcomas that leaked yellow pus as they exploded one by one. The pus and lightning clashed with each other, resulting in an ear-piercing noise. How many times does the Frank's chime strike in a century? The rotting flesh on the creature kept sliding off, yet it seemed not to notice as it continued to question him. Attack at full power, Leylin ordered. With a boom, numerous bolts of the blood-red lightning converged to form a huge sphere that struck down at the creature. Do you know? The edge of the lightning sphere dug into the creature as its body disappeared slowly. The sheep head fell to the floor, still persistent in its questions. The two eyes were already overflowing with blood. Boom! The lightning struck again, and it seemed as if time and space froze at that moment, only to resume flowing shortly after. What? Leylin looked at the silver mirror in front of him. The lab seemed to be perfectly fine, and even the interplanar spell formation was working all right. There was not a trace of the creature in the place it had occupied just before. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, Neutralization. Was that an illusion? Leylin muttered under his breath and turned his attention to the AI. Chip's records, unknown force field interference detected. Host has entered a state of confusion. Interplanar spell formation engaging countermeasures, charging. Magus Tower prepared to eradicate interference, beginning. Host has successfully been restored to normalcy. Alert ended. The red records made Leylin feel gloomy. In the middle of all this, the spiritual force seed that he had sent into the astral plane had vanished without a trace into a spatial rift. Tower Genie, Leylin called out. My lord, the green genie immediately flew towards Leylin. How much of our energy reserves are left? Energy currently at 1.9% of maximum. Energy boost has been initiated, it replied instantly. What led to such a huge consumption? Records are in chaos. The Tower Genie expressed a rare puzzlement. Indeed, what happened a moment ago was real. It wasn't an illusion. Leylin drew a deep breath. He'd always known interplanar research was risky. Still, what he'd experienced just now was possibly his greatest research crisis to date. Fortunately, the three astral laws are unbreakable. Hence, the other creature was unable to pass through and could only create an illusory projection. Leylin stroked his chin, pondering about the events that had happened one more time. It was merely an illusory projection, and yet it was that menacing. Had I opened an astral gate and allowed the other party to enter, perhaps my entire territory would have been destroyed. With such thoughts, he felt his lingering fear wash over him. Fortunately, it lacked the power to do anything. The situation was resolved by the countermeasure of the dimension's spell formation. He exhaled a deep breath and turned his head around. Do you know? A huge decapitated goat head with yellow liquid flowing out of it appeared behind him. Two huge lifeless pupils locked onto Leylin's. In a split second, a layer of black scales surfaced on Leylin's body and both his eyes turned amber. Petrifying gaze! Rays of mysterious light hit the opposing wall, and a layer of whitish-gray stone covered it. The goat head disappeared into thin air. This matter is not finished. Leylin's face turned gloomy. AI chip, start scanning. Beep, mission established, beginning scan. It took but a few seconds for it to respond with its findings. Remnants of an unknown force field have been detected, confirmed to be interplanar contamination. Buzz, he stopped the whole interplanar spell formation with a wave of his hand. And then, with a blast at the center, the astral stone turned into smithereens. The energy from this astral stone that he'd acquired from Vance of the Rawlithe family had been exhausted completely. Seeing the course of events, Leylin took a deep breath before stepping up to the middle of the room. In the library, multiple sprinklers that were fixed to the ceiling and connected to an enormous pool in the center started spraying a fragrant whitish-green liquid. Rank 5 purification pool. I hope it's of help. Interplanar defense was a compulsory course for anyone performing research in the area. Leylin had gotten Gilbert's own purification system a while ago and built an enhanced version for himself. Green liquid dripped from the nozzles, its antiseptic scent strong and sharp. Soon, Leylin was completely drenched. As the green liquid washed over him, green fur started to appear on the surface of his clothing before being washed off by the same liquid again. This is so troublesome. Leylin assessed his situation and furrowed his brows. He stripped himself naked and jumped into the pool in the center. Zai, an enormous whirlpool formed of pearl-white liquid, started bubbling lightly. Traces of black liquid oozed out of Leylin's pores, visible to the naked eye. After several rinses, Leylin stepped into another purification room. Inside, many human-sized flowers and plants were blooming. They opened up their petals and revealed their scarlet-red tongues with suction pads. After multiple purifications, Leylin wore a brand new loose-fitting robe and relaxed on a recliner. I've sent many seeds into the astral plane in the past 3 months, but unfortunately I didn't have help from the coin of destiny. There's no way to find the Blackrain world again. Not only did I suffer an irrecoverable loss, I have even provoked such a heinous creature. Leylin weighed his gains and losses. He had run many experiments on the astral plane and had gotten some substantial gains. Yet compared to his engagement with the multi-armed race, it was all worth nothing. With the AI chip's help, he had figured out the secret spell and named it Multi-Limb Strength. The AI chip simulations had proven that such a secret spell had the ability to break apart one's genetic limitations. So much so that it could enhance Leylin's current vitality by 5 to 10 points. To Leylin, such temptations were irresistible. The more powerful one's vitality, the harder it was to advance further. When his vitality was at 10 to 20 points, he hadn't bothered much about raising it. But now, to advance further from his base was an uphill task. If word leaked of his multi-limb strength, it would drive body-refining Magi crazy and cause them to act. Even this one gain was enough to offset all his losses in the past 3 months. This was the main attraction of the astral plane. There were both sides to a coin, no profit without loss. After becoming unable to use the coin of destiny, Leylin's experiments had been at a bottleneck, with multiple attempts to proceed resulting in failure. Especially today. He'd unexpectedly drawn towards himself a completely unknown living creature. It was, in fact, not an organism, just a formless being with consciousness. When it flared up, it was potentially more horrifying than an ancient curse. My luck had been average. I think it's time to stop. Leylin had a bad premonition about the dangers he had been facing. He shut his eyes lightly, and when he opened them, the same decapitated goat head appeared in front of him again. Its eyes were filled with death and traces of ridicule. Leylin sighed. Facing the goat head eye to eye, his face was expressionless. 10 seconds later, the goat head once again disappeared without a trace, as if what had just happened was another illusion. So troublesome? Leylin was evidently annoyed. How dare it? He got up in a flash, grabbed his clothes, and went to the center of a restricted room. Grasping the knob of the door, another illusion appeared as the yellowish bronze knob morphed into a familiar goat head, glaring at Leylin and giving him a sinister smile. Such circumstances would drive any Magus crazy and cause many other repercussions as well. Upon opening the door, a cold mechanical voice was transmitted. This is the core room. Only host Leylin Farlier is permitted entry. All trespassers will be executed. Soon after, horrifying spell energy locked onto Leylin's body. Rays of red, green, and blue scanned his body. Scanning has begun. Authority verified. Alarm lifted. With the last sound, his body felt a rush of relief. This was a small core room. There was only an experimental table with a crystal ball, and on top of it were intermittent images of a white bone. Leylin laid down on the experimental table. Soon, he could hear noises from all around. First were some animalistic growls, and then there were the pitiful cries of someone in the throes of death. Leylin was unmoved and nonchalantly gave the order, "Begin radiation." Beginning radiation. A mysterious energy appeared from the lamia fingerbone, streaking across Leylin's body. Slowly, the giant chem-in serpent bloodline in his body was roused to a gentle boil. Given any other time, he would have enjoyed this process immensely. However, this time he felt different. Streaks of ash-gray fog appeared all over his body, enveloping him like a huge callus. It made him feel like he was struggling on his deathbed. Remnants of an unknown force field have been detected in the host, confirmed to be interplanar contamination. The AI chip repeated and then added something else. It is advised to stop the lamia radiation. No, increase the radioactive level. Raise it by 10 times. An ambitious glare burned in Leylin's eyes. The AI chip only had the rights to suggest, not to execute anything. Acting on his will, rays of blue currents radiated from the lamia bone, causing huge energy undulations. It broke through the gray fog and shone onto his body. Leylin groaned as he clenched his teeth, both hands holding tightly to the experimental table, using so much strength that he left imprints on it. Purplish-black patches started to appear on his body, looking similar to sunburns. Epidermal cells are now 39.78% damaged. Host is suggested to abort the radiation. The AI chip sounded once again. It seems to be insufficient. Increase intensity, adjust to 50 times. Leylin locked his jaw tightly and hissed. Zai. The enormous radiation tangled with the ash-gray fog, turning it into a liquid that dripped down. The noises surrounding Leylin began to intensify in both volume and chaos. The white goat head once again appeared in front of Leylin. This time, the fur on it started to be shed one by one, and the two horns started to shrink back into its skull, resulting in a huge change in its appearance. After numerous alterations and transformation, the original goat head had morphed into a female human head. Her eyes were all white and were streaming blood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472, Strong Ancient Blood Serpent Castle. Strong Ancient Blood Serpent Castle, the force fields have been neutralized. Host body's contamination is being dissipated. With the mist surrounding Leylin's body becoming weaker, the female head in front of him became less distinct and finally disappeared into the air. When the last bit of mist was gone, Leylin immediately ordered for the radiation to be stopped. Following that, he saw his skin looking as if it had been severely burnt and smiled wryly. These injuries would definitely have killed any normal person. However, for Magi, as long as the astral pollution could be gotten rid of, everything else was not an issue. Leylin wriggled his body, and the wounds on his body began to crack. Skin began to crease in a process similar to that of snakes molting. Then, as if taking off his clothes, he shed off the dead skin and revealed fair, unblemished skin once more. In just a few minutes, Leylin, who had seemed like a malicious spirit, had regained his normal appearance. After changing his clothes, Leylin huffed a long sigh. It really was quite dangerous this time. That creature with consciousness is still something I am unable to comprehend. Just some spiritual force contamination was too much for him to handle himself. This was an existence whose strength definitely surpassed the morning star realm, maybe even at the strength of a radiant moon Magus. If not for his lamia fingerbone allowing him to treat this through the neutralization of force fields, he would be plagued with troubles for a long time. Now, though, even if the contamination through radiation was very powerful, the lamia was an ancient rank 5 existence. When the radiation from two highly ranked existences collided, the only result would be mutual destruction. Leylin had taken a risk with this, but the effects seemed pretty good. What happened this time is a warning. It looks like I should pause my experiments for now. Leylin walked out of the core room, ordering the tower genie to send him some desserts and drinks, before he asked, "How has the situation outside been in the time that I've been experimenting?" While experimenting, Magi usually disconnected themselves from all communication to prevent any disturbances. The tower genie now had the role of something like a housekeeper. Not only did it have to intercept messages from the outside, it also needed to filter out the most important information for Leylin to peruse. Someone from Freya's family came here? There's even an invitation card. Leylin touched his chin. Could it be that she's already broken through to the crystal phase? His relationship with Freya was not half bad, especially after selling the bloodline gemstones to her. Though Freya had then secluded herself and not contacted him, they were part of the same clan. He had to give her some face. Leylin thought for a moment and sent down an order, "Inform Parker that I'll meet that Timmy tomorrow." Besides this, there were a few other miscellaneous matters that Leylin had to take care of as the one with the highest authority. Without his approval, many things could not be implemented on this piece of land. These were all necessary. Even if they might be complicated and result in lowered efficiency, they could not be avoided. The next day, Timmy, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw the well-known Leylin in the Magus Tower. An adamantine puppet sent in some desserts and drinks before withdrawing. Leylin watched the reserved young man. He was obviously very young, but the purity of his bloodline far exceeded that of Noah from Robin's family. This descendant of Freya's family was probably someone that they favored. Sending him here was a show of how highly they valued Leylin. Lord Marquis Leylin's Magus Tower is truly wondrous. Timmy praised from the bottom of his heart. Leylin's top-grade Magus Tower had a reputation of its own within the Ouroboros clan. There were always guests coming over and gasping in awe over it. However, when these words were produced from Timmy's lips, there was something very sincere about it that gave Leylin a favorable impression. After chatting for a while, Leylin asked, "Timmy, what are your intentions in coming here?" At the mention of his business, Timmy turned solemn. "I was asked by the head of the family to pass this invitation to my lord." As he said this, he respectfully passed an invitation card to Leylin. Usually, if it was something common, communication via secret imprints was enough. Getting someone to specifically send an invitation was only something that large noble families would do. Even then, it was only done when there was some celebration or important festival. There was a sweet scent from the surface of the paper. After skimming through the content, Leylin nodded. Freya has already advanced to the crystal phase. As expected, it's a joyous matter. I'll personally congratulate her. For high-ranked magi, advancement was always very difficult. Each success definitely called for a celebration. When Leylin had achieved the hydro phase, he had invited his seniors over. Compared to the hydro phase, the crystal phase was multiple levels higher and more difficult. "Many thanks, my lord," Timmy bowed respectfully. Though Freya had only just advanced and could not be considered any genius as compared to Robin, she was still quite decent. In addition, their family still had plans of having a good relationship with Leylin. After all, Leylin was so young and already a hydro phase magus. His future was boundless. This was without them even knowing of Leylin's advancement to the crystal phase. If they did, they would definitely value him even more highly. "I definitely need to go this time." An invitation from nobility was extremely important. The other party had even especially sent someone over, and if Leylin did not attend, even Freya would feel very uncomfortable. After sending Timmy away, Leylin lightly sighed. With his current strength, the rank 2 Timmy naturally would not be able to sense his real aura if he wanted to conceal it. Crystal phase at 200 years of age. That would be too high profile. Leylin shook his head. "I need to keep a low profile and hide my strength before going there." Leylin had gotten used to being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Right from his days as an acolyte, he developed a technique to conceal his aura and spiritual force waves. On top of that, he had obtained that spiritual force compression technique, making things much easier for him. After reaching rank 3, the effects of these spells became weaker. Leylin improved on them again with the spell models he had obtained as well as those from the Ouroboros clan. He had even especially created a few secret supporting techniques. Leylin was very confident in his concealing skills. If he went all out, even peak rank 3 crystal phase, Magi might not be able to see through him. Unless it was a morning star magus in front of him, there was nobody to fear. "Freya is the beloved disciple of the Blood Duchess, Emma. She would normally attend." Leylin touched his chin, pondering deeply. Recently, Kesha mentioned that the mentors seem to have found a world that could very well be purgatory. The 3 elders have all been deep in experiments on the astral plane, and it's not quite likely that they'll emerge. The desire Chem-in Warlocks had towards purgatory was something outsiders were unable to comprehend. Mere traces of the Snake Dowager was enough for all the Warlocks in the Ouroboros clan to go crazy. After all, the restraints of their bloodlines could only be resolved with her. In addition, the purgatory world itself was a giant world. It held boundless riches, and compared to the surrounding worlds, it could be said to be a large-scaled world. If not, the Snake Dowager would not have chosen to move her community here. This resulted in many magi going forth and exploring. The Snake Dowager is probably in existence at or above rank 7. Even if they found her, what could the mentors offer her? Leylin shook his head, not very supportive of Gilbert's actions this time. However, there was little that could be done. Since the 3 elders were now consumed in their research on the astral plane, this gave him the chance to take advantage of the situation. The other high-ranked warlocks could not see through his pretense, and hence, concealing his spiritual force undulations and going forth to congratulate them was very possible. Fresh flowers filled the ground. This was Freya's family's territory. As it was a noble family that had been passed down through generations, the range of their territory far exceeded that of his own. The wealth of the residents was something that Leylin, who had only managed things for 100 years, could not compare to. Freya's castle was situated beside a snaking river with a sea of flowers around it. Diverse, splendid flower petals spilled all over the ground. Leylin even smelt a fishy smell amidst the fragrance in the air. He extended an arm and immediately caught a 5-colored spotted snake under a plant. The scales of this snake were giving off a magnificent luster, complementing the flower petals all over the ground. It was basically impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. As if feeling the bloodline in Leylin, the flower snake did not dare resist. Instead, it tried to curl itself up as much as possible, looking rather pitiful. Looks like another result of crossbreeding. Leylin was speechless and released this flower snake, which had toxins potent enough to break through an ordinary Magus' innate defensive spell back into the sea of flowers, shaking his head. As bloodline nobility, it would be unusual not to concentrate on techniques on modifying bloodlines. However, for Leylin, who had gathered precious experimental data from the Quicksand organization, these experiments were rather unsophisticated. All the creatures which had been created were the type that he couldn't even bother catching another glimpse of. In comparison, the castle at the heart of the Sea of Flowers was what interested Leylin the most. The ancient blood serpent castle that Freya's family had inherited was not a mere place for commoners like Leylin's Onyx Castle. This was a true ancient Magus castle. After the great effort of bloodline warlocks across countless generations, every inch of the land of the ancient blood serpent castle was completely soaked in the power of magic. This created a very formidable defense that could defend against even morning star magi for a period of time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473. Banquet and invitation. Banquet and invitation in the ancient blood serpent castle were many phenomena that even their current leader, Freya, could not explain clearly. As a result, when he first saw the crimson structure, Leylin quickly grew fond of the place. This sort of ancient castle is what is truly fit to be the residence of a Magus. My Onyx castle lacks these details, he thought as he sighed. Freya's family was rumored to even have seen morning star magi amongst their ranks in history, and it was naturally something that Leylin could not compare to. Yet, Leylin was confident in himself. As long as he advanced to the morning star realm, he would not need a long time before the Onyx castle would be comparable to this ancient blood serpent castle and be a true ancient Magus castle. A large number of carriages were parked at the plaza of the castle, and in the area were many magical creatures. A large number of guests entered from the main gate, and the entire area seemed very lively. Greetings were thrown around audibly on occasion. For someone to come here alone was very rare, and Leylin immediately attracted attention for it. Thankfully, he was famous to begin with, and many members of the organization had seen him before. Even for those who hadn't, there were definitely images and information regarding him. Naturally, he would not be mocked. "Leylin, there you are." After some disturbance at the gates, Freya, who was dressed in glamorous attire, came forward to welcome Leylin. Even though they had not met for a very long time, her face still looked childlike, and even though she had the might of a crystal phase Magus, she looked just like a little girl. A huge contrast to her mature and enticing figure. "Calling me directly by my name? Am I that close to you?" Leylin rolled his eyes internally, but still allowed Freya to affectionately hold his arms as they walked into the castle. This was obviously a signal with an obvious implication. Leylin knew very well that, in Freya's heart, she probably did not have any intentions of giving up on him completely. She had always liked to show how close she was to him at public occasions like these. However, he was just as happy about the situation. This way, there would be fewer female warlocks coming to cause him trouble. Only Miranda would have the guts to fight with Freya over a man. However, after being subdued by Leylin, Miranda had become a lot more down-to-earth. "I'm very happy that you're here today. I hope to be able to meet you privately after the banquet and discuss some matters regarding our mentor." She lightly whispered into Leylin's ears and tenderly hugged him before going to entertain other guests. She was the main lead of the event today, and there were many distinguished high-ranked warlocks who had made their way here. Naturally, she could not only accompany Leylin. "Mentor?" Leylin stroked his chin. From the looks of it, Freya had gained an interest in the rumors regarding the discovery of traces of Purgatory World. However, she seemed concerned as well, and this foresight set her apart from other warlocks. Leylin shrugged his shoulders, looked for a corner, and started to quietly enjoy the delicacies and wine. As fitting of nobles with thousands of years of heritage, the banquet had very sumptuous food, which surpassed Leylin's expectations. Haha, Leylin, do you like being here alone? Aren't you going to dance? After sitting for a while on the sofa, Leylin saw a familiar face. The aura of Robin's body was gloomy, and the black marking on his forehead had occupied almost his entire face. It made Leylin rather uncomfortable. He was now smiling at Leylin, holding a crystal glass filled with grape wine. On the other end, many female warlocks wearing revealing clothes shot coquettish glances over. "Senior Robin," Leylin smiled and nodded, "I have no interest in these things. That's not what you said when you were dealing with Miranda previously." Robin smiled and shook his head and sat beside Leylin. Evidently, he had just used the female warlocks as a conversation starter. "The aura on your body has reached a stage where even I can't seem to see through," Robin sized up Leylin and said with a laugh, a glint in his eyes. After being watched this way, Leylin felt chills down his spine. The greediness Robin was concealing well was causing him to feel apprehensive. "Senior Robin, stop joking around. I've merely mastered a few powerful spells recently." Leylin smiled and declined. His skills at altering his aura typically could not be seen through by an ordinary crystal phase magus, but Robin had managed to do so, which put him on his guard. "Why haven't I seen Noah around?" Leylin immediately diverted the conversation. Robin's eyes registered fondness. "Noah has already reached the important milestone in his spiritual force's advancement to the vapor phase. He has been staying back in the family." "I would have to congratulate Senior in advance then," Leylin smiled, but yet felt like things were not as simple as how Robin made it out to be. Robin became silent before issuing an invitation. "All of us have benefited greatly from the previous expedition. I've recently obtained some new intelligence. What do you think? Are you keen on another one? I am willing to give you 40% of the benefits this time round." "Expedition? Where to?" Leylin seemed interested as he tilted his body forward slightly. "An ancient pocket dimension. I can confidently say it holds an ancient morning star, Magus writings, and might even be related to the ruins of the Quicksand organization." Robin slightly organized his words. "Quicksand organization?" Leylin's eyes lit up, but the alarm bells ringing in his heart had grown extremely loud. After deliberating for a long time, he finally gave a reply. "I'm sorry, Senior. I've been conducting an extremely important experiment recently, and I'm afraid I will not be able to head out for long periods of time." The instant after he said this, he felt chills, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. "Oh, what a pity," Robin sighed, then got up and left. However, Leylin could evidently feel the fury Robin was trying to keep in, and many things that were hidden in the dark. "What a terrifying man." Leylin heaved a deep sigh of relief after seeing Robin's back. From the looks of it, the trip to the Quicksand Castle has caused a huge change in him. Leylin had a feeling that this Robin was an entirely different person from that passionate and positive man he'd known. However, even if it were the old Robin who had came forth with the invitation, Leylin would probably decline it as well. Currently, he was not short of anything. Since it was very chaotic outside, going out and exploring now would obviously just be a death wish. On top of that, Leylin did not feel at ease with the current Robin. Banquets like those between the elites were relatively boring, at least in Leylin's eyes. Many bloodline elites like to flatter each other and flaunt their wealth, and eventually get themselves drunk. Many good-looking males and females would even cuddle on the stage, and then leave the banquet together and enter designated cubicles. According to rumors, the cubicles had relatively good soundproofing functions, and even if the world were to crumble, the voices within would not be transmitted to the areas outside. The people in the cubicle were therefore free to do whatever they wanted without any worries. The strength Leylin was displaying was that of a hydrophase magus. As a marquis of the Ouroboros clan, many high-ranked warlocks would naturally come forth to flirt with him. Even when he tried to hide in a corner, it was hard to get a break with all the coquettish invitations he was getting. Normally, Leylin did not mind playing this game, but after the banquet, he had Freya's private invitation to attend to. Robin's appearance had also caused him to feel uneasy, and that had naturally been a killjoy. It was not until Leylin felt like his facial muscles were cramping from him, smiling, that the majestic banquet was announced to have ended. This was a celebration meant for just the high-ranked nobility. For the low-ranked warlocks or peasants, they would get to rest for a weekend. Freya's clan would even provide white bread and rum free of charge. From the looks of it, such an auspicious occasion had not occurred in her family for a very long time, hence the need for a large celebration. Leylin did not bother with all of that. After the banquet had ended, under a maid's guidance, he entered the depths of the ancient Blood Serpent Castle. The materials that made up the castle had since experienced many changes due to it receiving the radiation from the many magi that had lived there. The walls were colored a crimson that resembled that of human muscle and even possessed the same elasticity. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and large mouths emerged from time to time, swallowing the trash in one gulp before licking their lips, as if after a tasty treat. There was not a single ordinary human in the castle. With the exception of the low-ranked warlock maids who were leading Leylin, the majority were slaves of other races. Hovlin? Leylin looked at the team of dwarf-like beings bowing to him in shock. Those dwarves were scrawny, but had very sharp ears. Yes, master. The Hovlin not only have long lives, they are also outstanding gardeners and chefs, qualified to perform jobs of varying degrees of intensity, and as a bonus, they have a high degree of resistance to radiation. The maid introduced the Hovlin to Leylin. I've naturally heard of the slaves used by noble families. Leylin nodded his head. In actual fact, during the construction of Onyx Castle, he had thought of purchasing slaves, but high-quality slaves like these were pretty rare. Only amongst bloodline nobility like Freya's family would one find this many Hovlin. Master has been waiting in the study room for you. The maid respectfully opened a walnut wood door and stood by the side. Leylin adjusted his collar before walking in. Welcome, you haven't seen my study room before, have you? Freya had changed into a long, loose robe and had casually used a piece of fabric to tighten her robe. Her face was as youthful as ever. Yes, your huge collection of books is shocking. Leylin nodded his head and pretended not to see Freya's attempts at seduction. He knew very well what he could afford to play around with. For girls like Miranda, it was okay to have sex with them. However, it was different for girls like Freya. Leylin was sure that if he was not prepared to take responsibility after his actions, he would definitely be chased down by the Blood Duchess until he perished. Freya's eyes registered a ray of disappointment, yet she still made a promise. If you want to, you can flip through any of the books here. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474 Obstruction and Ambush. Obstruction and Ambush. Thank you very much. Leylin smiled widely as he expressed his gratitude. Freya pulled on Leylin's arm as they moved to sit on a long sofa. Leylin's eyebrows furrowed, but not taking such intimate actions to heart. What exactly did you ask me to come here for? Leylin thought Freya was not one to look for him because of a small matter. Miranda would be more likely to do that. Once a serious topic was mentioned, all other expressions left Freya's face as she turned solemn. Do you know about the events related to the Purgatory world? As far as I know, the elders seem to have acquired some clues, and now they should be searching for the specific coordinates. Leylin said with an equally strict expression. Actually, the search has almost been completed. According to my master's plan, I'm afraid we'll all have to go to the headquarters to participate in the experiments. Freya added, smiling bitterly. This is a responsibility we cannot shirk. Leylin seemed solemn. It's just that I have a really bad feeling about this. Worry surfaced on Freya's face. Even in the ancient era, the Purgatory world was a tremendously powerful world, so how is it possible that it would be so easily found? Even if it is found, how would anyone then go past the protectors to enter? I'm sure the mentors have already considered these questions. Leylin considered his own words as he spoke. Well, I sure hope so. Freya breathed a long sigh, then suddenly remembered something else. These days, the outside world does not seem to be at peace. You must be careful. These are for you. Freya pushed a box over to Leylin. Leylin opened it to find numerous glittering and translucent crystals neatly placed inside. Spiritual force crystals, those that have had their markings completely removed. Leylin was taken by surprise. A crystal phase Magus could naturally store and preserve his own crystallized spiritual force and leave these crystals for future use. But for such a pure color to appear meant that Freya not only washed away all the spiritual force inside her crystals, but she also eliminated all her spiritual imprints. To a crystal phase Magus, this was no different from reducing their own spiritual force. Although it wasn't impossible to replenish them, it was still extremely troublesome. Such crystals with their marks removed could be given to other crystal phase magi to use and could quickly replenish spiritual force. They were rare treasures and had always been a top-class resource that was only circulated among crystal phase magi. For Freya, someone who had just advanced to the crystal phase, this gift was extremely precious to give. Freya stopped Leylin before he could say anything. "Don't decline it, this is what you deserve. I have yet to thank you for the bloodline crystals from last time." Leylin remained silent for a while, but eventually managed to speak to express his gratitude. Thank you." A black horse carriage slowly exited from the ancient Blood Serpent Castle's main gate. Inside the magnificent carriage sat Leylin. He was looking at the box in his hand, a bitter smile on his face. "She's very considerate," he sighed lightly. During this period of an unknown crisis, Freya was still able to remember him. This thought inevitably led Leylin's heart to flutter. "In the future, if I have the means, I will definitely help you," Leylin firmly decided in his mind. "Are you certain the target is inside?" Not far away, there were tremors felt on the ground surface. Two shadows dressed in yellow appeared. "It is confirmed, inside that carriage is the Ouroboros clan's marquis, Leylin." The other figure had a scratchy voice. He, this is the Magus who the demon hunter put a high price on, and he has hydro-phase strength." The person who spoke first immediately laughed coldly. "Everything is already prepared. Once our target enters the ambush, we spring into action at once." There was a hint of bloodthirst in that scratchy voice. Leylin, who was just resting on the carriage, abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a cheeky smile. "Someone wants to attack me." Although he had not heard the conversation between the two shadows, the AI chip's detection clearly showed that, in the forest not far away, there was a trap. Even if the other party had already carefully set up 3 layers of aura-concealing spell formations. From Leylin's point of view, these spell formations were like sieves that were filled with holes. Especially the radiation from the Magi hidden within, that was as obvious as a burning torch in the night. "Julian," he called in a low voice. "What's the matter, Lord Marquis?" The coachman from outside replied immediately. "Maintain the speed. There's a group of friends ahead of us waiting for a greeting." Leylin spoke in a low voice, and he was certain the Magus had already understood what he meant. "Yes, my lord?" Upon hearing this piece of news, Julian's voice was still ever so steady, like he was not in the least bit worried. The grand horse carriage proceeded at a constant speed, moving along on the road by the forest as if unaware. A yellow fireball boomed as it crashed down on them, ruining the walls of the carriage and causing it to break apart. The giant rut and the wheels of the carriage flew out. A waft of smoke rose just outside the area, isolating this piece of land from the rest of the world. A few men dressed in black immediately pounced towards the carriage. One of them held a huge hammer up high and smashed down on the carriage directly. The land rumbled as the huge hammer mercilessly crushed the remains of the carriage and created a gigantic pit, as if by an earthquake that sent out strange ripples. There's no one?" The person who spoke was someone with the voice of a child and the body of a 7- or 8-year-old. Yet, he was holding a hammer that was bigger than his own body, making him look a little ridiculous. "Blacksmith Mia. I don't recall there being any grudges between us." Several black tendrils covered the whole area, and Leylin carried the trembling coachman as they walked out of the shadows. Do I need a reason to kill you?" Mia lifted her hood, revealing a face befitting the body. A face that should have been filled with the joy of a child was instead warped with bloodlust. Blacksmith Mia was the Central Continent's most infamous bandit, a peak crystal phase Magus with countless crimes to her name. Under the guise of a little girl hid a vicious, scary monster. She'd once used a metal hammer to kill an entire family of Magi. Male, female, old, young, no matter who it was, they were simply added to the mountain of flesh. "And I reckon these people are courting death too?" Leylin looked around at the other few black shadows. Numerous elemental particles transformed into shields and appeared before him. Assassin Hill, Brutal Bear Fane. A few of the Magi reported their names successively. They were all characters whose names were known far and wide for their notoriety, and they all emitted waves of crystal phase energy. "You sure do think highly of me," Leylin said, smiling while shaking his head. Without warning, he sprung forth violently. "Go to hell!" He whirled the coachman, who was in his arms upwards, smashing him towards Mia as if he were a sandbag. The numerous potion bottles on him scattered outwards. Rank 3 potion combination spell, Divine Prairie Flames. Burning flames immediately formed a wall of fire in front of him, isolating Hill and Fane to one side. On the other end, the coachman who was thrown by Leylin changed in a bizarre manner. Mia, who was standing in front of him, whirled the heavy hammer without regard for anything, trying to smash the coachman into pulp. He pulled out a golden dagger in midair, and his whole temperament instantly changed. The originally timid man turned sinister and crazy, as if a cowardly rabbit transforming into a tiger. "Blacksmith Mia?" He laughed coldly. His whole body seemed to have become as flexible as a snake's, and he moved his body in a way no ordinary person would ever be able to as he avoided the huge hammer. In the same instant, he stabbed the dagger right into Mia's chest. Wang, an aura of gold was emitted from Mia's body, but even that was shockingly dimmed as it was stabbed firmly by the dagger. Mia's body went stiff for a split second before her innate defensive spell shattered into pieces under the dagger's attack. Swiftly after, the sharp dagger mercilessly slashed at Mia's skin, and its sharp blade entered right through her chest, ripping through flesh and entering her internals. Seeing the fresh red blood spurting out, the coachman's face instantly revealed joy. And yet, the moment he saw a crazed expression on Mia's face, his heart froze. "Die!" Mia let go of the hammer. Holding on to a dagger, she crashed forward. The sound of bones breaking came from the coachman's body. His face revealed his astonishment as blood flew from his mouth onto the street. "Boneless snake Julian?" Mia's body constantly wiggled, covering and repairing her internal organs and wounds immediately. She looked at Julian with eyes filled with hatred. As expected of the legendary Magus with body refinement, who soaked in the corrosion swamp, to think my strength and magic equipment isn't enough to kill you in one shot. Having been revealed, there were slight alterations to the coachman's face, and hydrophase waves were emitted from his body. He was a Magus as well, or rather, an advanced Magus who had already reached hydrophase. The boneless snake, Julian, was one of Freya's family's most powerful warriors. He was notorious for assassination ability, causing enemies to be terror-stricken at the thought of his existence. "Damn it, I knew those bastards' plan was not reliable." Mia's face changed. "Retreat immediately." Hill and Fane glanced at each other, doubt surfacing on their faces. Even if Julian and Leylin stood shoulder to shoulder, they were merely two hydrophase magi. On the other hand, their group had a bunch of crystal phase magi who had been famous for a long time. How could they run away from them with their tails tucked between their legs? But subsequently, their facial expressions drastically changed. PSSSSSD? A menacing blood serpent's shadow abruptly bombarded the surrounding haze. The whole spell formation was immediately breached. Warriors wearing dark red Magus robes with giant chem-en serpent tattoos surrounded the area and covered Leylin, who had just been promoted to the crystal phase. "Our Roboros clan Warlocks." Hill cried out beneath his breath, knowing that today's business would be hard to handle. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 475 Explosion and Encirclement. Explosion and Encirclement. You lot knew our plans from the very beginning. As Mia looked at how they were heavily surrounded, her face turned grim. The fighting strength of high-ranked warlocks, especially that of warlocks like Leylin and Julian, could without a doubt compare to ordinary magi in the crystal phase. The Blood Serpent Warlock organization was the elite force of Freya's family, not something to be trifled with. They were actually dispatched all at once, and were even led by Freya herself, a crystal phase warlock. Due to the additional power from their bloodlines, warlocks were usually stronger than ordinary magi. Once they advanced to the crystal phase, they would immediately be able to compare to peak crystal phase magi. Given all this, It was no wonder that Mia's face looked glum. All of you have been wreaking havoc near the territory of the Ouroboros clan. How can we let all of you go so easily? Freya wore a tight-fitting hunting suit and looked extremely heroic. Of course, that was only if one ignored the childish face. River Agu's warehouse robbery, the extermination of the Raleigh family, and Count Okta's disappearance. Who exactly is the mastermind behind all these? Freya stared at the three magi, and an extreme feeling of danger overwhelmed her. To subdue and order three vicious magi in the crystal phase was not something that could be done by any ordinary power. With the addition of the chain of events that had occurred recently, Freya had a bad premonition. Just the Ouroboros clan, Mia's group of three magi all registered smiles of disdain. Watch out, lest they... After seeing that smile, Leylin's pupils shrank and he quickly gave a reminder. Boom, boom, boom. Three other rays of black clashed with the Blood Serpent organization like lightning, overcoming the strong obstructions before arriving next to Mia's group. 3. Crystal phase. Freya grit her teeth, and she sounded bitter. Little did she expect that the opponents had reinforcements, which obviously meant that they had made preparations with regards to the plan of hers. She was already at the limit of her current strength in subduing 3 crystal phase magi. But now that there were 3 more, Freya felt her heart sink. What now? If you don't wish for the elites in your family to perish here, then release us now. Mia's voice had a tinge of complacency. That's not enough. He needs to stay. The 3 crystal phase magi who'd appeared afterwards pointed at Leylin. What? Why? Leylin touched his nose. The damage you've done to us is not light, and only the demon hunter's rewards can make up for it. Hill shot Leylin a look before glancing at Freya. He is not a warlock from your family. Miss Freya, I presume you wouldn't want to simply treat us as your enemies just for a member of your organization. Leylin rolled his eyes internally. It would be impossible for discord to be sowed with such simple tactics. However, due to the fact that personal interests were involved, this could bring about more trouble. Thankfully, Leylin had not planned to put his own safety in the hands of others, and had backup plans already. The demon hunter? Freya muttered to herself. She had heard of how Leylin and a few others had offended that particular morning star Magus. If those crystal phase fugitives were under the demon hunter's wings, it would be understandable. Many of the warlocks thought of that point, and after hearing Hill's words, they looked at Leylin in a different light. Even though they belonged to the same organization, and they'd had some friendly interactions before, Leylin was simply not important enough for them to offend a Morning Star Magus without hesitation. Morning Star Magi in the Central Continent had power and status, and their dignity could not be infringed upon lightly. Even though the 2 organizations were hostile, they hadn't yet completely fallen out with each other. As a result, many of the warlocks thought that it was worth it to give up Leylin to get on Cyril's good side. A few warlocks immediately distanced themselves from Leylin. This included the very Julian who had been fighting at his side all this while. Freya's face immediately registered a change. She grit her teeth as she looked at the numerous warlocks from her family. Leylin is a marquis of our clan. We will never hand him over. Master! A clamor was started amongst the warlocks. From their point of view, their family did not have to do so much for an outsider. My decision is firm. All of you quickly get out of my territory, or else you'll come to regret it, Freya said firmly. The one who'll come to regret it will be you, Mia said furiously, and together with the 5 figures behind her, turned to leave. Wait a minute. Just when the Blood Serpent organization had made a path, an ill-timed voice sounded that caused both parties to look around. Leylin, don't do anything rash. Freya's voice betrayed her anxiety. Even though they were related by bloodline, the Ouroboros clan was divided into many factions that competed with each other. This was the most she could do for Leylin. Were he to go and provoke them without discrimination, Freya would not risk the danger of her family's elimination to accompany him. She looked at Leylin's back and bit her lips. What? Youngster, you're lucky today to be able to hide under the skirt of a woman. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Mia raised her giant hammer and threatened him. 3 crystal phase magi for the ambush, and another 3 as backup. This should be the limits of your strength. A blue light shone in Leylin's eyes as he sighed. Don't use the hunter as a facade. He's not fit for that. What did you just say? Fury appeared on the faces of some of the crystal phase magi. What I'm saying is that you have to stay here today. There's no escaping from that, even if you're using the name of a morning star Magus. Leylin's tone was light, but seemed to emphasize his words. At the same time, a mountainous might instantly erupted from his body. Crystal phase, how long have you been? Freya covered her mouth in extreme shock. Giant chem-in serpent warlocks would typically depend on the accumulation of time to make a breakthrough via their bloodlines. Freya's own breakthrough to the crystal phase at her age had deemed her a genius. But Leylin? He was only 200 years old, and yet had already broken through the bottleneck to the crystal phase. Freya immediately thought of the changed situation on the battlefield after Leylin revealed his strength. The other party had a total of 6 crystal phase magi, and Freya's side had 2 with the addition of Leylin Julian and the other members of her organization could at most resist the attacks of 3 crystal phase magi. Overall, their strength was still lower than that of their opponents. Of course, in that case, for the other party to want to cause great damage to Freya's team, their chances at succeeding would be greatly minimized. With the small disparity in strength and the apprehensions about damages on both sides, ordinary threats would have no effects. I'll deal with these 3 crystal phase magi. You can settle the remaining ones, right? Leylin had undone the pretense of the transfiguration spell and had released his entire strength without any qualms as he pointed to Mia's initial group of 3. No problem. With Freya's crystal phase strength and the addition of Julian and the Blood Serpent Warlock organization's support, to annihilate the 3 magi would not be a problem. It would only be a matter of time. But are you sure you're up to it? Freya glanced at Leylin, and in her eyes was worry that she could not conceal. After all, the enemies were crystal phase magi as well. Haha, don't worry, Leylin laughed, and numerous black flames shot out like arrows as they trapped Mia, Hill, and Fane within. He actually wanted to, in one move, deal with 3 magi that were similar in strength to him together. I'll grant your death wish. Just nice, my bloodthirsty hammer lacks the spiritual wailing of a crystal phase magus. Mia smiled coldly as she rushed forward with the metal hammer. Bam! The heavy hammer rippled with terrifying amounts of energy, creating a huge crater on the ground. Alas, who only uses brute force. I happen to detest beings like these lately. Leylin's silhouette grew translucent, giving off a glow which swiftly appeared before Mia. I cannot stand you, but it's a piece of cake to subdue you. Leylin's eyes registered coldness. A black ray slowly appeared from his hands. Fatality's tip. The black ray of death tunneled through the hammer and the innate defensive spells, shooting at Mia's forehead like black lightning. When it exited, it brought with it a large amount of blood as well as brain matter. Bang! It was not until Mia's corpse fell to the ground that Hill and Fane reacted to it. What had they seen? The famed Mia, who was known for her hammer, someone at the peak of the crystal phase, died at the hands of her opponent. The two had not even dueled for a few seconds. Could it be that he has already advanced to the Morning Star realm? All of a sudden, an idea that shocked the two appeared within their thoughts, which instantly caused their limbs to become colder. Leylin himself had not expected the effects of the sudden attack to be so successful as well. He had originally already reached the state of a rank 3 Hydro phase Magus, and with his bloodline strength matured to an extent, he had managed to prematurely reach his limits now together with the help of the Lamia fingerbone. Currently, he not only had a terrifying spiritual force, his other credentials had far surpassed that of ordinary crystal phase magi by a huge margin. This terrifying strength had the support of the powerful spell tailored for him by the AI chip, Fatality's Tip. All the factors had come together, and perhaps with the help of Mia's complacency, he had managed to achieve such success. Even Leylin himself was grateful for this stroke of luck that arrived just in time. It seems as if I've a few adversaries in the Morning Star realm currently. Leylin looked at the venue, which had instantly quieted down, and let out a sigh of relief. What are you looking at? Freya was distracted for only a short while before she instantly ordered the gathering of the Blood Serpent Warlocks. Leylin's terrifying outburst had allowed her to see hope for subduing and annihilating the opponents here. The thought of her earlier humiliation seemed to have triggered the adventurer in her. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476 Invincible, Surround Them. Formation number 2. Under Freya's command, the Blood Serpent organization firmly trapped the three other Crystal Phase Magi in a formation. With their own strength and the assistance of Julian's expertise in sneak attacks, the three Crystal Phase Magi in the formation were immediately surrounded by danger. "It's your turn now." Seeing that the three Magi had no hope of escaping, Leylin turned towards Hill and Fane on the opposite end, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. To the two Magi on the other end, though, this smile was more frightening than that of a demon's. Upon seeing Leylin's grin, they knew that he definitely would not let them off, and immediately rushed to take action first. The moment Hill had that thought, numerous black thorns instantly appeared, bursting forth in the blink of an eye. Umbra Sting. The many sharp thorns screeched across the sky and scattered down like a torrential rain of spikes. Useless. A layer of dense scales emerged on Leylin's body. All that the thorns could do on collision with these scales was make a loud noise before snapping apart, merely causing white specks to appear on the black scales. Leylin's physique had always been extremely shocking, and the current him could practically fight against any rank 1 or rank 2 Magus with his body alone. With the addition of the Chem-In scales that strengthened his defense, even if he went up against a rank 3 Magus in the Crystal Phase, any spells used against him would have nearly no effect unless they were prepared over a long time. In the middle of the black rain, Leylin seemed to have transformed into a giant savage beast, advancing while sheltered from the numerous sparks. This ferocious posture instantly scared the wits out of the two Magi. "What we do now? Quick, think of something." Hill shouted at Fane next to him, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very clear on how terrifying the effects of his spell were, but the other party had unexpectedly resisted it with a mere layer of scales. How strong was his body? Perhaps only the legendary Morning Star Magi, whose bodies had been transformed by soul force, could compare to him. Gaia's cage. Fane did not waste any time either. A multitude of yellow crystals appeared around him as he muttered a long, unintelligible chant without pause. When he was done chanting, the earth shook, causing the soil to disintegrate and reveal a sparkling jade structure within. A cage brimming with the resplendent radiance of a gem suddenly fell down on Leylin, covering him and trapping him inside. "Earth elves, listen to my instructions, bury him completely in the abyss." A cheery look briefly appeared on Fane's face before he hurriedly started casting more spells as numerous rays of dull yellow light flashed. Large amounts of soil coagulated to form an even bigger rock that buried him inside. The earth even started to crack apart, as though wanting to swallow up the cage deep into itself. "Well done, Fane." Hill, who was on the other side, immediately yelled excitedly, but then saw his comrade's forced smile. "Be careful, he's struggling inside, I can't control it any longer." Following loud thumps that made one's heart palpitate, the numerous rocks swelled and broke apart to form huge cracks. The many cracks then connected to each other, and broken rocks suddenly fell everywhere, as though there was a dreadful creature locked up inside that was struggling so hard with mere brute force that the entire cage seemed to have gotten misshaped. With every thump, Fane's expression grew a little paler, as though he was getting punched hard. By the end of his chant, he spat out large mouthfuls of fresh blood and almost looked like he was dead. The seal," Fane tried his best to say as blood gushed out in large amounts from the corner of his mouth. Boom! The very mountains shook, and the huge cage of rock was sent into the cracks just before everything completely fell apart. The earth slowly closed up. "Great!" Hill cheered, finally managing to let his guard down. Thump! At this moment, he saw his comrade Fane faint as though he had already used up all of his energy. "Don't worry, buddy. I'll take you away now." Hill's eyes flickered in multiple colors. Peering over at the few black silhouettes belonging to the Blood Serpent Warlock organization who were not far away, he gritted his teeth and left quickly. "Master," Julian looked over at the location where Leylin had been buried, "aren't we going to help?" "Don't worry. That fellow has never been blocked by an obstacle. He definitely still has something up his sleeve." Freya rolled her eyes. "Why are you speaking up for him all of a sudden? You clearly approved of the ceasefire previously." "That was when I didn't know that the other party was so perverse." Julian secretly criticized, but did not dare to express it in words. "Lord Leylin actually revealed his true ability and will likely be the biggest hope in our clan. It will definitely grant him a status much higher than before." the highest authority in the Ouroboros clan, belonged to the 3 Morningstar Warlock elders, followed by a whole bunch of bloodline marquises among whom the ownership was split. But Julian knew that above these ordinary bloodline marquises were actually a special group of people. They were young warlocks, children who had already achieved the crystal phase and had hopes of advancing to the Morningstar realm. Such people were few and far between in the entire Ouroboros clan. Their status was only lower than that of the few rank 4 warlocks, and they were provided with the best resources, aiming for nothing less than advancing to Morningstar. Although Robin was Gilbert's main steward, his actual position was previously lower than these seeds by a notch. Of course, after getting some unknown profits, his strength had improved tremendously, and upon entering the crystal phase, Robin was on par with the others. Now that Leylin had shown that his potential was not inferior to Robin's, exceeding it in fact, he would definitely receive more attention from Duke Gilbert. Now it seems that, when Master met him for the first time, you had already discovered that he wasn't ordinary. Your foresight indeed exceeds that of an average person. Julian expressed his respect sincerely, making Freya blush. You want to leave? Have you even asked me? Boom, the rock exploded, exposing a deep gaping hole in the ground. A black figure forced his way out recklessly, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Leylin? Hill gazed at Fane, who had already fainted on the ground, but couldn't even bring himself to cry. At the bottom of his heart, he had already cursed at the people in charge who initially made this plan. How stupid were they to have put their sights on Leylin, such a ferocious person? But he didn't have much chance to think about it. Leylin, who was exuding a brazen aura, had already appeared in front of him. My lord, spare us. Hill's voice distorted, and various accessories on his person exploded, forming many layers of radiant armor that floated around his body. When you dared to ambush me back then, you should have expected to be killed. Leylin's was callous. In a situation where Morningstar Magi would not appear, there were few things that could constrain him. After all, since he was unable to continue hiding his strength, he had to ruthlessly display it and intimidate the rest who wanted to go against him. Thump! A black fist attacked the outermost barrier of light, smashing it into pieces. The other layers of defense immediately started tottering, on the verge of collapse. My lord, I am willing to reveal the mastermind behind all this. Hill gritted his teeth and finally pulled out his trump card. Not interested. Leylin really was not interested in probing behind the scenes. War was almost upon them, and it would be easiest to build an atmosphere full of panic by assassinations and by getting rid of the other party's weaker troops. He didn't want to be implicated and end up provoking a Morningstar Magus. Right now, as long as he firmly broke the clause that the other party was reaching out with, it would be enough. After sorting out his thoughts, Leylin appeared even more apathetic and was indifferent to the other party's pleas for forgiveness. He eventually ripped apart Hill's innate defense under his despairing gaze. A sinister-looking head fell onto the ground with a thump, even as the body it was previously attached to let loose a shower of blood. It looked like a red fountain had erupted. As for this, I'll leave it to her. Leylin instantly thought of Freya. Fane, who was still unconscious and lying on the ground, would still take some effort to deal with. Upon inspection, he discovered that Fane's spiritual force had been exhausted and swiftly removed all of his spatial objects before forcing his consciousness shut. With his magic equipment and potions all taken away, and his spiritual force sealed, even if Fane was a magus in the crystal phase, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Hiss, on the other end of the battlefield, in the spell formation formed by the Blood Serpent organization, the battle was at its most heated moment. Although the Blood Serpent organization was comprised of the elites of Freya's family, who were also proficient in many types of formations, Freya had discovered to her surprise that the 3 crystal phase magi were also experts in all kinds of terrifying secret techniques. Through combining their strength, those magi had managed to survive the assault of her troops until now, even if they were trapped in a formation. The 3 crystal phase magi in front of Freya had now morphed into a monster. This monster was thrice the size of a normal human, had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its body was covered with moving black runes. It looked as though it was a fusion of the 3 magi. The head of an elderly man placed right in the center opened its eyes and issued its last warning to Freya. Let us go, You don't want to pay the price for detaining us. Don't trust him. A corner of the spell formation split apart, allowing a ray of light to enter. Leylin stood beside Freya. Hill and company have already been completely destroyed, and you still wish to leave. Dream on. Leylin naturally reprimanded his enemies without restraint. Seeing that the fused Magi appeared to have made suspicious movements, Leylin immediately turned to Freya. You're in charge of controlling the spell formation. I'll take care of the front, he said, and then dashed away. The spell formation of the Warlock organization was not bad, but Leylin was clear that what it lacked was a pivot who would dare to fight against the other party head-on. His rays of death had been prepared long ago, flickering with a dreadful luster. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, Enforcer. Due to the sudden incident, Leylin's return was delayed, and he returned to the ancient Blood Serpent Castle to rest. Thank you so much for what you did this time. Freya sat beside Leylin and personally poured tea for him, her face full of gratitude. It was evident that the opponents had come for the ancient Blood Serpent Castle, and attacking Leylin was only an afterthought. If not for Leylin's help, the 6 crystal phase Magi would have attacked together. The castle might not have been able to defend against such an abrupt attack, and there might have been colossal damages. That's nothing much. Friends should help each other, Leylin smiled. Just friends. A gleam of disappointment shone across Freya's face. The sudden turn of the situation made Leylin feel somewhat awkward, and he tried to divert the conversation elsewhere. Were any of the other guests present, they wouldn't have stood the savage behavior of those fugitives either. During the battle the previous day, other than Fane, who had been taken captive by Leylin, all the 5 crystal phase Magi had perished. The announcement of those horrifying battle results had rendered many people speechless, and had caused a lot of commotion in the Ouroboros clan headquarters. The only captive, Fane, was naturally sent back to the headquarters. In the meanwhile, Leylin would have the lion's share of the spoils of war. Compared to Freya, who had to look after her family clan, Leylin had much less pressing on his mind. Whatever he had acquired belonged to him alone, and he had indeed managed to get a huge sum. And there were even more surprises in store for him. The only thing Leylin could not understand was why Freya did not invite the other guests to assist in subduing the opponents. If only she had invited more high-ranking warlocks, Leylin would not have to be forced to reveal his true powers. Them? Freya smiled wryly and actually looked pitiful. Upon seeing her expression, Leylin immediately went silent, guessing what had happened. Freya had definitely discarded quite a few people in the past, offending them while under the wings of a strong, protective mentor. At this point in time, those people most likely hoped for her to mess up. Furthermore, there were many factions in our Ouroboros clan, and recently there had been immense tension between them. The environment had given rise to an unstable situation. Power conflicts tended to be more horrifying than battles. Freya could not find even a single person she was confident would aid her. Is the situation already that bad? Leylin stroked his chin. Yes, you're the only one I trust now. Freya's eyes became red as she leant her head on Leylin's shoulders. Wait a moment. Leylin smiled wryly as he shook his head. I can understand your need to rant, but what's the point of placing mistletoe powder in the candle? The mistletoe was a cherished plant in the Magus World. Seen as a symbol of making love and giving birth, its powder was commonly used to make enticing medicine. For Magi, it even had the mystical power of increasing impregnation rates, and hence was in excessive demand. Freya held her breath as she sat in a corner. Her face did not reveal any sense of embarrassment, but was only tinged with anger. Since she knew that Leylin was a potions grandmaster, and had techniques that could protect his seeds of life that even Miranda was unable to do anything about, she would naturally not make a forceful move and instead leave obvious hints. And yet Leylin acted like a fool. It infuriated her so much that she didn't want to be near him. Master, news has arrived from headquarters. At that moment, the gates opened and Julian walked in, something that resolved the awkward situation. No one here is an outsider. Go ahead, Freya nodded. In front of others, she had reinstated her prestige. Julian shot Leylin a glance. A sudden realization flashed across his eyes, but his face remained solemn. According to the orders of the headquarters, Sir Leylin is to become an enforcer of the Ouroboros clan, and will be in charge of patrolling all the regions under our control. He has the powers to attack any royals under the rank of Marquis. Even if it's a Marquis, he has the rights to imprison them. That, Freya could not believe it. They just want to put you in a spot. She could see through the intentions of such an arrangement by the high-ranking officials. But I have no other choice, do I? Leylin shrugged his shoulders. According to the orders from the headquarters, Marquis, you have to accept the appointment as soon as possible. Julian bowed slightly. The powers of an enforcer of the Ouroboros clan would naturally be great, but if he was not mindful, he could potentially offend many people. This did not bode well for Leylin's future prospects, but since it was an order, it indicated that the internal affairs of the Ouroboros clan were not too good, to the extent that they had to rely on Leylin to clean up the system. From the looks of it, I'll have to leave. Leylin got up and gave Freya a hug. I'm going. I'll be heading over to the headquarters to find Mentor sometime soon as well. Please be careful. Freya's eyes actually did turn red this time round. Don't worry, there are few people who can scheme against me now. Leylin laughed with confidence. Phosphorescent swamp within the Ouroboros clan headquarters. Gilbert's living quarters were small and narrow like before. The walls on two sides even had some green mold growing on them. If he had not been to the basement, even Leylin would not have believed that this was the residence of a Morningstar Magus. Leylin saw Duke Gilbert in the study room, not a single strand of hair on his face or head. Mentor, he respectfully bowed. You've actually advanced to the crystal phase. Not bad, not bad. Gilbert nodded his head, his gaze scanning across Leylin's body like a ray of lightning. I was just lucky. Leylin obviously would not agree, and he pushed all the credit on to so-called luck. Thankfully, Gilbert did not continue questioning him either. He held a goose hair pen and started writing on a piece of parchment paper, eventually leaving a marking on the paper using his own secret imprint. This is for you. From today, you are the enforcer of the Ouroboros clan. Gilbert passed Leylin the freshly written appointment letter, and his face broke into a sarcastic laugh. Our organization has had some matters popping up internally lately. They require your attention. Understood, Mentor. Leylin let out a long, deep sigh inside. If this was in the past, Gilbert would obviously get to the bottom of things. Even though Leylin had prepared a corresponding response, he had not expected Gilbert to let things off so lightly. Looking at how Gilbert hadn't even taken his armor off completely, Leylin's heart throbbed. He asked, about the Purgatory World? We have already discovered its direction, and we need only spend a bit more time to get its coordinates. Gilbert's eyes lit up, showing his celebratory mood. The 1,000-year search by the Ouroboros clan will finally see an end. We only need to enter the Purgatory World before we chem in Warlocks won't have to worry about the problem of our bloodlines declining. There's even the potential to break through the bloodline shackles and advance to a higher rank. Leylin remained silent and looked at his mentor, who was beaming with joy, unable to bring himself to say a word. He had the AI chip as his trump card and the hopes of the Twilight Zone's icy world. He naturally wasn't like the Ouroboros clan Warlocks, who had a deeper understanding of the pains brought forth by the bloodline shackles. From the looks of it, 1,000 years of hope had caused Gilbert to finally drown himself in jubilation. For the three elders, all the battles were simply nonsensical. Even if the Ouroboros clan was to perish in front of the Purgatory World, it seemed to have no weight. As a result, Gilbert had allowed him to pass the ordeal so easily. All right, get down to doing it soon. You can seek help from Lucian and Robin if need be. I still have experiments to work on. Gilbert's experiment was obviously very pressing. Even during his short conversation with Leylin, the secret imprint on his hands had lit up quite a few times. He eventually chased Leylin out, certainly on his way back to the laboratory. God knows why, but upon seeing Gilbert like that, Leylin felt a sense of pressure. Greed drove one to madness before it drove them to death. This was a maxim from his previous life, but one that was still applicable in the situation now. Since war was about to break out, the few Morningstar Warlocks had actually cooped themselves up at home, which resulted in their opponents brazenly taking up the offense. Leylin smiled wryly internally, and yet had no solution to offer. Since the Morningstar forces had chosen not to show their faces, It was hard for the subordinates to do anything, and now that Gilbert had actually passed on a portion of the authority to him, it was obviously a difficult task. "Parker, bring along my capable subordinates and rush to the headquarters quickly." Gilbert had only given him a position, but had not allocated any subordinates to him, which had rendered Leylin speechless. Fortunately, within his own territory, he had nurtured a few talents, and now was the time he could put them to good use. Chem-in Warlock marquises were like feudal lords in the Ouroboros clan, and had many warlocks seeking refuge from them. Should there be more time, Leylin could even build an elite warlock team himself, which he believed would not be inferior to the Blood Serpent organization. "As you wish, Master." Parker's voice from the secret technique imprint was firm and determined. He had obviously received some news already. "Very good. I'll be waiting for you in the manor." After a few words, Leylin ended the call. As a marquis, he had a huge manor in the Ouroboros clan headquarters. Even though the facilities could not measure up to that of the Magus Tower and Onyx Palace, it was sufficient for an ordinary high-ranking warlock to use. What's more important was that the facilities were all complimentary, and Leylin did not have to pay a single penny. As a result, Leylin had kept the manor and treated it as his residence in the headquarters. After sending away the 2 warlocks who were looking after things, he went into his bedroom and entered deep thought. A while later, he waved his arms and numerous objects appeared. Many of them had terrifying magic powers. In an instant, the entire room started to glow. Those were all his spoils of war. The opponents this time round were a bunch of crystal phase magi who were relatively affluent. It had given Leylin a pleasant surprise. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 478, Annihilator. Glancing through the many pieces of magic equipment and precious materials, Leylin set his gaze on a pile of crystals. These were all pure spiritual force crystals. On their surfaces, he could faintly feel the energy of elemental particles. Crystal phase magi had the tendency to stockpile their crystallized spiritual force. In times of need, they would use them to replenish their own spiritual force, or trade them for something else due to their value. Leylin's move had been quick and violent, leaving no opportunity for the opposite side to use such tactics. Compared to the spiritual force crystals gifted by Freya, these crystals were obviously unclean and had to be processed before use. "Crystal phase spiritual force crystals." Leylin stroked his chin, and a tube of golden blood appeared in his hand. "It's unexpected that I managed to gather these 2 items so quickly. I guess I'll just go ahead and carry out Quicksand's experiment." Leylin sighed, and his eyes flashed with a dark solemnness. His harvest from Quicksand Castle had been much greater than just the Lamia fingerbone. After he finished deciphering the experimental procedures, the great amount of data became useful for his own bloodline research. Over the past century, he digested it all and even improved on some of it. The technique of preserving his genes was just a marginal result of the experiment. In fact, Leylin felt that his research into bloodlines was amongst the best in the entire Ouroboros clan, just below that of the elders. And one of his experiments involved a method of igniting a warlock's bloodline to strengthen them. Leylin had kept this experiment top secret, unwilling to perform it even after he advanced to the crystal phase. The effect of the first ignition would be the best, and subsequent ones would progressively decrease in value. Hence, Leylin planned to use his first ignition to break through the bottleneck to the Morning Star realm. Of course, one measly experiment would not be able to propel him to rank 4. Moreover, he was only at the beginning of the crystal phase, so he hadn't even reached the threshold for advancement. There was an enormous gap between rank 3 magi and those at the Morning Star realm. There was an abundance of magi in the central continent, yet morning stars remained few and far between, their positions envied by all. Igniting one's bloodline had the potential to boost one's strength greatly, and even that had slim chances of facilitating a breakthrough. Still, this bloodline experiment wasn't the only trick Leylin had up his sleeve. "My cumulations to advance to rank 3 have been progressing well. I have to start considering the next stage, Morning Star." Leylin stroked his chin, evidently pleased. The central continent was currently in a dire state, especially the Ouroboros clan. Not only were there disturbances on the borders, many families had perished and core members had gone missing. These disastrous events were a bad omen for the future. Amidst such chaos, the best defense one could rely on was their own ability. I'm sure Mentor Gilbert and the other two have already been alerted about the circumstances. Why are they yet to make a move? Leylin muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he thought about his own appointment as an enforcer. Perhaps they were aware of it and had secret plans of their own that I might have missed noticing it. Time crawled on as he waited in silence. Later, Leylin welcomed the presence of his own bodyguards. Boosting his own confidence was the presence of Lucian. Do you really wish to do that? Lucian stood in front of Leylin, unable to mask his astonishment. After finding out that the current Leylin had advanced and was on par with him at the crystal phase, he sighed in his heart. This junior only needed 100 years to catch up to his level. His talent exceeded any member the organization had ever seen, even in Morning Star Seeds. And yet, compared to the temperamental Robin, Leylin, whose potential was much higher, remained humble and earnest. Lucian found this extremely admirable. If we investigate further, the number of people implicated in this will increase, although Mentor ordered me to assist you. Lucian, after seeing the current Leylin, felt that this junior ought to have wholeheartedly entered seclusion, waiting for an opportunity to break through the Morning Star bottleneck instead of focusing on such small matters. He wondered what his mentor was thinking. Thoughts about Gilbert made Lucian heave a big sigh. To these high-ranking giant Chem-N serpent warlocks, the allure of the purgatory world was much too huge, and they couldn't help but be engrossed in their search. Thinking about the recent situations and Leylin's terrifying military power, Lucian heaved another big sigh. I'm in charge of information in the clan. I can give you anything you need. My only wish is for you to not get yourself involved. Lucian smiled bitterly, took out a translucent crystal ball, and handed over to Leylin. As an enforcer, it is imperative that I locate the rebels and all the disruptive elements hidden in the Ouroboros clan and get rid of them. Leylin smiled faintly, as if he was not affected by Lucian's words. But once his spiritual force entered the crystal ball, his face changed. The situation has deteriorated to such an extent? He looked up in disbelief and glared at Lucian. Yes, he answered after a heartbeat. The chaotic power struggles are not confined to the border regions. Even internally, some ambiguous problems have cropped up. Some of the clans and families especially, their betrayal is pretty much confirmed. This top-secret information was only available to Leylin because he currently held the position of an enforcement officer. If it were in the past when he only held the position of a marquis, he wouldn't have access to such things. What exactly is Mentor doing? The thought left a bitter taste in Leylin's mouth. There's no need for excessive worry. As long as we don't lose our main base at Phosphorescent Swamp, given the presence of the three elders, we of the Ouroboros clan will never be vulnerable and weak. Leylin let loose a long sigh before he stood up. I want the list of confirmed traitors. All right, I'll ready them immediately, Lucian promised. What do you plan to do? No matter what, since they have the audacity to betray the organization, they will have to pay the price. Leylin spoke with a steely voice. With his men behind him, he headed out. The Stewart family at the Stewart Mountain Range. Black fires were blazing furiously. A large number of high-ranking warlocks were surrounding a huge, mountainous, brutal bear. Behind the bear was a fort that was half-built into the cliffside. Enforcer Leylin, I demand an explanation for this. In the middle of the castle, the silhouette of an old Magus appeared. It entered the sky, becoming a huge projection. Even though you are an enforcer, you do not have the authority to besiege the castle of a marquis. The illusory image of the old man roared in his hoarse voice. Authority. Only the weak will abide by such rules and regulations, while wishing that their predators would abide by them in this way too. By placing your hopes on such enforcements is truly foolish, Leylin sneered. Still, on the account of the other men that went on this mission with him, he decided to explain further. If I have to give you an explanation, it would be your betrayal of the organization. That is why all these warlocks are out to kill you, and that is why you cannot escape your fate. Rubbish! Having his biggest secret exposed, the Magus acted like he knew nothing and was hearing it for the first time. Veins popped out of his flushed neck and he fumed with anger. True or false, we'll know after you surrender. Leylin's face was emotionless. A brilliant ray of black ripped through the vast sky and streaked across the brutal bear's head mercilessly. Bang! The huge mountainous brutal bear's head was cracked open like a watermelon. So long as they are from the Stewart family, we have orders to kill them without exception. Property and assets will also be confiscated. Will be given bonuses of equivalent value, Parker ordered clearly. Those warlocks thirsty for achievements, and those who longed for the huge payout from the mission, howled and dashed forward. Seeing Snoopy taking the lead and defeating one Magus after the other, some even dying on the spot, Leylin couldn't help but nod his head. The reason he'd taken on the job of enforcer, other than to acquire the huge wealth of the rebels, was for him to bring his men together for a round of actual field training. The bloody battle of magic and death carried on for a short while. 10 or so minutes later, Parker grabbed the Magus that had been speaking from the fort and pulled him out. With the matter settled, he stood in front of Leylin and reported like a loyal, long-time butler. Except for this old man, all surviving members of the Stewart family had been wiped out. Well done. Leylin looked at the high-ranking warlock on the ground. The opposite party evidently had the giant Chem-En serpent bloodline in him too, yet when he saw Leylin, he began to shiver. Do you feel resentment? Desperation? Leylin stepped up, provoking the old Magus. Hopefully, the next time, before your soul is destroyed, you should use some brains. Thud. After Leylin was done speaking, the chief's head fell to the ground, staining it red. A total of 3 giant Chem-In serpent families have been wiped out, along with their supplementary small-scale families and other influences. I think we'll have some peace for a while now. Standing at the edge of the overhanging cliff, Leylin glanced at the result of the destruction caused by many Magi, involuntarily heaving a sigh of relief. Only a while? Standing by the side, Parker smiled bitterly. After numerous episodes, Leylin's reputation had spread everywhere. With his formidable strength that could even slay Crystal Phase chiefs, he'd immediately established his status. Soon after, through the ruthless means of wiping out entire families and clans, Leylin's fame as an enforcer became even more widespread. Thus, he was labeled Annihilator. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479, 3 helpers no matter what. With Leylin happily going on a killing spree, the internal affairs of the Ouroboros clan stabilized despite the general unrest. Leylin guessed that this had more to do with how the opposing Morning Star powers had yet to make their move. Without these insider spies, it would take more effort to create chaos within the inner circles of the Ouroboros clan, which was currently already on the alert. With these achievements, his reputation soared not only within the Ouroboros clan, but even in the nearby regions. After the Stewart family is destroyed, we can take a small break. Leylin sighed and asked Parker, how is it going at Senior Robin's side? After taking on his role as an enforcer, Leylin was stunned at the realization that this senior of his had accepted the responsibility from Gilbert before him and was leading his family and pushing down all rebellions. In addition, there were rumors that Leylin's senior had a large change of personality. Not only did he like to torture his enemies, he even enjoyed eating human flesh. Upon hearing this, Leylin's heart sank. Though it was terrifying when bloodline issues acted up in high-ranked warlocks, Robin's behavior had surpassed the pattern of any problems arising from bloodline. Mentor might have wanted to capitalize on his insanity, which is why he arranged for him to purge the inner regions. Leylin took in a deep breath. Compared to him, Robin was going too far. Leylin had merely destroyed families where there was conclusive evidence against them, but Robin went even further. If he had the slightest suspicion at all, the entire family would be purged by him mercilessly. Even a few bloodline noble families who had a deep connection with Robin's own thus lost their inheritance. Through the list of families Robin had destroyed, Leylin made a discovery. Robin seemed to only to have an interest in pure-blooded families, and the higher the purity, the more pitiful their deaths were. Even their corpses were not complete. Knowing all this, Leylin felt a chill as he put 2 and 2 together. Though he knew he wasn't the best person in the world, he was still better than Robin. He wouldn't do anything so disgusting. Complaints against Robin are becoming more widespread. Who knows, we might need to stop him next. Leylin smiled wryly at Parker. Robin is Master's senior. I believe Duke Gilbert wouldn't do this, Parker consoled him. I hope so, Leylin sighed. A distance away, many white dandelions fell down like snowflakes, flying freely atop the ancient castle that had already been ruined. Night fell, and outside what had been the castle, Leylin's vassals set up simple tents. Iron pots bubbled with meat soup and large amounts of mushrooms, giving off a tempting aroma. A merry atmosphere permeated the camp. The plan had gone quite well. Though Leylin planned to train his vassals this way, he still made his move when the casualties were about to be too high. Hence, they had not suffered much, and instead reaped massive gains. For this reason, they were motivated to continue striving on. Even the most ferocious Warlock was full of admiration when gazing at Leylin's tent at the heart of the camp. They had been with Leylin for the longest period of time, and could be said to be the people who knew Leylin the best out of everyone in the Ouroboros clan. It was because they knew the terrifying strength of their master that they held reverence for him. Of course, he did not put too much thought into this. As long as he maintained his crushing strength, these vassals would follow him for their entire life. Within the tent, Leylin was half lying on the ground, dressed in tight black clothing. His hands were held behind his back in a strange position. There were a few strange runes written on his body with blood. Buzzing sounds were produced from Leylin's lips from time to time, his entire body slightly moving along to a rhythm. During this process, threads of mysterious energy seemed to be pulled from the air, disappearing into Leylin's limbs. This process continued for almost an hour. Only then did Leylin stand up, taking a look at his hands. A prompt popped up at this moment. Host body completed a cycle of multi-limb strength. Vitality increased by 0.5, no changes to strength. Estimated that in 20 days and 13 hours, host body's vitality will increase by 6.7 and strength by 2.1. This progress is not bad. Watching his stats that were refreshed again, Leylin couldn't help but nod. Multi-limb strength was a cultivation technique he had gathered from the race in the Blackrin world. Though the Morning Star Realm chief had purposely left out a lot of things, the complete version of this path to strength was completely deduced with the AI chip organizing the data and making inferences. Toughening his body with this method, Leylin found that his body, which had already developed to the maximum, now held the possibility of advancing even further. Though this increase was small, it was enough for him to be happy. Furthermore, with multi-limb strength, the toughness and coordination of his body had increased by a whole level. He could even launch a physical attack similar to that of an ancient giant beast. This coordination, when paired with the night techniques Leylin had previously learned, turned his body into a frightful killing machine. Still, these were all just serendipitous. What Leylin focused on was the increase multi-limb strength gave to his vitality. The corporeal body sustained the spirit. If spiritual force was said to be water, then a Magus body would be the cup. The larger and sturdier the cup, the more liquid it could contain. Leylin was still unable to peep at the Morning Star Realm, but after reaching the crystal phase, what he needed to do was continuously increase his vitality and accumulate spiritual force. Once enough had been gathered, his crystallized spiritual force would eventually condense to form point mass. The point mass represented everything to a Magus. It represented their journey, bloodline, strength, and even soul. Hence, this process was irreversible. The moment the ascension to the Morning Star Realm failed and the point mass grew unstable, a terrifying explosion might occur. If a Magus encountered such a situation, they would be left without a corpse. Historically, the Magi who failed to ascend to the Morning Star Realm and fell far outnumbered those that had succeeded. Wondering about his future path, Leylin's expression changed as he asked the AI chip a question: how is the simulation of information regarding the Morning Star Realm going? Simulation is 13.5% complete. Unable to process deeper calculations without concrete data, the AI chip robotically answered. If he could gain an understanding of the Morning Star Realm now, it would be incomparably useful to Leylin's advancement. However, it was difficult to meet with Morning Star Magi, and even more impossible to perform research on them. It wasn't as if Leylin could look for Gilbert and tell him that he wanted to do an experiment and ask him to be a specimen. It would be a wonder if Gilbert did not destroy Leylin in that instant. Perhaps the corpse of the Scorpion Man in Twilight Zone will be useful to me? Leylin touched his chin. The Scorpion Man was truly a morning star creature, and his corpse would definitely be useful as a reference for the AI chip simulations. Immediately after, Leylin overruled his own thoughts. There's not enough time. It isn't the volcano's dormant period. Furthermore, based on the predictions of the Coin of Destiny, rank 3 Magi will meet with dangers that cannot be predicted in the icy cave. Only those with morning star strength can be safe. Leylin steeled his expression and let the AI chip continue research. Leylin was counting on the Lamia fingerbone and the bloodline ignition experiment as well as the AI chip's analysis of the morning star realm to advance. As long as he did persevered in that regard, he would definitely be able to reach the threshold of morning star. If he was a regular giant Chem-In serpent warlock, just obtaining one of those would be difficult. However, Leylin had everything, and even without assistance, all these would increase his chances of reaching morning star by a lot when compared to other morning star seedlings. Leylin had no doubt about this. Sha, the pendant at Leylin's waist suddenly emitted bright light. Leylin's brows furrowed, and he tapped on a secret imprint. "Is this Marquis Leylin, Sir Enforcer?" A low, hoarse voice was produced from the secret imprint. This was the communications officer that the Ouroboros clan had specifically allocated to him. He was in charge of contacting Leylin alone, and just by hearing his voice, Leylin could guess that something terrible had happened. "I am Leylin. Is there anything wrong?" His voice was calm and steady, even causing the voice from the other side to become gentler. "Headquarters has received a denouncement. Marquis Miranda is accusing Marquis Robin of attempting to kill her. There is also a large amount of evidence. Based on the information, something has also seemingly happened within Robin's family." "Get to the point." Leylin raised his eyebrows. The voice on the other end hesitated, but still presented the news. "According to the order of the Elder Committee, Marquis Leylin is to head to Robin's family immediately and send Marquis Robin back to headquarters. They want me to capture Robin. Do you know that he's Mentor Gilbert's student and my senior?" Leylin's expression became serious. "I know. This is Duke Gilbert's order." The voice was silent for a while and then transmitted a black runic imprint. This was similar to a person's signature and could not be forged. This black rune was Gilbert's own symbol, and Leylin definitely would not misidentify it. "I understand." Feeling jittery, Leylin ended communications and fell into silence. "Mentor, what are you thinking?" A long while later, a low voice was sounded in the tent. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 480 Tease Leylin didn't feel good the entire night due to the orders to capture Robin. Regardless of how things would unfold, it would still be disadvantageous to the Ouroboros clan. The disciple of a Morning Star Magus had shown signs of betrayal, which would be a fatal blow to the emotions of the Warlocks that had just settled down. But since it was Gilbert's wish, Leylin could only carry it out. However, he somehow felt that things weren't so simple. "Leylin, welcome." Robin hugged Leylin and laughed heartily. He was full of smiles and looked as though he wasn't affected by the news. Robin still had the appearance of a very young male, if one ignored the numerous runes imprinted on his face. Compared to the last time they met, the imprints on Robin's forehead were even more terrifying and practically occupied more than half of his face. It made Robin's original facial features seem immensely sinister and horrifying. "Senior Robin," Leylin put on a stiff smile. After making brief bodily contact with him earlier on, a quiver had run through his entire being and he'd felt every pore on his body contract. Such a feeling was an indication of what a ferocious beast Robin had become, automatically putting Leylin on guard. Leylin peered past Robin, and he scanned the members of his family behind him. The family that Robin belonged to was known as the Parble family. In the entire Ouroboros clan, their bloodline lineage was one of the purest, and they were a long-standing noble family that possessed great influence. On previous adventures, Robin could have dispatched 50 rank 3 warlocks as he wished, and he even brought along a pure-blooded nephew, which went to show how much of a standing their family had. But now, the teenagers that followed behind Robin had gloomy expressions, or more accurately, they had an air of death around them. What made Leylin even more shocked was that behind Robin, there wasn't a single family elder to be seen, and there weren't many warlocks who were at rank 3 and above. Even Noah was nowhere to be found. Such a situation must definitely mean that something huge has happened. Leylin's hunch was getting clearer, but his facial expression only became more sincere, and he said slightly apologetically, "I'm sorry, Senior, according to Mentor's orders." "Oh, rest assured, it's a total misunderstanding. I'll go to headquarters with you tomorrow to explain." Robin seemed honest. He then enthusiastically invited Leylin, "You haven't been to my castle and laboratory before, right? Stay here for the night. Your vassals are also my guests. I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for them, and I believe you'll like it here." What else could Leylin say when Robin was being so cordial? He could only check into the vacant room that Robin had specially left for him, just as his vassals that had rushed here with him did into theirs. The oaken floor had an oily layer of gloss on it. The smell of incense filled the room, and the four walls were filled with portraits, armor, and swords. Although Parker had never specifically learned about assessments in this aspect, he also knew that this was surely one of the best rooms in the castle. "It's just that, my lord, you..." Parker didn't have the slightest interest in examining the helmet that was said to have been adorned with the feathers of multicolored birds, but instead stood in front of Leylin with a worried look on his face. "I know. You mean to say that I had received orders to apprehend Robin, but yet I'm now associating with him, and this will inevitably make people suspicious and cause them to attack." Leylin lay on an armchair embedded with huge rubies and interrupted Parker with a wave of his hand, brushing him off. "But what else can we do? Robin is my senior after all, and before this matter has been fully investigated, we cannot make any rash conclusions. Anyway, he has already agreed to return with us tomorrow, so we don't have to demand anything else." Even upon hearing Leylin's words, Parker's smile remained bitter. This was, of course, the most normal scenario, but from his point of view, Robin seemed to be showing symptoms of insanity, and it was impossible to deduce his next course of action using logic. Furthermore, it was hard to guarantee that he didn't have plans to first numb them and then get rid of all his problems at once. Among all the bloodline nobility of the land, they were undoubtedly the best, and even orders from the headquarters would sometimes be boycotted by them, openly or secretly. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Parker was about to say something, a steady and rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. A tender voice sounded from behind the door, "Respected Marquis, the banquet has begun." "You may enter," Leylin nodded. The door was promptly opened, and a girl dressed as a servant, whose face still had baby fat, appeared in front of Leylin and Parker. The female servant's face flushed with nervousness, as though it was her first time seeing such high-ranking guests. "How great it must be to be young," Leylin pinched her cheeks, hardly standing on courtesy. This made her blush all the way to her neck. He felt the aura of a pure Chem-En bloodline from the girl. It seemed that she shared blood with Robin, and they weren't far removed. From the bloodline, it seemed that this girl had a bright future, and might even be in the direct line of descent in Robin's family. But in order to greet Leylin, she naturally had to change into the clothes of a servant. "What's your name?" Leylin asked, smiling. Parker stood aside, expressionless, as though he hadn't seen Leylin's gesture. As a high-ranking warlock, who also once had authority over a warlock clan, he had become completely immune to such matters. Even if Leylin did anything in front of him, he would still be able to stand as straight as a pine tree. Eda, sir?" The female servant's voice held a hint of a repressed sob, as though she was about to cry any moment. At her age, she obviously knew a lot. If this high-ranking bloodline nobleman wanted her, there wouldn't be any objections from anyone, regardless of if it was an elder or her parents. They might even send her over with great joy. Hence, although she was on the verge of tears, Eda held them back, trying to stay strong. Luckily for her, Leylin stopped teasing her. He gently asked Eda, whose face was turning fully red, "I also have another close friend in the Parble family by the name of Noah. Do you know him?" "Uncle Noah?" the little girl cried out, yet shortly after she seemed to have remembered something and raised her guard against Leylin. It was all right, though. From her behavior earlier on, Leylin became aware of many things. "No need to be afraid. He and I are good friends. If anything has happened to him, I will definitely help." Leylin acutely discovered Eda's hidden hostility and plastered his kindest smile on his face. "Uncle Noah, he has been locked up. The little girl finally mumbled after a seemingly long struggle with herself, and her voice was practically so low that it couldn't be heard. "Got it, I will try rescuing him," Leylin caressed her head and guaranteed. "What do you think is the possibility of her telling the truth?" Leylin asked indifferently after sending the servant away. "The possibility isn't high. After all, she was sent by them." Parker shook his head. "I think so too, but it's also possible that it's information brought to us by the other powers in the Parble family." Leylin stroked his chin. He had a premonition that this trip to the Parble family was perhaps not as simple, and it was possible that more unexpected things were slated to happen. The atmosphere in the drawing room was tense, but a few seconds later, Leylin's light laugh broke the silence. "Let's not think too much about this right now, and just enjoy the banquet." "Yes, sir." Parker nodded and followed behind Leylin. He was decked in a black tailcoat and wore a beautiful tie around his collar, appearing as if he had made preparations long ago. While Leylin and company were enjoying the wine and delicacies made by the Parble family, and even the female warlocks that were brimming with enthusiasm, somewhere in the depths of the ancient castle, an invisible darkness spread endlessly, divulging the information to him on purpose. "Your plan is really badly done." In a dim and narrow room, a blue secret imprint hovered in midair, and the voice of a middle-aged man faintly sounded. "Rest assured. I know him very well. Once he knows about this, he definitely will give chase." A silhouette shrouded in black gas was conversing with the secret imprint. Numerous squirming veins emerged from the black gas from time to time and were densely packed, making one's scalp go numb. "I don't care about your plan, but Leylin has to be handed over to me." The blue secret imprint spoke with gritted teeth, apparently harboring an unforgettable hatred towards Leylin. "We have been making deals and collaborating on many occasions. You don't have to worry." The figure shrouded in the black gas was silent for a while, then continued asking, "Actually, these are all small matters. What I really wish to know is, when are you planning to take action?" "Very soon. The elders in the Ouroboros clan will soon become a thing of the past. Then, our plan can truly be launched. After all, the counterattack of 3 Morning Star Warlocks would be hard to bear even for a radiant moon Magus." The glow of the blue imprint completely dimmed down with the last words of the middle-aged Magus. "Very soon," the figure in the black gas muttered, and suddenly chanted a certain syllable. The gas dispersed, revealing a face all so familiar to Leylin. Leylin, who was still at the banquet, naturally knew nothing about all of this. Now, he was like a huge butterfly, dancing gracefully among a cluster of flowers. The enthusiasm of the female warlocks of the Parble family practically melted the many warlocks, and those that Leylin had brought over were also immersed in delight. "Feels like things won't be that simple." Parker leaned against a pillar with a glass of wine in his hand, watching Leylin's performance, yet a puzzled look flashed in his eyes. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 481, Bloodline Detector. Bloodline Detector. The excitement dissipated with distance from the banquet hall, and the sounds were inaudible from the castle's dungeons. Dim light shone against the murky walls and reflected numerous shadows that looked like talons. The place reeked. "We're getting there." Leylin knitted his brows and sized up the rooms and walls of the castle. The dungeons of Magus castles were, more often than not, laboratories or storage rooms. He had yet to discover anything of value. Most of the preventive and detective spell formations were unable to discover Leylin, allowing him to strut through the castle without being realized. And the Leylin that everyone perceived in the banquet hall was obviously just a clone. Anyway, nobody would want to provoke him, and with a clone and the abilities of the AI chip, a double was no problem. On top of everything, Leylin could move freely without obstruction in the castle due to his crystal phase abilities. He could weaken the effects of many detective spell formations, stopping them from locating him. Robin's sudden emotional outburst wasn't all that it seemed to be. Leylin rubbed his chin in deep thought. Moreover, if the situation outside and this were linked, it would spell even more trouble. Robin, despite everything, was still his senior and cared a lot for Leylin when they first met. So it'd be unwise of Leylin to make a move before finding concrete evidence. And Robin's attitude was upright. If Leylin continued to be so unwilling to spare him, his reputation would likely go down the drain. Biting the hand that feeds him would probably top the list of derogatory comments that would be made against him. Chip. How's the progress of the scan going? Leylin's figure was engulfed by the pitch black as he looked at the walls and questioned in his heart. Blueprint of the castle established, spell array formation analyzed. 58%, simulation in progress, the AI chip intoned. A three-dimensional image was projected in front of Leylin, showcasing the structures of many castles. The castle of Robin's family was comparable to Freya's impressive ancient blood serpent castle, and there were countless spell formations and bizarre phenomena caused by radiation. Robin himself might not even know all the secrets within the castle. The scanning of the AI chip undoubtedly took a while, but if Leylin stepped in to explore himself, he would be pretty much familiar with the whole internal layout after walking around so many times. As for those sections which were yet to be analyzed, it was unfortunate that the current capability of the AI chip was unable to compute them. But all this was enough for him. Under the gigantic projection, Leylin saw another empty construction buried deep underground, and its outer layer was the most Leylin's AI chip could reach. The blank spaces were marked out by crimson symbols that prevented any forms of peeping, which surprised Leylin. The core secret of the ancient castle must have been located there. Leylin followed the directions of the map and came face to face with a huge mural. The mural depicted a grand historical scene. A horned demon's skull was guillotined by armored cavalry and robed magi, bloodstains and burn marks painted all over their bodies as evidence of war. It was realism at its best, with a distinct sense of style. The 18 eyes of the demon were wide open and glaring at him, as if it was still alive. The existence of this cellar is barely brushing the surface of Robin's family's secret. The true secret is hidden behind this mural. Leylin's eyes lit up as he stroked the mural. He felt like he could smell the stench of blood and fire as he moved close to the painting. It was as if he was facing the remains of an actual war, where the blood had yet to dry. Beep! Ahead is a rank 1 bloodline detector. After thorough scanning, it has been identified to be one that requires a specific incantation and bloodline to pass through. The database of the AI chip as of now was as vast as the ocean. Just a mere scan could send detailed information to Leylin's memory. Bloodline detector? Leylin touched his chin in deep thought. Since they'd chosen such a defensive measure, it definitely required the bloodline of Robin's family, or even Robin himself, in order to get past it. But of course, Leylin was ahead of Robin in terms of his knowledge on bloodlines, for he had dedicated more than 1 century towards the study of the bloodline experiments of quicksand. His current situation might have been an unsolvable problem for other magi, but it was a piece of cake for him. Beep. Data is being collected, probing for removal measures, the AI chip operated at Leylin's command, and numerous blue symbols floated before him, forming countless dots before entering the mural. The whole mural began to quiver and buzz as layers of dust collapsed, distinguishing the characters and making them appear more realistic than ever. Especially the skull of the demon. An eerie green light seemed to be projecting from its eyes. Under the ultraviolet rays, the approaching descendant bloodline will come together and return to its origins. Leylin chanted a medieval incantation, and a strand of black hair flew from his hand. It was something that Leylin had stolen from the maid, Edda, when they fooled around, and was specially saved for situations like these. Warlocks possess the most in-depth knowledge with regards to the power of bloodlines and were thus the most confident as well. So, when they set up traps or other preventive measures, all this would be taken into consideration. Leylin had thus collected a strand of hair from a direct line of Robin's family for his use. Hiss! A ball of scarlet light wrapped the strand within itself under Leylin's incantation. The hair disappeared as the light dispersed, leaving behind a droplet of purplish-red blood that possessed a savage aura unique to giant Chemian serpents. That's not enough. Leylin shook his head vigorously and threw out a handful of crimson rocks. These rocks turned into a fine powder in midair and congregated with the droplet. The powder transformed into a bright silver liquid upon contact with the droplet, helping it expand even as it diluted the color of the blood to a washed-out red. Leylin's eyes glistened all the more as he watched this. The incantation sounded more mournful with time, and the faded red had agglutinated to a dark red blood clot, emitting a dangerously powerful aura. If the previous bloodline was only Edda's, a low-ranked Magus, then the current ball of blood had already reached the level of a crystal phase, and its aura was highly similar to Robin's. If Robin had installed this bloodline detector, then the key to it wouldn't be as simple as the bloodline of a giant chem-in serpent. Otherwise, it'd be easy as pie for any Magus to uncover the secret here. Surely, Robin would only use his own DNA as the key. Therefore, Leylin was trying to generate a bloodline aura similar to that of Robin's through that of his relative. Though the DNA couldn't be imitated, Leylin believed that it would be almost undetectable by the spells here given the supreme abilities of the AI chip. Beep. Deduction completed for the removal of the spell. The AI chip alerted, and Leylin's face lit up as he sang the incantation. Beep. Wrong aura, starting automated matching. The deep red ball of blood underwent some changes before changing into the aura of another Warlock. Leylin was confused for a moment. He quickly shook his head and sent the blood ball straight into the mural, causing the two to fuse. A layer of red started rippling on the surface of the mural, and it was frightening. The characters in the mural, especially, took an eerie turn and started changing under the crimson light. Thin scales and cysts started getting embedded their bodies, and some of the cavalry even had horns growing on their heads and enormous wings on their backs. The mural had transformed into one of monsters. The demon head, however, still had a sinister smile painted across his face that made Leylin's hair stand. There must be more to this mural. This seems foreboding. Leylin muttered to himself and looked at the demon head again. AI chip, scan the mural, find a similar specimen in the database, Leylin ordered. Beep. Mission received, starting scan, matching similar specimens in database. The AI chip replied almost immediately while scanning through the database furiously. Beep. Similar image found. The AI chip projected an oil painting in front of Leylin. Within the painting was the huge image of a demon, its horns and eyes shockingly similar to the one in the mural. What is this? Leylin looked into the information of that particular section almost immediately. The year 2315 of the Holy Calendar. A night where crows wept. The clone of Beelzebub arrived in Verdant City and caused a holocaust before being eliminated by an unknown Breaking Dawn Magus. The information presented by the AI chip was very simplified. It was a mere few sentences, and the image had a few missing portions on the edge. These were the defects on the ancient book scanned earlier. Beelzebub, who represents gluttony? Leylin covered his mouth in shock. Even if it's just a clone, the only people who could eliminate it were Breaking Dawn Magi. Though details weren't mentioned in the ancient book, the marked calendar system belonged to the ancient era where Morning Star Magi reigned, and there were definitely some in the Verdant City too. Amongst those who were injured, exactly how many were at Morning Star or even Breaking Dawn? Leylin sighed. And right at this moment, both the incantation and bloodline were stimulated, and a crack split the mural from the center, revealing a passageway that led underground. The bloodline detector was broken by an outsider in a situation that did not alarm the owner. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482, Prison cell cries and howls sounded. Indescribable noises echoed past Leylin's ears as he stepped foot into the passageway. The secret that Robin had kept so tightly was about to be revealed to him. There must have been something more to that expedition we did. Leylin thought about other matters as he took note of his surroundings. Robin was evidently impatient when we last explored the quicksand pocket dimension. And the information he held about the dimension was definitely not possible for someone who only worked internally. He'd probably known all the secrets within Quicksand Castle long ago and went there specifically for it. Leylin's guess was confirmed by the mural. Robin's family clearly inherited something important, and it might even be linked to the Quicksand organization. As his journey in the long passageway came to an end, he found himself between two rows of small prison-like cells. The walls in these cells were covered in complex runes, many of which were familiar to Leylin, that were identical to the bindings of his own Magus Tower. The number of cells is crazy. Leylin sized up the rows of cells that seemed to have no end to them and caught glimpses of shadows within. Exactly how many people is he planning to imprison? He thought as he came in front of a cell. Outsider detected, warning dispatched, destroy. A deep voice, masculine voice, sounded as Leylin entered shadow stealth mode. The man was a formation genie in charge of this area, holding a position similar to that of his own tower genie. AI chip, Leylin lightly called out. Spiritual force interface discovered, forcefully manipulating data. The AI chip replied mechanically, without an ounce of emotion. The voice started to change in an instant, becoming hoarse. Invasion by outsider's spiritual force, activating first layer of defenses. Defense broken, activating level 2 firewall and alarms. Beginning self-destruction. Invasion of outsider's spiritual force into center formation genie. Warning, warning. Destruction imminent in T-3, 2, warning dispersed. Operation normal. Outsider's spiritual force intercepted. No information has been leaked. Its voice that was initially submersed in fright and hoarseness became choppy. Light shone everywhere, illuminating the surroundings distinctly as it turned into a unique robotic one, that of the AI. Chip, an intelligence of this standard, was nothing in front of Leylin's AI chip. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. The administrator of this region had already changed from the formation genie to Leylin's AI. Chip, after he successfully took it over, the place had become Leylin's backyard. Even Robin would fail to detect him. Of course, he had to thank his luck that he took care of the formation genie in a short time. Most formation genies would have self-destructed in time and alerted their owners, landing Leylin in a heap of trouble. Thankfully, Robin's formation genie was of a lower rank. If it were a core formation genie set up by a Morningstar Magus, the AI chip would have faced a lot of difficulties. Now, Leylin was in control. Activate the observation window of cell 23. Following Leylin's command, a white ray of light shone in the cell, ridding it of the darkness, the prisoner appearing in front of Leylin. And the prisoner appeared in front of Leylin. This is... Leylin's pupils dilated. I've seen him somewhere. It was a warlock, more accurately, a giant chem-in serpent warlock. This sense of familiarity between bloodlines was always accurate. The warlock in front of him looked plaintive. Not only was he almost naked, only clothed in pathetic rags, his whole body was riddled with large wounds. Some granulation tissue could be seen squirming on the wounds. They were repairing themselves. It looked revolting. Don't come any nearer, you monster. A low voice rumbled from the warlock's mouth. I'm not Robin, Leylin cleared his throat and said. The warlock raised his head and Leylin could see his goblin-like face. As if on cue, hope filled his eyes, replacing the dread and despair that existed before he saw Leylin. Save me. Please save me, Lord Leylin. He was like a drowning man that was grasping at the last straw as he crawled to the middle of the cell. It was then that Leylin realized that both the legs of the warlock were missing. He was completely disabled. Though it could be healed using limb regeneration spells or other high-grade potions, Robin wouldn't have been so nice. Tell me, what happened? Why are you here? Leylin looked dreadfully displeased, and his voice was low as ever. It's Robin. He captured me, my wife and my children, and caged us here right after he attacked my family. He's a demon. He seemed to have undergone an overly traumatic experience that caused him to stumble over his words. Master, take me away please, I'm begging you. He shouted himself hoarse as his eyes watered. Leylin could only shake his head at this scene. Though the advancements of Warlock were largely a result of their bloodlines, making moving up the ranks easier, to see such low willpower from a Warlock was still very rare. High-ranking Magi usually had tenacious spirits and could compose themselves quickly even in huge events. Tell me, what exactly did he do? 2 rays of lights shot from Leylin's eyes and made the Warlock speechless. The Warlock sobbed and hugged his knees close, coiling into himself as he trembled endlessly. How dare he eat my Gwen? Oh Lord, she was only 7. And Hugo, and Ron? He could not stop listing name after name and looked absent-minded. He ended up wrapping his arms around his head, refusing to think anymore. A drastic change in temperament, imprisoning people, rumors of cannibalism, a mural to Beelzebub, the Prince of Gluttony. Leylin let out a long sigh. The pieces came together to form a complete picture in his head. Wow, this is... He did not know what to say. Robin's desire for power had already reached such sick levels. Though Leylin didn't label himself a good guy, he would never go as far as Robin had. Just then, the AI chip relayed a piece of information to Leylin. Beep. Scan of underground laboratory completed. 341 prisoners. 34 giant Chem-In Warlocks, 22 rank 3 Warlocks. Other matters aside, things will be over for Robin the moment he gets exposed. As Leylin went further, he saw that the cells on both sides were full of all kinds of Warlocks. Most of them had portions of their bodies missing, and he even saw a few elders from Robin's own family. It seemed like the elders who disappeared were all captured by Robin and locked up here. Upon seeing Leylin, all the Warlocks went mad. Some were wailing, some were bellowing in fury, demanding that Leylin punish Robin for his sins. Even the eyes of the elders from Robin's own family were filled with hatred and rage. They had evidently given up on Robin long ago. These Warlocks, most of them should be from the families that Robin eliminated, Leylin sighed. Who would know that Robin would have the guts to seize his enemies and lock them up in a secret cellar like this? And judging from their faces, Leylin bet they would rather have died on the battlefield. Though Leylin pitied them, he didn't order the AI chip to deactivate the defense in the cells and allow them out. After all, there were still many prisoners here that could cause chaos if let out. Furthermore, Leylin still had more tasks to be performed that needed to be hidden from Robin. The core cell. Who is the one imprisoned there? At the end of the passageway was a large cell. A few sparks could be seen jumping along the blood-red electrified cage every now and then, firmly caging a Magus inside. No information found within the Formation Genie's data. This place is marked top secret. The AI chip sent back. Who are you? Standing beside the cage, Leylin was curious about the shadow inside. As the criminal who was under the tightest form of imprisonment in the entire cellar, this person could not be simple. The prisoner raised his head after hearing Leylin's voice, and Leylin's pupils constricted in an instant before he broke out in cold sweat. Senior Robin? The person in the cage possessed a face that was bewitching, but malnourished beyond recognition. It was as though all flesh and blood had been drained from him. Robin could only force a smile before calling out for Leylin. Leylin, you're here. What is going on? Who is that Robin out there? Leylin's expression was dark. He felt an unusually familiar aura from this Robin who was in front of him, his smile unforgettable. When he'd first entered Phosphorescent Swamp, Robin wore this exact same smile when welcoming Leylin as he stood by the entrance to the Ouroboros clan headquarters. You should be able to guess by now. Robin was very weak and had to pause after every other word. All muscles seemed to have disappeared, leaving Robin a sack of bones. If not for his features, Leylin would have thought the person in front of him was a skeleton. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483 Rescue. How is he outside? Robin lifted his head and asked Leylin, hope in his eyes. Leylin was silent for a moment but still ended up speaking. He has advanced to the peak of the crystal phase, and the curse marks have taken up over 60% of his face. He doesn't seem to be in a good state of mind. The initial phase has ended. He is now undergoing flesh immolation, but is still quite a distance from the final gluttony's monarch. Robin sighed, can you let me out or bring me before him? There are some things that I want to tell him. I'm sorry, but the situation is very dangerous. Leylin's expression was grim. Shouldn't you give me an answer now? What answer? Haven't you guessed everything already? Just a part of it. Why are you here? Leylin asked. Robin glanced at Leylin and began to speak unhurriedly. Our ancestors once obtained some information regarding the gluttony imprint and knew that it was within the ancient quicksand castle in the Forgotten Land. That was why we were so eager in inviting you all there. The gluttony imprint was a fragment of the consciousness of the sin of gluttony, Beelzebub, that remained in Verdant City. It was said that Magi who obtained the gluttony imprint would awaken with a terrifying appetite, but at the same time gain several unique abilities. This gluttony imprint had once brought great suffering upon the regions surrounding Verdant City. There had even been a situation where a whole city had been devoured. Only with the work of numerous Magi was this chaos suppressed. Countless imprints were destroyed, leaving behind a few to be used as samples in research. My ancestor was one of the lower class members of Quicksand, and there are records in his notes. The gluttony imprint was once collected by Quicksand and improved using large amounts of devouring-type bloodlines, achieving the effect of improving and purifying one's own bloodline. The history of giant Chem-In serpent warlocks was of course long and extended to the ancient era. However, the Ouroboros clan had yet to be established then, which was why entering a warlock organization like Quicksand was very common. Only after the end of the ancient era did the remaining giant Chem-In serpent warlocks set up the Ouroboros clan, which had then lasted up to date. So you set your sights on that gluttony imprint? Leylin's voice was cold. Yes. As long as I have it, I'm confident that I can purify our bloodline till it is comparable to the ancient giant Chem-In serpent, and even reach the morning star realm. Robin's eyes blazed for a moment before turning dulled once more. Looks like the one who initially obtained the gluttony imprint was indeed you, and the one who went up on the airship with us was you. If not, Mentor would definitely have noticed. The sudden change must have happened after our return. Leylin continued on from Robin's words. Yes, the spiritual contamination from the gluttony imprint is much too terrifying. In just a few short months, I could no longer control myself. I lost control of my emotions quite a few times. Robin smiled wryly. So you decided to strip it off and look for a guinea pig to reduce this property, and you picked Noah. No, Noah requested that I do that. Robin roared and collapsed spinelessly. He was such a good child. I still remember his gaze when we spoke, full of hope and resolution at that moment. I'd thought that only warlocks like him would be able to subdue the gluttony imprint. I now know the consequences. Leylin nodded. Whether it was the large change in personality after receiving the imprint or some hatred originally inside Noah, Leylin had no wish to pursue this further. The situation was clear. Noah imprisoned his own uncle and many elders, holding his family in his grasp. He had even arrested high-grade pure-blood warlocks and, by devouring their bloodline, purified his own. Recently, he had even set his sights on Miranda and was met with a fierce counterattack from her. The remains of high-energy beings like that all cause a lot of trouble. Leylin knew this well. Whether it was the original spirit of the Lamia bone or the spiritual force contamination from his interplanar experiments, this was always the case. Thankfully, Leylin's will was strong and decisive, and he could thus eliminate these dangers. If not, he'd be no better off than Noah. Using the sin of gluttony to improve his own bloodline. Leylin touched his chin. This was a rather interesting topic, and the fact that the Noah outside had, from a newly advanced rank 3 warlock, broken through both the vapor phase and the hydro phase to arrive at the crystal phase in one go, it was obvious that this had a high possibility of working. All he needed to do was settle the issue of the spiritual force contamination. The situation now is very complicated. I can only save you first and see what headquarters says. Even Leylin found this difficult to handle. Only the 3 Morningstar elders had the qualifications to make the final decision. AI chip, open the core restriction room, Leylin ordered. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The blood-red electricity of the cage died out, and the binding runes in the room dimmed. The AI chip suddenly sent a warning. Beep. Discovered foreign spiritual force, determined to be the remains of a spirit genie. He actually set up a second spirit genie to mobilize only if the core restriction room is closed. Leylin was shocked. Evidently, Noah had not completely lost his mind and was meticulous, beginning eradication of spirit genie. Another party is forcefully interfering with transmission of data and sending out cries for help. Beginning interception. The AI chip worked quickly, but with the preparations the opponent had made, it could not intercept the data successfully. Interception failed. Data has been transmitted. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded. Shit, Leylin cursed and quickly left with Robin. Meanwhile, the face of Robin in the reception hall of the castle warped. What's going on? Leylin, who was holding his wine cup, smiled gently. Noah, who had received the information, could obviously tell that Leylin in front of him was just a puppet, and that he had been duped. He instantly reddened in fury. Gauntlets of black crystal appeared on his hands as they were struck into the smiling Leylin's chest. Clatter! The glass cup fell to the ground, creating a clear sound. Scarlet wine flew everywhere. The hall immediately turned quiet. The guests all looked in this direction, full of disbelief. Lord Robin had dared attack the enforcer at a banquet. Was this a rebellion? Ah! An urgent, panicky female shriek sounded, and the time which seemed to have stopped in the hall moved once more. The Magi present immediately moved. The Warlocks of Robin's family gathered, while Parker protected Snoopy as he transferred his men over. Two waves of Warlocks gathered amidst the stream of people like two giant reefs, unmoving in the confusion. Contrary to their behavior, the musicians, waiters, dancers, clowns, and others were startled. They fled in their alarm, occasionally letting out piercing screams. Based on this situation, it was obvious the Warlocks on both ends had not let down their guard and were prepared to become hostile. TSS. Noah expressionlessly watched the Leylin in his hands. Now, this Leylin who was in front of him had completely turned black. Droplets of black liquid flowed from the wound and onto the ground, producing white gas. I'm going out for a while. Kill all of Leylin's subordinates. Noah carelessly dumped the shadow puppet in his hands and turned into a black phantom that disappeared. By the time Noah had left, the Warlocks confronting each other in the hall first quietened down, and then great amounts of spell rays lit up. The flood of chaotic elemental particles drowned the hall. I wouldn't be so stupid as to fight with an opponent in their nest, which they've operated in for thousands of years. With one hand on Robin, Leylin crushed a few armored knights, blocking his path into bits. Under the silver knight armors was only air. These armors, that were meant to just be ornamental, seemed to have received some order and suddenly began attacking Leylin. Adding to his troubles, many long ash-black tongues filled the passageway behind him, sweeping forwards. These knights are silent guards. Without attacking the core, it's impossible to destroy them. Robin, who was pressed against Leylin's side, served well as a guide yet did nothing else. Not only was he gravely injured, his spiritual force was in ruins. A large amount seemed to have been devoured, and his strength had fallen to that of a rank 1 warlock. If not, Leylin wouldn't be so at ease in bringing him along. Rather than the silent guards, you need to be careful of the tongues behind you. Seeing the forces behind them, Robin's expression changed. This is a passageway our family found by accident. It seems to have mutated and made a connection with a majestic existence above. The ash-black tongues are parts of that existence. Even a crystal phase rank 3 warlock would find it troublesome if caught and might even be devoured. A few seniors in the family have died from it. Due to the terrifying radiation, a few ancient Magus castles would mutate, giving rise to situations that even Magi couldn't make head or tails of. These strange phenomena were taken advantage of by their descendants, who used them as defenses. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484, Cage of Gluttony. Cage of Gluttony, can you control them? With regards to unforeseeable situations, Leylin was always more cautious. He looked at Robin. After all, Robin was the clan leader and should have had some tricks up his sleeve. I'm afraid not. Noah's taken away my authority. Moreover, once the devouring corridor is engaged, even the clan leader himself can't control it. Then what was the point of me saving you? Leylin rolled his eyes and pulled Robin along, sprinting at a much higher speed. Soon Robin proved that, as a clan leader, he was still very familiar with his castle. Under his guidance, after rushing through 3 rooms, Leylin managed to jump down from a window pane. The moment before he left the window ledge, numerous tongues swiftly climbed forward and filled the entire room, but had not followed through their attack to the exterior of the castle. It was as if there was a chasm at the fringes of the castle that was difficult to pass through, or even barriers outside. Only at that point in time did Leylin have the leisure to look at his secret imprint. Master, they've gone on the offensive. The situation here is extremely chaotic. An impatient Parker transmitted even as the rumble of explosions from spells could be heard in the background. Today's banquet is extremely lively. Leylin looked at the ancient black castle. Through one of the windows in the living room, he could see explosions and flames being set off in the room. Put your own safety as the priority and escape as soon as you can. Leylin did not have the plans to return once more. After all, those still inside the castle were his subordinates. Subordinates fought to the death for their masters, not the other way around. Your nephew seems to be coming over? After they escaped, Robin's head had been hanging low, his thoughts a mystery. Leylin indifferently set him down under an oak tree. After hearing his tone, Robin raised his head and saw a black figure rushing down from the ancient castle, with a terrifying aura on his body. That was the terrifying power of a crystal phase Magus. Coupled with the fact that he also possessed the ancient gluttonous desire, these had caused even Leylin to furrow his brows. Boom! A figure landed in front of Leylin and revealed a face that was mostly covered with runes. Noah! Leylin let out a long sigh. Relatives Noah and Robin had very similar face shapes and auras. But with the influence of the gluttony imprint concealing and obscuring things, even Morning Star Magi might not have been able to realize the difference. However, there was no way Leylin would not be able to recognize him. Uncle, Noah's voice was low as he gazed at Robin, who was seated on the ground. Complex emotions whirled across his face. Shortly after, the black runes on his face started to move about, causing changes to its shape. His nose became sharper and eyes wider. It took only a few tweaks for Noah to look drastically different as he regained his original appearance. "You've changed a lot," Robin said after a moment of silence. "I have not changed. Was this not always your wish anyway?" A vicious look flashed across Noah's face. He bowed to Robin, his etiquette perfect to the point that nobody could nitpick about it. He was the perfect example of royalty. "Very soon, the aspirations of our clan will be realized. I can feel it. Under the radiation of the sin of gluttony, my Chem-In bloodline has been purified. I'm only one step away from becoming a pureblood Chem-In Warlock." Mysterious rays shot out of Noah's eyes as he bit his own finger to show Robin and Leylin the pure purplish-red blood. Immediately, he greedily sucked the same finger which he'd previously bit, even as his face was immersed in pleasure. "Crazy, you've completely gone insane." Robin grabbed his head in pain and regret. "I should not have allowed you to inherit the imprint to begin with. No, I shouldn't even have gone to quicksand to uncover it." On the other side, Leylin looked at Noah, proudly showing the purity of his bloodline, and was rendered speechless. From what he saw, even though the Chem-In bloodline of the other party was extremely pure, but compared to the first time Leylin had purified his Chem-In bloodline, there was still an obvious difference. Just based on the luster, if Leylin's bloodline was initially a diamond, Noah's bloodline was at most coal, or even worse than that. And after having absorbed large amounts of radiation from the Lamia bone, his bloodline had been purified to an unprecedented level, and might even have surpassed the ancient giant Chem-In serpent. "I'm not crazy. For those trash to be the foundations to allow for our clan to flourish is definitely an honor for them." Noah lifted his hands in despair, his eyes bloodshot. "I have a feeling that if only I were to eat him, my bloodline would advance to an unprecedented level, and I could even advance to the Morning Star realm." Noah pointed at Leylin, and his eyes widened, as if he was a plate of some delicacy. That gaze made Leylin uncomfortable, especially when the other party started to contemplate on where he should start devouring him. Leylin kept the memory crystal ball that would be the evidence for later before he swiftly asked Robin, "Since he has already confessed, there shouldn't be a problem if I start killing here in my name as an enforcer, right?" Robin's face looked pale, and he did not utter a single word, only waving his hand. After getting Robin's approval, Leylin had no more misgivings. In actual fact, just based on what Noah had done previously, Leylin would not hesitate to kill him. Still, it would be better with Robin's understanding. After all, the other party was his senior, and he would have to take note of the potential aftereffects. Tusk, he actually dared to utter such words to me?" Noah licked his lips, and the imprint on his face went into action. "It's decided. I'll make sure you don't get to leave this place, and I'll slowly devour your meat, 1 kilogram a day." There were many ways for Magi to regenerate their muscles, a natural product of their high vitality. As a result, even though the flesh might have been cut off, it would grow back in a designated amount of time. That was a characteristic that Noah had made use of when he imprisoned many Magi and left them in circumstances where they were better off dead than alive. "Devour you, I'll devour you." Noah's face warped as he went berserk, and he rushed towards Leylin like a beast. Black blood vessels rose from his body and, like tentacles, covered Leylin's face. At the tips of the blood vessels, needle-like structures appeared. Should it penetrate one sick, the bone marrow could even be sucked away in an instant. "Gross!" Leylin shook his head, and a black ray erupted from his waist. The meteor sword brought with it the terrifying chem-in venom and formed a black wall in front of Leylin. Numerous blood vessels were immediately chopped off by the sharp edges of the meteor sword. The horrifying venom even started to corrode them, causing them to rot and fall loudly to the ground. Grrrrrr, Noah opened his mouth, and large amounts of saliva dropped to the ground. The current him was already under the absolute control of the sin of gluttony, and he had become a beast that moved around merely based on instinct. Robin had turned his head and dare not look at the miserable scene. Buzz. During the attack, Noah's body had been shrouded by a layer of black light. After the light dissipated, numerous pieces of black armor could be seen on his body. No matter what, Noah was still a crystal phase Magus, and Leylin would not dare to belittle his abilities. Shadowflame Plague? He swiftly chanted, and black flames shot forth from his robes like an aura, aiming for Noah, who was rushing over. The black flames burned the crystal defense, heating up the surroundings so much that the air distorted. Noah yelled and, like a beast, rushed out of the sea of fire and appeared before Leylin. The movement was almost instantaneous. What a shocking physicality! Leylin squinted his eyes as he saw the other party's injuries almost instantly recovering on their own. As he saw the skin patching up, he couldn't help but feel a little fearful. After which, without any hesitation, he held his cross blade and hacked down from Noah's head. Sharp sword rays were created with the action as the terrifying venom was dissipated carelessly. Leylin's toxic bile had far surpassed other rank 2 innate spells, achieving a horrifying power. It was an effect entirely brought about by the maturation of his giant chem-in serpent bloodline under the effects of the Lamia fingerbone. Crossblade slash. Black light in the form of a crucifix slashed down upon Noah's body, causing a large vertical wound. Noah's face flushed with blood, but he actually grabbed the blade of the sword. Large amounts of white mist were emitted as his hands started to rot under the horrifying venom. The scene made Robin feel uneasy, but Noah instantly revealed a smile that suggested that he had gotten away with something, and his eyes were no longer bloodshot. "You actually were sane all this while?" Leylin cried out. That astonished him more than Noah inheriting the gluttony imprint and replacing Robin. It's too late now to realize it. The injuries on his abdomen and chest were all covered by a layer of black blood vessels, and his aura increased exponentially to a peak. Arcane art, Cage of Gluttony. A black fog engulfed Leylin and Noah, and Robin's face changed as he heard the gnawing sounds from within. The Cage of Gluttony? On the other hand, Leylin, who was shrouded in darkness, casually waved both his hands forth in a bid to size up the strength of the formation. This isn't the energy system of our world. It must be a formation from the path of another realm, a result of the inheritance of Beelzebub's clone. Even as Leylin spoke, numerous mouths with ivory teeth surrounded him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485 Unexpected Developments. Leylin's indifferent tone instantly infuriated Noah, who was hiding in the dark, and a sinister voice sounded. "I hope you'll still feel that way when you are under the attack of the gluttony's kiss." This voice seemed to come from all directions, making one unable to grasp his location. The weakness of such barriers lies in the one who casts them. Once he's attacked, they will immediately collapse. Leylin continued speaking in a superior tone, as though he was commenting on Noah's spell. "So, what if you know its weakness? After undergoing refinement, my Cage of Gluttony now possesses a portion of the power of a morning star domain. A mere crystal phase Magus like you will definitely never see through it." Noah's voice sounded again, but this time, he seemed flustered and exasperated. Anyone who saw their own enemy being unconcerned when caught in their trap, when by all rights they should have been struggling in their death throes, would feel enraged. With a command, numerous dreadful mouths with sharp tongues started to attack Leylin by gnawing at him. Scale Shield. A multitude of black crystals appeared with a snap of Leylin's fingers, forming a shield covered in a layer of scales on one side. When the white teeth bit the shield, they produced jarring noises and a great amount of sparks. Under the attack of the numerous teeth, the defense of the scale shield was in imminent danger, and it seemed like it would be smashed to smithereens within minutes. "Ha ha, ha ha," Seeing this, Noah let out a carefree laugh. Even if you saw through it, what can you do? Won't you still be ground into mincemeat under the attack of my cage of gluttony? I have decided. I'll preserve your tongue well and savor it slowly. Even though he was clear-headed, he still showed the symptoms of insanity under the influence of the gluttony imprint. As he listened to Noah's declaration of victory, and as the scale shield around him shattered, Leylin shook his head. If it was just this barrier, it would practically be unbreakable by rank 3 Magi, and even I would have to spend a great amount of spiritual force to forcefully break out of it. But what a pity, Leylin sighed, as though he was genuinely feeling sorry for Noah's misfortune. You shouldn't have collaborated with the Oakheart clan. How did you? Before Noah could complete his sentence, a terrifying ray of death had already pierced through the numerous barriers and hit Noah, who was hidden in the cracks of darkness precisely. Fatality's tip. This formidable spell that the AI chip had specially designed for Leylin had the terrifying effect of delivering a fatal blow to a rank 3 Magus. Pew, pew, pew. Under Fatality's tip, Noah's defense was torn apart like paper, and even his innate spells were easily smashed apart by the ray of death, as if eggshells meeting a hammer. Gluttony, gluttony, the almighty Beelzebub. You are the sovereignty of gluttony, controller of gluttony. A voice resonated in Noah's surroundings, as if chanting yet also praying. Amidst the prayers, the black runes on Noah's face flashed and actually broke away from his face, taking the shape of a black seed that obstructed Fatality's tip. Power from conviction, or bestowed from a god? Leylin was always apprehensive about the legendary world of the gods. Some of his knowledge attained in his previous world regarding deities and gods added on to his understanding of such higher powers. Therefore, upon witnessing this form, Leylin immediately made an association. But shortly after, he sneered. If Beelzebub's original body, or even his clone, was here, he would be able to crush me with just a finger. But now, a useless seed, without the support of the spiritual force of the original body, wants to kill me. Having conducted interplanar experiments before, Leylin naturally understood the weakness of such spiritual force seeds that descended from other worlds, especially those that had their connections to both sides cut off. It could be said that even if the other party's original body was beyond rank 7, and they had already reached a terrifying realm, they would still be unable to provide any assistance to the spiritual force seed here. In fact, this black seed was not even a spiritual force seed, only a product of the annihilated clone's spiritual contamination, tainted with fragments of its memory. The rays of death struck the black seed relentlessly, humming coldly. Pew! After the black rays of light flashed, the spiritual force seed fell to the ground with a hole on its surface. As it slowly petrified, it took the shape of a stony rune. Fatality's tip penetrated Noah, who appeared to have given up all hope. If not for Leylin, who slanted his finger at the final juncture, Noah's entire brain might have been fried completely. But now Noah lay on the ground like a dead dog, a gaping hole in his chest. He murmured in disbelief, How did this happen? Leylin walked up and destroyed his consciousness ruthlessly, his voice cold as ice. Speak. When did you start ganging up with the Oakheart clan? 70 years ago. I once went to Azure Mountain City in search of a way to fix the cage of gluttony, and at that time the Oakheart clan helped me find what was lacking. After losing the gluttony imprint, Noah seemed like a lost soul. He had regressed to a state where he was even worse off than an average human after his consciousness was ruined, allowing Leylin to get answers out of him by using an illusory spell. You actually dared to collude with that clan. You're really tired of living, aren't you? Having interacted with them before, Leylin understood the Oakheart clan. They were a bunch of people without morals. It was a tragedy that Noah had looked them up. It was also the Oakheart clan that had aided Leylin in breaking the cage of gluttony in one stroke. Although the cage of gluttony indeed isolated itself from all sorts of detection, such that he wasn't confident even in the AI. Chip scans, Leylin still discovered minute traces of Stardust bug activity on Noah. There were only a few such bugs, and they probably had concealment spells on them, which was why Leylin hadn't sensed anything initially. When Noah had completely burst and dragged Leylin into the cage of gluttony, Leylin immediately activated the atomic scanning function of the AI chip. He initially wanted to find a flaw in the cage of gluttony, but who would have thought that he would accidentally find traces of Stardust bugs? Leylin had roughly learnt how to deal with these bugs while at the auction. The fact that Noah actually had parasitic stardust bugs on him was as good as adorning himself with huge light bulbs, revealing his location to Leylin. There was no doubt as to what would happen next. Leylin aimed his fatalities tip and solved all his problems. The Oakheart clan, Robin's expression changed. They were a powerful family with a morning star Magus as their backing. His nephew's dealings with them were completely against his own interest. It seems that the recent changes in the Ouroboros clan have involved the interference of the powers of Azure Mountain City. Leylin stroked his chin and decided to evacuate immediately. He was now even more afraid of bumping into this clan. If the issue from before was revealed, the other party would definitely come chasing after him to the ends of the earth, even if he had the support of his Morning Star mentor. Senior Robin, how about we put a stop to the commotion in the castle, then take Noah to headquarters to plead guilty? Leylin looked at Robin, who was standing at the side, and asked respectfully. Of course we should, Robin smiled bitterly. Did he even still have room to reject? Great, let's. Leylin was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. Who's there? Numerous potions immediately emerged from the pouch at his waist, combining to form a terrifying rank 3 spell in the air, Death's Blade. A glowing black arc cut across, instantly shaving out a huge plain. Everything in the way, stones, large trees, and even small hills, were halved by a thin layer of light, revealing flawlessly smooth gaps. A few figures were forced out by Death's Blade and projected in front of Leylin. Leylin Farlier, I finally found you. The Magi present were all in the crystal phase, and their chief was a Magus whose terrifying strength was at the peak of the crystal phase. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man, with his gold hair up like flames. The hatred in his voice made Leylin's hair stand on end. Leo! Leylin bellowed his name. This robed leader was actually the chief of the Oakheart clan. From his expression, it was clear that he knew about Leylin's disguise previously. A prophecy? Leylin thought that he had wiped out his tracks cleanly, but the other party had actually discovered his identity nonetheless. He must have prophesied his identity. While the Azure Mountain King himself wasn't a prophet, as long as one was willing to pay a large sum, it was still possible to enlist the services of other magi. It was just that the speed of the other party's reaction, as well as their viciousness, far exceeded Leylin's expectations. It was likely that, to predict Leylin's location, the entire Oakheart clan had paid in blood. But if one thought about the consequences that the Oakheart clan would suffer once Leylin exposed their stardust bugs, it somehow seemed understandable. Kill! Indeed, Leo cut to the chase, as though afraid that Leylin would expose him. He immediately got to work once they met, and didn't give Leylin any chance to speak. Boom! Boom! Terrifying waves erupted from the crystal phase Magi next to him, and numerous black chains appeared around Leylin, wrapping him up. A powerful binding force was exerted on him. Leo unrolled a simple and unadorned scroll, and the energy waves that burst forth from it made Leylin feel suffocated. A rank 4 spell scroll. You really do think quite highly of me. Leylin's pupils contracted, and he immediately whispered to Leo, If I die here, I swear the issue with the stardust bugs will instantly be revealed and spread throughout the entire central continent. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, Discovered. The threatening words only caused Leo's hands to tremble a little, and the scroll remained tightly in his grip. Relationships were based on strength, and this was something even more pronounced in the world of Magi.